While other players were still in the intro, this guy just skipped the whole damn thing. He dropped straight into the noob village and quickly gave himself a badass nickname, Han Shui. The first quest Han Shui got in this world was to kill slimes. These weak-ass monsters, specifically for noobs, were literally everywhere. The village elder clearly looked down on Han Shui, so when he accepted the quest, he was all fired up, wanting to prove himself. But damn, these slimes were tough as hell. Han Shui's starter pack only had one weapon, a dry branch. And that branch only dealt 5 HP of damage per hit to a slime. Not only did it not phase the slime, it just pissed it off. A slime attacked Han Shui back, and he lost 50 HP in one hit. A monster for noobs, but it dealt 10 times the damage of a noob. What kind of bullshit is this? No matter what, he had to save his ass first. Thinking that, Han Shui ran like hell before it could kick his ass again. He ducked into a corner to check his status screen. Not only was his HP paper thin, but his attack and defense were both trash. Han Shui calculated silently. The other players were probably still watching the intro, so he had to figure out a way to get way past level 1 before they arrived. Han Shui looked around for a bit and saw a soldier from the noob village. This guy had to be at least level 5 or higher, so he went up to him. "Hey, can you help me with something?" "No." The guy flat out refused. Han Shui gritted his teeth in anger. Why is this noob village full of such rude jerks? From the elder to the soldiers, none of them are friendly to new players at all. New adventurers like you guys should figure out how to protect yourselves from slime attacks on your own. I'm telling you, even if you had 10 gold coins, don't even think about me helping you. Han Shui was smart. He immediately caught on to the soldier's real meaning. Look, besides me, who else is there from the adventurers? I'll pay 1 gold coin, no more. If you don't agree, I'll go find someone else. The soldier saw how determined Han Shui was and got super flustered. A few days ago, the village elder said a bunch of new adventurers would be coming. They, as NPCs tasked with helping noobs, could use this opportunity to extort them and jack up prices. But today, he'd waited all day and only saw Han Shui, not even a shadow of anyone else. Plus, even though he demanded 10 gold coins, Han Shui had bargained it down to 1, but this was still a huge sum. This soldier only earned 50 silver coins a month from quests, and 100 silver coins was only 1 gold coin. This kind of sweet deal, it'd be a waste not to take it. He quickly called Han Shui back. Then, under the guidance of this noob village soldier named Cairo, Han Shui learned basic swordsmanship, D rank, and basic combo attack, C rank. Basic swordsmanship was a passive skill, increasing attack by 5 points. Basic combo attack was an active skill. When used, it could strike twice consecutively, the first hit dealing 75% damage, and the second, 80%. After imparting the experience, Cairo immediately demanded payment. But Han Shui had just dropped into the noob village. He had no personal assets yet, so the two made a contract. Within 1 week, Han Shui had to pay Cairo 1 gold coin or he'd get his ass stabbed to death. "Hey, by the way, I'll pay another gold coin. Give me all your equipment." Under Han Shui's relentless pestering, Cairo had to compromise. So, all of Cairo's equipment was now on Han Shui. Even though it was just basic iron armor and a sword, his stats had increased a bit. In this world, the lowest equipment tier was common, then it gradually increased to bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, spirit realm, and the highest, heaven. Even if the armor and sword were the lowest tier, this time, those slimes are definitely going to have a bad time with Han Shui. Just then, the other players had also finished their intros and all dropped down into the noob village. Han Shui didn't delay any longer and ran straight to the slime hunting grounds. He tried swinging his sword, using basic combo attack. Sure enough, his damage had increased significantly. The slime, pissed off, still charged at Han Shui and hit him, but thanks to the armor, his defense also increased. Han Shui swung his sword one more time, defeating the slime in front of him and gaining 10 experience points. That feeling of a critical hit dealing 66 damage was so damn satisfying. Han Shui became even more hyped to attack. Before long, he had leveled up to 2, gaining 1 more point in attack and defense, and 100 more HP. 2 hours later, Han Shui returned to the noob village. The new players were all stuck because they couldn't beat the slimes. The village elder was extremely disappointed that this batch of adventurers was too weak. Just as he was secretly cursing them as useless trash, Han Shui returned. By now, he had already reached level 3. Han Shui threw down a sack full of slime cores. The village elder cleared his throat. Looks like at least a few adventurers barely reached the IQ level of an average person. Han Shui gritted his teeth in anger. This old man is seriously looking down on people too much. Seeing that, he fired up his own sassy mouth to retort. "This quest was too damn easy, old man. Got any other quests?" "Yes, I'll send you to eliminate the 10 great demon gods. Do you dare?" Eliminating demon gods was an SSS rank difficulty quest. For a noob like Han Shui, it was truly a nightmare. Originally, the Heavenfall continent was divided into 2 factions, light and darkness. The 10 strongest individuals in the Dark Army were revered as the 10 great demon gods. If a player eliminated them, they could receive boundless glory and countless rewards. Specifically, they would be appointed as a Tier 1 city lord, receive countless gold coins, and the village elder's mysterious family heirloom. But if this quest failed, there would also be severe penalties, including losing 50 levels, 100,000 reputation points, and paying a fine of 10,000 gold coins to the village elder. And the important thing was that the deadline to complete this quest was only 1 month. Even a blind man could see this old village elder was trying to screw him over. What's wrong? Scared now? I thought you were smarter than those other idiots. Looks like you're all the same, huh? Provoked by the village elder, Han Shui indeed fell right into the trap. Fine, I'll take it. Han Shui agreed to take the quest, but he thought the penalty was too harsh, so he demanded the village elder hand over his family heirloom first. That old man actually agreed right away, grinning widely on the outside, but secretly thinking Han Shui was an idiot. Anyone with reputation points below 0 would definitely be hunted down by the light army. He was sure those 10,000 gold coins would definitely be his. Han Shui accepted the quest and immediately received an S-rank scroll called Wrath of the Fire God. This was the village elder's family heirloom. Tearing the scroll would unleash a forbidden fire element territorial spell. Its effect was to deal 5 million fixed damage points to all enemies within a 200-meter radius in front of him. Its limitation was that it could only be used once, and so Han Shui began his 1-month demon god slaying journey. At the start of his journey, he encountered some level 5 gray wolves. These things were way tougher than those slimes. Although he struggled a bit, Han Shui was finally able to defeat it. One wolf gave him 80 experience points and 3 copper coins. Now Han Shui had a bit of regret. He hadn't anticipated that the family heirloom would be a one-time use item. No wonder that old man was so happy to let him use it first. At his current leveling speed, defeating a demon god in 1 month was impossible. Han Shui just wanted to get the hell out of this messed up world, but the system seemed to read his mind. It kindly warned him that Han Shui had signed a contract for 10,002 gold coins in this world. If he gave up, he would have to use real-world assets as compensation, and the current market price was 600 yuan for 1 gold coin. That meant Han Shui needed over 5.9 million yuan to cover the loss, and he had just graduated. His best job could only earn him 8,000 yuan a month. Han Shui forced himself to calm down. In front of him was a pack of wolves approaching, and on his shoulders was the pressure of 10,000 gold coins. Han Shui immediately turned around and ran, because with his current abilities, fighting a dozen wolves alone was impossible. He found a lone hunting wolf and defeated it. Grinding like that for 2 hours, Han Shui reached level 7 and even got a pair of wolfskin gloves that boosted his defense by 2. He'd wiped out the whole pack, but then a massive demonized wolf king showed up. According to the system description, it was originally just a normal gray wolf, but not long ago, it ran into an injured mage who was fleeing here. That mage used a forbidden spell to turn it into a powerful wolf king to act as his guardian. This thing is level 12, bronze rank, with 25,000 HP and 25 defense. Han Shui's attack could just barely break through its defense. He originally planned to farm some more mobs to level up, but if he wanted to break out of this rut, he had to find an unconventional way forward, especially since there were no other players around. With that thought, Han Shui charged at the monster. Seeing someone attack, the demonized wolf king let out a roar and counterattacked. A single swipe of its claws cost Han Shui 200 health, while his total HP was only 700. In contrast, his own attack only dealt 9 damage to the monster. This huge gap was a death sentence for a newbie like Han Shui. To make matters worse, a level 5 wolf suddenly appeared behind him. Before Han Shui could even react, it bit hard into his wrist, costing him another 78 health. Gritting his teeth in pain, Han Shui grabbed the smaller wolf by the neck and held it in front of the demonized wolf king. Just as he'd expected, its attack stopped. Han Shui had guessed right. Even as a wolf, it couldn't bear to harm its cub. He used the small wolf as a threat and continuously used his basic combo. The demonized wolf king was furious, but with Han Shui using the cub as a shield, it didn't dare to move forward. Each of Han Shui's attacks dealt less than 10 damage to the wolf king, so it took a full 2 hours just to get it down to half health. The wolf looked like it had reached the peak of its rage, and something seemed off. Han Shui immediately felt uneasy. Don't tell me this thing is evolving? Evolution was an officially mentioned unknown factor in Eternal World. Any creature in the system, even the most common monster, had this potential. They could even evolve up to 3 times to become stronger, and the evolution rate for boss monsters was much higher than for regular ones. Looking at the Wolf King now, Han Shui was 90% sure it was evolving. After the process ended, the system kindly notified Han Shui. The demonized Wolf King had just used its blood-sucking skill, consuming 0.2% of its health per minute in exchange for a 15% attack and 20% speed boost. Fuck, it only costs 0.2% health per minute? What kind of bullshit buff is that? Han Shui yelled. First it was So Lam, now it's this Wolf King. This system is seriously screwing with players. Before Han Shui could even think of a strategy, the monster used another one of its special moves, Wolf King's Assault. Both his speed and attack power were reduced by 10% for 30 seconds. Then, it used its claw skill again. But this time, the attack wasn't aimed at Han Shui, but at the wolf cub in his hands. It seems that after evolving, that so-called maternal instinct had faded. The Wolf King took the initiative and killed the small wolf, leaving Han Shui with no leverage. After using the claw skill, the massive damage it dealt also left it immobilized for 5 seconds. Han Shui used this window to attack as much as possible, but in the end, it was a futile effort. The moment the 5 seconds were up, he was slashed by the Wolf King. That move took away 300 of his health. Now, Han Shui's health bar was only at 91 out of 700. In this situation, only an idiot wouldn't run, and Han Shui was no idiot, but unfortunately, his speed was no match for the demonized Wolf King. It caught up to him in just 2 leaps. Han Shui could only roll to the side, another hit and he'd be dead for sure. Missing its target only made the monster more furious. Han Shui sensed an opening. His attack and speed were far inferior to this monster's, but his agility was slightly better. If he moved carefully, kiting it and trying not to get caught, he still had a chance to win. And so, Han Shui battled the monster for 5 straight hours, using only his 2 skills, basic swordsmanship and basic combo. 5 hours later, the Wolf King's health bar was finally empty, but Han Shui was dead tired. In return, he received 2,000 experience points and 500 reputation points, and he jumped 3 levels in one go. And because he was the first player to defeat a bronze rank boss, Han Shui also received 10 free attribute points, 1,000 reputation points, and a special item, the Heavenly Blessing Orb. The system prompted Han Shui to announce his achievement on the World Channel to all other adventurers. Doing so would grant him 10,000 reputation points. He agreed immediately. Instantly, the entire continent exploded. Most players hadn't even left the beginner village yet, but someone had already taken down a boss. Han Shui's notifications immediately blew up with friend requests. He rejected them all and even blocked them from sending more requests. I just want to live a quiet life like a roadside pebble, so please leave me alone. After that, Han Shui turned back to the monster's corpse. Just as he was about to collect his loot, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Who was it that destroyed the puppet I worked so hard to create? The one who appeared was the necromancer who had turned the Wolf King into what it was. The moment he saw Han Shui, he shrieked in anger. So it was a damn insect of an adventurer? Go to hell, you bastard! Han Shui felt cold sweat break out on his forehead. No matter how he looked at him, the necromancer before him was extremely dangerous. He introduced himself as a dark gold rank powerhouse of the continent, just 1 step away from reaching spirit rank. Moreover, since Han Shui had destroyed the Wolf King, a puppet he had painstakingly created, this guy must hate him to death. To think, a dark gold rank powerhouse existed in a tiny beginner village, that was truly terrifying. What Han Shui meant as an honest compliment sounded like sarcasm to the necromancer, which only enraged him further. Although the mage was injured and not in good shape, it was obvious even to a blind man that his power was on a completely different level than Han Shui's. Han Shui put on an obedient and submissive act, begging the necromancer to grant him 1 small request before he died. A request? Let's hear it. Seeing how calm Han Shui was even now, the mage seemed interested. Han Shui then asked to see his status panel. If the opponent's health was below 500, he'd have a chance to fight back. But the necromancer was no fool. His current state was too weak. Letting his opponent see his stats would be like revealing a fatal weakness. He directly ignored Han Shui's request and raised his staff to attack, but Han Shui caught his hesitation. Han Shui held up a forbidden spell scroll. It's not too late for you to stop. Now it was the mage's turn to be scared. He never thought a lowly adventurer like Han Shui would have such an item. Seeing the mage's expression sour, Han Shui pressed his advantage. He wanted to see the opponent's stats and take all the treasures on him as well. Even though the mage was severely injured, he wasn't about to be pushed around. He yelled, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're afraid my health is higher than the damage from that scroll, aren't you? Trying to kick a man while he's down. Go on, I dare you to rip it."
After all, that forbidden scroll was a one-time use item. He thought his taunt would work, but the mage never expected he'd run into someone so reckless. Han Shui had already opened the scroll, and the first tear appeared. The necromancer felt a chill run down his spine. If he were at his peak, he certainly wouldn't be afraid of a measly forbidden spell, but in his current state, he really couldn't withstand it. Even as an NPC, he still wanted to live. All right. At the necromancer's words, Han Shui's actions did indeed stop. Speak. What do you want? Give me all your items and equipment, and I'll leave. Han Shui repeated his demand. I can't give my items or equipment to an adventurer, because that's a rule of this world. The necromancer's expression turned grim. He needed to find another way to compromise so he could continue to live. And that other way was to make an exception and accept Han Shui as his disciple, teaching him the swordsmanship of the dark faction. Faced with this proposal, Han Shui couldn't help but hesitate, because if he agreed to become the disciple of the necromancer Daniel, he would be considered a complete traitor to the Light faction, and would also have 100,000 reputation points deducted. Han Shui even thought that Daniel was plotting against him, because once he chose to join the dark faction, there would be no turning back, and their fates would be tied together. Besides, his class was a warrior, a well-rounded class with all 4 attributes at 3 stars. Han Shui thought he had absolutely no need for this guy's petty dark swordsmanship, but unexpectedly, Daniel played an even bigger card. He waved his hand and swore an oath to the god of Pax that if Han Shui agreed to become his disciple, he would definitely train him with all his might and turn him into the one and only Dark Swordsman. The Dark Swordsman was a hidden class, with 3 attributes at 5 stars, and the attack attribute even reached 6 stars. In history, the Eternal Continent's records also described the Dark Swordsman as the most powerful and mysterious being in history. This person was cold, violent, tyrannical, and extremely evil. Han Shui felt that these descriptions suited him perfectly. After all, compared to the path of being a goody-two-shoes, he much preferred being a homicidal maniac. Therefore, Han Shui shook hands and agreed with Daniel, officially joining the dark faction. At the same time, after this event, he successfully class-changed into the unique hidden class, Dark Swordsman. Immediately, his body and appearance underwent tremendous changes. His basic sword skill also instantly advanced to Dark Sword skill, and his basic combo turned into Frenzied Slash. He also received another rare piece of equipment, the Ring of the Undead. However, Han Shui's new look was insanely ugly. Daniel explained that it was caused by the evil aura emanating from his body, and he would return to his original form once his strength was great enough to control it. He then temporarily used a concealment spell to help Han Shui hide his true form, but unfortunately, it would only last for 3 days. Han Shui began to sigh dramatically, starting to complain. "Hey, I've class changed into a unique hidden class, but my master is just a dark gold tier necromancer. My future is really concerning." Daniel was so angry his whole body trembled. Being so bluntly criticized by his own disciple was indeed a bit upsetting. "Your ambition is quite big, kid. Don't worry. The dark faction respects strength. If one day you become stronger than me, then you can become a disciple of the 10 great demon gods." Hearing this, Han Shui's spirits soared again. Daniel then gave him an A-rank class change trial quest, saying that only after completing this quest could Han Shui prove his loyalty to the dark faction. The quest required him to eliminate 100 adventurers and NPCs from the Light faction. When Han Shui heard this, his head was covered in a cold sweat. The people from the dark faction were truly ruthless, making him go and slaughter 100 people. The difficulty was way too high. Han Shui wanted to refuse, but Daniel didn't give him the chance. He was severely injured and needed to rest for 3 days, which was also the time he gave Han Shui to complete the mission. And the difficult part was that since Han Shui had joined the dark faction, he could no longer ask the goddess of life for her protection. This meant that once he died, he could no longer resurrect at the respawn point in the novice village. Daniel revealed that after losing the blessing of the goddess of life, he would receive the protection of an ancient demon god instead. But as for what that protection specifically was, Daniel would only tell him after he completed the trial quest. After Daniel left, Han Shui's mood was incredibly complicated. Although he had betrayed the Light faction, he had obtained a unique hidden class and received upgraded equipment and skills. It wasn't clear whether it was a loss or a gain. Just then, a few gray wolves passed by. It was the perfect opportunity for Han Shui to test out his new skills on them. As expected, the dark skills were on a whole other level. With just one swing of his sword, the entire pack of wolves was down. He also got a few pieces of equipment from farming the mobs. He was just about to continue farming to sell the items for money in the village when another adventurer blocked his way. "Bro, we've claimed this spot. If you want to level up, go somewhere else. Don't bother us." A guy with a thuggish face spoke up, threatening Han Shui. He felt that these newcomers were being completely unreasonable, blatantly using their numbers to steal his spot like that. But these people had already formed a guild and had no qualms about bullying solo players like Han Shui. He started his recording function, wanting to capture a video to post on the World Channel and ask the internet mob for justice. Seeing this, the two guys rushed forward, trying to overwhelm him with brute force, but unexpectedly, their swords couldn't even pierce Han Shui's armor. And with just a little bit of force, he sent both of them to meet their ancestors. After changing to the hidden class, all of Han Shui's stats had skyrocketed. Even he didn't think he could send those two guys to their graves in an instant like that. Moreover, since joining the Dark Faction, killing players also granted experience points. It was truly a great deal. Seeing their leader taken down by Han Shui, the rest of the team all charged in at once. They wanted revenge, not knowing that in their opponent's eyes, they were now just walking experience points. It was perfect, as Han Shui also had to hit his quota for that trial quest. So, he began to unleash a frenzied slaughter. The players were continuously cut down. In a flash, Han Shui had already eliminated 17 of them. After wiping out the entire guild, Han Shui returned to the novice village to sell the equipment. Many people recognized him at first glance as the first player to defeat the boss monster. Although the equipment Han Shui was selling was all low level, at this early stage of the game, these items were still very rare. The scene quickly turned into an auction, with people scrambling to bid. In the end, someone even offered 10,000 for one set of equipment and invited Han Shui to join his guild. But he tactfully refused, saying he just wanted to be a free player. Han Shui was now a member of the Dark Faction. Joining a guild belonging to the Light Faction would be like offering his neck to be chopped. Seeing that he couldn't recruit him, the guy asked to be friends instead, saying that in the future, if he had good items, he could prioritize selling them to his Dragon Clan guild. Han Shui immediately agreed. After closing the deal, Han Shui logged out of Eternal. The other guy was also very quick. The money had already been sent to his account. The amount of money he had earned was a whopping 40,000 yuan. Han Shui nodded in satisfaction. The next step was to post the video of him dealing with the entire An Min guild on the forums. The internet mob quickly exploded, and many people who disliked the An Min guild sided with Han Shui. The news of him provoking their guild reached the guild leader's ears. He furiously ordered a gathering of all his guild members in the novice village, and also invited many other adventurers to join his guild. They all had one goal: to hunt down Han Shui for a reward of up to 50,000. And the number of people the guild leader wanted to summon was at least 100. This was clearly an attempt to completely annihilate Han Shui. This number was a bit beyond Han Shui's imagination, but wasn't this just the pile of experience points he was hoping for? After all that effort to provoke them, the An Min Guild really did send a lot of people, not disappointing him in the slightest. The two sides quickly clashed in a battle, one side for the 50,000 reward, the other to quickly complete the class change trial quest. With one swing of Han Shui's sword, he took the lives of two people at once. The crowd behind them turned pale when they saw this scene. No wonder the An Min Guild had sent so many experts. Although those from the Light Faction could revive, each death like this would cause them to lose levels and stat points. They were all in a difficult grinding phase, so they began to hesitate. The guild leader, with the nickname Chaotic World, saw his side panicking and began to reassure them. He promised that every brother who fell today would be compensated, and also said that Han Shui was high level, so defeating him would surely yield a lot of powerful equipment. Han Shui cackled, feeling as if he had just heard a ridiculous joke. Want to loot my gear? It's not that easy. The guys Chaos Under Heaven brought were all low level. They could barely handle Slam Lam, yet they thought they could surround me. On top of that, they were all melee fighters, without a single archer or long-range mage among them. A lineup like this stood no chance against Han Shui, and faced with a dozen walking EXP points, Han Shui thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of letting loose. Every sweep of his sword took several lives. Meanwhile, even when the enemy's swords landed, they only dealt 1 to 2 points of damage. After a full 20 minutes, they had successfully knocked Han Shui down to about 1/5 of his health bar. The moment they thought they had succeeded, Han Shui leveled up to 11, and of course, his entire health bar was restored. The whole process left the group completely stunned. Chaos under heaven had to run his mouth again, rallying their spirits once more. The fact that they kept charging in greater numbers was perfectly fine with Han Shui. The more people came, the faster he could complete the trial Daniel had given him. In the blink of an eye, 74 lives had fallen to Han Shui's blade. And just 15 minutes later, Han Shui had officially completed the quest. He could have stopped there, but the group, who didn't know their own limits, kept rushing forward. Han Shui didn't want to pass up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to level up. Over on the Bright Guild's side, the members were already in a state of panic. They were exhausted from fighting, yet Han Shui was still full of energy and stamina. Fighting him felt even harder than fighting a boss. Just as Han Shui's health bar was about to empty again, he leveled up once more. This time, it truly sent the Bright Guild members into a panic. They couldn't understand how Han Shui could level up by killing other players. Of course, no one suspected that he had joined the Dark Faction. So, they all assumed he got that ability from an item dropped by the Bronze Boss he defeated. Chaos Boss, what do we do now? Chaos under heaven weighed the overall situation and immediately gave the order to disperse. The adventurers didn't wait for him to say it a second time and immediately turned tail and fled. After this, the Bright Guild would probably become a laughingstock across the entire internet. Han Shui leisurely opened his status window, intending to check his experience points, when he immediately received a new notification. Daniel was in a desperate situation and was very likely to be killed. As his disciple, if Han Shui didn't go reinforce him and let him die, he would lose 50,000 reputation points with the Dark Faction. That bastard, Han Shui cursed. What the hell kind of mentor was this? The guy was clearly a jinx. Han Shui checked the location and hurried back. It turned out some glory hound wanted to capture Daniel to claim a bounty and advance in the Light Faction's army. But when Han Shui arrived, he saw that this person looked familiar. Who else could it be but the village chief of the novice village? But right now, the screen displayed his identity as Flame Mage. But just like Daniel, aside from the name, everything else was question marks. No information could be found at all. The village chief recognized the evil aura on Han Shui and immediately guessed he had joined the path of demons. What are you talking about? I'm a good, rule-abiding young man. Han Shui played dumb, but he couldn't hide his aura. The corner of the village chief's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. He planned to capture both Daniel and Han Shui and bring them back. By then, he would surely receive a huge reward and a high chance of promotion. Can we win? Han Shui turned to Daniel and asked in a low voice. Before you got here, I wasn't sure we could win. But now that you're here, we'll just lose faster. So what do we do now? Daniel revealed his only plan. He wanted to secretly cast a teleportation circle to get them both out, but the prerequisite was that Han Shui had to hold off the old man for 20 seconds. Han Shui could go along with him, but business was business. If he wanted him to put in the effort, he had to turn this into a quest with a hefty reward. Daniel was speechless. But if he didn't indulge Han Shui now, who else would help him escape? The game system automatically converted the situation into a new quest. The quest required Han Shui to hold off Flame Mage Brandy for 20 seconds so that Necromancer Daniel could open a teleportation circle. Heh. For a mentor, you're not very reliable, are you? Now, watch me. Han Shui accepted the quest and immediately stepped forward to shield his master. You little brat, do you not see me? How dare you whisper and plot right in front of me? Brandy gritted his teeth and raised his staff, wanting to incinerate the two people before him. Han Shui once again pulled out the forbidden spell scroll. Don't move, or I won't be so polite. Outwardly, Brandy was still talking tough, saying that a petty forbidden spell had no chance against him. But inwardly, he was cursing himself for giving that scroll to Han Shui in the first place. And Han Shui didn't hesitate, directly tearing the scroll. A scorching flame erupted, raging as if it wanted to swallow Brandy whole. The old man could do nothing but try his best to shield himself. At the same time, Daniel's teleportation circle opened. The master and disciple were immediately sucked inside and vanished. Right after, a new announcement was sent to all players. The message stated that the player Han Shui had betrayed the Light Faction and joined the Dark Faction. If they could eliminate Han Shui, they could receive a unique hidden item and class. The teleportation circle opened in another wasteland. Han Shui's map showed it as the windswept plains. That ironic announcement was also sent to him. Han Shui's face immediately darkened. The system's bounty was way too generous. From this day on, countless other adventurers would surely be dreaming of taking him down for the reward. Moreover, saving Daniel had brought on a lot of consequences. Han Shui had betrayed his pacts with Soldier Kayla and Village Chief Brandy. The penalty he received was a deduction of 100,000 reputation points with the Light faction, a loss of 50 levels, and 10,000 gold coins. However, Han Shui didn't have that much money to be deducted. It was just a pity that his level and stats had all returned to the starting line. Han Shui had no choice but to turn and complain to Daniel. After all, he received such a punishment because he chose to stand on the same side as him. Daniel promised he wouldn't treat Han Shui unfairly, and he truly wasn't just talking. The reward for the quest to stop the Flame Mage was 100,000 experience points and the rare S-rank skill, Wicked Kick. Han Shui jumped from level 1 to level 14 in one go. As for the skill, to be frank, its damage wasn't particularly high. However, when used, it involved forcefully kicking the opponent right in the face, which greatly affected their dignity. For that reason, Han Shui could reluctantly accept this so-called wicked kick. Daniel also emphasized that this was a long-lost skill that he found while excavating the tomb of a powerful expert. Unfortunately, his body was that of a mage, unsuitable for this skill, so he could only hold on to it for the time being, and it was perfect to pass it on to Han Shui now. The wicked kick has been lost for a long time. Many powerful experts in the Dark faction have always hoped that I would pass this skill on to them. Daniel enthusiastically promoted his reward. "All right, Master. Are there any other rewards?" He was still not satisfied. Daniel got annoyed. "Don't be so greedy. You think trading a one-time use forbidden spell scroll for a long-lost S-rank skill is a bad deal?" It really wasn't a bad deal, but Han Shui still wanted to level up a bit faster. However, Daniel was tougher than he imagined, and absolutely refused to give up any more equipment or skills. He was in a hurry to get Han Shui out of there, because this windswept plains was not a place under the control of the Dark faction. The two of them crossed many cliffs, and after an hour of walking, they finally reached a wasteland. Daniel stopped here, as his injuries needed another 2 days of rest to fully heal. He gave Han Shui a potion, saying he could take it to go level up, since the monsters in this wasteland weren't very strong anyway. Han Shui took the potion bottle. It was a healing potion that could restore 500 health points per second. The C-rank difficulty quest that Daniel assigned him was given shortly after. Han Shui quickly accepted, and so he began the process of grinding mobs to level up in the wasteland. The first monster Han Shui encountered was a ghostly lizard. It was a common level 18 monster with 20,000 health. Model. Han Shui was a little hesitant. That lizard's health was paper thin, but its attack and defense were both higher than the Wolf King he'd faced before. Then again, Han Shui's own strength had grown a lot since then. As long as he wasn't swarmed by a whole pack, it shouldn't be a huge deal. This was the perfect chance to test out that new skill of his, the Wicked Kick. Han Shui took long strides and launched a surprise attack on a drowsy lizard. That one kick took off nearly a tenth of its health and applied a suppression effect, leaving the opponent unable to counterattack for 2 seconds. He followed up with his newly farmed active skill, Frenzied Slash. Han Shui made the most of those 2 seconds, unleashing a flurry of attacks. The moment the effect wore off, the lizard flew into a rage and chomped down hard on his right leg. He lost 400 health in one hit. It wasn't a light wound, but it was nothing compared to his current power. Han Shui quickly thrust his sword at the lizard again, successfully taking its life in exchange for 500 experience points. The commotion attracted 3 or 4 more lizards, which started to close in. Han Shui fought as he retreated, trying to maintain distance so he wouldn't get surrounded. The tactic proved effective. Just a few minutes later, the entire pack of lizards had been defeated. Just then, a virtual window popped up, but it wasn't a system notification. It was a message from Long Teng Wan Li, the guy from the Dragon Clan Guild who had friended him earlier. "Bro, you're getting pretty famous these days. The major forums are all buzzing about assassinating you." Han Shui couldn't care less about that. What he was focused on was the loot drop from each lizard, a measly 2 silver and 2 copper coins. It was pathetically little. Long Tengwan Li, as if reading his mind, suddenly made a bold proposal. "Bro, you interested in selling your head?" His plan was for the two of them to secretly team up. Han Shui would let him kill him to collect the bounty, and then they'd split the prize. But Han Shui had joined the dark faction and lost the protection of the goddess of life, meaning he couldn't respawn anymore. So, he refused, without a second thought. "I can offer 20 million. That number actually made Han Shui pause for a few seconds. 20 million yuan. That was an astronomical price. Even if his account got permanently banned, that amount of money was enough for Han Shui to become rich and reach the pinnacle of his life. But that was before his class change. Now, Han Shui was a one-of-a-kind dark swordsman in Eternal. That 20 million yuan was a huge sum, but Han Shui wanted more, so he refused once again. Seeing how resolute Han Shui was, Long Tengwan Li didn't press the issue. He just gave him a friendly reminder that everyone in this world was out for his blood. If he passed on this deal, he'd get nothing when he was eventually killed for real. "Don't you worry, the bounty on my head is worth a lot for a good reason." "All right then. Happy grinding." Han Shui casually took out a few pieces of new equipment and offered to sell them to the Dragon Clan Guild for 30,000 yuan. Long Tengwan Li generously agreed. After settling the price and transaction method, Han Shui went right back to his career of slaying lizards to level up. His experience points were climbing rapidly, and in a flash, he hit level 15. Han Shui's body began to undergo strange mutations. In other words, he was evolving. A system notification popped up. The latent power of the dark swordsman within Han Shui's body had been awakened. At the same time, he had acquired a new passive skill, Power of Death. According to the description, anyone who mastered this skill could walk the line between life and death, using their own consciousness. Han Shui's regenerative power would be terrifying to others, to the point where not even holy light could punish him. It was basically like astral projection. Whenever his spirit left his body, his health bar would recover at a rate of 0.5% per second. The effect would be reduced to 0.1% when his spirit returned to his body to engage in combat. Han Shui was grinning from ear to ear. He could recover 30% of his health in a minute. Now, if he was losing a fight, he could just run away. In less than 4 minutes, his health would be full, and he'd be ready to fight again. Just then, another message arrived from Long Tengwan Li. He had transferred the 30,000 to Han Shui's account. Han Shui went and hid the equipment somewhere in the wasteland, sent the location to his partner, and then resumed his killing spree. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down 500 demonized lizards. The loot drop was a pair of bronze-grade sand boots, which increased movement speed by 2%. The only catch was that the required level was 16 and up, and Han Shui wasn't quite there yet. After questing for a while, Han Shui had to log out because his stomach was protesting. While he was busy eating, the members of the Radiant Light Guild were busy plotting their revenge. Once he'd eaten his fill, Han Shui logged back into Eternal. But the moment he spawned in the wasteland, he was whipped by a lizard's tail, losing over 1,000 health. This was no ordinary demonized lizard. It was a level 20 demonized lizard king with 100,000 health. It was time for a boss battle. Full of fighting spirit, Han Shui charged forward, sword in hand. He launched himself into the air and used his wicked kick skill. The boss lost 1,073 health and was immobilized for 0.35 seconds. Han Shui was stunned. The smaller lizards were immobilized for a full 2 seconds, yet this boss was only stunned for such a short time. What's more, the kick had exposed him to the Lizard King's venom. He started losing 50 health points every second for 10 seconds straight. Han Shui had wanted to save it, but he had no choice but to pull out the healing potion Daniel had given him. The moment he drank it, the Lizard King attacked again. Frustrated at having wasted the potion, Han Shui unleashed a series of merciless blows. The lizard tried to use its long, heavy tail to its advantage, attempting to whip Han Shui to death. But he didn't give it the chance. First, he sliced off the monster's tail, then followed up with a combo attack. Just a few minutes later, Han Shui had split the demonized Lizard King's head wide open. The loot drop this time was huge. Han Shui's eyes went wide, and his anticipation for the equipment drop grew even stronger. And what happened next exceeded his wildest expectations. The two items that dropped were a piece of armor and a scepter, both with decent stats. Too bad Han Shui wasn't a mage. The most suitable solution he could think of was Longteng Wan Li. At first, Longteng Wan Li wanted to refuse, because the equipment required level 20, and no one in his guild could use it yet. But Han Shui insisted, arguing that they'd be able to use it sooner or later. The two of them haggled for a bit before Longteng Wan Li offered a price of 50,000. Han Shui sealed the deal instantly. They used the same old method: transfer the money first, then pick up the goods in a deserted location. In just a few short days, Han Shui had earned 100,000. The potential of the world of Eternal was immense. He was certain that it could help him earn even more in the future. Turning around, he saw there were still a few lizards left. Han Shui decided to farm the rest to reach the required level for those sand boots. Now that his gear was more or less complete, he could finally take a break. Han Shui logged out of Eternal, originally planning to order some takeout, but then he saw a message from Wang Kai inviting him out for barbecue. Wang Kai was Han Shui's best friend from college. They had originally met while pulling all-nighters grinding games together. Even after graduation, the two of them had stayed in close contact. As soon as they met, Wang Kai greeted him warmly. The food was just an excuse. The real reason he wanted to meet was to offer Han Shui a new job, becoming a professional gamer. Wang Kai believed that with Han Shui's skills, it would be a total waste not to go pro. Coincidentally, he was working at the Eternal Game Studio. If he could get Han Shui a job there, they could be together again. Nah, forget it, Han Shui said, chewing on a skewer of meat as he flatly refused. Wang Kai thought he was worried it was some kind of pyramid scheme. He started listing off a whole series of the company's benefits. Not only was the salary high, but it also included insurance, and they even covered food and housing. Seeing Wang Kai ramble on like that, Han Shui had no choice but to reveal that he was already working on his own startup. You sly dog. I was wondering why you kept turning me down. Turns out you've already gotten started on your own. Han Shui just chuckled. Eternal was just too hot of a game right now. Its life simulation is so incredible that people are calling it a second world. With an appeal that strong, how could a game addict like him not be tempted? Wang Kai curiously asked for Han Shui's in-game name, hoping they could level up together when he got back. But Han Shui awkwardly said that this had to be kept secret for now. After all, the entire server was after his head. Even though Wang Kai was his best friend, it was better to keep things under wraps for now, just in case. Wang Kai looked at his friend's guilty expression and was completely fed up with him acting all mysterious. Don't tell me you're being hunted in the game, are you? Damn, I can't believe he figured it out. Han Shui could only keep denying it. Wang Kai didn't pry any further. He let Han Shui in on a secret. Apparently, in the game Eternal, once players reach a certain level, they can enter a secret realm. Wang Kai didn't know the exact details of when it would open, though. But the secret realm seemed to be related to the adventurer's talents. Apparently, the game company wasn't a fan of just letting players rely on random luck of the draw. So, they decided to use trials to determine how strong a player's talent would be. The only reason Wang Kai knew this inside info was because he worked for the company. After eating and chatting for a while, they went their separate ways. The moment he got home, Han Shui rushed to log into the game. Daniel was a little surprised to see him back so soon, having finished the quest. Han Shui impatiently wanted him to cough up the reward. Daniel was quite generous, directly giving him 25,000 experience points and a silver-grade storage ring. Han Shui instantly shot up to level 17. Plus, the ring was a great piece of gear, expanding his inventory by a full 20 slots. Even though Daniel was just an NPC, thinking about what Wang Kai had said earlier, Han Shui couldn't resist asking, "Master, do you know anything about adventurers' talents?" Talents? Daniel was a bit surprised that Han Shui brought it up. But then again, an adventurer like him had only been on the Eternal Continent for a few days and hadn't even gotten a talent yet. It was only natural for him to be curious. Daniel began to explain slowly. When an adventurer's power reaches the standard level of an NPC here, they'll be able to enter a special secret realm. Inside this realm, they'll get the chance to undergo a special trial. After passing the trial, they'll have almost 60 minutes to acquire the talent they desire. These talents are like colorful balloons. Once an adventurer picks a talent they're happy with, they can leave. A whole 60 minutes to choose? Han Shui thought he must have misheard. 60 minutes might sound like a long time, but in reality, most of the talents are pretty mediocre. In that time, you'll only see C and D ranked talents. Daniel then brought up the sword god of the Luminous faction as an example. His talent is Sword Heart. When he uses any kind of sword-type weapon, his final damage can increase by up to 80%. Sword Heart is an SS rank talent, the absolute highest tier on the entire Skyfall continent. Besides the Sword God, you can count the number of people on the continent with an SS rank talent on one hand. It's the highest ranked talent recorded to date, with S, A, B, C, and D ranks below it. Seeing the ambition written all over Han Shui's face, Daniel couldn't help but caution him. Kid, don't get your hopes up. Giving you that S-rank skill, Wicked Kick, was already a steal for you. But Han Shui still didn't give up on the idea of obtaining a talent. Master, so how can I reach the NPC standard? Daniel mentally estimated that the standard for an NPC was silver rank, and that the system would primarily base it on power level progression. Some people can enter the talent realm as early as level 21, but others might have to wait until level 30 or even higher. But that wasn't what Daniel wanted to discuss right now. His body had recovered significantly. It was time for him to bestow the demon god's protection upon Han Shui. Han Shui held his breath, waiting. He was dying to know what special effects the protection of an ancient demon god had, and if it could replace the revival privilege of adventurers. Daniel pointed his scepter straight at Han Shui's chest. He began to chant a long, drawn-out incantation. As he finished, a bolt of lightning shot from the scepter and struck Han Shui. He felt as if his entire body had been plunged into a vat of boiling oil, but the pain vanished in less than 2 seconds. Han Shui was charred black as a piece of coal. A system notification informed him that he had received the demon god's protection and now had the right to obtain a title. The newest title Han Shui received was The Fallen, for betraying the Luminous faction. This title came with an effect. His final health points could be increased by up to 100%, and he also became a bronze-level boss. Now Han Shui finally had a rough idea of why bosses were so tanky. The adventurers on the Luminous faction's side could basically cheat with their infinite revivals. They traded a level drop for the right to come back to life, allowing them to keep grinding and getting stronger. So, to balance things out, the Dark faction had to be made harder to kill. And right now, Han Shui was a traitor. After joining the Dark faction, his power progression sped up, and he became much harder to take down. You could say that Han Shui now possessed 2 classes. One who walks both black and white. Han Shui, my beloved disciple, how do you feel? Aren't you astonished by the effects of the demon god's protection? Daniel also seemed thrilled, a grin stretching from ear to ear. He was clearly excited. Master, where are we headed next? We can't just wander around out here forever, right? Daniel nodded in agreement. Now that his injuries were fully healed, there was no need to keep hiding. Actually, my identity isn't as simple as you think, Daniel said with an air of mystery. But Han Shui just played along, feigning excitement. Deep down, he figured the guy was just full of himself. The two of them set off on their new journey. Before long, they entered a new map, Gloom City. This place was originally the territory of the Luminous faction, called Skylight City, but after an attack by the 10 great demon gods, it fell into the hands of the Dark faction. However, because the city is so close to the Luminous faction's territory, war breaks out here often. The Luminous faction has never given up on its goal of retaking Skylight City. Just as Han Shui and Daniel reached the city gates, a clear voice called out, "The City Lord has returned. Open the gates to welcome him." Han Shui froze for a moment, shocked that Daniel hadn't just been full of himself. His status really was something special. He was the lord of this Gloom City. Daniel had only been promoted 6 months ago, so very few people knew. It's thanks to the power boost from my position as City Lord that I was able to break through to the spirit rank, Daniel said smugly. Han Shui was still reeling. This was all a bit much to take in. According to the limited information he'd gathered, cities in this game were divided into 5 tiers. From smallest to largest, they were Level 5 villages, Level 3 towns, Level 2 cities, Level 1 major cities, and at the very top, super cities. Daniel had just broken through to the spirit rank. Before that, he was only a dark gold-level boss. So how on earth did he manage to take over a Level 1 major city? You needed to be at least Earth rank to conquer a city of that level. Seeing Daniel's return, the soldiers were visibly overjoyed, even if they were all just a bunch of skeletons. The city's vice lord even came out personally to greet him. He was the undead knight, Cantor. Just as with Daniel and Brandy, Han Shui couldn't see any of his stats, only his name. The moment Cantor saw Daniel, he hastily dismounted and knelt respectfully. Daniel quickly helped him up and then introduced Han Shui. "This is my new disciple, Han Shui. Greetings, sir. I can sense a terrifyingly potent evil aura hidden within you. Your future is truly boundless." Whether Cantor was being sincere or just sucking up, Han Shui had to admit it was nice to hear. After the long reunion finally wrapped up, Daniel and Han Shui went back to a private room. Only then did Han Shui feel he could voice what he'd been thinking. Gloom City is too close to the luminous forces. If that faction decides to attack, this will be the first place to fall. Master, aren't you worried? Not at all. I'm an undead mage. Death holds no fear for me. Getting to be a city lord, even just this once, means I can die with no regrets. Seeing Daniel so damn calm, Zhang Han couldn't help but curse son of a bitch in his head. Even if that guy wasn't afraid of kicking the bucket, he hadn't lived long enough yet. As if reading his mind, Daniel started to explain. Seriously speaking, a necromancer like him didn't truly belong to the Dark faction. That's why the higher-ups in the Dark faction were still a bit wary of necromancers. They definitely didn't want another terrifying undead calamity to happen again. On this eternal continent, all living creatures feared and vehemently rejected the undead, so Daniel was bound to die one day. But he had already gotten what he wanted. This city. Next, he still had one more goal, and as long as he achieved that, he would be content. Death was no longer something to be feared. That was before. But now Daniel had a new tale, Gyang Han. He said he had to be responsible and, of course, wouldn't drag a disciple like him down to hell. Especially right now, his position as city lord could still bring some decent benefits to those around him. The Dark and Light factions were on the brink of war, but for now, the calm before the storm was holding. Before disaster strikes, I, your master, will hone you well. My status as city lord also comes with plenty of resources for you to grow. Daniel placed a hand on Gyang Han's shoulder, reassuring him with utmost sincerity. Jiang Han never expected to have cluelessly landed such a resourceful master. Moreover, Daniel's words were so sincere that for a moment, he couldn't tell if this was a real person or an NPC. Daniel was still the same as ever. Since he couldn't just give Gyang Han equipment and items unconditionally, he threw him into a bunch of challenges to grow on his own. The mission he gave Gyang Han this time was to deal with the wild rats. They weren't ordinary rats, but wild rats, corrupted by demonic energy. For a long time, they'd been attacking the soldiers patrolling around the city. Aren't creatures corrupted by demonic energy supposed to belong to the Dark faction? Why do I have to eliminate them? Zhang Han found it confusing. Beasts invaded by demonic energy lose all reason. Aside from being able to coexist peacefully with their own kind, they will enter a fight-to-the-death mode when facing any other creature, Daniel explained. He constantly urged Zhang Han to get stronger quickly, because in the eyes of the Light faction, the Dark Swordsman class he possessed was a major thorn in their side. Once Zhang Han was exposed and caught the attention of the Light faction's experts, he would definitely be hunted to the ends of the earth. Jiang Han accepted the mission to eliminate 500 demonized wild rats, but he wanted to find the root cause of their corruption. It's just that after leaving the city, everything looked the same in every direction. So, Zhang Han grabbed a random skeleton to ask for directions. He learned that the rats gathered in the largest numbers south of the city, so he headed south. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he came across a swarm of rats. Their numbers were so vast you couldn't count them with the naked eye. The problem was, each rat was level 22. Their attack power wasn't much lower than Jiang Han's, and they had double his health. Fighting a dozen of them wouldn't be a problem, but if he got swarmed by the whole pack, he'd be totally done for. Cold sweat beaded on Jiang Han's forehead. Just as he was wondering if he should run, the wild rats took off first. This left him completely baffled. "I haven't even run yet. So what the hell are you guys running for?" The system then spoke up to answer little Jiang Han's question. This horde of demonized rats had sharp instincts. They had detected a hidden evil aura within Jiang Han's body, which is why they were running for their lives. Jiang Han didn't expect that so-called evil aura could be used to intimidate opponents like this, but regardless, it was a good thing. He gave chase, using Evil Stomp to suppress the rats, then followed up with Frenzied Slash. Since the rats had chosen to flee, they were no longer a threat to him. Wiping out the entire swarm was now just a matter of time. However, the number of wild rats was truly immense. It took Jiang Han a full 2 hours to complete the mission. This time, the reward drop was a pair of iron gauntlets that increased defense effectiveness by 3%. However, just like the armor from before, he had to be level 20 to use them. Jiang Han temporarily stored them in his inventory. Just as he finished, a notification appeared in the World channel. A player named God's Forbidden Zone had obtained a B-rank agility talent, becoming the first adventurer to acquire a talent. Jiang Han was first surprised, then worried. Someone had already unlocked a talent this quickly. As expected, there were too many skilled players in this game. Before he could even calm down, a new challenge appeared. Having sent the entire swarm of rats on their way, Jiang Han naturally anticipated that a boss monster would appear. This time, the boss was the demonized Rat King, a silver rank difficulty. This was going to be a tough one. His attacks could barely break through its defense, but this monster was huge, had tons of health, and hit hard. Although its level and skills were hidden, Jiang Han could tell just by looking that it far surpassed him. However, this young man had always had more guts than brains. This was the first silver rank boss to appear. He couldn't let someone else steal it. That was the theory anyway. The reality was much more difficult. Jiang Han's Evil Stomp only suppressed the Rat King for 0.2 seconds. Yet, a single bite from it wiped out half of his health bar. Luckily, Jiang Han still had some healing potions Daniel had given him. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have stood a chance. He swung his sword to test an attack, but it only dealt a little over 1,000 damage. By persevering like this, an hour later, the Rat King's health bar had been chipped down by half. Jiang Han was extremely tense now, because normally, when a boss's health drops to half, it's bound to enter a new phase. Sure enough, the Rat King then raised its head and let out a few squeaks. Swarms of smaller rats started pouring out from all directions. Their numbers were several times greater than before. Altogether, they could have easily crushed Jiang Han. But the moment these little rats faced him, they started trembling. Just like the previous swarm, they hesitated for a moment before turning tail and fleeing. Both Jiang Han and the demonized Rat King were left in stunned silence. Eventually, even the Rat King started to panic. Just like its underlings, it decided that running was the best option. Of course, Jiang Han couldn't just let this pile of experience points get away. Seeing the Rat King dive headfirst into a hole, he rushed forward, grabbed its tail, and started slashing wildly. But when they both fell to the bottom of the hole, the Rat King's nearly depleted health bar suddenly recovered. At the same time, Jiang Han could feel an immense source of power here. He guessed this must be the source of the demonic energy that was corrupting the rats. However, before Jiang Han could even react, several giant gemstones nearby suddenly unleashed a massive amount of energy, and the entire stream shot straight into his body. At first, Jiang Han thought some dark force was ambushing him, but unexpectedly, he had received the radiance of the violet lightning gemstone. The evil power within him was temporarily activated, and all his stats increased by 1,000% for 1 minute. 1,000%? What kind of insane number was that? Even if it only lasted for 1 minute, it was more than enough for the Rat King to get wrecked by Jiang Han. With a dirty buff like that, his confidence soared. Full of fighting spirit, Jiang Han charged forward with his sword. Each casual slash took away more than 20,000 of the Rat King's health. The fifth attack was enough to send it packing. Because it was a silver rank boss, the experience points he received amounted to 180,000. Jiang Han immediately leveled up to level 19. Also, because it was a silver rank boss, he gained 1,000 reputation points, a bonus of 20 free attribute points, and a rare item called Biased Energy. This item was a scroll, and its effect was to unconditionally raise any B rank or lower skill by 1 level. So OP, Jiang Han thought in amazement. He never imagined something this good existed. Just like last time, the system prompted Jiang Han about announcing his achievement on the World Channel for a reward of 10,000 reputation points. He immediately agreed. With his current reputation, Jiang Han was practically a shining star in this game. There was no need to hide anymore. The moment the information was posted, the gaming community immediately exploded. Technically, everyone's still a rookie, but while some are stuck at level 5, Han Shui has already taken down a silver boss. That's some insane power. Of course, Min's guild was pissed about this announcement, since they were still getting their asses kicked by trash mobs. Han Shui just casually strolled over to the Rat King's corpse, checking to see if any good gear dropped. Suddenly, he got a new notification. The talent trial was about to open in 3 minutes. Talk about sudden. Han Shui was completely floored, but more than anything, he was ecstatic. He even had a whole 3 minutes to prepare. This was a total score for him. Daniel once said you couldn't use items or equipment in the talent trial, but he never said a damn thing about not being able to use skills. If this was going to be a battle of skills, then Han Shui had no choice but to use his favor energy to upgrade himself. The skill he wanted to level up was, of course, dark swordsmanship. After confirming his choice, the system immediately advanced it to the A-rank skill, Art of Slaughter. The normal attack, created by dark swordsmanship, was 50. Now, the Art of Slaughter could deal 200 base damage and had an additional 20% stacking effect. Plus, it boosted his attack speed by 50%. This upgraded skill was way stronger than Han Shui had imagined. It was a 4-fold increase. The gems in front of Han Shui suddenly lit up, then transformed into an item. Han Shui reached out and grabbed it. Holy crap! It was an A-rank item that could briefly unleash the potential within his body. If the user's potential is great enough, their power will naturally skyrocket. But if their base potential is lacking, the increase will be more limited. It had 3 uses. Han Shui had just used it once. He clicked his tongue in regret. If only he could use the purple lightning gem in the trial to force an attribute boost like he just did. That would be perfect. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes were up. The system prompted Han Shui to prepare to enter the talent trial in 10 seconds. The countdown ended, and he instantly vanished from the cave, finding himself thrown into an ancient forest. The first mission of the trial, eliminate the enemy within 10 minutes. Success would increase his obtainable talent range from D rank to C rank. Failure meant he'd be stuck at D rank. After reading the notification, Han Shui glanced around, searching for the enemy. But all he saw was a wild rabbit. This thing was level 1, with only 100 health. Its attack and defense were pathetically low. Han Shui's face darkened. This rabbit's stats weren't even as good as a slime's. Kicking off the trial with this difficulty felt like the game was looking down on him. But just to be safe, he opened up his own stat panel to check. The result was a bit surprising. Han Shui had also been nerfed down to level 1 for this trial. But luckily, the free attribute points from the system rewards could be brought in, and sure enough, his enhanced skills were carried over too. Han Shui coolly executed a wicked kick, successfully taking out the rabbit. The system immediately threw a new enemy at him. This time, success would raise the talent range from D to B. The enemy was a level 10 skeleton. The system also instantly boosted Han Shui's level to 10. It made sense. In a trial, both sides should at least be on an equal footing level-wise. This thing was definitely going to be tougher than that clueless rabbit. But it really didn't take much effort for Han Shui to defeat it. To be precise, after just one punch, the skeleton was already pushing up daisies. The third enemy was a level 20 demonized wild wolf. The opponent charged aggressively at Han Shui the moment it appeared. He let out a sigh. He was hoping for a worthy opponent, like the demonized Wolf King. This wolf hadn't even reached boss level. so it was basically no match for him. The gray wolf attacked first, but Han Shui gracefully stepped back to dodge it. Then, while it was off balance, he landed a solid punch. The wolf howled in pain. Han Shui followed up with a few more punches. Just like that, his talent range had successfully increased from D rank to A rank. Doesn't seem too hard, does it? Han Shui really couldn't tell if the game was too easy or if he was just too strong, but he easily defeated the next opponent as well. His talent range was now upgraded to C to S rank. Han Shui thought to himself, next up should be SS rank talent, right? But life's not that easy. This next opponent didn't look like a pushover. It was a purple-winged tiger, a dark gold level boss. Han Shui's level was raised to 40, and his attack points increased slightly along with it. Strike first, gain the upper hand. With that thought, he launched an attack. But as expected, this tiger wasn't as easy to take down as the previous opponents. Seeing it spread its wings, Han Shui quickly executed a dark kick, successfully suppressing the tiger. But immediately after, he was hit by the monster's Retribution Lightning Strike, instantly losing 6,757 health points. Even though he was about to be roasted by lightning, Han Shui didn't dare stop his attacks. He managed to defeat the purple-winged tiger just as his own health was about to run out. After beating it, he had only managed to raise his talent range to B rank to S rank. The next challenge was to defeat a dark gold boss. Even though it was a trial, Han Shui still received 5 free attribute points. He immediately dumped them all into his attack stat. Right after, the next opponent appeared. It was a water Qilin, an immortal-level boss. Han Shui could already feel a headache coming on. The difficulty spike was insane, and only by defeating it could he guarantee an A rank or S rank talent. Looks like he'd have to pass this stage before he could even dream of an SS rank talent. The water Qilin before him was an extremely rare creature that existed in the vast sea. Most people would never be lucky enough to see one in their entire lifetime. Its appearance was originally a sign of good fortune. The water Qilin was born with perfect control over the water element. The opponent was an immortal-grade, god-level boss, meaning it had already surpassed the 3 strongest ranks, Spirit, Earth, and Heaven. Even though the system had now raised Han Shui's level to 50, facing an immortal-level boss, he felt like he was definitely going to get crushed. In an instant, the water Qilin shot out a pillar of water. Han Shui scrambled to dodge. The system kindly reminded him that this was the opponent's ghostly tide of the cold current skill. It could reduce the target's speed and attack power by half for 10 seconds. This skill was a huge disadvantage for Han Shui. Before he could even react, the water Qilin charged forward in long strides. Then, it kicked Han Shui with its 2 front legs. It was just a normal attack, yet the damage was incredibly high. Han Shui was completely dominated by it. If the trial ended here, his talent range would be from B rank to S rank. With luck, he could still choose an S-rank talent, but Han Shui wasn't willing to settle for just that, and in a moment of desperation, he came up with a dirty trick. Seeing the water Qilin open its mouth, Han Shui spat right into it. The opponent immediately recoiled in disgust, relentlessly spitting to get the taste out. Han Shui laughed triumphantly, but the system didn't let him enjoy it for more than 3 seconds. It had just sent a notification that the water Qilin's hatred value towards him had increased by 1,000 points, and the opponent was about to use its ultimate move, the Ocean Domain skill. Water from an unknown source surged towards Han Shui. Don't be fooled into thinking this was just normal water. Deadly damage was hidden within. Han Shui started to panic. With an attack skill this powerful, he was afraid he wouldn't make it. But just then, a deep source of energy within his body suddenly erupted. During the fight, Han Shui had activated his own potential and comprehended the S-rank skill, Dark Samsara. The main character's plot armor never fails. Han Shui could clearly feel the evil power inside him frantically breaking through its limits. With his desire to become the strongest, he couldn't accept falling here. As for that Dark Samsara skill, after activation, it could increase the effectiveness of all his attributes by 50% for 5 minutes, but the downside was that he would lose 10 levels. Although the price was a bit steep, in this situation, getting it was like grabbing a life-saving straw. Besides, lost levels could be regained, but since he had joined the Dark faction, he only had 1 life. If he really died, It would be no different from getting his account deleted. With that thought, Han Shui immediately used Dark Samsara to boost his power. On the other side, the Water Qilin suddenly felt tense from Han Shui's overwhelming aura. Such an evil power. Who in the world are you? Han Shui was stunned that this thing could speak human language. But since it was an immortal-grade boss that had already broken all the rules, it wasn't entirely impossible. I'll tell you if you admit defeat. The statement was dripping with provocation, causing the Water Qilin's fury to skyrocket. Seeing that his opponent wouldn't compromise, Han Shui had nothing more to say to it. He sped forward, using the skill Evil Stomp. Against such a strong opponent, the suppression effect would only last for 0.5 seconds. After that, Han Shui used the Frenzied Slash skill. It was a shame he didn't have a sword, or the damage would have been much higher. The Water Qilin was beaten senseless. It never expected a punk like Han Shui to know the long-lost Evil Stomp. The Water Qilin's anger reached its peak as Han Shui repeatedly struck it in the face. The Ocean Domain skill was activated. A massive pillar of water appeared, carrying countless ferocious sea creatures. All of them shared a single purpose: to attack Han Shui. And this skill could last for a full 3 minutes. Trapped in the whirlpool, a strong sense of unease flared up in Han Shui. He had to end this fight quickly. If it dragged on any longer, his opponent would crush him. But before Han Shui's punch could even reach the Water Qilin, a highly venomous sea snake suddenly shot out from the water and bit straight into his arm. After the bite, Han Shui lost 500 health points per second for 10 seconds, a total loss of 5,000 health. He could withstand it for now. Ignoring the pain, he continued to charge toward the Water Qilin. But this time, his left leg was bound tight by a frog's tongue. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Han Shui tried to rush toward his most important opponent at full speed. He jumped onto the Water Qilin's back, relentlessly pummeling it with his fists and feet. His opponent's health barely dropped, but the dignity of the Qilin clan was being trampled on by Han Shui. This caused the Water Qilin to suddenly lose all reason. Han Shui had no idea why a creature of good omen would have such a thuggish streak. He had only intended to distract it a little, but he never expected to piss it off completely. It was clear the Water Qilin's rage could crush him at any moment. Jia Ni, calm down. You can't lose your head when dealing with an enemy. Pay attention and use the skills that are off cooldown. A faint voice echoed from within the water. Han Shui was a bit surprised. This must be someone from the in-game world secretly watching him take the trial, and Jia Ni must be the name of this Water Qilin. He saw its fur stand on end as the surrounding seawater churned violently. Han Shui quickly kicked his opponent again, successfully interrupting the icy water sweep skill it was just about to activate. The window to suppress the Water Qilin was incredibly short, so Han Shui didn't dare delay for a single second. He attacked relentlessly, and after a while, he managed to get its health bar down to 10%. Seeing an opening, Han Shui intensified his assault. But the Ocean Domain skill hadn't ended yet, and this time, a giant shark emerged from the whirlpool. Han Shui was busy taking it down first before returning to his main target, the Water Qilin. By the time his limbs felt numb, as if they didn't belong to him anymore, Han Shui had finally defeated his foe. He had raised his talent range to somewhere between A rank and S rank. Although he had nearly died, Han Shui felt it was completely worth it. The system gave him an instant reward of 10 free attribute points and sent him to the talent selection phase. You are very strong. It's a pity you've joined the wrong faction. That strange voice rang out once again. Han Shui didn't feel rushed at all. Just because someone joins the light faction doesn't mean their heart is truly with the light. He didn't regret taking Daniel as his master, but he also didn't want to become enemies with this stranger. After the owner of the voice left, Han Shui officially entered the talent selection phase. The space before his eyes changed in an instant. Just as Daniel had said, countless floating orbs appeared, like balloons. They were marked with letters indicating the talent quality, mostly the letter A. Han Shui tried touching an orb and discovered that even an A-rank talent was already very powerful. For example, this orb was a talent that increased final defense by 20%. Too bad Han Shui didn't need it. For him, a strong offense was the best defense. Besides, Han Shui's class was a dark swordsman with a 6-star attack attribute. It would be a total waste not to choose a beneficial attack talent. Although the time for talent selection seemed plentiful, there were just too many orbs in this space. Just a quick glance made Han Shui's head spin. He began to search every nook and cranny of the space. But damn it, all the talents were A rank. After going through all the trouble of defeating the Water Keelan, they should at least give a guy like me an S rank talent. 10 minutes later, Han Shui still hadn't found what he was looking for. 20 minutes later, it was still the same. Just as he was about to curse, his hand touched an orb that was different from the rest. This was it, the S rank he had been eagerly waiting for. That orb held the Immortality talent. In combat, it restored 0.3% of his health every second. When out of combat, it could even restore up to 2% per second. This talent was pretty incredible. If he left combat, he'd be back to full health in less than a minute. But Han Shui still wasn't satisfied. What he needed was a powerful attack talent. He casually held on to the S-rank orb, planning to search for a while longer. If time ran out and there was still no suitable talent, he would choose this one. At the 50th minute, Han Shui actually found another S-rank talent. If this wasn't the one, he'd be out of time. This talent was called Berserk. Final defense was reduced by 20%, but attack power would be increased by 40%. Despite the undesirable side effect, Han Shui still considered it a very powerful talent. Later on, as his attack power increased with his level, the might of Berserk would become even stronger. So, Han Shui confirmed his selection of this talent. The advancement process was over, but he still felt a little regretful that he couldn't witness the marvel of an SS rank talent. Han Shui was also the second person on the entire server to receive a talent. He received a talent grade reward, 1,000 reputation points, and 5 free attribute points. That so-called talent grade was the key here, because right after, the S-rank Berserk instantly transformed into an overpowered SS rank talent. Didn't they say before that talents stick with a player for life and can't be upgraded? I can't believe this game is so generous to the second person to clear the talent trial. It seems the first person probably only got a B-rank talent, which then advanced to the current A rank. Han Shui was ecstatic. This was truly a massive haul. He was transported back to the cave full of wild rats from before. The moment the rats saw him, they ran for their lives. The first thing Han Shui did was open his status window to check. That overpowered talent had an effect that increased final attack power by 50%, and unlike Berserk, it didn't even reduce his defense. This talent was arguably no worse than the Sword Heart of that self-proclaimed sword god from the Light faction. In fact, it might even be more overpowered than Sword Heart. Han Shui couldn't control his emotions and threw his head back with a loud shout, "System, I love you!" With the talent business settled, Han Shui remembered something else. He hadn't checked what dropped from the Rat King's corpse. Turns out, he got quite a few good items this time. Talk about a double whammy. The 3 pieces of equipment were all silver grade: the Star Gold helmet, the Rat King's sword, and the Star Gold war boots. The only pity was that the sword required level 25 to equip, and the boots required level 30. Han Shui was only at level 20, with 27% experience to go. This was the perfect opportunity to test out his new overpowered talent. With one swing of his sword, the entire swarm of rats took an astonishing amount of damage. Just like the previous 2 times, Han Shui had the system announce his achievement to all adventurers on the server in exchange for reputation points. This time, people's reactions were even more over the top. After all, the gap between Han Shui's SS rank talent and the previous person's A rank talent was miles apart. And in the minds of the other players, an S-rank talent was the highest the system had. Holy crap, is this guy the system's golden child? I thought everyone said getting a high-rank talent was supposed to be super hard. All the players paused what they were doing, focusing on the announcement about Jiang Han on the World Channel. Just then, Long Teng Wan Li also sent a private message to congratulate him. But asking was one thing. His main purpose was to find out how to get a high-ranked talent in the trial. Of course, if Jiang Han told him, Long Teng Wan Li would also pay him a fair price. Jiang Han thought to himself that this was no big deal. Since Boss Long was being so generous, how could he keep it to himself? So, he revealed to him that the key was to rely on the growth star level of his skills and class. To be more specific, First, after getting enough powerful skills, you need to level them up as high as possible. Only then will you have a better chance of winning when you enter the trial. Second is to have a class with high star attributes and growth potential. This is closely related to the range of talents you can obtain. A hidden class is best, but that's all up to luck. Otherwise, you're out of it. Third, he added that you need to seize the opportunity. The first players to obtain a talent might be rewarded with a grade promotion for that talent. For example, the very first player and Jiang Han both got promotions, especially him, who was able to advance all the way to SS. Just for revealing such simple things, Long Tengwan Li generously transferred 100,000 yuan to Jiang Han's account. He felt completely speechless. This guy was just way too rich. Thanks. My passive skills are already maxed out. I figured that out a while ago, but I had no idea about the class's attribute star level. I guess your growth star level is pretty high, huh? Not high. They're all just 4 stars, Jiang Han replied humbly. Normally, 5 stars was already terrifying. If he revealed that the attack attribute of his class had reached 6 stars, it probably wouldn't be a good thing. Immediately, an announcement appeared on the World Channel. Long Tengwan Li was the one who posted it. The content was that he wanted to buy players' hidden classes for a price in the 7 figures. If it was a unique hidden class, it could even go up to 8 figures. Jiang Han was once again dazzled by this person's wealth. Players could indeed post announcements on the World Channel, but a single use cost 100 gold coins, and the cash shop system wasn't even open yet. A single gold coin was ridiculously expensive. That one announcement from Long Tengwan Li might have cost him millions. But Long Tengwan Li didn't care about the money at all right now. If he could find a hidden class, no amount of money was too much. The growth star level of a class was extremely important. In the future, every time he advanced his class, the star level would also change, widening the gap between him and other players more and more. Long Tengwan Li planned to stop focusing on leveling for the time being. Instead, he had to find a hidden class, preferably a unique one. The entire Dragon Clan Guild was mobilized to gather intelligence for him. An hour later, Jiang Han had completed the mission to clear out the wild rats and could return to Daniel to receive his reward. His level had also advanced to level 20, and he could now use the Rat King's sword. As soon as he returned to the gloomy city, Jiang Han made Daniel's jaw drop in astonishment, because when he left, his attack attribute was only a little over 200. But now, after gaining just 1 level, it had reached 750. Seeing his master's reaction, Jiang Han decided to temporarily hide the fact that he had obtained an SS rank talent. If he let him find out, he was afraid the shock would give him a heart attack and he'd drop dead. Daniel was extremely happy. Even if Jiang Han didn't say anything, he knew his disciple had obtained a good talent. As for how good it was, there was no need to press him for details. He acted generously, proactively asking Jiang Han what equipment he wanted as a reward. Jiang Han didn't think he would even get to choose his reward. Taking Daniel as his master was truly the best decision he had made since entering this game. Daniel had once said he wanted to use all his resources to train Jiang Han, so letting him freely choose his reward wasn't a lie. Seeing this, Jiang Han didn't hold back. He said that he had actually always wanted a powerful weapon, but powerful weapons usually had pretty high-level requirements, and Jiang Han wanted to find a way to lower their required level. With that, Jiang Han presented a good sword that required level 25 to use. Daniel did indeed have something to help him with that. He gave Jiang Han 150,000 experience points to level him up to level 21, along with an accompanying item called the Grace Pearl. This item was Daniel's masterpiece, and it had the effect of reducing the wear and tear of equipment at silver grade or below by 10 levels. Jiang Han's eyes immediately lit up, and he tried using what Daniel gave him. As a result, the Rat King's sword's required level really did drop to level 15. Now Jiang Han could use it freely. Jiang Han took out something from his bag called a Heaven's Blessing Pearl, which could enhance equipment. Daniel asked in surprise, "Where did you get this?" Jiang Han just answered vaguely that he got it through luck. Daniel had no objections to him enhancing the weapon. There were many different grades of Heaven's Blessing Pearls in this world. The quality of the Heaven's Blessing Pearl in Jiang Han's hand wasn't very good. Using it to upgrade the silver-grade Rat King's sword wasn't a waste. Encouraged by his master, Jiang Han tested its effect. The result exceeded all expectations. The sword in his hand was upgraded into the golden-quality Cold Cloud sword, and the required level was only 20, perfect for Jiang Han to use. Jiang Han swung the sword a few times and could tell it was much stronger than his old one. Because of this change, the system determined that Jiang Han's strength had entered a new tier, a silver-grade boss. His Fallen One title also advanced to Controller of Shadows, and thus the resulting attributes also changed. The biggest change was the increase in his attack value. With this number, Jiang Han even suspected he could one-shot himself, and Jiang Han's health value also increased by 150%. As expected, the protection of an ancient demon god could rival the blessing of the goddess of life. In the early stages, that protection hadn't yet revealed its true power. But as the value increased, it would become very difficult for players from the Light faction to kill Jiang Han. "Kid, looks like you got a pretty impressive talent skill, huh?" Daniel was happy seeing Jiang Han's face light up, but he also noticed an imbalance between his offense and defense. Specifically, his defensive gear was still very poor. To improve that, Daniel sent Jiang Han on another mission to get a reward. Coincidentally, sneaky-looking adventurers had been appearing around the gloomy city lately. Daniel didn't know their purpose, but if they were from the Light faction, he couldn't let them live now that they were here. And Jiang Han's mission was to deal with those people. Normally, Daniel only sent him to farm monsters, but this time it was to deal with players specifically. He had to eliminate 500 of them. After accepting the mission, Jiang Han wanted to ask his master for some more healing potions, but Daniel shook his head. He was a programmed NPC. Before, he had given Jiang Han that potion for free because it was part of a mission. But now, if he wanted more, he had to spend his own money to buy them. Luckily, because Jiang Han was his disciple, Daniel could sell him healing potions at a 70% discount. However, even with the discount, these things were still too expensive for Jiang Han because right now, he only had 5 gold coins, 70 silver coins, and 10 copper coins in his bag. But his life was still more important. Jiang Han could only grit his teeth and buy 5 life potions and 4 healing potions. Just as Jiang Han stepped out of the city, a dragon flew past. Riding on the dragon was a powerful expert, probably an NPC, because there was no way any player was that badass right now. As the dragon rider flew past, Jiang Han was suddenly startled, because he felt an incredibly evil aura flash by, the kind that usually only powerful demon gods could emit. However, this person was also on a mission, so he didn't turn back to check. Jiang Han watched the dragon's retreating figure, his eyes full of admiration. He really wanted to ride one too, but only in the late game would players get the chance to fly on a dragon. While he was lost in admiration, Han Shui suddenly sensed the presence of someone else, and the moment this sneaky thief saw Han Shui, his face went pale with fright. Holy crap, Han Shui, he's already become a silver-grade boss. Seeing how flustered the kid was, Han Shui suddenly felt like messing with him a bit. He mimicked the tone of an NPC and spoke mechanically. "Foolish adventurer, what is your purpose in following me?" Seeing Han Shui act like this, the sneaky thief started to get confused. He was a player, with a game name displayed above his head, yet Han Shui was calling him by that old-fashioned title. Sure enough, he began to doubt Han Shui's identity, wondering if he was an NPC, but this thought was quickly dismissed. If he were an NPC, there's no way there would be a server-wide bounty for killing him. Besides, the video of Han Shui wiping out 100 guild members was still circulating online. This just proved he wasn't a simple NPC. "Han Shui, what are you pretending for? If I skewer you, I'll get a reward. I bet every player would be green with envy. You don't actually think people in this game will follow some code of honor, do you?" The other player stepped forward aggressively, criticizing Han Shui. He couldn't be bothered to argue, and directly drew his sword. That single sword draw wiped out the guy's entire health bar, sending him straight back to the respawn point. And that was just a basic attack. Even after returning to the respawn point, the sneaky thief still couldn't understand how a player in the early stages of the game could be so powerful. When the other players saw him get taken down like that, they were eager to know Han Shui's coordinates. The buzzcut guy immediately sent the location to his entire crew. not forgetting to remind them that Han Shui's attack could deal over 1,000 damage. This news quickly caused an uproar among the other players. Are you kidding me? The best player in our guild only deals 176 damage. Han Shui must have a divine weapon. There's no way he could hit that hard at his current level. The news is out now, a lot of guilds are gathering people. Forget a silver-grade boss. Even a gold-grade boss would get wrecked for sure. Han Shui listened to the gossip on the World Channel for a bit and decided to lay low. He had no desire to wait for the enemy to show up in droves. After all, his head was worth a pretty penny right now, so it was inevitable that some skilled players would show up. Although not all NPCs were as foolish as Brandy, who gave a forbidden scroll to an adventurer like him, Han Shui still had to be prepared for the worst. If an item like that really appeared, even he wouldn't be able to handle it. About 10 minutes later, a large crowd of people did indeed arrive. Han Shui hid to one side, observing the situation. The moment the group arrived, they frantically looked around, but they couldn't even see his shadow. The sneaky buzz-cut guy personally led his guild over. He was certain that just 10 minutes ago, he had been personally offed by Han Shui right here. The leader, with the in-game name Kiem Nhan Fong Bao, heard this and immediately sent people to split up and search. The whole group began to spread out and scour the area. This just so happened to be part of Han Shui's plan. Very quickly, someone reported in the guild chat. A few brothers and I were ambushed by him here at coordinates 7847548. Kim Hun Fong Bao immediately rushed over with his men. But by the time they reached the designated coordinates, Han Shui had already vanished. Then, another person reported being ambushed by Han Shui. His attacks were too strong, and his movement speed was too fast. They had absolutely no chance to fight back. Kim Nun Fong Bao gritted his teeth in fury. Is this bastard playing hide-and-seek with me? This was all part of Han Shui's meticulous plan. He couldn't risk fighting 1,000 people alone, but if they split up, no one could stand against him. Brothers, he's changed position again. Coordinates are at... Reports like this kept coming in, and all of them were swiftly dealt with by Han Shui. They even thought Han Shui must be using hacks. Kim Hunfang Bao knew he had lost this round. Just to deal with Han Shui, he had spent a large sum of money to buy a special item that could hold an opponent for about 10 minutes and drain their stats. He never expected Han Shui to be one step ahead, using a strategy of splitting up their formation to eliminate them group by group. Kim Yan Fong Bao's guild had now suffered heavy losses. If they didn't retreat, he feared the situation would only get worse. So, he ordered all his brothers to regroup and retreat together. Over here, Han Shui was still making the most of every second. As expected, farming players was a much faster way to level up than farming monsters. In the blink of an eye, he had reached level 22, and also completed the mission his master had given him to deal with adventurers. But because of this bloody massacre, the Light faction had taken notice of the gloomy city area. The higher-ups in the faction decided to accelerate their plan to reclaim Skylight City for the Light faction. Specifically, the attack would begin in 1 week. Han Shui stared at the notification in front of him in shock. The siege battle was definitely the first large-scale event to be held in the game. This was also a test of the unity and execution ability of allied guilds. Gathering a large number of players in a short period and conducting a prolonged attack on a city were no simple matters. Immediately after, Han Shui received a private notification from the system. He was designated as the defending boss for the third wave of this siege battle. If he wasn't present at the scene, he would be penalized 10 levels and 1,000 permanent stat points. This was truly the worst news Han Shui had heard all day. Holding the siege battle early was one thing, but now they were kidnapping him to be a defending boss and forcing him to participate. Han Shui felt that things were starting to get really serious. Under normal circumstances, large-scale events like this would definitely be set up for the Light faction to win, especially since almost all current players were on the Light faction's side. Han Shui was the only one who had chosen a different path. Even if he tried to change the situation, he couldn't possibly win against the system's design. Furthermore, Gloomy City was only a level 1 city. The Light faction would surely send at least one extremely powerful NPC. For a moment, Han Shui didn't know what to do, so he went back to discuss it with his master. After listening to him for a while, Daniel got the gist of the problem. He also hadn't expected that the current order on the Eternal Continent would now involve players. Cold sweat dripped down Han Shui's forehead. He felt that Daniel's words were too sentient, as if he were openly explaining the rules of the world inside this game. He really didn't seem like a mechanically programmed NPC at all. Seeing the tense look on Han Shui's face, Daniel tried to reassure him in the gentlest tone possible. "My disciple, rest assured, I won't let anything happen to you. At the most critical moment, I will step in to help. Once you break free from the rule's restrictions, I will immediately use a teleportation array to get you out." Han Shui was stunned. Could an NPC really say things like this? Daniel was like a real player with his own thoughts and feelings. "Then what about you, Master? I am a necromancer by nature. I do not fear death. Besides, my mission is already complete. To die is also a kind of release." "What? A mission?" Knowing Han Shui had many questions, Daniel didn't explain further. He only said that in the future, he would surely understand, and for now, he didn't need to worry about his life or death. The siege battle was a week away. The immediate matter was that Han Shui had completed his latest mission and needed to get his reward. This time, he wanted a suitable pair of boots. Daniel generously gave Han Shui 200,000 experience points and a pair of silver-grade speed boots. The required level was exactly 22. Han Shui quickly equipped them. Right now, the only bronze-grade equipment he had left was a pair of iron gauntlets. The rest was mostly silver. Although it was nothing compared to his attack stats, his defense had now reached an admirable number. With the attack power of other players, they basically couldn't break through this defense. Next, Daniel didn't send him on another mission. He wanted him to go and learn more basic skills. Daniel then wrote a letter of introduction and told Han Shui to take it to the ghostly swamp. There was a ghost swordsman there who could teach him some good skills. Han Shui took the letter of introduction and suddenly realized he didn't know where the ghostly swamp was. The game map didn't show any notifications. Players had to find everything themselves. Even though Han Shui had joined the dark faction, the process was no different. Daniel's directions were very vague. He just said to head north to find it. And so, Han Shui began a new journey. Before long, the system sent a notification that he had entered the ghostly swamp map. A silver crescent moon hung overhead, and the only light over the swamp came from the faint glow of a few fireflies. But thanks to that light, Han Shui discovered many rotting skeletons here. They were all common monsters, and their level and defense stats weren't displayed. However, Han Shui could see their other attributes and estimated that his own strength was still superior. The rotting skeletons quickly detected the intruder's presence. They immediately went berserk and charged at him. Han Shui didn't back down and drew his sword. Sticking to the plan, he first used Evil Kick to stagger them, then followed up with Frenzied Slash to knock them out. Amidst the chaotic swordplay in the night, Han Shui suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left wrist. He'd been bitten by a skeleton, but his defense had already reached a limit of 252 points. A bite from these rotting skeletons posed no real threat. After a flurry of movements, Han Shui successfully defeated 3 rotting skeletons and received 6,563 experience points. Even though these things were pretty weak, the experience reward wasn't bad. Han Shui silently calculated that he only needed to kill another 300 rotting skeletons to level up. He definitely couldn't pass up such a good opportunity to level up. So, instead of waiting for them to find him, Han Shui scoured the entire swamp, hunting these monsters down to grind for experience first. Finally, after half an hour, he achieved his goal and reached level 23. Now it was time to get back to the main issue, finding that undead swordsman. But so far, Han Shui hadn't seen anyone else besides those common monsters. Plus, the map was huge, so finding one person wouldn't be easy at all. Frustrated, he opened his quest log again and noticed something. According to the description, the undead swordsman had his own consciousness and had become the true lord of the ghostly swamp. In that case, why was he searching for him so mindlessly? With that thought, Han Shui took a deep breath and shouted as loud as he could. "Undead swordsman, I am the disciple of the mage Daniel, sent to find you." Less than 2 seconds later, someone replied, "You've come looking for me." Han Shui turned his head. He didn't know when, But on a rock behind him, a man with long purple hair was casually sitting and wiping his sword. "What did Daniel send you to me for?" Han Shui was sure there had been no one there a moment ago, but this man had appeared out of thin air, proving his strength was unfathomably great. Han Shui handed over the letter written by Daniel himself, saying the reason for seeking him was inside. The undead swordsman slowly stood up, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Han Shui. His speed was so fast it left him dumbfounded once again. The man took the letter, read it carefully, and then burst out laughing. "I was just wondering why you have such an unusually evil aura about you. Haha, a dark swordsman, is it? It seems this chaotic world, in addition to bestowing heroes of light, also brings forth creatures that would harm it. That harmful creature was clearly a jab at Han Shui, but he could only swallow his anger, as this man was about to become his master. Daniel wanted him to teach Han Shui some undead swordsman techniques, but just like Daniel, he was also restricted by the rules of this world. Therefore, Han Shui could only learn skills by continuing to complete quests. He had a strange feeling. This man's way of speaking was exactly like Daniel's. They both possessed their own thoughts and emotions. It seemed these NPCs thoroughly understood everything in this world of eternity. But perhaps the devs feared they would act on their personal thoughts and crash the game, so they consistently restricted them with various rules. And what Han Shui wondered about most was what exactly those rules were. He posed this question to the undead swordsman, but even he couldn't define what the rules were. He only knew they had existed since the birth of the Eternal Continent, and everyone had to abide by them. Not even the 10 great demon gods could break them, let alone a minor swordsman like himself. So, has anyone ever tried to break the rules? Han Shui, not ready to give up, continued with his barrage of questions. The undead swordsman shook his head. "I'm afraid the rules would take one's life before they could be broken." "All right. Some things are still too early for you to know. Wait until you've grown into a true dark swordsman who can shake the heavens and the earth, then go find the answers yourself." He quickly returned to the main topic, which was to assign a test quest to Han Shui. The quest was actually very simple: eliminate the rotting skeletons in the swamp. The only catch was that the required number was 1,000, more than 3 times the number of monsters he had just defeated. Han Shui was a bit stunned when he saw that number. 1,000 of them? How long would that take? He really just wanted to learn the skills as soon as possible. The undead swordsman seemed to see through his hesitation. He had seen that his attack power was decent, but to him, Han Shui's overall strength was still weak and needed more training. Otherwise, Han Shui wouldn't even be qualified to be taught by him. Fine. His pride stung. Han Shui immediately accepted the quest. "Go on. Once you've completed the quest, just call for me." After saying this, the undead swordsman vanished into the hazy mist. This guy comes and goes like a ghost. Han Shui silently calculated that it was probably 11 p.m. now, but with the upcoming siege battle, he didn't have much time. Looks like he'd have to pull an all-nighter grinding mobs to increase his power. The rotting skeletons weren't too strong for him, but grinding 1,000 of them would be both time-consuming and exhausting. The process of dealing with them was incredibly tedious. Han Shui tried to speed things up as much as possible, hoping to kill as many mobs at once as he could. During the process, a magic staff even dropped as a reward. Han Shui wasn't a mage, so he put it away to sell later. 5 hours later, the notification he had been waiting for finally appeared. "Congratulations, you have completed the quest. You may now go to the undead swordsman, Saren, to receive your reward." Han Shui was overjoyed. He only needed another 5% experience to reach level 26. Just then, his face began to crack, and his eyes grew dim. He reverted to the ugly appearance he had when he first joined the Dark faction. The duration of Daniel's temporary concealment spell had ended. So this is the original form of a dark swordsman? Before he could even call out, the undead swordsman appeared on his own. Han Shui happily informed him that he had completed the quest. Saren seemed very pleased. In truth, he had been standing aside, observing in secret the whole time. Han Shui's attack power had long surpassed that of other experts at his level. Even more rotting skeletons wouldn't have been a challenge for him. The reward for this quest to prove himself was 200,000 experience points, and the qualification to learn swordsman skills from Saren. Coincidentally, These 200,000 points helped Han Shui level up. You don't need to be so formal with me anymore. If Daniel asked me to teach you a few moves, then I suppose I'm your master now. Yes, master, Han Shui replied as obediently as a puppy. Saren waved his hand, displaying a series of skills for Han Shui to choose from, like a vendor at a market. He also warned him not to expect too much. After all, Han Shui's strength wasn't very high yet, so the number of skills he could choose from was somewhat limited. Han Shui looked at the pile of skills before him. There were so many, yet Saren called it limited. Moreover, each one was a high-level, exclusive skill belonging to the undead swordsman, Saren. Han Shui glanced through a few of them. Each one was intimidatingly powerful, but they all required a high level to use. On top of that, they cost money to buy, and right now, he only had a little over 6 gold coins. So that's what Saren meant by limited choices. Even with all these amazing skills laid out before him, Han Shui couldn't afford a single one. Just when he thought this trip was a total bust, Han Shui actually found a skill that fit his budget. The Grade A Spirit's Malice for 2 gold coins. It boosts the energy in your body and binds any enemies in front of you within a 10-meter radius, immobilizing them. The effect lasts for 3 seconds, with a 1-minute cooldown. Next up was the Grade B skill, Necro Slash, which deals 250% damage and also reduces the target's movement speed by 10% for 2 seconds. It cost 1 gold coin, and the cooldown was only 15 seconds. Even though they weren't as game-breaking as other skills, having these two in the early stages of the game was more than enough for Han Shui to dominate this virtual world. Seeing that Han Shui had learned the skills, Jaren promptly showed him the door, not forgetting to remind him to come back for new skills once he was strong enough. Han Shui respectfully bid him farewell and then logged out. In the real world, it was already past 3 in the morning. At 12 noon the next day, Han Shui was woken up by a call from Wang Kai. He was calling to tell Han Shui about the upcoming Siege Warfare event. The prizes for this event were incredibly generous, including super golden grade equipment and props. As his sworn brother, Wang Kai wanted to give Han Shui the inside scoop first. Although the rewards weren't officially announced on the system, Wang Kai found out through an internal staff channel. Hearing this, Han Shui was instantly wide awake. He shot up in bed, already scheming how to win this event's prizes. To thank Wang Kai for leaking the military secret to him, Han Shui didn't forget to blow a kiss into the phone before hanging up. The result was goosebumps crawling all over Wang Kai from his neck to his toes. Han Shui immediately logged into the game. There was no time to waste. He had to find Daniel to discuss a strategy. When he got back, Daniel was engrossed in brewing some kind of potion. Hearing Han Shui say he had a way to fight back against the Light faction and defend the city, Daniel didn't seem too impressed. Oh? Let's hear it then. You know, we adventurers aren't bound by rules. Although adventurers are said to come to the Eternal Continent to fight for the Light faction, there are many like you. Whether we side with the Light or the Dark, ultimately, nothing can control our actions. Daniel immediately understood Han Shui's idea. Offer a high bounty to attract brave warriors. The Light faction has never valued adventurers that much was obvious from how the chief in the novice village always looked down on new players. So, the Dark faction just needs to do the opposite. All we have to do is attract those adventurers to fight for us. Ever since his time in the novice village, Han Shui had sensed that many players were unhappy with the NPCs' attitudes and wanted to change the game's storyline. He wanted to use that to pull them over to his side. But Daniel thought Han Shui was being too naive. The Dark faction isn't a place just anyone can join. So Han Shui changed his approach, suggesting they offer generous cash prizes and reserve the chance to join the faction exclusively for the top-ranked player. Daniel was still adamant about not letting others join the Dark faction. He had only compromised with Han Shui before to protect himself. The Dark faction was never meant to be a place for adventurers to just waltz into whenever they pleased. From the moment they entered the Eternal Continent, they received the protection of the Goddess of Life. So they are bound to fight for the Light faction. This is a pact that cannot be betrayed. But that doesn't mean the prize for the top player can't be a ticket to join the Dark faction. Han Shui remained firm in his conviction. Daniel pondered for a few seconds, and then it all clicked. Clever boy. In that case, As long as you take the #1 spot, all the prizes from the dark faction will just be an empty promise. Han Shui nodded eagerly. His master finally understood his intention. Daniel nodded in approval, not expecting the good disciple he'd taught to become so cunning. With Daniel's consent, Han Shui's plan was quickly set in motion. And so, the system issued a new announcement to all players. The message stated that the Dark Faction was now recruiting adventurers and offering generous rewards. Anyone interested could register with the undead Knight Cantor, who stood guard outside the gloomy citadel. Immediately after, the system opened up a siege contribution leaderboard and a defense contribution leaderboard. These would track the contributions of players from both the light and dark factions. Han Shui also made sure to draft another announcement detailing the rewards. Specifically, the first-place winner would get to join the Dark Faction and receive the hidden class, Undead Swordsman. The second-place winner would receive 1 random piece of Dark Gold grade equipment and 1 rare S-rank prop. The third-place winner would receive 2 random sets of Golden grade equipment and 1 rare A-rank prop. As soon as this announcement went out, the online community exploded. Most of them were now seriously considering defecting to the Dark Faction. After successfully sowing chaos among the player base, Han Shui remembered something important. He asked Daniel to cast the concealment spell on him again, otherwise, with his ugly appearance, he wouldn't dare go outside. Daniel waved his hand, and Han Shui's clean face returned. Better yet, this time the effect would last for a whole month. This was because Daniel's own power had increased, and his injuries had fully healed. Daniel suddenly asked, "Have you met Saren yet?" "Yes, sir. I learned 2 new skills. He said that once I'm strong enough, I should go back to him to learn more." "Good. It seems he truly has no intention of returning to the Light Faction, which is perfect. He can provide you with forces." Han Shui was stunned. What Daniel said meant that Saren had once been a member of the Light Faction. Seeing Han Shui lost in thought, Daniel continued his instructions. "In the letter I sent before, I made it clear. If one day I pass on to the other side, Saren is the one who will take my place and look after you, my little leopard cub." But the more Daniel spoke, the more upset Han Shui became. Even though Daniel was just an NPC, he had truly guided him so much, helping Han Shui achieve a great deal. "You won't get far by following me. Besides, death is not the end for me. Remember this. If I'm gone one day, you don't need to grieve. As long as you live long enough, we will meet again in the future." This statement shocked Han Shui even more. It seemed Daniel's identity was far more profound than he had imagined, to the point where he could even be resurrected after death. "That's just how we necromancers are. We do as we please. You're still too weak. Get stronger. I hope that when the contribution points are tallied, you will be the one standing at the top, deserving of the title." Han Shui knew what Daniel meant. He wanted to test his strength in the siege battle. And sure enough, an S-rank quest appeared right after, requiring Han Shui to claim the #1 spot on the defense contribution leaderboard. If he succeeded, the reward was unknown. But if he failed, the protection of the ancient demon god would be stripped from him. Han Shui couldn't see an accept or decline button anywhere. It seemed the system was forcing this quest on him rather than it being assigned by his master. Clearly, the system wasn't going to sit back and let him mess with the main storyline without some form of punishment. Following that was a B-rank difficulty quest. Now this was the one from Daniel. This quest required him to eliminate all the human soldiers and take down the boss in the encampment southeast of the gloomy city. Daniel had placed a lot of hope in Han Shui, and he had no intention of letting him down. After accepting the quest, Han Shui headed southeast. Before long, he entered a new map called the Sunshine Forest. The encampment was now in sight. According to the quest description, the soldiers stationed here were planning a preemptive strike to wipe out a portion of the gloomy citadel's forces. The guards outside were all common mobs called Star Moon soldiers, with 100,000 HP. Han Shui couldn't see their level or their attack power. This was going to be a pain. A new player with an inspection skill like him could only check the stats of creatures that were no more than 5 levels higher than himself. If he couldn't get a proper read on them, then he'd just have to start with an isolated target. Han Shui approached a lone Star Moon soldier from behind and used his newly acquired Spirit's Malice, binding the target for 1 second. He then followed up with Necro Slash. dealing 24,765 damage and reducing the enemy's movement speed by 10%. After being freed from the stun, that soldier yelled out to announce an enemy attack. Han Shui immediately activated his Frenzied Slash skill, sending the guy straight to hell. Necro Slash, combined with Frenzied Slash and Evil of the Undead, created some amazing crowd control. But because the commotion was so huge, a group of Star Moon soldiers started to close in. Han Shui chose to run, thinking there was still a main boss inside. But before he'd taken 3 steps, he heard the soldiers shouting to each other, "Where is the general? Go get him, quick! His lordship has taken his concubine out for a stroll." Damn it! Han Shui, who was in the middle of running, screeched to a halt and then boldly turned back. If there was no main boss, then this bunch of soldiers was nothing more than a swarm of ants in his eyes. The group of Star Moon soldiers gathered together, creating the Nebula Formation skill, which increased their attack power by 15%. But even so, in Han Shui's eyes, they still weren't worthy opponents. He made short work of the entire large group of Star Moon soldiers in just 10 minutes. Han Shui had thought there would be at least a few hundred soldiers, but it turned out there were only a few dozen in total. He was still picking up the few silver coins he'd been rewarded with, sighing at how little it was, when he suddenly heard a voice. Who? Who did this? It seemed this was the general they were talking about. The main boss had appeared. This Star Moon general, Kun Dun, was a silver rank boss. Aside from his 250,000-point health bar, Han Shui couldn't see any of his opponent's stats, whether it was attack, defense, or skills. Han Shui, I know you. It seems my soldiers fell at your hand. Han Shui let out an "oh," figuring his reputation wasn't half bad now. Even a silver rank boss had to greet him first. The way Kun Dun looked at him was like looking at a juicy piece of prey. It made sense, though. Right now, everyone in the Light faction wanted Han Shui's head. If I can get your head, my future will be filled with endless glory and riches. I'll be able to get any beautiful woman I want. You can get any beautiful woman you want? You think you can do that? I bet you can't even last a minute. That sentence from Han Shui really hit Kun Dun's male pride. He immediately charged forward, 2 axes in hand, wanting to chop Han Shui into pieces. Han Shui stuck to the usual playbook, first using Evil Kick to take out over 10,000 of the opponent's health. But because the level difference was too great, his skill couldn't create a suppression effect on Kun Dun. Even Han Shui hadn't expected that. He was counterattacked by Kun Dun and lost a quarter of his health bar in just a few moves. The situation wasn't looking too good. Although Han Shui's attack power was high, his health points and defense couldn't keep up with Kun Dun's. If brute force doesn't work, I'll use finesse. With that thought, Han Shui fought while retreating. When his health bar was down to 1/3, Han Shui took out a healing potion to use, then used the Evil of the Undead skill again. This time, he successfully managed to bind Kun Dun for 0.8 seconds. Just as Evil Kick's cooldown finished, Han Shui used it again to chip away another 10,000 of Kun Dun's health, but his opponent couldn't have predicted Han Shui's next move, because he tucked tail and ran. Kun Dun didn't give chase, mainly because he couldn't keep up. He was just about to take his concubine back to the barracks when Han Shui suddenly reappeared. It turned out he had only run away to stall for time until his health bar recovered to 100%. Kun Dun flew into a rage, charging at Han Shui in a fury. But Han Shui just repeated the same sequence as before, using a series of attacks to whittle down his opponent's health, then running away and using healing potions. Once his health was full again, he'd come back to fight. You treacherous, dishonorable brat! After a few rounds of this, Kun Dun had already been driven mad. His health bar was now down to half. Once again, as Kun Dun was about to leave with his concubine, Han Shui appeared, this time with an incredibly defiant expression. Running away when you can't win? You're pretty pathetic. Kun Dun was furious. You. Kun Dun kept stammering, unable to form a sentence, mainly because he couldn't understand how Han Shui could say something like that without an ounce of shame. Han Shui didn't have time to waste on a war of words with him. Taking advantage of his agility, he once again took the initiative to attack. Kun Dun's aggro switch had been flipped. He swore that today he would fight Han Shui to the death. Kundun's attacks became increasingly ferocious. A silver rank boss really wasn't easy to deal with. Kundun's skill was like a whirlwind. If Han Shui so much as touched it, he would continuously lose health. Faced with this situation, he could only continue to rely on healing potions and dodge to the side, waiting for Kundun's skill to end before coming back. After the skill ended, just as Han Shui had predicted, his opponent's strength had weakened considerably. He timed his strike perfectly, and one of the axes in Kundun's hand fell to the ground. Dropping a weapon was the same as admitting defeat. It's just that Kundun couldn't understand how Han Shui's stamina and health could be completely unscathed. "You can ask about it in the underworld," Han Shui replied flatly, then delivered a finishing move. He had defeated Kundun. The mission to destroy the barracks was complete, and the reward was quickly sent: 600,000 points, experience, and 1,500 reputation points. After this mission, Han Shui jumped to level 28. 2 gold coins and 2 silver rank items dropped from Kundun's corpse. They were the rock wall armor and his weapon, the thunder-suppressing axe. The armor wasn't bad, but the weapon's attack power wasn't even as good as the cold cloud sword in Han Shui's hand, so he planned to sell it for cash. So, Han Shui messaged Long Tengwan Li again, but the level requirement for the thunder-suppressing axe was 35, while the highest level player Long Tengwan Li knew at the moment was only level 23. Han Shui still tried to persuade him because he had joined the Dark Faction and had no storage. Any equipment he got had to be sold for cash immediately. Otherwise, if he died, both the items and his character would disappear. That would be a total waste. After some haggling, Han Shui closed the deal with Long Tengwan Li for a price of 200,000. The transaction method was the same as before. Then, Han Shui suddenly noticed Kundun's concubine still cowering and trembling in the distance. A really scummy thought suddenly popped into his head. Han Shui had long been curious after hearing that the NPCs in the game were incredibly realistic, and here was an easy target. Han Shui wanted to give it a try, but before he could even lay a hand on the concubine, the system sent a red warning. Han Shui's behavior was considered depraved. If he still forced the action, it would be recorded by the system, and a call would be put out for both factions to hunt him down. Han Shui stopped immediately. As expected, the developers wouldn't let players get away with bullshit like this in the game. Whatever, Han Shui wasn't interested in this woman anyway. He gave her a task instead: go to the Light Faction and deliver a message. Tell them that Han Shui is waiting for them in Gloomy City, and whoever doesn't show up is a little bitch. The concubine nodded hastily and scurried away like a dog. With the mission complete, Han Shui quickly returned to see Daniel. This time, the reward he wanted was still the Grace Bestowal Pearl. Daniel, of course, agreed. Han Shui immediately used the item on the rock wall armor to meet the equipment's level requirement. After putting it on, the defensive effect was indeed not bad. Just as he finished, the system announced that Han Shui's power had met the requirement to activate the Dark Faction's power rankings. Han Shui opened the rankings to take a look. The 10 names sitting smugly at the top were the 10 great demon gods. He curiously searched for his own in-game name and found himself ranked at 99,995th. Being the optimist that he was, Han Shui could only console himself that the number of characters he couldn't beat in the Dark Faction didn't exceed 100 million. It seems you now know the names of the demon gods, don't you? Although the 10 great demon gods are incredibly powerful, invincible on the Tianheng continent, you shouldn't feel inferior. In the future, you might even have a chance to enter the top 10. Han Shui knew Daniel wasn't the type to make things up just to console him. What he said could definitely come true. Because Han Shui possessed the only hidden class, Dark Swordsman. According to Daniel, the previous generation's Dark Swordsman was also one of the all-powerful 10 great demon gods. Hearing that, Han Shui became even more curious. How could someone so powerful just kick the bucket? Daniel didn't explain this. As usual, he just said that when Han Shui got stronger, he would find out for himself. As for Han Shui's recruitment plan, Daniel announced that over 200,000 adventurers had already registered with Cantor. When the war starts, they will fight for the Dark Faction. Han Shui knew this would happen. Players always follow their own path. There's no such thing as justice. It's only because they started in the Light Faction's beginner village. Otherwise, those moral principles wouldn't hold them back at all. So maybe, if they just don't show up, we can actually hold the gloomy fortress, Daniel said with an incredibly optimistic tone. Who are you talking about when you say they? You actually know, so why are you playing dumb? Han Shui was caught off guard by Daniel's question, but he was starting to vaguely guess the truth. But I haven't figured it out yet, so let's just keep following the story. After that, Daniel brushed aside any talk of the distant future. For now, he wanted Han Shui to take on a mission, training the Skullfrost soldiers, the main monster force defending the city. Han Shui agreed to accept the quest, but he was starving right now. He needed to log out of the game and order something to chow down on. And just then, Wang Kai called to invite Han Shui out for some malatang. The two of them headed out. Of course, once they got to the restaurant, it wasn't just about eating. Wang Kai enthusiastically asked if Han Shui was having any problems. As a game developer, he might be able to help, but Han Shui refused, saying he'd already solved the issue himself. At the moment, he didn't really want to reveal his identity. What level are you now? Wang Kai started to get curious. Han Shui replied between bites that he was level 29. The moment he said that, Wang Kai was stunned. That level might even be at the top of the rankings. Wang Kai himself was only level 19 and was already ranked 39th. He was the one with the in-game name Victorious King Kai. At this point, he couldn't hide his curiosity anymore and kept pestering Han Shui for his in-game name. Han Shui thought about it for a moment, then decided to tell him. Bro, I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone. You think I can't keep my mouth shut? Actually, I'm Han Shui. The noodles in Wang Kai's mouth went flying. Not even in his wildest dreams could he have imagined the connection between Han Shui and Han Shui. Wang Kai asked again just to be sure. Han Shui confirmed it without hesitation. He finally understood why his friend was so determined not to reveal his in-game name. If you're really him, then yeah, you shouldn't leak your info. Avoids unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, man. I'll act like you never said a thing. I trust you. After they finished eating, Han Shui logged back into the game. The moment he got in, he received some bad news. Because adventurers were flocking to the Dark faction, it had alerted the high-level experts of the Light faction, and they decided to move the attack schedule up by 4 days for a swift victory. And if it's 4 days earlier, that means it starts tomorrow. Han Shui was completely shocked. This was an event with a confirmed time in the game, yet it could be launched early. Han Shui remembered an email announcement before the game's release, stating that all NPCs had their own stories and scripts. Therefore, they could proactively change predetermined plot points. Before, Han Shui had just thought it was a gimmick by the developers to pique players' curiosity. But with the current situation, it seemed like the NPCs in the game really had free will, or maybe he was just overthinking it. Speeding up the siege could also be the developers' way of discouraging players from joining the Dark faction. But whatever the reason, this was a huge disadvantage. Han Shui felt he had to do something, and fast. First things first, he had to complete the soldier training mission Daniel gave him. Even though it was the middle of the night in the game, he still summoned all the skeleton soldiers in the city. Once they were all assembled, Han Shui began his teaching career. According to the system's suggestion, he could use his active skills for the skeleton soldiers to observe and learn from. However, their potential was quite low, so Han Shui would probably have to demonstrate it many times for them to improve. The first move Han Shui wanted to teach the soldiers was the evil kick. He demonstrated it once. See that? The essence of this move is to kick. When you encounter an enemy, especially an adventurer from the Light faction, you have to kick with all your might. Kick them in the face like crazy. Kick them until they're dead and gone. Han Shui seriously instructed the soldiers. He didn't know why, but the thought of these soldiers using the evil kick on adventurers tomorrow got him really excited. My lord, could you demonstrate it one more time? We didn't get a good look. A mindless skeleton spoke up. Just as the system had warned, the potential of these skeleton soldiers was pathetic. So, Han Shui patiently performed it again. On the second try, 13 skeleton soldiers learned the D-rank kicking skill, and 3 of them learned the C-rank version. Han Shui discovered that the learning aptitude of these skeleton soldiers varied, so the rank of the skill they acquired also differed. Luckily, The effect was still the same as his original evil kick, just with significantly less power. Han Shui kept repeating the motion for the soldiers to imitate. After persevering for a while, the quest was finally complete. There wasn't much time left. Han Shui scurried back to Daniel to see what preparations he had made. Daniel was currently sitting outside the fortress, gazing at the moon. He didn't look too good. The reward Han Shui received this time was an item of unknown grade, called the Broken Moon Shard. Its effect was to grant an unconditional immunity, allowing the user to avoid one fatal blow. The cooldown was 1 month. Han Shui couldn't believe he got such a great treasure just for completing a C-rank difficulty quest. Daniel was being way too generous with him. Seeing Han Shui happy, he smiled too. Fate is truly an indescribable thing. Daniel, who had just been smiling, suddenly sighed and began to open up under the moonlight. Initially, I used the effect of the Broken Moon Shard to escape from the pursuit of the Light Faction's experts. Before the cooldown was even over, I happened to meet Han Shui, then reluctantly took on a disciple, and finally ended up giving this item to him. Han Shui immediately sensed that something was wrong. Sure enough, right after that, Daniel revealed that his mission was complete, and his time in the mortal world was up. He'd rather give the Broken Moon Shard to Han Shui himself than let it fall into the hands of those hypocrites from the Light Faction. The wound can be avoided, but don't forget what I told you before. As long as you can live long enough, we will definitely meet again in the future. Han Shui suddenly felt a sting in his nose. Daniel's hand on his shoulder felt as heavy as Mount Tai. Master, who are you? Really? It's the same as I said before. Wait until you are strong enough, and all the clouds of mystery will clear on their own. Daniel waved his hand and left, not forgetting to remind Han Shui that tomorrow's mission was important and that he had to protect himself well. Han Shui was an obedient kid. To prepare for the attack mission, starting at 10 o'clock. Tomorrow morning, he decided to log out to get a good night's sleep. At exactly 9:30 the next morning, Han Shui started the game. Just as he got his bearings, he saw countless people appearing around him. The system had also sent a new notification. The Defend the Gloomy Fortress quest would begin in 30 minutes, and the quest to top the Siege Defense Contribution leaderboard had also started. If Han Shui failed this time, not only would he face a huge penalty, but his life might as well be over. The moment Han Shui appeared, he attracted the attention of all the other players. After all, he was extremely famous now. There were probably hundreds of millions of players who wanted to hunt him down. Big bro, say something. Hey, great master, what level are you now? I'm level 18, and I can't even see your info panel. Everyone surrounded Han Shui, each person shouting something, instantly turning the place into a chaotic market. But Han Shui didn't have time to stand around and chat with them. He was the third-in-command boss of the city's defense. He needed to get up on the city wall to observe first. Han Shui ran like the wind. As soon as he reached the top of the wall, he saw Daniel. For some reason, the moment he saw him, Han Shui felt a sense of relief. Even though he said his time in the mortal world was up and he'd be leaving soon, just seeing him for one more day would make me a little happier. The two exchanged a few simple greetings, and the system announced that the event had officially begun. Han Shui was the third wave, silver tier boss, so he couldn't just show up early. Below the city walls, waves of players and NPCs from the Light Faction were swarming in. Leading the charge was a level 20, bronze tier boss NPC named Hata. As he led the Light Faction forward, he bellowed slogans, sending the morale of his followers soaring. On their side, Daniel quickly arranged his forces to meet the attack. A city gate opened, and the skeleton soldiers marched out. They used the stomp skill Han Shui had just taught them the other day to launch a preemptive strike. Most of the players couldn't adapt to this kind of attack and were cut down in droves. Even the players on the Dark Faction were stunned to see the skeleton soldiers use that wicked stomp. Holy shit, they don't just attack you, they go right for the face. These skeletons are brutal, seriously impressive. Good thing we managed to get on their side. Daniel watched the battle unfold. Seeing the skeleton soldiers use the wicked stomp, he turned to Han Shui with an affectionate look. That was his prized pupil. All right, the kid was full of nasty surprises. The Light Faction players below were getting stomped into oblivion. Many of them turned and fled the moment the battle began. But desperate times make for heroes. and the light faction wasn't short on capable people. They fought fiercely, and the first names were already popping up on the contribution leaderboard. Han Shui didn't want to just sit around and wait. Even though he was the third wave boss and couldn't leave the walls yet, he still wanted to rack up some points. As luck would have it, the guy next to him was an archer. Han Shui decided to borrow his weapon. At first, the guy was pretty hesitant. In his eyes, Han Shui's class was a fighter. He shouldn't be able to use a bow. In the end, he only agreed after Han Shui paid him 10 silver coins for 10 arrows. The bow wasn't anything special, just a common-grade wooden bow. After Han Shui equipped it, his attack power dropped to just 842. He took careful aim and fired his first arrow. Unsurprisingly, it hit a light faction adventurer, earning him 1 contribution point. But the person he'd hit turned out to be a level 20 Vice Guild Master with a Defense Warrior class. The fact that he'd one-shotted the guy made the already wary light faction players even more terrified. And the bow's owner was left gaping in astonishment. It was just a normal wooden bow, and Han Shui wasn't even a professional archer, so how could he unleash that much damage? Not bad at all. Han Shui clicked his tongue, then drew the bowstring again. Just like before, he took down a level 21 enemy fighter. The guy standing next to him was getting more and more shocked. Another one-shot kill? Did he get this strong just by joining the dark faction? And he never misses? Han Shui couldn't hide his satisfaction. It seemed his swordsmanship wasn't the only thing he was good at. His archery was nothing to scoff at either. Pressing his advantage, Han Shui knocked 3 arrows at once. I am Han Shui. You can also call me a legendary archer reborn. You didn't know? Man, this guy really knows how to talk big. The 3 arrows he fired all hit their targets. The only problem was, this time the targets were 3 of his own skeleton soldiers. For the friendly fire, the system deducted 1 point for each soldier, and he even earned a loving glare from his master, Daniel. My dear legendary archer, if you keep shooting like that, you're going to wipe out our entire army. Han Shui's face fell, and he seriously reevaluated his actions. He'd gotten cocky from the praise and started firing wildly at his own troops. He had to get his act together. He couldn't let everyone look down on him. The battle raged on intensely. 20 minutes later, the NPC Hata was down to a sliver of health. A player with the in-game name Clueless Sleeper landed the final blow, receiving 25 bonus points. That player was now number 1 on the Siege Defense leaderboard with a total of 129 points. Meanwhile, Han Shui was only in 4th place with 51 points. After Hata fell, the first wave of the siege ended. In 5 minutes, the second wave would begin. Led by the level 25 bronze tier boss, Thunder S. Angus. Angus was even more aggressive than Hata. The moment he appeared, the morale of the light faction warriors soared once again. The dark faction players weren't about to be outdone. Soldiers rained arrows from above, while, down below, the Second Legion marched out of the city. This time, the skeleton soldiers were led by their own bronze-tier boss, matching the enemy. The attack power of this skeleton general was far superior to that of the regular soldiers. For the moment, it was clear the dark faction had the upper hand. Angus found the skeleton soldiers' wicked stomp particularly infuriating. He considered the move utterly despicable, but Angus himself was all talk. While leading the charge, he was cut down in a single blow by the skeleton general. Having lost their general so early on, the light faction's Second Legion became a headless snake. The dark faction players and skeleton soldiers pressed their advantage, and it wasn't long before they had slain countless enemies. The battle grew increasingly chaotic. Time flew by, and the third wave of the siege was about to begin. This time, it was a level 35, silver-tier boss named Kai Luo. What the hell? A jump from a level 25 bronze boss straight to a level 35 silver boss? Shouldn't it have been level 30? The dark faction players started to panic. Looks like the difficulty really ramps up on the third wave. We have to be careful. When Han Shui heard the name Wrathful Soldier Kai Luo, he grew thoughtful. It sounded like the name of someone he'd met recently, but he wasn't sure if it was just a coincidence or if it was really the same person. The answer was revealed soon enough. The moment Kai Luo appeared, he bellowed Han Shui's name, demanding he get his ass out there to settle a score. Son of a bitch, it really was him. This was the guy from the starter village to whom Han Shui still owed 2 gold coins. Money really is the ultimate motivator. No wonder he was fighting so fiercely. He was here to collect a debt. Even the skeleton general was taken down in a single blow. Then again, a level 25 boss is no match for a level 35 one. So that was understandable. Since this was the third wave, Han Shui could finally leave the city walls. This debt with Kai Luo was something he had to settle himself. Before Han Shui left, Daniel couldn't help but remind him. Listen carefully. Your objective is to protect yourself. Don't let your killer instinct cloud your judgment. I will, Master, Han Shui replied, then immediately leaped down from the high wall. The system instantly broadcast an announcement to all players. Attention, adventurers. The level 28 silver tier boss, Dark Ruler Han Shui, will now appear in the third defense wave. The moment the name Han Shui appeared, the players of the righteous faction were in an uproar. Every last one of them wanted to be the one to take him down for the massive reward. Meanwhile, the system required Han Shui to survive for at least 20 minutes before he could return to Daniel's side. It seemed the system had no intention of letting him off easy. The crowd began to launch their attacks on Han Shui, but compared to him, they were far too slow. Seeing that one-on-one fights were useless, they began to surround him. From the moment Han Shui appeared, the players had only one objective. It wasn't just the light faction players who wanted to kill him. Even those who had joined the dark faction were after his head, because as long as they were the one to defeat Han Shui, they would receive the reward regardless of whether the light or dark faction ultimately won. So that's how it is. You even planted spies in the dark faction just to deal with me. If there was one thing Han Shui hated, it was deception. He would show no mercy to these traitors pretending to be on his side. In the blink of an eye, the number of adventurers surrounding Han Shui swelled to 5,000. Because of this, both his toughness and his HP were boosted by 100%. Then, that number grew to 8,000. The system immediately boosted his health and toughness by 200%. His health pool now exceeded 150,000 HP. It seemed the system adjusted the boss's HP based on the number of players engaged, and Han Shui had to hold out for at least 20 minutes. With a unified roar, all the players charged madly toward him. As for Han Shui, he was thoroughly enjoying this moment of carnage. Every swing of his sword took the life of an adventurer. Seeing their comrades get insta-killed like that, the other players grew hesitant. What kind of damage is this? Holy crap, has Han Shui turned into a real boss? The top 10 players on the leaderboard are all checking his stats. His attack power is a whopping 1,300. Those aren't the stats of a normal level 28 player. The more Han Shui fought, the more fired up he got. He loved seeing the notifications for his leaderboard points rack up. Fighting these trash players was getting boring anyway. What Han Shui had been waiting for had finally arrived. Kai La's first strike cost him 5,000 health. Even though this guy was just an NPC, his damage was no joke. Han Shui, you still remember me, don't you? Of course I do. The big idiot from the starting village. It still pisses me off thinking about it. When Han Shui first arrived, he tricked Kai La into believing he was the only adventurer. As a result, the village was flooded with adventurers, and the price of a single set of starter gear shot up to 1,000 gold. So today, he wanted to take his head to compensate for that loss. Seeing how unreasonably furious his opponent was, Han Shui laughed. Didn't we make a deal for 2 gold coins in the beginning? If you want, I can pay you right now, but acting like this is just forcing my hand. So if my hand slips and I end up skewering you, don't blame me. While Han Shui and Kai La were arguing, the other players took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But unlike with that silver tier boss, their full power attacks only dealt 1 or 2 points of damage at most. Some couldn't even penetrate Han Shui's defense to deal any damage. His health bar was still pretty much full, so these sneak attacks only served to piss him off. How cute. A sneak attack? In that case, I won't be holding back anymore. Enraged by Han Shui's blatant mockery, Kai La activated a high-level sword skill and aimed it at him. Han Shui didn't back down. The two fought fiercely, dealing roughly equal damage to each other. They were trading blows, hit for hit, and the other players couldn't even get close. They all thought Han Shui was on a suicide mission. After all, Kaila was a level 35 boss. There was no way Han Shui could match his tankiness. After 2 minutes of melee combat, Han Shui's health was nearly depleted, while Kaila still had plenty left. He then used the evil spirit skill, causing his opponent to lose control for 1 second. After that second passed, Kaila furiously charged at him again. "Is that all you've got?" Of course, a cunning guy like Han Shui wouldn't put himself at a disadvantage. As Kaila charged forward, he suddenly switched targets, attacking an adventurer behind him. After defeating him, Han Shui received 2,340 experience points, instantly leveling up to 29. His health bar was also completely refilled. Kaila was so furious his whole body trembled. "You treacherous bastard! And you're still as stupid as ever." If Han Shui's sword dealt 1 point of damage, his trash talk dealt 1,000. Driven mad with rage, Kaila poured all his strength into his sword and lunged forward. But in his rage, he left an opening. Han Shui immediately seized the opportunity to use his signature evil kick. That single blow dealt over 10,000 damage. His classic combo was to follow up the evil kick with frenzied slash. This time was no different. Han Shui beat Kaila senseless, forcing him to retreat temporarily. To be safe, Han Shui took out a health potion, restoring 1,000 HP per second for 10 seconds. "You mongrel," Kaila growled. "Today, you will pay for everything you've done." Han Shui felt like the guy was putting his entire life force into that curse. He's entered a berserk state now. This buff skill isn't half bad. He gained a 20% attack boost and a 25% speed boost, lasting for 1 minute. But even so, Han Shui wasn't too worried. He raised his sword, summoning his skeleton soldiers to return and protect him. Obeying his command, the skeletons immediately returned. The other players could only stand there dumbfounded, watching everything unfold as if they weren't even part of the game. You can do that? This game is completely shattering my perception of reality. Han Shui summoned the skeleton soldiers so they could activate their group skill, Iron Fortress, creating a solid barrier in front of him. This boosted their defensive power by 100%. Now, all Han Shui had to do was wait for Kaila's 1-minute berserk state to end. After that, finishing him off would be as easy as slaughtering a lamb. Kaila had more than enough strength, but he lacked intelligence. The only thing he could do was frantically unleash his power through his attacks. But Han Shui had already calculated that even with the berserk buff, his power couldn't break through the Iron Fortress in 1 minute. Seeing that fighting alone was getting him nowhere, Kaila finally decided to use his brain a little. He tried to rally his allied players, telling them that if they just used their superior numbers to take down Han Shui, victory would be within their grasp. But what he didn't expect was that after witnessing Han Shui's power firsthand, these players were already wavering. If they actually managed to defeat him, it would be a legendary achievement. But defeating him wouldn't be easy, and they feared he'd hold a grudge if they failed. While they hesitated, 30 seconds of Kaila's berserk state passed. With no one helping him, he decided to try and break through alone. His strength with the berserk buff was indeed incredible, but the Iron Fortress created by the skeleton soldiers was no easy thing to break. In the blink of an eye, another 10 seconds passed as Kaila continued his desperate assault. Another 10 seconds passed with him giving it his all. Finally, in the last few seconds of his berserk state, Kaila broke through. But just as he reached Han Shui, the buff wore off. With a loud thud, Kaila had delivered himself right to the wolf's doorstep. Using his opponent's forward momentum, Han Shui once again unleashed the evil kick, followed by the frenzied slash. By now, Kaila's health bar was almost empty. He hurriedly begged for mercy. "Big brother Han Shui, spare me. Let's clear up this misunderstanding. Clear up my ass." Han Shui unleashed the final killing blow, and with that, Kaila was sent to his grave. Han Shui received 500 accumulation points, 2,000 reputation points, and 300,000 experience points. He quickly jumped to the #1 spot on the leaderboard. The other players could only gawk at the scene in disbelief. They never thought Han Shui could take down a level 35 boss so easily. Kaila's equipment dropped, but no one dared to try and loot it. Han Shui quickly collected all the equipment. It had only been 7 minutes since he'd arrived at the city. In the remaining 13 minutes, he could farm some more experience and ranking points. Daniel watched the battle without missing a second. The more he watched, the prouder he became of his rogue student. Daniel was certain that by the time he was resurrected, Han Shui would have already become a renowned powerhouse on the Tianhang continent. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke appeared on the distant horizon. Daniel's cheerful expression immediately darkened. "Brandy, you're like a persistent ghost that just won't go away." 4 minutes later, the players below the city gave up, resisting, and started trying to flee. It felt less like a battle, and more like Han Shui's personal farming ground for experience points. That is, until a majestic-looking, blonde-haired young man appeared, walking against the crowd. "Han Shui, your head is mine." Han Shui could sense this guy was a pro player. His ID was Chufeng Wutong, a level 25 Crimson Flame swordsman. Notably, this was also a hidden class. Han Shui was puzzled. Having a hidden class in this game already put you on your own unique path to success. So why would Chufeng Wutong come here to cause him trouble? The reason Chufeng Wutong sought him out was a rumor he'd heard. It said that if a player with a hidden class gives up their own, they are compensated with other equivalent rewards. In other words, if he defeated Han Shui, he would not only acquire his hidden class but also receive compensation for his own. Besides, he was intrigued by Han Shui's power and wanted to test his skills against him. The most important thing was that his SS rank talent made the guy burn with jealousy, so he was just looking for an excuse to pick a fight. "Oh, so that's how it is." Han Shui nodded. Thu Fong No Dong seemed like an impatient guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have immediately used a skill like Crimson Flame's Wrath the moment he saw Han Shui. After using it, all stats increase by 50% for 2 minutes. The price to pay after the skill ends is a 10-level drop. Even Han Shui considered it a pretty decent skill. Although the cost was huge, the burst of power was truly immense. It seemed he had no grudge against the guy, but his opponent had already gambled on a life-or-death battle right here. The opponent attacked first, and just one of his blows cost Han Shui 10,000 HP. The crowd of players, as if grasping a lifeline, immediately started worshipping Thu Fong No Dong like a living god. "So cool. The nemesis of Han Shui has appeared. I told you there were tons of great players in the eastern region. It's definitely not just him. We'll just wait here and steal the kill at the end." Han Shui couldn't care less about what outsiders were saying. Thu Fong No Dong hit him once, so he had to return the favor. As usual, Han Shui started with his vicious kick. The guy lost over 8,000 HP and was stunned for 2 seconds. To mitigate the damage, he immediately activated the Flame God's protection skill to increase his defense by 30% for 5 seconds. As expected, Han Shui followed up with Frenzied Slash. After the onslaught ended, Thu Fong No Dong was left with only 23 HP. This wasn't because Han Shui was too strong, but because his opponent's HP was paper-thin. Thu Fong No Dong realized he had been too arrogant. He was no match for him at all, so he used his last bit of strength to try and escape. A nice dream, but unfortunately for him, it didn't happen. Han Shui had already used Grasp of the Undead, in time to lock his opponent in place for 1 second. "Damn it again!" Thu Fong No Dong screamed. "How do you have so many control skills? Tien Vu Ki Hoa, if you don't come help me, I'm really gonna die." So, he had backup after all. A beam of light shot from a distance, hitting Thu Fong No Dong's body directly. His health was instantly restored to full. It turned out the Tien Vu Kai Hoa he had just called for was a holy priest, and the skill she had just used was Divine Heal, which could bring someone back from the brink of death in an instant. However, after being used, it would be on cooldown for a full 7 days. Han Shui fell silent. It seemed this Tien Vu Ki Hoa also had a hidden class. With his health full, Thu Fong No Dong's confidence returned instantly. "Han Shui, let's go again. I've got a dozen healers supporting me. Try and take me down if you've got the guts." Wrong. You should be saying, "Try and drain my 140,000 HP in 2 minutes if you've got the guts." Han Shui mimicked his opponent's tone to mock him. Embarrassed and enraged, Thu Fong No Dong attacked again. Daniel was very pleased with his disciple's performance. He had been down in the city for over 10 minutes, but hadn't once let his emotions get the better of his judgment. It was the same now. All he had to do was wait for the guy's Crimson Flame's wrath to end, and he could easily take him down. Just as Daniel predicted, Thu Fong No Dong couldn't defeat Han Shui within 2 minutes, and instead, his own level dropped to 15. Han Shui didn't want to waste time on these small fries. He directly took down the adventurous duo. Hidden class or not, I'll send you all packing. And the experience he gained from them helped him reach level 30. Although the process of leveling up by farming players went smoothly, Han Shui was a bit tired. 2 hidden classes appearing at once. It seemed there were truly many experts among the players in the eastern region. 20 minutes had passed, and theoretically, Han Shui could return to the city. But the unexpected happened. The 4th and 5th city sieges were merged into one and would begin in 1 minute. This time, it was led by the level 50 gold rank boss, Jennifer, and the level 80 dark gold rank boss, Brandy. The players were stunned. Holy shit, why is there a level 80 boss? That's way beyond any player's level here. Is this a place a level 10 noob like me should be? Are you stupid? Obviously, the next step is to follow the storyline. The activities for basic players are over. That's right. According to the plot, the side of justice always has the advantage. With Brandy appearing like this, it seems the Dark City is fated to fall. Seeing this, Daniel immediately panicked. Han Shui, get back here. You absolutely cannot participate in the next battle. By now, Han Shui had already climbed to the 1st position in the city defense rankings. He was a whole 10,000 points ahead of the person in 2nd place. His position was incredibly solid, so Han Shui had no intention of taking risks and immediately turned to run back to the city. But his escape route was blocked by someone named Vo Tam Tui Mien, who was also the one in 2nd place on the city defense rankings. Everything is as I predicted. For a current player to take you down by normal means is as hard as climbing to the heavens. If he officially entered the next siege wave, Han Shui wouldn't be able to retreat. He immediately became anxious. Get out of my way if you don't want to die. What's the rush? Vo Tam Tui Mien pulled a forbidden spell scroll from his bag. Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Han Shui's expression immediately darkened. Even Brandy couldn't withstand the momentary power of this item. He didn't know how Vo Tam Tui Mien got his hands on it, but it was clear he also knew how terrifyingly powerful it was. After the scroll was torn, it created the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, dealing 2 million points of fixed damage to everything within a 500-meter radius of his position. When the Divine Thunder struck, no player within that range could avoid it. Even Han Shui couldn't escape being hit. Sorry, but the one and only hidden class will belong to me. Vo Tam Tui Mien threw his head back and laughed. He thought Han Shui was a goner for sure, but unexpectedly, the tough-as-nails Daniel appeared just in time, taking the Divine Thunder to save his disciple. Besides, he couldn't just stand by and watch that bastard attack all the adventurers who were protecting the Dark City. Seeing Daniel standing tall in front of Han Shui, Vo Tam Tui Mien was so shocked he was speechless. Everyone knew how powerful that scroll was and how much it was worth. He had resorted to this desperate measure to eliminate Han Shui and seize the unique hidden class. But he was foiled midway by an NPC like Daniel. And besides, why could an NPC even participate in a fight between adventurers? Daniel had no intention of giving him an answer. Instead, he swiftly sent him to meet his maker. Han Shui hadn't expected his master to go to such lengths. After all, if he had really been hit by the Divine Thunder, the Broken Moon Shard could have saved his life once. Daniel seemed very calm, even after being severely injured. He said that his own life was nearing its end, so taking a few hits for him was no big deal. But the Broken Moon Shard was a precious item that shouldn't be wasted in this situation. Just as Daniel finished speaking, an intermittent cough sounded nearby. The expressions of the master and disciple changed instantly, as they both recognized who the cough belonged to. Who else could it be but that troublesome old geezer, Brandy? What a touching scene between a master and his disciple. Old grudges and new hatred. Today, I'll make you pay for everything. Han Shui didn't know how this old man had dropped from a spirit rank boss to a dark gold rank, but just like last time, besides his name, he couldn't see any other information. But even so, Han Shui could still feel an unimaginable gap between his own strength and the old man's. The undead Knight Cain had also joined the battle by now. He told Han Shui to hide somewhere safe. He and Daniel would handle things here. Daniel's wish was no different from Kane's. At that moment, Han Shui felt that the dark faction had more camaraderie than the light faction, and so he decided not to run away. Master, you take Brandy. Kane, you and I will deal with that old hag. Han Shui seemed to have really pissed Daniel off. He just wanted him to hide in the safe zone in the city and wait for this attack wave to pass. His master's wish had even turned into a quest, but he flatly refused. Han Shu felt that Brandy was always targeting them from the shadows. If he left now and Daniel was defeated, then Brandy would just keep hounding them in the future. It would be better for him to stay and help his master, to eliminate him together and prevent future trouble. Despite a rather rocky start, the current relationship between Han Shui and Daniel could truly be described as a deep bond between master and disciple. Seeing how determined he was, Daniel couldn't stop him anymore. They divided the tasks exactly as Han Shui had just said. Daniel would fight Brandy, while he would help Cantor fight Jennifer. Jennifer was an ice mage. She brought with her a massive legion of ice that could launch a group skill, a massive hailstorm. A wave of hail rained down, and any adventurers hit were either severely injured or died instantly. They felt they couldn't keep risking their lives like this. So many people hurriedly logged out of the game. The remaining people were led back to the city by Daniel to take refuge. But how could that old geezer Brandy let them go so easily? He and Jennifer charged into the city after them. The moment those two entered, Daniel gave the order to spring the trap. The Dark Faction's adventurers began to attack with bows and arrows. However, these low-level arrows couldn't even scratch the two major bosses, so in the end, it still came down to the two big bosses on their side and Han Shui. On Han Shui's side, he assigned Cantor to a support role while he would fight head-on. But it was the Undead Knight who initiated the fight first, using his charge skill to increase his movement speed by 35%. This skill could knock back the first enemy it hit and lasted for 10 seconds. Seeing him charging on his horse, Jennifer quickly erected a wall of ice. The Undead Knight's charge shattered this line of defense, opening a path for Han Shui to attack. As usual, he started with an evil kick, but that old hag managed to block it with her bare hands, taking only 1 point of damage. Han Shui really didn't think a level 50 gold tier boss would be this strong, able to stop his evil kick with just one hand. The evil kick skill is powerful, but you are too weak, Jennifer sneered contemptuously. Just then, Cantor rushed in to rescue Han Shui, but the problem was, he was only a level 40 boss. No match for this old hag at all. Just a level 50 ice mage possessed such terrifying strength. He truly felt that he was on the verge of defeat. You think you can control me with just you and Cantor? How ridiculous. I can't believe you think so highly of yourself. Not only was this old hag tough as nails, but her words were vicious. Han Shui was sent flying by her attack. Cantor had taken a hit earlier and thought he was done for, but it turned out he was only knocked off his horse. Now that he was back on his feet, Jennifer found him even more of an eyesore. She condensed several sharp ice pillars in her hand and shot them all at the Undead Knight. He was hit by all of them and collapsed once again. If you're in such a hurry to be reincarnated, then I'll grant you your wish, Jennifer shrieked. Just as she was about to deliver the killing blow to Cantor, Han Shui fortunately managed to stop her in time. This time, because she was distracted, his evil kick landed, causing the opponent to lose over 140,000 health. What are you pretending for? The old hag turned back. A minute ago, when Han Shui was sent flying by Jennifer, the physical pain was one thing, but the frustration in his heart was 10 times worse. Even though he had surpassed the vast majority of other players, he still felt so useless. First Master Daniel, and now Cantor, had to put themselves in danger to save him time and again. Han Shui felt like he was dragging them down, and he couldn't stand to let their sacrifices be in vain. Although his whole body ached, Han Shui forced himself to stand up. For him, this life-or-death battle had to be fought to the very last breath. And so, he took the violet lightning gem out of his bag. This item could still be used 2 more times. Immediately after activating it, just like last time, the potential within Han Shui's body erupted, and all his stats soared by 1,000% for 1 minute. That's why, while he was getting his ass kicked by Jennifer just a moment ago, he could now stomp her under his foot and deal hundreds of thousands in damage. Not only were the other players astonished, but even Jennifer couldn't understand how he had obtained such incredible power. Now that he had successfully controlled the opponent, the next step, as usual, was a frenzied slash. Jennifer was pinned under Han Shui's foot, without a single chance to fight back. After this, Cantor truly saw him in a new light. After the frenzied slash ended, he even helped Han Shui by adding a spear thrust to Jennifer's chest. The old hag was severely wounded and screamed for Brandy to help. But that old geezer was busy dealing with Daniel right now. How could he have time to help her? "Brandy, if you don't help, I'm gonna die," Jennifer's desperate cry echoed. Brandy was extremely annoyed. In his eyes, Han Shui was just a weak-ass little brat, yet he had managed to push a level 50 boss to this extent. He could no longer stand by and watch. He raised his scepter, creating a giant solar storm that swept straight toward Han Shui. To avoid this attack, he was forced to temporarily release Jennifer. The moment she was freed, she tried to flee, but she had only taken 2 steps before being caught by Han Shui's grasp of the undead. He used their own tactic against them, binding Jennifer right in the path of Brandy's attack. "Brandy, thanks for helping me kill this old hag." The spell had already been cast, and Brandy couldn't take it back. Neither of them thought Han Shui would be able to exploit this. Jennifer could only watch helplessly as she was struck by her own ally's attack. After being hit, she was left with only a sliver of health. Han Shui was able to finish her off with a single blow. This was the first time a player had defeated a gold-tier boss, so the rewards were plentiful. Besides the usual experience and attribute points, Han Shui also received a rare skill book, Copper Assassin's Eye, and leveled up to level 33. As before, Han Shui allowed the system to broadcast his achievement to the entire server. The other players seemed to have gotten used to this, so they weren't too surprised anymore. Instead, they were more focused on the item he had just used. Many people were even willing to pay a high price to buy the item that had helped him turn the tables. Han Shui couldn't be bothered with them. He quickly picked up all the equipment dropped by the boss and put it in his inventory, planning to check it all after the siege battle was over. For now, only Brandy remained, but he was also the most difficult boss to deal with. After Jennifer was defeated, Brandy's rage soared even higher. He activated the skill Flame Shield, creating a protective barrier equivalent to 25% of his remaining health, capable of withstanding all forms of physical attack. Han Shui's Violet Lightning Gem still had 17 seconds left on its effect, and he wanted to use that time to deal as much damage as possible to lighten Daniel's burden. But unfortunately, all of Han Shui's attacks were blocked by the Flame Shield. "Get back. You're no match for him," Daniel said, panting heavily. He looked completely battered. "Mentor, are you okay?" Daniel chugged a recovery potion and replied, "Yeah, I can barely hang on." On one side was Daniel, hanging on by a thread, and on the other was the monster Brandy, burning with rage. He seemed tireless, unleashing another skill, Raging Sea of Flames. Every second, it dealt damage to all enemies within a 100-meter radius based on 10% of his own attack power, while also reducing their movement speed by 10%. This skill could last for a full 2 minutes. The skeleton soldiers and low-level players caught in this sea of fire were instantly wiped out. Even Han Shui couldn't avoid his HP, dropping every second. He was losing 1,585 health per second. This meant Brandy's attack power was somewhere over 15,000 points. The Violet Lightning Gem had also worn off by now, and even if it hadn't, with that terrifying attack power, Han Shui wouldn't have been able to hurt him anyway. Daniel was extremely anxious seeing his disciple being burned. "Leave this to me. You and Cantor get out of the Sea of Flames. I want to find an opening from the outside." Han Shui stubbornly refused. Before Daniel could reply, Brandy roared, "You just love putting on this touching master-disciple act in front of me, don't you? Don't you feel it's so fake it's nauseating? You maggots, messing with me time and time again. Today, I'll send you to hell together." As he spoke, Brandy unleashed a killing move aimed straight at Han Shui. At this speed, dodging was impossible, but Cantor suddenly jumped out of nowhere and took the hit for him. He absorbed the full force of the attack, and his entire body was instantly engulfed in flames. Daniel screamed his name in agony, but Can just looked at Han Shui, using the last of his strength to speak his final words. "Kid, You're the one who will inherit the light of the eternal world. You can't die here." Kan's trembling voice signaled that his end was near. Han Shui was stunned and heartbroken. But Daniel gave him no time to grieve, grabbing him by the shirt and dragging him away. The two of them temporarily escaped the sea of flames, but Brandy was in hot pursuit right behind them. Even if the master and apprentice joined forces, they'd have a hard time fighting this crafty old man. Brandy attacked relentlessly, as if his stamina was endless. And Daniel could barely block those attacks, let alone fight back. What's more, he grew much weaker after every block. Brandy seemed to realize this. But more than that, he even knew the root cause of Daniel's condition. Perhaps if you weren't being corroded by that curse, you might have been able to fight me on even ground for a little longer. But now, go to hell. Han Shui was thrown back by the aftershock of Daniel and Brandy's powers clashing. His whole body felt as heavy as lead, and an unprecedented sense of helplessness washed over him. Han Shui didn't want to give up like this. He desperately rummaged through his inventory, looking for a useful item. His eyes lit up when he saw an unopened S-rank skill book, Eye of Slaughter. This skill allowed the user to check an opponent's true strength and even see certain weaknesses. The condition was that the opponent couldn't be more than 50 levels higher than the user. Without a moment's delay, Han Shui immediately learned the skill. Brandy was 47 levels above him, just barely meeting the condition to activate it. Thanks to the Eye of Slaughter, all of the old man's hidden information was displayed before him. His stats were truly absurd, with his health reaching 10 million and his maximum attack hitting 16,200. Even his defense was as high as 12,100. His four main skills, Scorching Fireball, Flame Dragon Tornado, Flame Shield, and the Sea of Blazing Fire he had just used, had been used in rotation. And the reason why Brandy was always targeting Daniel became clear. It was because his own lifespan was running out, so he was always looking for ways to extend it. He finally set his sights on the necromancer Daniel, hunting him down to earn merit, then using the holy baptism of the Church of Light to find a way to survive. Most importantly, Han Shui had seen his opponent's weakness. Brandy was ancient, so his stamina was his fatal flaw. When he was constantly unleashing skills earlier, Han Shui thought the old man was tireless. But looking closely now, he could see that even breathing was a struggle for him. Han Shui immediately spoke up to warn Daniel. "Master, don't fight him head-on anymore. That old man's stamina is low. Just drag out the fight with him." Daniel didn't know why Han Shui said that, but since his favorite apprentice had spoken, he would definitely follow his advice. Daniel waved his hand, summoning all the skeleton soldiers in the city. They immediately swarmed like ants, surrounding Brandy. If there was one thing the old man hated, it was this kind of low-level trash, so his attacks were vicious. Brandy cursed non-stop as he fought. "My stamina is low? You little shit, are you mocking me? Even if I'm old, my stamina isn't weak. Don't you dare try to humiliate me with this horde of skeletons." And indeed, these low-level soldiers weren't enough to drain Brandy's stamina. Even if his stamina was truly low, dealing with this rabble was still too easy. Daniel suddenly gave a helpless smile. "As long as I'm alive, their attacks will never stop." Hearing this, Han Shui became frantic. That sounded like Daniel was planning to sacrifice himself. "Master, you can't. As long as we're alive, there's still a chance." "If you sacrifice your life, we'll lose anyway." Daniel shook his head. A chance? There was never any chance. Every word from Daniel made Han Shui's heart burn with anxiety. What did he mean by that? Could it be? There's another wave coming? Over on the other side, Brandy was going berserk in the sea of flames. He seemed to realize Daniel was planning to sacrifice himself, and his laughter grew even more malicious. "That's right. Come here and die obediently." Daniel wasn't afraid of sacrifice, but he was afraid that after he was gone, Han Shui still wouldn't be able to deal with that old man. And with his personality, he would definitely hunt the boy to the ends of the earth. If he fell, he could still be revived later. But he wouldn't allow Brandy to become a nuisance that would stand in his disciples' way. Daniel planted his staff upright, and an enormous power erupted from his body. The pressure was so immense that Han Shui couldn't even stand firm. This was insane. Just a few seconds ago, his master was gasping for breath, and now he was like a completely different person. The sky quickly turned pitch black, and storm clouds churned without end, swirling into the shape of a hurricane. And from the eye of the storm, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck Daniel's body. Immediately, the system sent Han Shui a new notification. Your master has just received an unknown protection. All stats increased by 100 times. This state can be maintained for 10 seconds. Han Shui felt his heart was about to leap out of his chest. All stats increased by 100 times. What kind of terrifying buff was this? This is bad. This is trading a life for a life. Daniel was planning to take his own life to drag that damn old bastard down to hell with him. Daniel's sudden change made Brandy extremely suspicious. Although the buff time was short, before attacking, Daniel still took a moment to give his disciple some final words. You've truly done your best. There's no need for pity. Your master once said that if you live long enough in the future, we will meet again. When that time comes, you will know who I am. Daniel's smile was incredibly light, as if he had been set free. Then, Daniel raised his staff, aimed it straight at Brandy, and fired a beam of dark purple light. The damage was indescribable. Brandy didn't even have time to be terrified. He was gone in an instant. As Brandy slowly faded away, Daniel could no longer stand. He leaned on his staff and slowly collapsed to the ground. The system also announced that for an unknown reason, Daniel's stats had been reduced by 100 times. Han Shui's emotions were a complete mess. He wanted to run over, but his master shooed him away like a chicken. Run! If you don't run now, you won't make it. From a nearby tall rooftop, a blond man in shining armor appeared. His laughter echoed through the area. The ultimate attack of a peak necromancer, truly. No matter how many times I see it, it's always astonishing. With this person's appearance, the system immediately sent a warning. The unexpected death of the flame mage Brandy has caused a change in the plot regarding the hidden boss, Holy Knight Herpk. Han Shui raised his guard and immediately used the Eye of Slaughter, but unfortunately, even with this skill, he couldn't see any of the opponent's information. That meant that compared to Brandy, this Herpk's power was terrifyingly greater. From his high perch, Herpk looked down at Han Shui and Daniel with an expression that was both contemptuous and mocking. A dark swordsman plus a necromancer. Looks like I'm about to hit the jackpot. Daniel gritted his teeth and stared at the man before him. The Church of Light. Everyone knows what you're planning, by collecting the remains of necromancers. In the future, you will surely face a great disaster. That's not something you need to worry about. Herbeck was still smiling brightly, a smile full of smug satisfaction. A golden spear appeared in his hand. I thought Herb would deal with Daniel first, but the spearhead was aimed straight at Han Shui. He was giving him one last act of mercy before sending him off, the chance to leave some last words. But Han Shui was frozen in fear. What the hell kind of last words could he even think of? Seeing his opponent remain silent, Herbeck lost all his patience. If you have no last words, then just go to hell. He swung his spear ferociously, but before it could reach Han Shui, it was stopped by a sword. I thought it was someone coming to the rescue, but it turned out to be a familiar face. The necromancer swordsman, Saren, who always hid in the swamp, had finally appeared. Herbeck was completely stunned that his attack had been blocked so easily, because ordinary undead swordsmen couldn't possibly reach his level of strength. Saren didn't answer, simply grabbing Jiang Han by the waist and carrying him off like a hawk snatching a chicken. The two vanished into the night, leaving Herb completely helpless. Daniel could finally breathe a sigh of relief. His body was fading away, but his consciousness remained incredibly firm. Daniel believed that by the next time they met, his rebellious disciple would have already made a name for himself across the entire Eternal Continent. Daniel vanished completely, leaving behind only a purple-black gem. Herb picked it up and ordered his soldiers to increase the bounty on the darkest swordsman, Jiang Han. The fifth siege ended as the sun cast its first rays of light. Because the Dark faction had successfully defended the city, the accumulated rewards were doubled. The players of the Dark faction were all holed up inside the city. They had recorded the entire battle that just took place, because this kind of plot was a true roller coaster. Even the plot twists in K-dramas have nothing on this. Facing such powerful bosses, Jiang Han still came out unscathed. And on top of that, the bounty on his head had increased even more. After uploading the clips to various platforms, they quickly logged out. If they lingered any longer, they'd surely be slaughtered by the players from the Light faction. Saren took Jiang Han back to the Phantom Swamp. In the letter he had brought him before, Daniel had said that he hoped Saren would save Jiang Han's life at the most critical moment. Therefore, ever since the battle began, he had been hiding in the gloomy castle, waiting for the right time to act. Hearing this, Jiang Han was more confused than grateful. Then why didn't you save Daniel too? Saren let out a long sigh and explained. Daniel had activated the Heavenly Oath. It's the final move of a necromancer. After using it, he could no longer move and had entered a countdown to his death. Moreover, a necromancer like Daniel is very important to the Church of Light. So if Saren had taken both Jiang Han and Daniel, they would have definitely been hunted down by Herb. At that point, Saren wouldn't be able to protect Jiang Han, and he himself would be dragged into this mess. He could barely handle Herb, but there were actually other powerful experts from the Light faction hiding nearby. Jiang Han was shocked. He thought Herb was already the top dog, but he never expected the Light faction to have other experts stationed there as well. It seems Master Daniel's identity is truly profound and mysterious for the Light faction to set up such a complex formation. From this day on, I will be your new master. Your performance at the Gloomy Castle was not bad. I'm quite impressed. But if you want me to accept you as my disciple, you still have to pass a test. Saren's voice broke through Jiang Han's chaotic thoughts. He remembered Daniel had told him that after he passed away, this undead swordsman would become his next master. Therefore, Jiang Han didn't resist at all and immediately accepted Saren's test. Although the defeat at the Gloomy Castle was regrettable, Daniel had said many times that as long as he lived long enough, he would meet him again in the future. Therefore, the most important thing to do now was to get stronger, find clues, fully understand the Eternal Continent, and most importantly, find out Daniel's true identity. The test was converted into a B-rank difficulty quest called Treasure Hunt. He had to find a mysterious treasure hidden by Saren at the edge of the map. If he failed, not only would he not become his disciple, but he would also be fined 10 gold coins. After Jiang Han accepted the quest, Saren vanished. Just then, the battle at the Gloomy Castle also came to an end. In the end, the Light faction still won, but Jiang Han received a lot of rewards based on his individual contribution, including a ton of experience points, a rare dark gold-grade Azure Wind Ring, a gold-grade item called the Black Scale Vambrace, and the hidden class, Undead Swordsman. Although Undead Swordsman was also a hidden class, because Jiang Han already possessed the rarer hidden class, Dark Swordsman, he didn't plan on changing classes. Jiang Han leveled up to level 36 and simultaneously became a juicy target for every player on the continent. He thought his master taking care of Brandy would be the end of it. He never expected Herb to jump in out of nowhere and even increase the bounty on him. The system announced to all players that whoever captured him would receive a unique hidden class and an S-rank rare skill as a reward. So now, everyone and their mother was fired up, treating Jiang Han as a common enemy to be hunted down. Jiang Han hated this kind of trouble the most. He swore that the next time he saw Herb, he would beat him to a pulp. Before starting Saren's quest, Jiang Han took the opportunity to check the equipment that had dropped from the boss he had just looted. First was Kaila's gear, all of it silver grade. Among them, the boots were better than what he currently had equipped. Jiang Han immediately swapped them for his current pair. Next, he checked the dark gold grade Azure Wind Ring, a reward from the city defense quest. Besides increasing his attack and health, it also came with a special skill, Azure Wind's Protection. This skill allowed him to summon the wind element to negate 20% of the damage from the next attack. The cooldown was 5 minutes. This was clearly a top-tier piece of equipment, a perfect replacement for the Ring of the Undead. After that, the Black Scale Vambrace was also much better than the one he was currently using. After equipping all these new items, Jiang Han's strength had increased significantly. Having completed a series of important quests, his Master of Darkness title had also been slightly enhanced. It now increased his final health value by 200%. Jiang Han felt absurdly strong and a little happy, but he knew this power was still nothing compared to the high-level NPCs in the game, so he couldn't celebrate too early. As for the undead swordsman class, since it wasn't as strong as the dark swordsman, Jiang Han rejected it without a second thought. Giving up a hidden class would grant corresponding rewards. The system allowed him to choose between a skill or a piece of equipment in exchange. But Jiang Han felt that equipment would sooner or later be upgraded and would eventually become obsolete. A skill, however, would stay with him forever. Besides, undead swordsman was a hidden class, so it would surely be exchanged for a decent skill. And sure enough, Jiang Han received an S-rank skill called Domain of War. Its effect was that within a 50-meter radius, the attack power of enemies would be reduced based on the distance between them. The duration was 3 minutes, with a 5-minute cooldown. All preparations were complete. It was now time to carry out the mission Saren had given him. Following the location on the map, Jiang Han found a volcano. This was another map called the Lava Mountain Range. Just one look and Jiang Han could tell this place seemed dangerous. Moreover, the treasure was located right at the summit. Jiang Han quickly faced his first challenge, a level 38 lava golem. Its defense was stronger than its attack, so it wasn't a huge threat to him. This was a perfect opportunity to test the power of his new skill. As soon as the Domain of War was activated, his attack increased by 20%, and the opponent's attack decreased by 20% for 3 minutes. Jiang Han seized the opportunity and hit it with a strike that dealt over 15,000 damage. Seeing how powerful his attack was, the opponent curled up and used its petrification skill. This skill increased its defense by 30% for 2 minutes, but the price was a 20% reduction in its attack power. Jiang Han found it hilarious. This monster seemed a bit stupid. Using this skill was no different from just standing there to take a beating. Even if its defense really did increase, with his current power, he could completely pierce through that defense. Sure enough, less than a minute later, the lava golem was finished off by Jiang Han, yielding 2,500 experience points. That wasn't a bad number, but to level up now, Jiang Han needed 1,200,000 points. By his calculation, he would need to defeat 480 more of them to be enough, which was a huge waste of time. So Jiang Han continued to climb the mountain. The higher he went, the hotter it got. Soon, he encountered the monsters from the upper levels. This time, it was Fire Dagger monkeys, a pack of level 40 fire monkeys with 2 skills, Taunt and Rock Throw. They were the most hated creatures on the Eternal Continent due to their habit of taunting their enemies. Jiang Han was still wondering how these monsters could possibly taunt players when the monkeys started talking. "Look, someone's here. This guy's ugly as shit, and his name is ugly too. Ha ha ha. Look at this weakling. How the hell did he even crawl his way here?" So that's what it was. Getting trash-talked by a bunch of monkeys doesn't feel good at all. Even though he knew this was the enemy's ability, Han Shui was still fuming. He immediately launched himself forward. "You stupid monkeys, you're gonna die here today." Han Shui proceeded to use the Domain of War to initiate the battle. This time, his attack power was still increased by 20%, but the pack of sharp-beaked fire apes only had their attack power reduced by 16%. These monkeys are a real pain, not because their attack is too high, but because they're so damn agile. But their little tricks were barely enough to scratch an itch for Han Shui. He took care of the whole pack of 5 in an instant. Han Shui left one of them alive, threatening it that if it wanted to live, it had to lead him to the rest of its kind. The monkey, fearing for its life, immediately agreed to take him back to its den. While following it, Han Shui suddenly saw another system notification. Luckily, it wasn't bad news. It was just that, as of now, over 100,000 people on the entire server had awakened their talents. Therefore, the system had opened a talent-level ranking list for these players. Han Shui opened it curiously. As expected, his SS rank talent was ranked first. Looking at the entire ranking board and seeing he was the only one with an SS rank talent. Man, this feels good. Meanwhile, that stupid monkey had led Han Shui to its comrades. The moment they saw him, they opened their mouths to taunt him. "Hey everyone, get a load of this guy." Han Shui didn't even let it finish its sentence before chopping its head clean off. After that, he turned back to the other monkey. "Keep going. Lead me to all of your kind." At that rate, it wasn't long before the sharp-beaked fire ape tribe on this volcano was almost completely wiped out by him. This event forced their king to show himself. The sharp-beaked Fire Ape King was a level 42 gold rank boss with up to 2 million HP, and both its attack and defense were quite high. Gold rank bosses like this were a real problem for Han Shui. In terms of attack, he was solid, but in terms of defense and health points, he was still quite a bit weaker than them. The reason Han Shui could defeat the gold rank boss Jennifer back in the Gloomy Citadel was because of the burst attribute from the Violet Lightning Gemstone. But now, he couldn't use the final charge of the gemstone again. That would be too wasteful. The stupid monkey that had been forced to lead the way saw its king appear and acted as if it had found its savior. It immediately shrieked, "Great king! That's the brat who's been causing trouble for us!" Han Shui turned and silenced it with a single slash that sent its head flying. The act of slaughtering one of its tribe members right in front of the sharp-beaked Fire Ape King triggered its rage. Han Shui tried to calm down. First, he'd just try fighting it to see how it went. If he was pushed into a corner, he'd have to rely on the Violet Lightning Gemstone. The sharp-beaked Fire Ape King leaped down from above, creating a terrifying shockwave. The moment it landed, Han Shui lunged forward and used Evil Kick, making it lose 16,570 health. However, the suppression effect he inflicted on the opponent only lasted for half a second. "Is that all you've got, you insect?" The sharp-beaked Fire Ape King spoke while looking at Han Shui with a mocking gaze. It was activating its special skill, Ultimate Taunt, on him. Unlike those other riff-raff monkeys, their taunt skill only infuriated the opponent, but the Ape King's skill reduced the opponent's attack value by 5%. The power of words had been materialized. But according to the system, Han Shui himself could also fight back with words to reduce his disadvantage. Han Shui rarely ever trash-talked, but if the rules of engagement were this weird, he didn't mind giving it a try. "Wow, you're so strong. I'm sure that under your protection, those sharp-beaked monkeys will definitely be safe and live to be 100, right?" Now that was just savage. Han Shui had just wiped out its entire tribe, and now he was rubbing salt in the wound. The sharp-beaked Fire Ape King was furious. This verbal attack from Han Shui reduced its defense by 10%. He seized this opportunity and rushed forward to land a slash. The opponent lost a fair amount of health but still cackled. "Ha ha ha! Are you trying to scratch an itch for me? A hit that weak must be because of a weak kidney, right? Damn." He couldn't believe a mere monkey could be so vicious with its trash talk. It even dared to mock him for having a weak kidney. The system immediately registered this verbal attack, converting it into a 10% disadvantage to Han Shui's attack power. This wasn't a normal fight. It was clearly a trash-talking competition, and he definitely wasn't going to lose to that big oaf of a monkey. "You're as ugly as a demon. I bet no female monkey would ever agree to be with you, huh?" This time, he hit a sore spot. The sharp-beaked Fire Ape King was truly a 1,000-year-old single dog. This time, its defense was reduced by 20%, but because it was so enraged, both its attack power and attack speed increased by 10%. At this speed, I'll get hit even if I run. So Han Shui activated the skill Azure Wind Protection. The next attack he took would have its damage reduced by 30%, but this time, he was still hit, losing over 30,000 health. Even so, this amount was still within a tolerable range. With that pathetic bit of strength, you call yourself a king? What a disgrace. Hurry up and crawl back home to your mommy's milk. Your words sound like a dog barking. I can't understand a thing you're saying. I'm telling you, with a face like yours, even a dog would shake its head in disgust. You bastard. When you can't win with words, you resort to insults? A beast is still a beast, after all. The two sides fought while frantically cursing at each other. At first it was tolerable, but then it devolved into very harsh language. After a few exchanges like this, the sharp-beaked Fire Ape King's defense was truly broken, and the damage it took increased by 300%. This was the moment Han Shui had been waiting for. If it had broken its own defense, then all he had to do was attack to finish things. He quickly landed a blow on the opponent, sending it straight to hell with its subjects. The rewards were the same as usual, experience points and reputation, but there was something more special. Han Shui received the hidden title King of Taunts for defeating the sharp-beaked Fire Ape King in this taunting battle, becoming the new king of the sharp-beaked Fire Ape tribe. When this title is equipped, Han Shui's words have the ability to increase the damage an opponent takes by 10%, or it could backfire if he angers the opponent too much, increasing their attack power by 10%. Although this title wasn't very practical, its insulting power was extremely strong, making it perfect for verbal spars. It's just that Han Shui still had to rely on his current title for its health buff, so he had no intention of changing it yet. After defeating the sharp-beaked Fire Ape King, he leveled up to level 37. This boss also dropped quite a few good items. First was a gold rank helmet, but it required level 40 to be used. Next was a fire dagger. Compared to Han Shui's current Cold Cloud sword, its stats were even better, but unfortunately, he was a dark swordsman, and using a sword was much more effective for him. Han Shui continued to climb. Due to the harsh environment, his health decreased by 10 points per second. Luckily, he had the talisman's ability to recover 0.5% of his health per second. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to reach the summit. Han Shui reached the mountain peak and saw a tree stump at the treasure's marked location. His face immediately darkened. He thought Saren would have arranged for him to find something of extraordinary value, but the result was just a useless, white-grade piece of wood. But whatever. At least the quest was complete. Han Shui then headed back down, preparing to meet his new master. But after taking a few steps, the potential of the dark swordsman began to stir. The system alerted him that his body had sensed an aura with a similar origin to his own, its location only 500 meters away. Han Shui was shocked. Could there be another treasure on this volcano's peak? He started to feel his way towards the location, based on the distance given by the system. But when he was only 1 meter away, the area all around him was empty. There's nothing around here. Could it be underground? As soon as the thought popped into his head, Han Shui started digging with his sword. Sure enough, he hadn't been digging for long when the tip of his sword hit something very hard. It was a door. Han Shui quickly received a new prompt. He had discovered the hidden map, Tower of the Quaking God. The door opened, revealing a deep, vertical tunnel below. According to the description, this place was rumored to be a mysterious land where countless top-tier warriors once fought a battle to the death. Han Shui felt this place wasn't very safe. After all, he couldn't respawn like the players from the Light faction. But then again, if you don't take risks in a game, it's hard to get very far. With that thought, Han Shui jumped down into the tunnel. The moment he landed, Han Shui was struck by an attack. Before taking the full hit, he managed to activate his Azure Wind Ward skill, reducing the damage by 20%, but even so, he still lost nearly 160,000 health. The system explained that the attack was from the raging flames he had triggered, a forbidden curse left on the ground by a demon god. Due to the erosion of time, the curse's power had greatly diminished. A chill ran down Han Shui's spine. The curse's power had eroded, and yet it still wiped out almost all of his health. If he hadn't activated Azure Wind Ward just now, he would have been a goner for sure. Luckily, he had the power of death, which healed him every second. After a while, Han Shui's health bar was full again, and his Azure Wind Ward skill was off cooldown. Han Shui cautiously took another step, only to be burned by the demon god's raging flames again. Just like before, he activated Azure Wind Ward, barely managing to hang on to his last sliver of health. The system sent another notification with the same message as before. Han Shui was getting pissed. Suddenly, he saw a staircase not far away, leading deep underground, with black smoke rising from it. It seemed this was the very aura that had drawn him here. Han Shui stood still for 5 minutes to let his health regenerate, then took another step. This time, the raging flames didn't ignite. Han Shui let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, not every single step was a trap. After that, he walked with much more confidence. On his very next step, the guy triggered the curse again. "Damn it," Han Shui hissed. "I swear, I just want to go back to the swamp with my master and be done with this." And so it went. Get burned. Wait to heal. It took him half an hour to finally reach the staircase. But when he tried to rush down, he slammed into an invisible wall. Man, this demon-suppressing tower is just one damn thing after another. Han Shui tried slashing the wall with his sword, but nothing happened. It seemed there had to be some kind of mechanism to get through. While Han Shui was racking his brain, The broken moon shard flew out of his bag on its own. It passed right through the invisible wall, and when Han Shui chased after it, he went through as well. Perhaps the one who created this wall also created the broken moon shard for him, which is why the two were attuned. Han Shui walked down the stairs. Both the walls and the floor were covered in countless slash marks. It looked like an unimaginable battle had once taken place here. In the deep, dark corridor, Han Shui saw the first corpse. The system introduced him as Ge, once one of the 10 great demon gods who commanded the elements. He died here, in this secret realm during the Great War of the Demon-Suppressing Tower, unknown to the world. Han Shui was stunned. Even one of the 10 great demon gods had perished here. Just what kind of divine being existed in this tower? None of the equipment on Ji's body was usable anymore. Han Shui pressed on. Deeper down, he discovered a room filled with white bones, a chilling sight. Seeing so many powerful experts fallen here, he was more certain than ever that the demon-suppressing tower was no simple place. Han Shui continued deeper. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he was ambushed by a sword intent, losing 800 health points per second. But thanks to his power of death, the damage was negligible. In the center of the 4th floor room, Han Shui discovered an armored skeleton standing upright, still clutching a sword in its hand. This was the Dark Swordsman, Luo Yi, also one of the 10 great demon gods from ancient times. He possessed the power to shatter heaven and earth, and his might shook the entire world, yet he still ended up dying in this place. Standing before this previous Dark Swordsman, Han Shui felt his breath catch. It seemed the aura from the armor he wore was what had led him here. If this were a typical story, this armor set would belong to me, right? At that thought, he couldn't contain his excitement and reached out his hand. Brother Luo Yi, may you rest in peace. I, your junior, will definitely make the name of the Dark Swordsman shine throughout the world. Oh, is that so? A voice echoed from the air, making Han Shui's heart stop. Who's there? He shouted. The skeleton in front of him rapidly transformed as a blinding purple light surged out, then coalesced into a human figure behind Han Shui. The figure before him was tall and imposing, looking just like Luo Yi. To be more precise, it was the remnant soul of Luo Yi, Han Shui's predecessor. He suddenly felt embarrassed by the words he had just spoken, like a thief caught red-handed by the homeowner. Luo Yi seemed to understand and spoke up. I've been gone for a long time. I don't mind what you said. This armor has been with me through countless battles on the field. I can't just give it to you, unless you can defeat me in my youth. Han Shui knew the system wouldn't let him get anything for free. Another Luo Yi appeared before him. But this one wasn't a remnant soul. It was just an emotionless fighting machine. According to the system's conventions, he was a level 37, gold-tier boss. Luo Yi possessed 4 skills: Dark Sword Edge, Annihilation Sword Art, Power of Death, and Dark Reincarnation. As his opponent began to charge, Han Shui suddenly realized something wasn't right. Wait a minute. Dark Reincarnation is a skill only a level 50 Dark Swordsman can use. A level 37 shouldn't be able to use it. I wouldn't know. I'm just a remnant soul. My memories of my past life are quite hazy. Luo Yi's remnant soul replied languidly. Han Shui had a feeling he knew perfectly well and was just too lazy to answer. Meanwhile, the emotionless killing machine had already begun its attack. Han Shui activated his war domain. His attack power increased by 20% as usual, but Luo Yi's attack power was only reduced by 10%. Seeing this, Luo Yi clicked his tongue a few times. That's a pretty impressive trick you've got there. I wonder where you learned it. It's my innate talent. I figured it out on my own. Got it? On your own? You really think I'd believe that? Han Shui couldn't be bothered arguing with a remnant soul and focused on fighting the machine. He successfully used Vicious Stomp, dealing 26,546 damage to the Luo Yi boss and suppressing him for 1 minute. Han Shui comboed a few skills at once, then unleashed Frenzied Slaughter. From the sidelines, Luo Yi's remnant soul couldn't stop muttering his approval. Your combos are quite excellent. Your attack power is actually much stronger than mine was back in the day. I bet your talent is just as overpowered, isn't it? Luo Yi snapped his fingers. All right, that's enough messing around. Time to give you a bit more of a challenge. After the snap, The aura of the boss in front of him changed completely, as if it were a different person. While he was still stunned, Luo Yi slashed at him. Han Shui couldn't dodge in time and used Azure Wind Ward to block, but he still lost 33,430 health. This power was just too brutal. If it weren't for Azure Wind Ward, he probably would have lost half his health bar. Han Shui quickly drank a healing potion. For the next 10 seconds, he would recover 50,000 health per second. How's that? The path of the Dark Swordsman is 10,000 times harder than this. If you're all prepared, then let's ramp up the difficulty again. It's already this hard and it can get even harder. The moment Luo Yi finished speaking, he used the Dark Reincarnation skill, something that shouldn't be possible for a level 37. All of his stats simultaneously increased by 50%, and it would last for 5 minutes. After the skill ended, his level would drop by 10. Luo Yi was already very strong. A 50% stat boost was a true disaster. Before Han Shui could even react, his opponent accelerated and leaped up. He landed slightly to Han Shui's right, and without hesitation, Luo Yi unleashed a slash. That single slash easily took off a third of his health bar. Han Shui had no choice but to use another health potion, but that meant he had no time to counterattack. Before the potion could even take full effect, his opponent attacked again. This time, Han Shui was a little smarter. He leaped high into the air, dodging the lightning-fast slash, and used the momentum to land a vicious stomp on his opponent. After that, Han Shui used Nether Soul Slash to amplify the damage. The move was indeed effective. Luo Yi's speed had slowed a bit, but before he could recover, Jiang Han continued to bind him with Spirit's Malice and attack frantically. Luo Yi's remnant soul observed from above, nodding continuously in praise of his successor. Jiang Han's coordination of his skills was truly intelligent. But right now, Jiang Han was having a massive headache. The control effect had ended, and his opponent resumed his crazed assault. He had originally planned to hide behind the large pillar in the room for a bit, waiting for Evil Kick to come off cooldown, but Luo Yi shattered it with a single blow. Taking a hit from an attack with that much power would probably send me straight to heaven, and Evil Kick is still 5 seconds away from being ready. Meanwhile, Luo Yi attacked without a moment's rest. Seeing his opponent slash towards him, Jiang Han had to rely on Azure Wind Ward again. Luckily, he didn't die, but now he only had a little over 30,000 health left. That was too brutal. It seemed like a single one of Luo Yi's moves was enough to send Jiang Han on his way. Fortunately, after taking that hit, Evil Kick was ready. Without a moment of hesitation, Jiang Han landed a direct kick on his opponent, followed by the familiar Necro Slash into Spirit's Malice, and then Frenzied Slaughter. A series of skills was unleashed smoothly, causing Luo Yi to lose a significant amount of health. Jiang Han calculated the timing, and seeing that the control effect was about to end, he immediately increased the distance between them. But unexpectedly, his Spirit's Malice ended earlier than planned. Because his skill had been interrupted by Luo Yi's control skills multiple times, its effectiveness had been reduced by 80%. Jiang Han cursed silently. The system was playing dirty. There was this kind of effect too? With no time to widen the gap, just one more hit from this attack, and Jiang Han would be done for. After all, the Broken Moon Shard would save his life once. But the trial given by Luo Yi would end, and he wouldn't receive that set of armor. Jiang Han closed his eyes, accepting this outcome. But surprisingly, after being hit, he was still alive, having only lost a little over 20,000 health. It turned out that the opponent's Dark Samsara duration had ended. With his attributes reduced, his attacks were naturally not as strong as before. Most importantly, Luo Yi's level had been reduced to 27, and his attributes had also dropped significantly. Jiang Han suddenly felt a surge of confidence. I've been taking a beating for 5 minutes, and I've finally been waiting for this moment. Now it's my turn to counterattack. Without Dark Samsara and with his level reduced, fighting Luo Yi was much easier. Jiang Han attacked frantically, as if venting his frustration from the 5 minutes of getting his face smashed in. He finally defeated the Phantom of the Dark Swordsman Luo Yi, receiving 1 million experience points and leveling up to 38. Luo Yi's remnant soul couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically. Not bad at all. Very cunning. Jiang Han panted heavily. Although he was exhausted, the feeling of joy from completing the quest was great. Luo Yi kept his promise and gave him the gold-grade dark armor set. This item was crafted from inverted dragon scales and countless precious ores. Jiang Han's eyes lit up as he looked at the armor set. This was truly a divine piece of equipment that any player would dream of. This armor set was not only strong in its health and defense stats, but it also possessed an independent S-rank skill, Dominate the 8 Directions. The skill would release the power of the dragon's soul hidden within the armor, dealing 100% of his attack power as damage to all enemies within a 100-meter radius, while also reducing their movement and attack speed. This effect lasted for 3 seconds with a 5-minute cooldown, and most importantly, it could grow. This meant that the final level of the dark armor was not limited to gold grade. The description also said that it was a magic armor that grew alongside the dark swordsman. Its potential was unimaginably high. Jiang Han was as giddy as a child. He immediately equipped it. Seeing that the dark armor had found a new master, Luo Yi was relieved. But just as he was about to disappear, Jiang Han called him back. "Wait, dude, what now?" Jiang Han pointed at the sword in his hand, not hiding his ambition in the slightest. "What about this sword? Can I take it?" This was the first time Luo Yi had met someone who'd be given an inch and demand a mile. That Azure Devourer sword had followed him through countless battles. It was just a pity that after a long period of disuse, its original power could not be restored, making it truly inferior to the armor set. He agreed to let Jiang Han take it, but on one condition: he had to return the jade pendant from his neck to a certain woman. Luo Yi's request was quickly encoded into a side quest. It had to be said that, up until now, most of the quests Jiang Han had received were main storyline quests, like defending the gloomy citadel. These side quests, however, actually contained many details related to the main plot, but they were not mandatory to complete. Jiang Han wanted to quickly uncover the hidden stories of the Eternal Continent, so he didn't refuse the quest to return the Jade Pendant, but he didn't expect it to be harder than he imagined. The difficult part was that Luo Yi didn't know who the original owner of the Jade Pendant was. He and she had only shared a brief romance. He didn't even know her name. Luo Yi only knew that she also used a sword and was probably from the Sword Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion was a place established in Azure Wind Town to avoid the power struggles among the princes. But the problem was that Azure Wind Town was located in the Light Faction's territory. Jiang Han was currently a wanted target by all players, so going there would be very dangerous. He explained this problem to Luo Yi, who unexpectedly just laughed. "I thought it was something complicated. Let me teach you a trick to conceal your aura." Jiang Han then received a new special skill, Art of Concealment. It could hide his own aura, including his name and title. This was a basic skill for any powerful expert. If an opponent wanted to inspect his information, their level had to be 20 levels higher than his. The skill's duration was 1 day, with a 3-day cooldown. Wow! To think that just by getting lost in here, he not only got armor but also this amazing support skill. On the Eternal Continent, apart from the top-tier experts, Jiang Han's level was far superior to other players. With the help of the Art of Concealment, it seemed he could boldly enter a Tier 3 city. "The power of my remnant soul is about to dissipate. Is there anything else you want to ask?" Hearing Luo Yi say this, Jiang Han suddenly remembered something. He took the broken moon shard out of his bag. "Do you know the origin of this thing?" Luo Yi's attitude clearly changed upon seeing the broken moon shard. However, instead of answering, he asked Jiang Han where he got it. Jiang Han answered honestly that a mysterious person had given it to him. After hearing this, Luo Yi fell even deeper into silence. "A gift? It seems you and that person are bound by fate. Who are you talking about?" Jiang Han grew more anxious as he saw Luo Yi starting to fade. "That person is the source of all the corpses inside this god-suppressing tower, the one who caused top-tier experts, including myself, to die here. A mysterious monster. The broken moon shard came from him." As soon as Luo Yi finished speaking, he completely vanished, leaving Jiang Han standing there in a daze. He never thought his former master could be that powerful. No wonder Daniel was always hesitant to speak when he asked about the death of the previous Dark Swordsman. Only now did he know that Luo Yi had been defeated by his hand. But the more Jiang Han thought about it, the less he understood. If Daniel had killed the previous Dark Swordsman, why did he hold no grudge against him? On the contrary, he was willing to devote all his efforts to training him, even sacrificing himself to save him. Jiang Han had countless questions, but he probably couldn't find the answers right away. The priority now was to complete the side quest first. He took the jade pendant from Luo Yi's neck, and his bones turned to dust, leaving only the spirit-grade Azure Blood Devourer sword. According to the description, this weapon was no longer as powerful as it once was. However, it was still a precious magic weapon. If Jiang Han couldn't complete the quest to return the jade pendant within 3 days, it would be temporarily locked and unusable. The Blood Devourer sword's special skill was Blood Drink. Consuming fresh blood would make it more powerful. Every time it killed someone, its attack power would increase by 1%, stacking up to a maximum of 20 times and lasting until the combat state ended. Hearing what Luo Yi said earlier, I thought this was a pile of scrap metal. I didn't expect that even after being worn down, this sword is still so badass. Looks like Han Shui really scored big on this trip. Suddenly, a broken voice echoed through the space, startling him. The voice came from underground. This god-suppressing tower must have a 5th floor. But Han Shui could feel the aura coming from below was too powerful, making him feel suffocated. Han Shui wasn't a reckless person. The floor below was definitely not a place someone like him could explore. Besides, getting the dark armor and the blood-devouring sword was already a huge win. Getting out of there was the priority. Half an hour later, Han Shui made it back to the surface. He carefully marked the location of the god-suppressing tower, planning to return and investigate later when he was stronger. But unexpectedly, his troubles weren't over yet. Han Shui ran into a giant serpent monster. It seemed this was the overlord of the lava mountain range. However, both his attack and defense stats completely outclassed this huge beast, so it didn't take Han Shui long to deal with it. After dealing with the serpent, Han Shui felt completely exhausted, and this was real fatigue. From the battle at the gloomy citadel until now, it was already 2 in the morning. He returned to Ghost City to turn in the quest to Saren. After completing it, this dignified man officially replaced Daniel as Han Shui's new mentor. He noticed the changes in him at a glance. Looks like you had quite a haul in the lava mountain range. Just a bit of luck, sir. Saren nodded. Han Shui was about to log off and sleep when he suddenly remembered something. He took out the jade pendant fragment for him to inspect. He had only intended to ask about it, but unexpectedly, Saren recognized it at a glance as an item from the Sword Pavilion. You know the origin of this thing. I was once a disciple of the Sword Pavilion myself. Of course I'd know the origin of this jade pendant. Wow, this was a bigger score than he'd expected. Han Shui never thought Saren was a disciple of the Sword Pavilion. According to him, every female member of the Sword Pavilion, whether a disciple or an elder, possessed a jade pendant. If she developed feelings for a man, she would give it to him to show her affection. This was an unwritten rule of the Sword Pavilion. No wonder Luo Yi said he and that woman had a brief romance. Saren examined the jade fragment carefully and determined that its owner must have an extremely high status. That meant returning this item would be dangerous for Han Shui. However, this was also a matter of fate. Saren thought for a moment, then said, "The sword in your hand also comes from the Sword Pavilion. It's time to return it as well. Come with me tomorrow. But first, get some rest. From the gloomy citadel to the lava mountain range, you've been through a lot." Han Shui let out a sigh of relief. After saying goodbye to Saren, he logged off and went to sleep. When he woke up, it was already noon the next day. Han Shui immediately logged into the game. Saren was already there waiting. The two of them began their journey to Qingfeng Town. Along the way, Han Shui grew very curious about logging in and out. The NPCs in Eternity seemed to possess their own consciousness. Yet neither Saren now nor Daniel before had found it strange that he would suddenly appear and disappear. Don't you adventurers from another world return to your own space? That interesting skill must be a privilege bestowed upon you by the god of time and space, right? It seemed the game had an established explanation for the NPCs, involving this so-called god of time and space. The two continued on their way. Before long, a system notification announced that Han Shui had entered the Skylight City map. He looked up, extremely surprised to find that this was the former gloomy citadel. Now, the city was filled with soldiers from the Light faction. However, to get to Qingfeng Town, they had to pass through the gloomy citadel's teleportation array. This happened to be the perfect opportunity for Han Shui to test out the concealment art skill that Luo Yi had taught him. After activating the skill for the first time, the system sent a new prompt. You have used the concealment art skill. Please set an alias and fill in your virtual stats. Alias. After reading the notification, Han Shui unconsciously repeated the word, not expecting the system to register what he had just said. And just like that, Han Shui's new ID became Alias. This name made even the usually cold Saren burst out laughing. The two of them entered the gloomy citadel together. Saren already had the ability to hide his identity, so it wasn't a problem. Many players couldn't help but laugh the moment they saw Han Shui. It wasn't just the careless name, his current appearance was also hilarious. Han Shui was a bit embarrassed, but being laughed at for being ugly was better than being recognized as Han Shui and getting hunted down. The two quickly found the teleportation array and spent 50 silver coins to travel to Qingfeng Town. This was a level 3 town. Although it wasn't far from the Dark Faction's sphere of influence, no one dared to trespass because the reclusive sword pavilion was located here. Saren thought it wasn't wise to make a move during the day and wanted to wait until later. Han Shui wasn't familiar with this place, and since the sword pavilion was reclusive, it certainly wouldn't be easy to infiltrate. So, he obediently listened to his master. We can walk around during the day. Just try not to attract attention. Is there anywhere you want to go? Han Shui thought for a moment and felt he should buy some potions to restock. He had used up quite a few during his trip to the lava mountain range, so Saren took him to the potion shop. As soon as they arrived, Han Shui confidently asked the owner to show him the best health potions. After all, he had 236 gold coins, 56 silver coins, and 3 copper coins on him. The owner, looking like he'd struck gold, indeed brought out the best health potion for Han Shui to see. This item restored 1% of health per second, lasting for 10 consecutive seconds. More importantly, it was reusable, with a 3-minute cooldown. However, it could only be used by those at level 120, and its price was a whopping 50,000 gold coins. Han Shui wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He had boldly asked for the best potion only to find he couldn't afford it. I don't have enough money. I'll just take the regular stuff. Han Shui bought 100 recovery potions and 50 healing potions. These were the two types he usually used. As they left the potion shop, Han Shui was still feeling embarrassed. Seeing this, Saren couldn't help but laugh. Don't underestimate Qingfeng Town. Even though this is just a level 3 town, it's full of hidden masters. It's not uncommon for a shop here to have top-tier potions. Their conversation was cut short by a woman's scream. She was being harassed by a thug. Han Shui had a feeling this was clearly a setup for him to play the hero, saving the damsel in distress, and that both of them were probably NPCs. Sure enough, a hidden quest called Pretend Like the Wind was activated. He had to conceal his identity and drive the scoundrel away, while earning pretend points. After completing the quest, each point would be converted into 10,000 experience points. The way to earn pretend points was to either make the thug feel scared or make the girl feel admiration. Han Shui accepted the quest and immediately stepped up. "Stop! How dare you bully a woman in broad daylight?" His words were heroic, but with his egg-shaped head, Han Shui only made his opponent find him ridiculous instead of scary. Ha ha ha! The thug couldn't stop laughing. With that egg head of yours, you want to be the hero saving the damsel? Ha! Not only did he fail to scare his opponent, he was looked down upon instead. The system immediately deducted 5 pretend points from Han Shui. He was furious, going into the negative before he'd even earned any. Han Shui gritted his teeth, veins popping on his face, and roared, "Get lost!" This time, his opponent was a little scared, and he gained 1 pretend point. But it was only a little. The guy was tough, too, and he shouted back defiantly, "You dare ruin my fun? Do you have any idea who I am?" "Well, do you have any idea who I am?" "You're Alias?" "That's right, I'm Alias, because you're not strong enough to see my real name. Finding out who this guy wasn't hard. Han Shui used his bronze eye of slaughter and discovered his opponent was a level 50 gold tier boss. His name was Bei Fu, and his character backstory was that of a notorious local robber. He was once a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, but he was expelled for harassing the female disciples. After that, he started causing all sorts of trouble in town. Han Shui was stunned. This thug was actually a gold tier boss, and his stats were nearly on par with the level 80 brandy from before. And the system rated this quest as only D rank difficulty? Meanwhile, after hearing what Han Shui said, Bak Fu started to doubt his true identity with an unconcealable sense of caution. Because of this, Han Shui gained another 5 pretense points, but his opponent had already started drawing his sword. If we make a move here, I'm afraid it'll attract too much attention. I don't care who you are. If you've got the guts, then show me what you've got, Bak Fu taunted. Show you my hands. You're too weak. You're not even worthy of seeing my true strength. Xiao Xie, help me get rid of him. This Xiao Xie was Saren. When he heard Han Shui say that, his face darkened. But this bratty disciple, as much of a handful as he was still his disciple. Saren took about 2 seconds to calm down, then quickly got into character to support Han Shui. Did you hear what our young master said? Scram! Our young master can't stand to see others bully the innocent. This master and disciple duo really deserved an Oscar. Han Shui's words, combined with Saren's killing intent, truly terrified Bak Fu. He began to consider the possibility that this guy was some big shot hiding his name and appearance. Otherwise, how could he dare to act so arrogantly with just a subordinate by his side? To save his own hide, Bak Fu quickly made a run for it. As he fled, he didn't forget to threaten that he would find reinforcements to settle this score. Han Shui received 30 pretense points for intimidating him, and another 20 points because the girl had begun to admire him. He hurriedly said goodbye to her. He had to get out of there before that bastard actually called for reinforcements. Sir, you saved my life. Please, could you tell me your real name? My name is Daniel. Han Shui replied nonchalantly. Saren was speechless. The pretend like the wind mission was complete. Han Shui received a total of 51 pretense points, which he converted into 510,000 experience points. Afterward, Saren took him to the auction house to sell his unused equipment. The two were busy for a whole day, and finally, it was 8 p.m. Qingfang town was shrouded in the mystical night, so they decided to infiltrate the Sword Pavilion together. The Sword Pavilion had a classic, ancient Chinese architectural style. It looked majestic just from the outside. Han Shui had once read a forum post where someone said that sneaking into the Sword Pavilion was extremely dangerous. If you were discovered by a high-level NPC, you would be instantly decapitated. Even though you wouldn't die for real, you would still drop 5 levels, an incredibly severe penalty. Today, Han Shui had infiltrated the place, but he only had 1 life, so he had to be extremely cautious. Master, where should we go? You head to the hidden sword chamber in the east. There are definitely people there who can give you the answers you seek. As for me, I have to go to the sword forging pond to change my sword. Han Shui was stunned for a few seconds. His master was telling them to split up, wasn't he? But the person he was told to find was the sword god. Even though he had no idea what this person looked like, just hearing the title sword god was enough to intimidate Han Shui. As if reading his thoughts, Saren reassured him, "You don't need to worry. Although I've never met this generation's sword god, those who study the sword are generally righteous by nature. If they understand your purpose for being here, they likely won't make things difficult for you." Even though Saren spoke with absolute certainty, Han Shui wasn't convinced. Even though this was just a side quest, it was still S rank in difficulty. Would the sword god really let him off that easily? But his master didn't seem like the type of person you could whine and plead with. After giving him his instructions, he used his lightness skill and vanished. Han Shui was left alone, struggling to stay out of the NPC's line of sight. He moved cautiously with every step, and finally found the hidden sword chamber that Saren had mentioned. The sword god was inside. Han Shui seriously wondered if pushing the door open now would get him instantly killed with a single sword strike. However, if it really was the sword god, they would have detected him long before he even stepped inside. With this in mind, Han Shui confidently pushed open the door to the hidden sword chamber and entered. But then, something unexpected happened. The system automatically canceled the effects of his stealth skill because a powerful expert had appeared within Han Shui's vicinity. All Han Shui could see was a girl in front of him, reading a book. She looked a little surprised to see him. "Why is it you?" Han Shui was even more surprised than she was. First, he never thought the sword god would be a girl. Second, the way she spoke, it was as if she already knew him, and yet, this was the first time they had ever met. Before this, Han Shui had only heard of the sword god from Daniel, who mentioned that this person possessed an SS rank sword heart talent. "You recognize me?" Han Shui probed. "Of course. Back in the gloomy citadel, if Saren had killed Herbak, I would have been next." Han Shui suddenly recalled Herbak's words from that time that there was another powerful expert hiding at the scene of the battle. He suddenly realized that the Church of Light and the necromancer Daniel were intimately connected. Likewise, the undead swordsman Saren and the Sword Pavilion also had a relationship. The world may be divided into black and white factions, but there were always such tangled relationships between them. Han Shui held his breath, staring intently at the girl. If she was the sword god, then the book in her hands must be some peerless scripture. The sword god tilted her hand slightly, revealing the title of the book she was reading. It was The Tyrannical Sword, God Fell for Me. Han Shui was stunned. He never expected the sword god to read such a trashy novel. He decided not to waste any more time and directly took out Luo Yi's jade pendant. "The main reason I came here was to ask if you know who the owner of this jade pendant is." The moment she saw the jade pendant, the sword god lost her composure and lunged forward. When she heard Han Shui say that it had been given to him by the previous generation's dark swordsman, she grew even more agitated. "Is he still alive?" The moment the question left her lips, the sword god dismissed it herself. If the dark swordsman were still alive, how could Han Shui have possibly inherited the title? It was the only unique hidden class that existed on the Eternal Continent. Only when the predecessor dies can a successor emerge. When I met him, he was nothing more than a remnant soul. Since you know the origin of this jade pendant, please return it to her for me. I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell." Han Shui had intended to leave right then and there, but ended up with a sword pointed at his throat. As expected of an S-rank side quest, there was no way he would get through it that easily. However, if he attacked now, his chances of winning were practically zero. Han Shui's mind raced, and in the end, he decided to take a gamble and make a bet with her. "How about this? Let's make a deal. If I can survive a single strike from your sword, you have to let me leave the Sword Pavilion unharmed. I belong to the Light faction. How can I just stand by and watch you leave this place safely? I'm afraid the City Lord would have grounds to hold me accountable later." This was bad. She had absolutely no interest in his bet. Han Shui grew increasingly flustered. "I only came to return the jade pendant. I have absolutely no malicious intent. If you take my life just like this, aren't you afraid of damaging your sword heart? Of being shamed by your own conscience?" His opponent remained silent for a long time, her expression grave. Han Shui felt he'd made the wrong move. Saying something like that was no different from pissing the sword god off even more, wasn't it? While he was debating whether or not to strike first, the girl in front of him suddenly burst out laughing. "I'm just kidding. It's just as you said. If you only came here to return the jade pendant, then I really have no reason to take your life." Han Shui let out a sigh of relief, but his heart immediately sank again as she continued. "However, if word gets out that you left here safely, my Sword Pavilion will find it difficult to escape accusations of injustice. Let's do this. I will fight you using the strength of a silver rank. If you win, you can leave the Sword Pavilion. If you lose, well, you'll have to leave this world." And so, faced with the sword god's irrefutable offer, Han Shui's quest automatically changed from return the jade pendant to challenge the sword god. However, while undertaking this quest, his own strength would also be reduced to silver rank, ensuring a fair fight against the sword god, Dongfang Yixin. Han Shui relaxed slightly. If it was a challenge between opponents of the same rank, then perhaps he still had a chance to win. He agreed. Dongfang Yixin snapped her fingers, and the hidden sword chamber vanished. The scenery around them was replaced by a desolate wasteland. Even though it was a challenge between equals, Han Shui still felt a little tense. After all, the person before him was the master of the Sword Pavilion, one of the top figures in the Light faction. Even the Emperor had to show her some respect. The Sword God's skills were also incredibly diverse, including sword control, technique break, peerless blade, demon-sealing sword art, and the forbidden art, myriad swords return to origin. Han Shui paid special attention to that last skill, the forbidden art, myriad swords return to origin. Any skill with the word forbidden in its name was a technique that had reached the level of a forbidden spell, possessing terrifyingly destructive power. I have to fight this one for real, or I'm gonna end up in a coffin. Dongfang Yixin also wanted a quick and decisive battle. The first skill she used was Sword Command, increasing her attack speed by 50% and her attack range to 200 meters. More importantly, it could be used continuously with no cooldown. A chill ran down Jiang Han's spine. Her first skill was already this terrifying, worthy of the name Sword God. At the speed of that demon-breaking sword, Jiang Han couldn't run. He could only defend. He immediately used Malevolent Spirit's grasp to control the blade. This was the first time Jiang Han had used a skill on a piece of equipment instead of a person. The control effect only lasted for 0.35 seconds, after which he immediately followed up with Wicked Trample. Dongfang Yixin was visibly stunned. These moves of yours? I saw them myself back at the Gloomy Citadel. I never expected you could use them in such a way. She snapped her fingers, recalling the demon-breaking sword. This time, Dongfang Yixin charged straight at him, weapon in hand. This played right into Jiang Han's hands. He activated his war domain, increasing his own attack power by 20% while simultaneously decreasing the sword god's by 10%. As Dongfang Yixin continued her charge, Jiang Han showed no intention of dodging. He simply let her sword run straight through his chest. The attack cost Jiang Han 16,475 health. While his opponent was still gaping in shock, Jiang Han grabbed her blade with his bare hand. Gotcha. With one hand, Jiang Han gripped the demon breaker, piercing his chest, while with the other, he attacked his opponent with frenzied slash. The sword god lost a significant amount of health and used all her strength to retrieve her sword. She gave him a hard look. I don't like this fighting style. Han Shui is clearly trading his life for his opponent's. The sword god wanted to chew him out, but unfortunately, Han Shui isn't the type to chat during a fight. Before the distance between them could widen, he immediately used the Tremor of the 8 Directions skill again. The Dragon Soul was unleashed, dealing massive damage to Dongfang Yixin. Both her movement and attack speed were lowered. Han Shui seized this opportunity to continue his assault. But this time, as his sword lunged forward, the sword god used a skill-breaking ability to nullify it, making her immune to 80% of the damage. Dongfang Yixin retreated a few steps, using almost all her strength to launch a single strike. Unable to dodge in time, Han Shui once again used his Azure Wind Protection skill to reduce the damage. Seeing the astonishingly small amount of health he lost, Dongfang Yixin decided to stop fighting. Let's stop here. In terms of pure silver rank strength, without using forbidden spells, I admit I am no match for you. Your talent is truly overpowered. And just like that, Han Shui's challenge, the Sword God mission, was complete. The experience points he received helped him level up to 40, officially becoming a gold-rank boss. His title also changed from Master of Darkness to Lord of Darkness, and his attributes changed accordingly. Han Shui was still puzzled as to why Dongfang Yixin had suddenly conceded defeat. Her health bar was clearly still quite full, and she hadn't even unleashed many of her skills yet. You came to return the Jade Pendant, so I never intended to take your life. This was purely a formality. If I had let you go immediately, it would have been a forced violation of the rules. First there was Daniel, now Dongfang Yixin. It was clear that the NPCs in this world had their own minds. Although they were still constrained by game rules and character settings, they all had personal awareness and emotions, and even wanted to break the game rules to do as they pleased. You should go. Dongfang Yixin shooed Han Shui away as if warding off an evil spirit. After you leave here, the chapter of chaos should begin. The chapter of chaos? What do you mean? The hatred between the two great factions has always been irreconcilable. A few days ago, the Light faction recaptured Dark Shadow Citadel, which proves they've already made their preparations. And you coming here to return the Jade Pendant was perhaps the call of fate. The more the Sword God spoke, the more confused Han Shui became. He wanted her to explain a bit more clearly, but Dongfang Yixin had already coldly shut the doors of the Hidden Sword Pavilion. Han Shui had no other choice but to leave quickly, not forgetting to give a bow before he left. After all, this sword god had forcefully bent the rules of a normal NPC to spare his life. Once he left the sword god's sphere of influence, his art of concealment skill became effective again. Saren had been waiting for him for a long time. Han Shui wasn't sure if he was imagining things, but after returning from the sword execution pond, his master's spirit seemed to be much better. Both of them had completed their tasks, so they returned to the swamp together. The ghost has returned home. Saren suddenly said to Han Shui with a word of thanks. After returning that sword, I am no longer a disciple of the Sword Pavilion. From now on, I can be free of that psychological burden and officially join the Dark faction. Han Shui was astonished. He had always been certain that Saren, just like Daniel, was already a member of the Dark faction. You hadn't even joined the faction yet? Yes. Joining the Dark faction requires proof of one's devotion to darkness. But as a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, I once swore that my sword could not be aimed at people. From now on, I no longer need to restrain myself. It's time to settle old scores. A virtual window suddenly appeared before Han Shui's eyes. On it was an announcement that the war of light and darkness was about to erupt on the continent of eternity. And besides Han Shui, every other player could also see this announcement. It seemed this was a massive event that the entire server could participate in. Han Shui suddenly realized that accepting the quest to return the Jade Pendant was a very important plot twist. It was because Saren accompanied him that she was able to resolve her inner conflict and join the Dark faction. If what the Sword God said was true, that the chapter of chaos was about to begin, then Han Shui was the one who had triggered this war. Following the event announcement was a series of other notifications, mainly revealing which Dark faction bosses would lead armies to attack, which Light faction cities. For example, the Heaven rank boss, level 190 Saren, would lead the Undead Legion to attack Haishin City. Or the Heaven rank boss, level 185 Qin, would lead the Vampire Legion to attack Juk City. The Heaven rank boss, level 19 Lamon, would lead the Legion of Crime to attack Lydian City. All of this would happen at the same time in 3 days. The sheer amount of siege information made Han Shui's head spin. He didn't know who the other dark bosses were, so he planned to help his master attack Haishin City. But unexpectedly, Han Shui himself was also a boss who would lead an army into battle. His dark army would attack Ice and Snow Town, also in 3 days. As soon as this information was released, the players exploded. They couldn't believe that Han Shui had become a gold-rank boss in the blink of an eye. As for Han Shui, being a member of the Dark faction, he had no way of refusing the city siege mission. This was an S-rank quest. The reward for victory was receiving the status and treasury of a demon god, but failure meant death. However, Han Shui didn't feel any fear at all. On the contrary, he was a little excited. Right now, he was only a gold-rank boss, yet he could become a commander of an entire legion. This mission was something to be proud of. It seems you don't feel any fear at all, do you? Very good. I also hope you return victorious. You too, Master. Saren nodded a few times and then disappeared, leaving Han Shui alone. He looked for something to do to keep busy, first equipping the new title, Lord of Darkness. His final health value had increased to 250%. Han Shui felt he had become unbelievably strong, probably strong enough to enter the top 100 on the Dark faction's power rankings. He opened the rankings to check, only to see himself at rank 8,450. Damn it. The people in the Dark faction are grinding like crazy. He had struggled for so long, going through life and death so many times, and still couldn't get ahead. Han Shui decided to put the game aside for a bit. He logged off to get some sleep. The next morning, Wang Kai called him first thing. Bro, that's awesome. You became a city sieging boss in the event. Wang Kai first expressed his admiration, but more importantly, he called to remind Han Shui to be careful. He had seen the posts on the forum. The news of Han Shui becoming a siege boss had already become a hot topic. The players who heard the news all wanted to go to Ice and Snow Town to settle the score with him. All right, I'll be careful. Han Shui said goodbye to Wang Kai and logged into the game, just in time to see a few other adventurers farming monsters. They immediately recognized him as Han Shui. Knowing he was no pushover, most of the players in this group wanted to retreat. However, the leader of this adventurer group didn't want to do that. Ever since the campaign at Dark Shadow Citadel, their top priority had been to take Han Shui's life. To achieve that, they had relentlessly studied clips related to him to understand the skills he used. Today, Han Shui had appeared right in front of them, like a bounty falling from the sky, so he didn't want to run away from a fight. Hearing their leader say this, the others with him thought it made sense. They began to calm down and devise a strategy. The adventurer named Ying Shi would be in charge of harassing Han Shui to prevent him from using control skills. The archer named Li Ri would attack from a distance, and the one named Mu An would be responsible for healing. As for the adventurer, they called their leader, who seemed to also be a swordsman, he would be the one to both attack and absorb the main damage. Sounds like a nice script, but unfortunately, it didn't happen. That swordsman didn't even manage to touch Han Shui before he was sent flying back to the novice village to respawn with a single sword strike. The other three suffered the same fate. Han Shui dealt with them without expending any effort at all. Sorry, but in the face of absolute power, any strategy is just fleeting clouds. Han Shui flashed a smug smile. Suddenly, he received a new notification. Someone had bought the equipment he put up for auction in Qingfeng Town. Importantly, that person had paid 2,147 gold to buy his gold-rank Scorching Flame Flood Dragon equipment. Someone even paid 112 gold for a pair of silver-grade boots. I have no idea what rich whale spent 2,147 gold. But hey, money in my pocket is all that matters, so I don't really care. At the same time, the currency exchange system has been successfully activated. The gold-to-cash exchange rate is 1 to 193. Looks like the gold farmers are about to get rich. Han Shui tried exchanging a little bit of gold for real money. His account was immediately credited with 530,000. With the side stuff out of the way, it's time to focus on the main quest, attacking Snowfrost Town in 3 days. Han Shui didn't dare to slack off, immediately getting up to find monsters to level up. He entered the Dead Silent Plains map, and the first monster he encountered was a level 50 Black Demon Panther. This thing was an elite monster. Compared to common monsters like the Molten Rock Golem in the volcano, its stats were way higher. But compared to Han Shui's current abilities, it was still small fry. He grinded mobs diligently, but after a full day, he barely managed to climb to level 41. Han Shui had just leveled up and didn't even have time to celebrate when the system announced that the difficulty of the main quest, Siege and Plunder, had increased. When I first accepted the quest, it was S-rank difficulty. Now it's become SS rank, although the quest content hasn't changed. An increase in difficulty like this feels like the system is forcing me to challenge my own limits. My bro, Long Tengwan Li, who always buys my equipment, suddenly contacted me. But this time, his purpose wasn't to trade, but to give me some intel. I don't know how those players did it, but they managed to get a level 60 Dark Gold boss to guard Snowfrost Town. They probably want to use this boss to put me in my place. Although a Dark Gold rank boss is stronger than me, it's not like we're a world apart. As long as its strength isn't so overwhelming that I'm just a fish on the chopping block, I can definitely find a way to win. All right, thanks for the info, brother. Don't mention it. Good luck, and don't you dare die to those gimp asses. Long Tengwan Li offered a few simple words of encouragement and then disconnected. Han Shui then received a new notification. Saren is currently leading the Dark Legion and waiting for you in the Ghostly Marsh. The departure time is not far off. Han Shui immediately returned to the marsh to rendezvous with his master. Under Saren's command was a legion composed entirely of undead swordsmen, but even Han Shui's pupil of slaughter couldn't detect any of their stats or information. This proved that these swordsmen had to be 50 levels higher than him. Saren's army is just too badass. In life, their strength was not equal to mine, so they were not fortunate enough to regain their consciousness as I did. Thus, they became true undead swordsmen, nothing more than killing machines. Saren explained, then pointed to the opposite side. Over there was the Dark Legion commanded by Han Shui. It's just that, compared to his master's legion of undead swordsmen, this bunch looked both scrappier and a whole lot noisier. Watching the Dark Legion, he commanded, shouting meaningless, axe and args. Han Shui's face darkened in silence. The system displayed the details. Elite Water Imp, level 45. Health, 550,000. Attack, 2,150 to 2,350. Defense, 1,000 to 1,250. Skills, Critical Strike, Great Club Smash, Savage Charge. Description: Water imps, born in areas thick with demonic energy, have low intelligence, but they are still one of the main lines of cannon fodder in the Dark Faction and are unlikely to become a trump card. He turned to Lier and asked, "Master, can you spare me a few more undead swordsmen?" He shrugged and replied, "Do you think that's possible?" Han Shui asked doubtfully. "The rules don't allow it." After a long silence, he smiled with narrowed eyes and asked in a low voice, "Then, is there any way to save my own skin?" Lier handed him an item and replied, "Oh, but you only need this thing to attack a small Tier 3 town. I'm sure you won't need to use it, right?" The item was a Summon Demon God Scroll, S rank. Description: Open it at a critical moment to summon a God-tier powerhouse. You may even get a demon god with world-destroying power. Effect: Guarantees the interruption of a formation created in the void for 1 minute, with a chance to draw the attention of a god-tier powerhouse and bring them directly to the battlefield. Han Shui took it and marveled. "Whoa, this thing is awesome. With this item, I can even attack a Tier 1 main city." He quickly reminded him, "Unless there's absolutely no turning back, don't summon these great evil things lightly. If you call them out and fail to pique their interest, you'll get yourself killed. I heard about some guy who got curious and summoned the great demon god Ego. The next second, he was swallowed alive and turned into food. Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat and made a promise. Don't worry, I absolutely will not use it recklessly." He thought to himself, "Looks like this thing isn't just a life-saving scroll. If used wrong, it could be a death warrant." Deciding to push his luck, Han Shui held out his hand to beg for more. "So, Master, do you have any safer items for me?" Lier growled angrily. "Don't push your luck. Daniel isn't here, so you're picking on me alone. Is that it?" He raised a hand to his mouth and coughed to hide his embarrassment, saying, "If you're all prepared, then let's set out." He replied disappointedly, "Fine." Then they both headed towards the undead warriors, who were standing in neat formation, weapons in hand. Han Shui turned and asked curiously, "Master, how do you view the Dark Faction?" Lier replied calmly, "A rebel force seeking to overthrow those in power." Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "They don't represent evil? Undead, demonic infection, the 10 great demon gods. In my mind, this should be the very symbol of evil." Enraged by his simplistic thinking, he shouted, "How can justice and evil be so easily distinguished? Han Shui, you must remember, history is written by the victors. If the Dark Faction defeats the Light Faction, then we will begin to establish our own power. And even if they are of the light, they too must become the darkness." Hearing this, Han Shui could only remain silent. Lier clenched his fist and continued, "I have met noble undead, and I have also seen the most despicable ruler of the Light Faction. Of course, I'm not claiming that the Dark Faction is the side of justice, but I am trying to justify the extreme methods of the Dark Faction. But among the 10 great demon gods, there are some who have human blood. It's just that according to the Light Faction, they betrayed humanity." Seeing his serious expression, he thought to himself, "This conversation is a huge info dump. This must be related to the main quest down the line." Afterwards, Lier led Han Shui and the Dark Legion on their way. When they reached a vast, lush, green field, he observed the surroundings and announced, "We're here." The system also announced, "You have entered the Green Spring Prairie map. He looked at the vast, sprawling grassland with rows of mountains undulating in the distance and asked doubtfully, "This place?" Li Er didn't answer but walked forward, reaching out his hand as if groping for something, and then touched a certain spot. A golden light suddenly flashed, spreading like a domino effect. The area of golden light expanded more and more, like a giant golden wall. He took out a scroll and explained, "This barrier divides the Tianheng continent into many parts. If your strength is insufficient," then he opened the scroll and tore it in half. Purple light swirled around as he finished his sentence. "You can never cross it." A large rift appeared in the golden wall before them. Li Er turned his head to look at Han Shui and urged, "Let's go. Past this barrier, we will reach the human dynasties." As he followed, he looked around and the system announced, "Please be aware. You have entered a forgotten region, outside the sphere of influence of other nations. The death penalty is doubled." Seeing this, Han Shui smiled to himself and wondered, "The death penalty is doubled? If I die, my account gets deleted directly, so what difference does that make to me?" As if remembering something, he suddenly turned his head and spoke up kindly. "You're not familiar with this place. I will guide you to a location near Snowfrost Town." He immediately bowed his head and replied, "Thank you, master." Li Er led Han Shui to a place completely covered in white snow. He pointed to a residential area nestled among the pine trees and announced, "This is the town you need to attack, Snowfrost Town." The system announced, "You have entered the Snowy Wind Mountain Range map." He took one look and then made up his mind. "All right, I will definitely conquer it." His body stood straight against the biting cold wind, but his voice was filled with confidence. "Tremble, you rookies of Icewind Town." Seeing him like this, the man offered some encouragement. "It's good that you have confidence. I wish you a victorious return so we can enter the demon god's treasury together to search for treasures." Jiang Han repeated the key phrase in surprise, "the demon god's treasury." On the outside, he put on an eager-to-learn expression. "Master, what's in the demon god's treasury?" Li Er told him what he knew. The treasury contains treasures collected by the demon god, including extremely rare equipment, skills, and items. There are even job change certificates for secret classes. You can choose whatever you want from there and take it with you, but of course, you can only take one thing. A flash of surprise appeared in his eyes as he thought to himself, "They even have job change certificates for secret classes. Even if I don't use it, selling it would be worth hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions, not to mention the other precious treasures." Having figured it out, Jiang Han waved goodbye and said, "Master, if you have other business, I won't keep you any longer. We'll meet at the treasury gate." Seeing how impatient he was, the man was left speechless. He led the Dark Legion to a wide, flat area and gave an order, "Set up camp here. If the enemy attacks, send someone to inform me immediately." They all responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Jiang Han looked at the forest ahead and said, "There's still time. I'll go level up nearby first." Then, he went deep into the Icewind Mountain Range alone. Hearing a rustling sound ahead, Jiang Han let out a small "oh" as he saw the silhouette of a large creature. The red-eyed white bear saw him too and let out a threatening growl. System information: Icewind Monstrous Bear, Elite Level, Level 55. Health, 800,000. Attack, 3,200 to 3,480. Defense, 1,900 to 2,050. Skills: Thick Hide, Paralyzing Claw, Berserk Charge. Description: a bear-like creature from the outskirts of the Icewind Mountain Range. They thrive in cold weather and are extremely aggressive. Many unsuspecting adventurers have entered the Icewind Mountain Range and been devoured alive by them. Jiang Han tightened his grip on his sword and assessed. Very aggressive. As a level 55 elite monster, it surpasses the Dark Demon Panther in every aspect. Then again, level 50 is around the second job change. Is that why its stats are so high? The Icewind Monstrous Bear suddenly let out a roar and charged through the snow, but he wasn't afraid and quickly rushed towards it. The Icewind Monstrous Bear revealed a ferocious expression, raising its paw to use the Paralyzing Claw skill. Not letting it get its way, Jiang Han stomped his foot to launch himself onto its head. executing an evil stomp that caused it to miss. Then he drew his sword and slashed repeatedly at his opponent. Frenzied slash. Finally, he used his finishing move, Quake the Eight Directions. An unwilling roar echoed as its massive body collapsed onto the snow. System notification. Congratulations, you have defeated the Icewind monstrous bear and received 14,000 experience points. Seeing the round orbs appear on the snow along with a system notification. B rank, snowball spell. Description. Snowballs aren't just for snowball fights. They can also kill. Effect. After use, continuously summon 10 snowballs to attack the enemy over 5 seconds, each dealing 30% damage. Learning requirement. Mage. Jiang Han exclaimed in surprise. So killing mobs can drop skills too. Suddenly, a system sound chimed. System notification. Warning. The Dark Legion you are leading is under attack by adventurers. Please return to provide support immediately. Seeing this, he couldn't help but scoff. Oh? Couldn't hold back this quickly, huh? Over here, a group of adventurers was attacking the Dark Legion, and the surrounding tents were being affected by the battle. A guy in armor swung his sword at a water domain imp. As he turned his head, he suddenly saw someone's silhouette. That person, clad in full armor, swung their sword horizontally across his body. Seeing his body dissipate, a shocked teammate recognized him and yelled, "Han Shui!" Jiang Han heard the voice and glanced over, thinking to himself, imitating the language of the Romance region. Huh? It gets auto-translated on my end. Interesting. The group joined forces and unleashed their skills on him, but he just stood there, completely unharmed. The guy holding the scepter was bewildered, seeing his attack feel like a mosquito bite. The damage was only in the double digits. Just how high is his defense? The guy next to him was also curious. Even though the game system designated him as a boss for the Dark Faction, he's still a player, right? A red light flashed in Jiang Han's eyes, radiating killing intent. He smirked and raised his voice. "Yo, my foreign friends, hello everyone!" With a boom, those in the immediate vicinity were vaporized. System notification. You have used the skill, Quake the Eight Directions, causing enemies within a 100-meter radius to take 100% damage and reducing their speed by 20% and movement speed by 20% for 3 seconds. 2 lucky people hiding behind a tree, having narrowly escaped death, whispered in horror, "My God, he's a melee class. How can he have such an absurd area of effect skill? Good thing we were hiding far enough away." He rested his sword on his shoulder, looked around, and wondered, why did only this many people show up? Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes and on his armor. Jiang Han leaned to the side, dodging a surprise attack. The one who just sneak attacked was a Demon King assassin, Phantom Shadow level 34. Health, 56,710. Attack, 1,650 to 1,817. Defense, 553 to 589. Skills, Phantom Shadow Movement, Fatal Explosive Strike, Phantom Shadow Kill, Deadly Advance Thorn. Seeing his quick reaction, the Demon King frowned and assessed. An expert, as expected. The adventurers chattered amongst themselves. It's the Demon King! He actually missed. The person next to him remained hopeful. There's still a chance. He hasn't even used his real strength yet. Jiang Han observed his opponent's skills and assessed. Looks like this guy is a top player in this region. He gripped his sword tightly, staring at the Demon King, but in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Suddenly, the Demon King appeared in front of him and swung his dagger, deducting 4,310 health. Right after attacking, he vanished again, and another slash hit his side, deducting 3,654 health. The adventurers cheered excitedly. Awesome! Even though the Demon King's attack power isn't as high as Han Shuai's, their speeds are pretty much equal. Han Shuai is completely suppressed. This is getting interesting. Support classes, heal the Demon King. If we get Han Shui, everyone gets a piece of the pie. Seeing the Demon King slash at Jiang Han again, the crowd shouted excitedly, "Demon King, you're our god!" Despite being hit, he just smiled to himself and thought, yes, just like that. Seeing a glowing screen in front of the crowd, Jiang Han realized someone on the other side must be live streaming. Players all over the world, watch this. Finishing this kid in front of me with one blow would be too boring. I'll let their hopes grow. The crowd was getting more and more excited, cheering loudly. Then, at the peak of their excitement, he suddenly thrust his sword through the Demon King's chest, making him cry out, "Ah!" This was the trap Jiang Han had set, extinguishing all their hopes. He opened his mouth, his tone incredibly cold. "Oh, my bad. My hand slipped. System notification. You have killed the Demon King and received 16,356 experience points." The crowd, who had been on Cloud 9, suddenly crashed back to Earth, a chill running down their spines. The Demon King's figure vanished into thin air, and a golden light emanated from Jiang Han's body. System notification. You have leveled up to level 42. The whole crowd quickly turned and fled for their lives. Terrified screams rang out. "Monster! There's no way to beat him. Can people from the Eastern server level up by killing players? What's the point of fighting anymore? Let's run." After it was over, he turned and instructed, "No one will probably try to sneak attack for the next 2 days, but stay vigilant. I'm going deeper inside to level up." The water domain imp nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." 2 days later, while Jiang Han was at the barracks, a system notification announced, "You have received the main quest. The SS rank Siege and Conquer has officially begun." Then, the system issued 5 consecutive announcements. System announcement: the Sea Heart City Siege Battle, initiated by the Dark Faction, has officially begun. System announcement: the Vermilion Bird City Siege Battle, initiated by the Dark Faction, has officially begun. System announcement: the Lightning City Siege Battle, initiated by the Dark Faction, has officially begun. System announcement: the Highcliff City Siege Battle, initiated by the Dark Faction, has officially begun. System announcement: the Ice and Snowtown Siege Battle, initiated by the Dark Faction, has officially begun. Seeing the system announcements, Han Shui knew it was time. "First wave of attackers," he ordered. "Prepare to advance." A level 20 Gu boss stepped forward and said, "My lord, I will lead this attack." After getting Han Shui's approval, it led the assault team towards Sea Heart City as a system announcement appeared. "Please be advised, the Dark Legion, led by the level 20 bronze boss Gu, has launched the first wave of attack." The fully armed soldiers of Sea Heart City scoffed. "They're just level 20 trash. Let's go, brothers." A short time later, seeing the system announcement that the Dark Legion led by Guja had been routed, he couldn't help but sigh. That was fast. Looks like their levels are higher than 20. Han Shui raised his hand, signaling the start of the second wave. A branch of the Dark Legion quickly charged forward. System announcement: attention! The Dark Legion, led by the level 25 bronze boss set, has launched the second wave of attack. The enemy soldiers fought while shouting warnings. "The level of these undead has gone up. Don't let your guard down." As soon as that wave was over, he raised his hand, pointed forward, and gave the order. Third wave. The battle between the two sides grew more intense. The soldiers, exhausted and angry, yelled, "How many more waves are there? I'm about to break! Damn these undead!" Just as Han Shui raised his hand to say, "Fourth," a system prompt appeared. System announcement: you must wait 5 minutes before launching the fourth wave of attack. Otherwise, the attribute points of the fourth wave's creatures will be reduced by 20%. Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh to himself. Well, that's brutally honest. The system is pretty thoughtful, though, giving the player some time to rest and prepare after 3 consecutive waves, huh? Suddenly, the screen lit up, showing the image of Long Tengwan Li. He advised, "The players in this romantic zone have started a live stream. The Eastern Zone's website and video feed are also live. There are millions of people watching your performance right now. Don't bring shame to the Eastern Zone." Han Shui gave his assurance. "We're at the climax now. I won't let the Eastern Zone down." 5 minutes later, another branch of the Dark Legion charged forward. System announcement: attention! The Blood Axe Legion, led by the level 40 Silver Boss, has launched the fourth attack. The soldiers, struggling to defend, cried out in shock. "The fourth wave attackers are already level 40! We can't fight this!" Feeling that the battle ahead was hopeless, they hurriedly fled, shouting, "We can't win! Let's scatter! This isn't something a level 30 grunt like me can handle anymore." At that moment, A girl appeared with a bow and arrow in hand. Drawing her bow, she said in a stern voice, "We cannot retreat against a horde of undead. Attack!" The arrow shot out, piercing through the head of a water imp. Han Shui narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. That's some serious damage. Too bad she's too far away to see if she's a player or an NPC. The soldiers, seeing they had backup, quickly shouted, "The city guards are here. Let's go, brothers." 20 minutes later, the system announced that the Blood Axe Legion was about to be defeated. System prompt: please be advised, the Water Imps, led by the level 43 gold rank boss, the Dark Lord, Han Shui, will launch the 5th wave of attack. Han Shui tightened his grip on his sword, saying with anticipation, "After waiting so long, it's finally my turn to take the stage." With that, he led the charge, shouting, "All troops, advance! Follow me and fight the enemy!" The soldiers, seeing it was him, immediately turned and fled. "It's Han Shui! He's here! I saw that video from 2 days ago! Whoever can handle him, go for it! I'm out of here!" Phoenix gritted her teeth and cursed angrily, "Damn traitor! I don't know what tricks he used to shatter our army's morale." With that, she pointed forward and commanded, "Soldiers, don't worry. He's just a gold rank boss. Not everyone needs to attack at once. Don't let him stack buffs. Just keep his health steady." Everyone's morale seemed to recover as they shouted in unison, "That's right. We have a gold rank town boss on our side too, and not just one. What's there to be afraid of?" Phoenix gave the soldiers a pep talk. "Lowest combat power, fall back. Listen to my command. After we kill Han Shui, everyone gets a reward of 100,000. No one gets left out." The brown-haired Haro, a level 35 Gale swordsman, swung his blade and said confidently, "Han Shui, your head is mine." Before he could finish his sentence, his opponent kicked him square in the face and spoke with contempt. "You?" With a single move, the youthful evil kick, he was logged out of the server. System announcement: you have killed Haro. Experience points gained, 16,531, 31 points. Feeling the time was ripe, he shouted, "Battlefield!" System prompt: you have used the skill Battlefield, increasing your own attack power by 20%. The attack power of allied forces within a 50-meter radius is increased by 15%, and the attack power of enemies is decreased by 25%. Duration: 3 minutes. The Water Imps, buffed with increased attack power, became even more excited, shouting as they charged towards the soldiers with weapons raised. Han Shui swung his sword, cutting through them like grass, causing the crowd to cry out in fear. What a broken skill! It's not just him. His whole legion got stronger. System prompt: you have eliminated the adventurer Iva and received 1,247 experience points. He swung his sword again at a man's waist, and another one was logged out. System prompt: you have eliminated the adventurer Zod and received 1,358 experience points. The uncle with the golden beard broke out in a cold sweat and remarked, "It seems his weapon can also life-steal." The man in the cross-emblazoned helmet said grimly, "It's not just life-steal. I used a special reconnaissance skill and discovered that his attack power is also increasing. My god, he's like a demon god." In everyone's eyes, Han Shui looked like a god of slaughter. System announcement: your weapon, the blood-devouring sword, has gained 20 passive stacks from drinking blood, and its attack power has increased by 20%. Controlling the Dark, Han Shui, level 43 gold rank boss. Health: 489,600. Attack: 4,850 to 5,534. Defense: 890 to 1,024. Reputation: 41,500. Luck: 1. Introduction. As Han Shui's power grew stronger, he gradually entered the sights of several powerful experts. In the midst of the fierce battle, a powerful voice suddenly rang out. "Get out of my way!" A man on horseback, holding a spear, charged forward, shouting, "Traitor, die!" He was the Ring of Ice and Snow, Lanta, a level 50 gold rank boss with 2 million health. Attack: 2,850 to 3,120. Defense: 1,950 to 2,060. Skills: Ice and Snow Spear Ring, Wrath of the Blizzard, Ice Seal Armor. Domain of the Cold Wind. Introduction. The son of the mayor of Ice and Snow Town. He is also the second in command in Ice and Snow Town. He is sought after by countless girls for his handsome appearance and extremely high talent, destined for a great future. Han Shui quickly shouted in his mind, "This is bad! Azure Wind's protection." Instantly, his entire body was covered in a blue, icy light. Lanta swung his spear fiercely, and his health bar dropped by 50,700. System prompt. You have been hit by Ring of Ice and Snow, Lanta's Ice and Snow Spear Ring. You have lost 50,700 health points. Your attack speed has been reduced by 20%, and your movement speed has been reduced by 15% for 5 seconds. Seeing a chunk of his health bar disappear, Han Shui gritted his teeth, thinking angrily, that attack speed isn't bad. This kid's strength is extraordinary. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. We're both gold rank bosses, but he gets a mount? A soldier said excitedly. All right, our gold rank boss has taken the field. Lanta raised his voice. Today, we will make sure Han Shui dies here in our romantic zone. That wolf has demoralized the entire eastern zone. Han Shui pursed his lips and cursed inwardly. This great one has been fighting on foot this whole time. Damn it, this kid has to die. As if he could hear Han Shui's thoughts, he raised his voice in provocation. Oh? What are you looking at? Don't tell me you don't have a mount? Unless you're some big shot from the eastern continent who walked all the way to our ice and snow town. His entire body glowed with purple light as he used the skill. He said in a low voice, "Not a bad taunt. Too bad you're using it on the wrong person." He then transformed into a purple dragon. It opened its mouth and roared, causing the horse Lanta was riding to rear up. System notification. You have used the skill Quake the 8 Directions, dealing 100% attack power to enemies within a 100-meter radius. Attack speed reduced by 20% and movement speed reduced by 20% for 3 seconds. He gripped the reins tightly and snorted coldly. Lanta spurred his horse forward, shouting, "Pathetic skills! You can only pull off cheap tricks like this." Han Shui raised his arm, and a purple light shot towards his opponent. He said coldly, "More than enough to deal with you. System notification. You have used Undead Claw, disabling the target's mount for 2 seconds. As the horse froze, Han Shui commanded, "Get off." Lanta's entire body was encased in ice as his opponent shouted, "Armor of Lingering Frost." He then kicked him hard. System notification. Your evil kick has dealt 25,694 damage to Ice and Snow Ring Lanta. But the opponent's mount has high resilience, preventing a knockdown. Han Shui thought in surprise. That mount even gives him resilience. This kid's a tough one. His eyes narrowed as he muttered, "Whatever." Han Shui looked into the distance and ordered his water domain imps. "Surround him." He crossed his arms and smirked coldly. "When you're surrounded, I doubt that charging lance of yours will be very effective." Han Shui pointed and commanded, "I was going to let you die with some dignity, but I've changed my mind. Water domain imps, beat him up, especially that pretty face of his." Lanta tightened his grip on the reins, taunting, "What? You reckless Easterner, do you dare fight me fair and square?" Ignoring him, the weapon-wielding water domain imps slowly closed in. Lanta swung his long spear in disgust. "Get lost, you vile undead, just a mob making up for your lack of quality." Lanta could only lie there and take the beating, crying out helplessly, "Wait!" watching him get beaten to a pulp before logging out. A pot-bellied water domain imp said regretfully, "What a shame. I actually like that handsome face." System notification. The guardian boss of Ice and Snow Ring Lanta, has been defeated. System notification. Congratulations on defeating the level 50 gold rank boss, Ice and Snow Ring Lanta. With the help of the water domain imps, you have gained 500,000 experience and 1,000 reputation. You have leveled up to 44. He figured that since he didn't get the kill by himself, the rewards were drastically reduced. Phonix, her eyes welling with tears, screamed, "Damn it! He used such despicable tricks to kill my beloved brother." She raised her hand, signaling, "Follow me! I will kill him myself and avenge my brother." Teo spoke up to remind her, "Calm down, Phonix. According to the rules, we can only join the battle after he enters the city. Outside, the city gates opened, and the panicked shouts of soldiers were heard. Han Shui is here! System notification. Please be aware that the elite ice and snow generals, led by the level 50 gold rank boss Wind and Snow Guardian Phonix and the level 60 dark gold rank boss Wrath of the Cold Wind Teo, will serve as the defending force for the fifth wave. Han Shui froze, wondering to himself, 2 bosses, and one is dark gold rank? Han Shui looked at the enemy forces swarming like ants before him. After 5 rounds of siege warfare, both sides had suffered heavy losses. But now, they had gathered their elite guards and top players, along with a gold rank boss and an unfathomably strong dark gold rank boss. He let out a breath, thinking to himself, I faced 2 bosses at once during the battle for Gloom City, but I was lucky to have Daniel and Cantor then. He tightened his grip on his sword and raised it. Now, I'm all alone. Han Shui shouted, Daniel, Cantor, watch me. The battle that will make Han Shui a legend starts right here. Phonix shot a flaming arrow, sneering, You're about to die, and you still dare to run your mouth. The arrow grazed his cheek, drawing blood, and his health dropped by 22,341. She knocked 3 more arrows to her bow, cursing, You damn traitor! Today, I'll take your head as an offering for my fallen brother. System information. Wind and Snow. Guardian Phonix. Level 50 gold rank boss. Health. 2,800,000. Attack. 3,000 to 3,150. Defense. 1,800 to 2,000. Skills. Armor-piercing arrow, blinding arrow, cold wind domain, homing arrow. Introduction. Daughter of the mayor of Ice and Snow Town and its de facto ruler. Possesses stunning beauty and elite archery skills. Pursued by countless men. Phonix gave the order to fire, and a rain of arrows flew towards Han Shui's forces. He swung his sword, deflecting the volley. Despite this, the water domain imps behind him suffered heavy casualties. Han Shui gritted his teeth, worried. Their firepower is too dense. At this rate, we'll be wiped out before we even get to them. He sped up, determined. I have to charge forward and draw their fire. Han Shui sprinted up the stairs at full speed, throwing the soldiers into a panic. He's too fast. He's almost here. Careful, he's going for an evil kick. He smirked and whispered, Wrong. Then, he transformed into a large purple dragon. System notification. You have used the skill Quake the 8 Directions, dealing 100% damage to enemies within a 100-meter radius. Their attack speed and movement speed are also reduced by 20% for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, Han Shui reverted to his original form. He swung his sword and cut down the nearest soldier, who screamed in pain, Agh! Suddenly, 3 arrows whistled in from behind. They hit him squarely, and his health dropped by 132,100. Han Shui quickly used a healing skill. System notification. You have used a healing potion, restoring 1,000 health per second for 10 seconds. He cursed to himself, Damn it. 1-on-1, I'm confident I could kill her. But with all these players getting in the way, and a dark gold boss still hiding somewhere, I can't risk using my full power. Looking back, he saw his minions approaching and breathed an inward sigh of relief. Good. My water domain imps are here. They can buy me some time. I can use the chaos to wipe out the other players. With that thought, Han Shui commanded, Water domain imps, destroy every enemy here. A resounding understood, answered him. The 2 sides charged into a fierce battle. After he used a skill, the system announced, You have used Warfare. Attack power increased by 20%. All allies within a 50-meter radius gain a 15% attack boost, while enemies suffer a 25% attack reduction for 3 seconds. An arrow flew towards Han Shui, but it hit the soldier beside him in the head, causing him to cry out. Phonix roared in anger. Bastard! She grabbed an arrow and stabbed it into a water domain imp's neck, making it log out instantly. Phonix rallied her soldiers. Wipe out these vile undead. Han Shui won't escape. He paid her no mind, simply continuing his forward assault. Suddenly, the Ghost King appeared from behind, swinging a dagger at Han Shui's back. System notification. You have been struck in a critical spot by the Ghost King, losing 4,356 health. You have entered a stunned state for 35 seconds. He glanced back, saw him preparing to lunge, and cursed inwardly. The Ghost King. It's him again. Quick as a flash, the Ghost King stabbed Han Shui in the spine, deducting 12,634 from his health. He spun around to find nothing there. The Ghost King had used demonic shadow stealth. Han Shui cut down another enemy and quickly fled, letting out a taunting hiss as he went. The crowd watching the live stream buzzed with chatter. Han Shui ran into the Ghost King and just panicked and fled. Looks like his water domain imps are almost gone. He's bound to lose. And after all that big talk from Han Shui, I thought he actually had a plan. This is killing me. He didn't die to his own people, so he came all the way to the romance server to die instead. Ha ha ha. What garbage. He gritted his teeth in anger, hearing someone gloat. His health is below half. How is he supposed to win against two bosses at full health? Elsewhere, a group of people stared intently at a screen. An old man sighed softly. What a shame. A real shame. The subordinates in black quickly consoled him. Sir, don't be too discouraged. Our East has countless talents. Although he's flashy, there are many masters who are just as skilled as him. This guy needs to be eliminated. As the proverb says, the most beautiful tree in the forest is the first to be broken by the wind. This guy made too much of a name for himself in eternity right from the start. If he had just kept his head down and stayed humble, his future achievements would have been far greater. He wasn't anxious at all. Just watch, he said. He looked at the young man before him and spoke his thoughts. Maybe he can actually pull off a miracle. As soon as Han Shui swung his sword, the system announced, "You have slain an elite guard. Receive 20,000 experience points." Seeing another notification, "Your water domain ghoul has been destroyed." He let out a sharp breath and asked, "How many are left?" The words had barely left his mouth when an arrow struck him in the back, deducting 56,424 health points. Seeing Han Shui's health was critically low, a soldier quickly shouted, "Over here! His health is almost gone." Phoenix drew her bow, her voice cold. "Traitor, go to hell with my little brother," she aimed and said in a low voice. "Repent." But the soldiers blocking her way made it impossible for Phoenix to get a clear shot. She snapped, "All of you, get out of the way. I want to kill him myself and use his head as an offering for my brother's spirit." Ignoring Phoenix's words, the crowd brandished their swords and rushed forward, shouting, "The first kill is mine! Die by my sword! Move it! The first kill belongs to me!" Furious that the soldiers weren't listening, she shot an arrow into one of their heads, saying with disgust, "Pathetic." Just as he predicted, a smug smile spread across his face. Never underestimate the ambition of these players. Then, Han Shui leaped up, using their heads as stepping stones to dash forward. Han Shui vaulted off each person's head. A system notification appeared. "You have used Evil Stomp. Movement speed plus 200% for 2 seconds. Target receives 31,265 damage. Inflict suppression for 2 seconds. Seeing him leap up nearby, one of them yelled, "He's heading to the second floor, after him." Just as they gave chase, a group of people burst out of a door, panicking. "Ah, help us! Someone broke in from the second floor!" The moment they entered the room, Han Shui had already smashed through the window and jumped out. The group roared in frustration. "Where is he? Where did he go?" He made a clean getaway. Behind him were the frustrated sounds of a search. "Not in this room either. Check the third floor." The soldiers searched frantically. "No one in the room. We've checked everywhere. He went out the window over here. He's in another building." After searching for a while with no sign of him, they stopped to discuss. A brown-haired young man said doubtfully, "Unless he already escaped." The person next to him immediately shot back, "No way. If he fled, the system penalty would be huge." Phoenix slammed her fist against the wall, ordering furiously, "Find him for me. Search every single room. I don't care if you have to tear this entire town apart. Find him." Seeing her like this, comments flooded the live stream screen. Han Shui ran away scared. "Ha ha ha, serves him right for acting so tough. The boss isn't even hurt. If he didn't run, he'd just be waiting to die. Right? He's completely disgraced the entire Eastern server. Ha ha ha, my idol, you can do it. I'm rooting for you." To the guy above, "Keep it up. Report his marked location." I'm coming to kill you right now. 20 minutes later, shouts echoed in the street again. Have you searched this room? Already did. He's not here. Ghost King scanned the surroundings, muttering, Han Shui, that damn bastard. How could he just vanish into thin air? Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Hey, brave adventurer. The newcomer was a man in a hood, revealing a round face. His health bar displayed, Commoner Bop, the old man said worriedly. A ferocious man from the east ran into my room. It was so scary. Can you help me chase him away? The player asked eagerly. Really? Lead the way, quickly, Bop replied. All right, follow me. The old man led Ghost King to a dead end. He looked around, asking suspiciously, There's no one here? The only answer was a sword piercing through his chest from behind. He exclaimed in shock, This sword! System notification. You have been attacked by Commoner Bop. Lost 47,416 health points. Ghost King glanced behind him, cursing under his breath. You backstabbing thief. System notification. You have been killed. Han Shui smiled. They don't know my aura concealment technique can change my name and appearance. Plus, since I'm out of combat, my health has fully recovered. Now, it's time for the assassinations to begin. He walked up to one of them, taking advantage of his disguise, and took him down with a single strike. System reminder. You have been killed by Commoner Bop. Just like that, he used guerrilla tactics to flexibly eliminate them one by one. A loudspeaker announcement alerted everyone. Attention everyone! There's a player named Commoner Bop who is Han Shui in disguise. Over here. Han Shui, still disguised as a commoner, feigned innocence as the soldiers pointed their swords at him. What does this Han Shui you're looking for have to do with me, the good-natured Bop? A soldier shouted, Shut up! The player you killed already told us everything. Show yourself, Han Shui. He threw off his cloak with a smirk. Fine by me. After all, the only real threats when I was fighting the boss were a few brats like you. His sword flashed in a long arc, and system notifications popped up continuously. You have killed Nagolas. You have killed May. A player realized in shock and wondered, how is he at full health again? The only answer he got was another cold notification. You have killed Iron. Phoenix rushed in from out of nowhere, drawing her bow and shouting, Han Shui. With a whoosh, Han Shui stared intently at the 3 arrows tearing through the air towards him. He swung his sword up, the sound of metal on metal ringing out with a sharp clang. Han Shui spoke coldly. Anyone who stands in my way will be eliminated. Now, it's your turn. Furious at being mocked, she fired an arrow, spitting, You! Han Shui gripped his sword and dashed forward, using the skill Evil Oppression Stomp, kicking hard towards Phoenix's chest. System reminder. You have used Evil Oppression Stomp, inflicting 26,589 damage and suppressing the target for 1 second. He then began to swing his sword wildly, using the Frenzied Slash skill. Han Shui looked down on her and said, In the end, you're just an archer who specializes in long-range combat. You think you can win when I'm this close? Her eyes widened, fear showing on her face. Seeing him raise his sword for the final blow, Phoenix desperately shouted, Teolo, are you not going to help me, or will you only be satisfied when you see me die? The moment she finished speaking, an ice ball shot in from a distance, startling Han Shui. He quickly leaped up, dodging the critical hit. Teolo's voice slowly rang out. My dearest Phoenix, how could I bear to watch you die? It's just that this kid is too cunning. I was waiting in the shadows for him to use his ultimate move. But, since you're asking for my help, that must mean you're willing to marry me. Next to him was his system information. Wrath of the Cold Wind, Teo, Dark Gold Grade, Level 60, Health. 6 million. Attack, 9,500 to 10,200. Defense, 5,500 to 6,100. Skills, Ice Cone Technique, Frozen Silent Scroll, Self-Freeze Despairing Cold Wind. Introduction. Originally, the gold-grade expert Teo, a super-strong, greedy, and lecherous man, in order to become strong enough to possess Phoenix, he used every method to force his way through breakthroughs and was promoted to dark gold grade. However, his face was burned by the flames from a potion, and his true strength has been weakening. Phoenix frowned at Teo Lo and gave a cold command. "Kill him." The man looked down from above and spoke. "As you command, my beautiful bride, and thank you for visiting. You've allowed me to win Phoenix, and on top of that, such a huge reward. Give up the struggle. I'll grant you a quick death." Han Shui looked at the info panel, breaking into a cold sweat. His stats are too high. My max attack is just over 4,000, but this Teo Lo guy's defense alone is 6,000. I can't even break through his defense. But, looking at his introduction, it says his stats might not be as strong as they appear on the surface. He decided to taunt Teo Lo. "You may be dark gold grade, but from what I can see, you're just a man with no ambition." Teo Lo laughed in response. "Oh? I suppose we can consider those your last words." Han Shui smiled and said in a low voice, "For example." Then he swung his sword towards Phoenix, saying with an all-knowing look, "You paid such a heavy price just to have her. She must be very important to you, right?" The man quickly raised his hand to unleash a killing move, cursing, "Damn it, you cunning brat!" Han Shui dodged aside, and the attack struck Phoenix instead. He thought with satisfaction, "He fell for it, just as I planned." She took the hit, and her health dropped by 102,000. 435, Teo shouted anxiously. "Phoenix." Phoenix's entire body was frozen stiff. She realized in shock that this was the frozen wind domain skill. He chuckled. "Teo Lo, thanks for your help." Phoenix hastily cried out, "You bastard Teo Lo, are you trying to get me killed?" His eyes glinted as he said in a low voice, "Sorry, Phoenix, but his little games have to end." Teo unleashed the sweeping frost skill, launching countless sharp ice shards. Han Shui's health bar dropped by 34,800. System notification. Teo has used the sweeping frost skill. Enemies within a 200-meter radius will take 200% damage over 20 seconds. He ignored the damage and kept charging toward his opponent. A black arrow suddenly shot past him. With a boom, the arrow exploded, filling the air with thick black smoke. Phoenix's voice rang in his ear. "Still trying to run? Dream on." System notification. You have been hit by Phoenix's blinding arrow, losing 43,257 health points. Movement speed reduced by 20% for 5 seconds. The crowd, watching from a distance, started murmuring. "He's about to die. Good thing we hit until now. Let's make our move. What if we can land the killing blow?" Han Shui stopped in his tracks as single-digit damage numbers, like mosquito bites, continuously popped up on him. He smirked. "Didn't expect a bunch of vultures waiting to pick the scraps. Perfect. I was just a little short on EXP to level up." A great purple dragon appeared as he used the overwhelming might skill, and the nearby crowd was instantly logged out. Han Shui smiled, looking at his full health bar. System notification. You have reached level 45. Phoenix's voice was filled with shock. "What?" Teo also said in a low voice. So you were holding back after all. But even if you're level 45 with full health, do you really think you can fight me?" He clenched his fist, and purple lightning appeared on it. He smiled provocatively. "How will we know if we don't try?" The lightning spread across his entire body, not even sparing his eyes. Phoenix hurriedly shouted, "Frozen Wind Domain." System notification. Guardian of the Snowstorm. Phoenix has cast Frozen Wind Domain, which can absorb damage equal to 10% of her health. Han Shui swung his sword at her chest, and her health bar dropped by 126,800. Phoenix stared in shock at the empty space on her chest. "What? He broke through my Frozen Wind Domain's shield in one hit?" Seeing him about to charge in for another attack, she wondered in bewilderment. What in the world is happening? Meanwhile, his body was surging with energy as the system announced, "You have used the A-rank item, Violet Lightning Gem. The potential within your body has been unleashed. All attributes increased by 1,000% for 1 minute. Time remaining, 56 seconds. Another sword swing, and Phoenix's health bar dropped by 403,987. Feeling death approaching, she screamed in panic, "Teo Lo, save me!" He swung his weapon towards Han Shui and yelled, "Damn you, get away from her!" The ice arrow hit his body, but the damage was negligible. Teo Lo broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "My ice spike can only deal triple-digit damage to him. What on earth did he do?" Han Shui seized the opportunity to swing his sword at Phoenix again. Blood splattered across her face as she cried and begged, Don't kill me." His answer was a devastating kick. He said coldly, "Spare you? So you can keep using vicious skills like blinding arrow on me?" Then, the system announced, "Congratulations on successfully killing the level 50 gold rank boss, Guardian of the Snowstorm, Phoenix. Received reward, 2,200,000 experience points, 2,800 reputation." Teo screamed, "Phoenix," he carefully considered. "A moment ago, his attack power couldn't even break my defense. Now, he can take down a gold rank boss in just a few hits." Han Shui smirked. "You're next, little mage." With that, he stomped his foot and launched himself towards him. Han Shui swung his sword fiercely at him, and his health bar immediately dropped by 364,171. Another horizontal slash, and the mask broke in two and fell off. Behind the mask was an old, ugly face. Teo Lo let out a long, terrified scream. "Ah!" he commented with contempt. "Oh, so this is what you look like behind the mask. It seems the price for being a dark gold rank is quite severe." Seeing Han Shui about to charge, he quickly yelled, "Despairing Frozen Wind. System notification. Wrath of the Frozen Wind, Teo Lo, has used the Despairing Frozen Wind skill. You have lost 576 health points. Attack speed reduced by 25%. Movement speed reduced by 20% for 5 seconds. Teo gritted his teeth, speculating inwardly. "Only this much damage. It seems he's used some kind of powerful trick. I can't fight him head-on." He shouted once more, "Self-freeze!" Instantly, Teo Lo's entire body was covered in a thick layer of ice. System notification. Frozen Wind. Teo Lo has used the self-freeze skill. Defense increased by 100%. Recovers 200,000 health points per second. Lasts for 20 seconds and cannot move during this time. As he healed, he spoke smugly. "To suddenly burst out with such high damage, you must have used some powerful trick, right? But how long can you maintain that kind of power?" He replied confidently. "Don't worry. Long enough to kill you." System notification. Time remaining for the Violet Lightning Gem, 26 seconds. As time ticked down, Han Shui continuously swung his sword at Teo Lo. He stood still inside the block of ice, watching his health bar shrink, while he frowned, racing against time. Time was up. The ice covering Teo Lo shattered. His eyes widened in fear as he thought, "This is bad, unless his buff lasts longer than I thought." Feeling death draw closer, Teo Lo quickly turned to flee. Han Shui raised his hand, releasing a cloud of black smoke, and said in a low voice, "Trying to run? System notification. You have used Spectre's Grasp, immobilizing the target for 2 seconds. With 1 second left on the Violet Lightning Gem, he raised his sword and brought it down with a powerful slash. The opponent lost 435,621 health. System notification. Congratulations on killing the level 60 Dark Gold rank boss, Wrath of the Frozen Wind, Teo Lo. Received reward, 4,500,000 experience points and 600 reputation. Then, the notification screen lit up again. System notification. Congratulations on defeating the Dark Gold rank boss, Wrath of the Frozen Wind, Teo Lo. As the first player in the game to defeat a Dark Gold rank boss, you will receive an additional reward, 8,000 reputation, 30 free attribute points, and the rare item, Divine Spring Gem. Han Shui let out a breath. It should be over now. At the same time, the Violet Lightning Gem expired. Suddenly, the sound of clapping was heard. A person in a red cloak praised, "How wonderful." He spun the weapon in his hand and said, "To be able to turn the tables all by yourself, that ability is truly admirable, truly praiseworthy." System notification. Please be aware that due to the death of Wrath of the Frozen Wind, Teo Lo, and the hidden boss plotline, the story character, Divine Knight Herbach, will be activated. When Han Shui saw who the opponent was, he exclaimed in shock, "It's you!" His cloak fluttered in the snowy wind. Herbach walked forward and said, "That's right, it's me. Last time, You were saved by that traitor, Shay Lier. That's the only reason you're here to suffer today. He gritted his teeth, trying to keep a clear head, telling himself to analyze the situation rationally. Both Cantor and Daniel are NPCs. I shouldn't blame myself for their deaths. Han Shui recalled what Daniel had said then. You've already tried your best. There's no need to be heartbroken. My master once said that if you live long enough in the future, we might have a chance to meet again. At that time, you will know who I am. Kid, you are destined to be a dazzling light in this eternal world. You shouldn't fall here. He murmured in his mind, then suddenly snapped out of it. Han Shui shouted, After we left last time, what did you do to Daniel? He replied coldly. This? Although Daniel used a heaven-defying forbidden spell and was sure to die, if the enemy's city lord dares to be our enemy, he will naturally be punished. Even if his body dies, his soul will be tortured. Hearing this, his heart sank. His mind went blank, and his eyes widened, bloodshot. His whole body felt like it was burning with rage. Han Shui roared indignantly. And you call yourselves the faction of light? The armor on his body suddenly flashed with light. System notification. Stimulated by your rage and the blood of the powerful foes around you, your dark armor has been upgraded to dark gold rank. Its attributes have also increased significantly. He leaped up, pointed his sword at him, and let out a loud roar, Kill! Herbach's eyes glinted, and he smirked, like an egg trying to break a stone. A loud bang echoed as shock waves rippled out from Ice Snow Town. He swung the spear in his hand, and Jiang Han's health bar dropped by 9,365,421. His entire body was sent flying. Jiang Han crashed to the ground, groaning, the sword in his hand clattering away. System notification. Due to the effect of the moon shard, you have avoided a fatal wound this time. He licked his lips mockingly. Oh? I didn't expect you to have a trick like that up your sleeve. That's fine. The judgment ends before it even begins. How boring. He raised the golden glowing spear in his hand and shouted. System notification. Holy Knight. He has used the skill, Holy Fire. This weapon not only deals damage, but also inflicts 100% continuous damage from the divine holy fire on the enemy. Trembling, he took out a book and raised it. Seeing it, he broke out in a cold sweat, wondering anxiously, how did he get his hands on a demon god summoning item like this? He spoke up uneasily, trying to stop him. Wait! You have no idea what kind of disaster that thing in your hands will bring. Jiang Han tore the book in half and said maniacally, So what if it does? I'm going to die anyway. I don't mind dragging someone else down with me to avenge Daniel. System notification. You have used the Demon God Summoning Book. A few demon god-level powerhouses will be summoned to personally enter the battle, he muttered, repeating, A few? After a moment of silence, he burst out laughing mockingly, finding it funnier the more he thought about it. He scoffed. Fool. Do you really think a great demon god would pay attention to a summons from a small town like this? He couldn't help but offer some kind consolation. All your struggles are meaningless. Just give up and die quietly. As soon as he finished speaking, a horizontal crack, like an electrocardiogram reading, suddenly appeared in space. The crack grew larger and larger, and even the surrounding space began to blur. From within the crack, a foot slowly stepped out, followed by a figure who pushed aside the endless dark space with both hands and emerged. System notification. Attention. One of the 10 great demon gods of the Dark Faction, Lo the Evil Curse, has arrived in Ice Snow Town. All non-combatants evacuate immediately or face the consequences. The townspeople, also receiving the system notification, broke into a panicked chatter. Oh my God, what is that? Run! Ice Snow Town is doomed. Oh my God, what am I seeing? My heart is pounding. He thought to himself uneasily. The pressure is overwhelming. Even he was sweating nervously, wondering why just one look at him made him feel an endless darkness. Lo spoke, his voice as cold as ice. Foolish divine power. Then he raised his four-fingered hand, unleashing streams of red energy mixed with flashing lightning. He cried out in fear, Holy light protection! Immediately, his entire body was enveloped in a dazzling golden light. System notification. Holy Night. he has used Holy Light Protection, making himself immune to 99% of damage for 5 seconds and teleporting to the nearest Light Faction main city. Boom! His health bar dropped by 99,564,231. 4 seconds left on the teleport. He couldn't believe his eyes, wondering, how is this possible? Even after blocking 99% of the damage, it was still almost enough to kill me. 3 seconds left on the teleport, he roared. Blood Oath! His health bar shot back up. System reminder. Holy Night. He has activated the forbidden spell Blood Oath, instantly increasing his health by 1,000%. Because Blood Oath is a forbidden art of the Light Faction, Holy Night, he has suffered a 50% penalty. With 2 seconds left on the teleport, veins bulged on his face as he screamed, "You rotten brat! You better pray you die here. If I find out you're still alive, I will use every resource I have to kill you," Jiang Han taunted as he slowly faded away. "Fine, you don't have to come for me. I'll find you myself. Go home, wash up, and wait for me." Then, the space fell silent. He looked up at Lo, who was hovering in the air, beads of sweat rolling down his face. He thought anxiously, "This is bad. Now it's just me facing him. I have to be careful, or he'll definitely kill me." He broke the silence, asking, "A puny dark swordsman like you. For what reason did you summon me?" Jiang Han tried to keep his tone as calm as possible and replied, "Lord Demon God, it was because of he from the Light Faction, but he cowardly ran away because your power was too great." Hearing this, Lo raised his hand and growled, "To think I was bothered for such a small fry. If that's the case, then you and this entire town can die along with him." Knowing how terrifying his power was, he quickly raised his hand to stop him. "Wait a moment. Since you are a great demon god, surely you must have anticipated this situation, right? You can't take all your frustration out on me alone." Hearing this, Lo's voice grew impatient. "I came here because I sensed the power of an enemy, but in the end, I found nothing." Jiang Han wondered to himself, the fluctuation of an enemy's power, could it be because of the moon shard? Daniel did originally give it to me as a quest item. If there's an enemy that a demon god would target, then it could only be Daniel. He took out the moon shard and asked, "The power fluctuation you mentioned, could it be from this? Is the enemy you're talking about the necromancer, Daniel? This is the item my master Daniel gave me before he fell, and I am his most outstanding student." He sensed it and quickly replied, "So that's it. It does indeed have his aura." Jiang Han was secretly overjoyed, thinking, mentioning Daniel really worked. Maybe he'll spare me out of respect for him. Suddenly, Lo cut him off with a loud laugh. "But, while it's true Daniel and I were once acquainted, we are now mortal enemies." He opened his mouth, revealing countless sharp fangs, and said excitedly, "Not being able to eliminate him myself is the greatest regret of my life. But killing his most prized disciple isn't a bad alternative." He hurriedly shouted, "No, wait!" Inwardly, he was screaming, "Master Daniel, just how many enemies did you make out there?" Lo unleashed deadly red rays of light, along with a blazing red orb, and declared coldly, "To a dead man, your words have no meaning. From the moment you tore that scroll, your death was sealed." Lo launched the red orb, shouting, "Die!" An intense red light was all that flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. He lamented inwardly, "I'm done for. He wants this whole town to die with me. There's no chance to escape." Suddenly, a hand holding a sword placed it in Jiang Han's grasp, saying, "Take this." Startled, he jumped back, exclaiming, "Huh?" Seeing Yi Xin, Jiang Han asked in confusion, "Sword God, is that you?" Before he could finish his sentence, the orb exploded, sending Jiang Han flying. He landed on his butt, groaning in pain. "Ah!" Looking at the scene before him, Jiang Han said in a low, disbelieving voice, "No way. The entire town has been blown up." Looking around, he couldn't see Lo. He looked up at the sky and said, "Oh, it looks like the crack has disappeared. Sword God, how are you?" Only a terrifying silence answered him. He searched around anxiously, unaware that she was right behind him. As soon as he turned around, he saw Yi Xin clutching her left arm. Jiang Han asked worriedly, "Sword God, are you okay?" Even in this situation, she could still flash a peace sign and smile, saying, "I'm fine. You owe me 2 favors now." Hearing this, he asked in confusion, "Oh, why 2?" Yi Xin explained. "First, when Lo was about to kill you, I stopped him. Isn't that saving your life? Second, I originally belonged to the Light faction, which is your opposing force. I should have killed you, so isn't not killing you also saving your life?" Jiang Han replied, "Oh, I get it. Thank you." Then he gripped her shoulders and asked with concern, "How's your wound? Do you need me to take you to get it treated?" She winked playfully and wagged her index finger. "It's fine. Don't forget, I am the mighty sword god." Jiang Han pointed to where Lo had appeared and asked, "I see the crack is gone. Did you win?" Yi Xin followed his gaze and answered hesitantly, "I guess so. He's returned to the darkness." His voice was laced with worry now. "I really pissed him off this time. Is he going to come looking for me later?" She gave a reassuring smile. "Don't worry about it. To a demon god, your existence is as insignificant as a bug. Think about it. Would you remember the sins a bug committed against you?" Jiang Han, completely dejected, opened his mouth. "Thanks for the explanation, but that was a little harsh." Hearing this, Yi Xin covered her mouth in embarrassment and said, "Ah, my apologies." With that, she said her goodbyes, not forgetting to remind him, "Since things have come to this, don't you forget about those 2 favors." He nodded in response. "All right, I'll repay you when I get the chance," Yi Xin shouted, summoning her sword, and a blade quickly flew over from a distance. She stomped her foot hard on the ground, launching herself up and landing steadily on the sword before departing. Jiang Han watched her shrinking figure, muttering in admiration. Sword riding is just so cool. Suddenly, his entire body flashed with a familiar golden light. System reminder. Congratulations on completing the SS rank main quest, Territory Siege. You will receive a reward of plus 4 million experience. You are now qualified to enter the Demon God's treasury. System reminder. As Ice and Snow Town has been destroyed, you cannot choose to occupy it. It will automatically default to destroyed, and you will receive plus 1 million experience and 1 rare treasure map. You have leveled up to level 48. System announcement. Please be advised. The Dark Legion, led by the Dark Leader Jiang Han, has frenziedly attacked the level 3 Ice and Snow Town of the Romantic Zone. He let out a sigh and said, "It's finally over. Time to head back. I got some rewards from this siege, so I'll check them out on the way." Each slow step left an imprint in the snow as a continuous ding sound rang out. System reminder. Please be advised. The Vampire Army, commanded by leader Blood Moon Catherine, has captured the level 1 main city of the Eastern Zone, Vermilion Bird City. System reminder. Please be advised that the evil army, commanded by the Judge of Sin Solomon, has captured the level 1 main city of the Cherry Blossom Zone, Thunder City. Jiang Han thought worriedly. Why hasn't there been any news about Xie Lier's city attack yet? His siege is probably the most difficult. I hope he's all right. He opened his inventory bag and muttered, "But there's nothing I can do right now. I'll check my spoils first," he thought to himself, recalling the image of the short-tempered, shouting blonde girl shooting her bow. First up are Phoenix's items. The first is the gold rank Orchid Bow. Attack 300 to 330. EF. Attack. Attack plus 20%. Attack speed plus 35%. Special skill. Wind and snow protection. Level requirement, 48. Description. The favorite weapon of the Guardian of Wind and Snow. With excellent damage, it possesses immense power, and it cost a great deal of money to hire a craftsman to design it. In addition to its considerable strength, its appearance is also exquisite and beautiful. The second item is the Snowy Night Cloak, Health 10,000. Effect. Defense plus 20%. Toughness plus 20%. Level requirement 45. Description. Symbolizes the outstanding leader of Ice and Snow Town. If you wear it, your entire aura will become stronger. The third is the A-rank Blinding Arrow. Description. Shoots an arrow at the enemy's eye. Even if it misses, the poison on the arrow will affect the opponent's vision. Effect. Hitting an enemy deals 150% damage and inflicts a health debuff of minus 50%. Cooldown time of 5 minutes. Profession requirement. Archer. Jiang Han rubbed his chin in satisfaction. All good stuff. I didn't expect the equipment, cloak, and other gear I don't need could sell for hundreds of thousands. He recalled in his mind, next is Lanta's stuff, and there's also a skill book. The items include the Ice and Snow bracelet, gold rank, defense 100 to 120, health 5,000. Effect, health plus 30%, level requirement 46. Description, a bracelet made from ice and snow crystals with outstanding defensive capabilities. Next is the A-rank Ice Seal Armor. Description, unleashes the power of ice to form a blue armor around the body to resist enemy attacks. Effect, defense increases by 30% for 2 minutes, cooldown time of 10 minutes. No profession requirement. Jiang Han decided to learn Ice Seal Armor first. System announcement. Congratulations, you have learned the A-rank skill Ice Seal Armor. He heard the system announcement. Your A-rank skill, Ice Seal Armor, has been restricted by the evil power of the Dark Swordsman and transformed into the A-rank Black Flame Armor. He wondered aloud. Black Flame Armor? System announcement, A-rank Black Flame Armor description. The black flame hidden within the body covers the entire body, enhancing defensive capabilities and slightly increasing resistance to blows. Effect, defense increases by 30%. Lasts for 2 minutes. Additional effect, toughness plus 10%. Cooldown time of 10 minutes. Jiang Han said excitedly, awesome! This unique hidden class is truly extraordinary. It can even enhance existing skills. Thinking of that old masked guy, he thought. Finally, let's see what he could have dropped. The treasures from a dark gold rank boss definitely won't be bad. First is the gold rank Wind Spirit Boots, defense 70 to 90, health 5,000. Effect, movement speed plus 20%, level requirement 48. Description, crafted by a high-end tailor. The boots are enchanted by a wind element magician, making them ultra-thin, breathable, and very light. The second is the A-rank Blazing Flame Potion. Description, a potion made from rare substances extracted from magma and fused with various other materials. After drinking it, it can stimulate the human body's potential. Effect, attribute points plus 10%. Side effect, there is a more than 20% chance of rejection, resulting in fire resistance minus 10%. The third is the dark gold rank Cold Wind Robe, defense 280 to 330, health 20,000. Effect, defense plus 30%. Additional effect, ice element resistance plus 20% with the special skill Self-Freezing. Level requirement, 55. Wearing requirement, Mage, Summoner. Description, this seemingly fragile set of clothes has extremely strong resistance to cold air. Its material is very special, and ordinary swords can hardly penetrate it. It will surely make many mages anxious. Finally, the dark gold rank Flame Demon Helm, defense 200 to 230, health 12,000. Effect, defense plus 35%, level requirement 58. Description, the exterior of a helmet made from the hard and hot surface rock of a flame demon, fused with a large amount of precious ore. Its appearance is very domineering. It is one of the most outstanding dark gold level set pieces. Set effect unknown, he said with regret. Besides the robe, I can't use anything else, especially this Flame Demon Helm, which is actually a set item. His fingers tapped continuously on the screen as Jiang Han muttered, it's a pity this helmet's level is too high. I have to swap out the gear I can wear first. Elsewhere, Yi Xin was riding her sword through the wind and snow when a voice suddenly rang out. Why would a sword god of this era save a no-name dark swordsman? She replied nonchalantly. It's none of your business, Luo said with disgust. Unless every generation of you sword gods has to have some ambiguous relationship with those dark swordsmen. Fine, you can go. Seeing him leave, she called after him, wait a moment, we haven't determined a winner yet. Luo spoke faintly. With your strength, you're not even enough to fight me. When I was still human, the sword god of that time did me a favor, which is why I'm letting you go like this. He didn't even turn his head as he offered a warning. Next time you dare to block my path, I will wipe out the sword pavilion. Yi Xin stood still watching him, then turned and left. She frowned, vowing to herself, Luo actually dared to look down on me. You just wait. The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you myself. Jiang Han looked at the snowy night cloak on himself and laughed heartily. Heh heh, wearing this cloak really boosts my cool factor quite a bit. Seeing all the equipment slots filled on the system panel, he happily added his dark armor. As his level increased, his strength also reached a new tier. The dark gold rank dark armor's defense could increase from 230 to 250 up to 500 to 550. Health from 20,000 to 50,000, defense effect from plus 30% to plus 50%. Additional health effect from plus 20% to plus 30%. Special skill, A, the 8 directions. Level requirement level 45. Exclusive profession, dark swordsman. Special effect. Cannot be damaged, cannot be removed. At this moment, Jiang Han suddenly remembered, oh right, I got some rewards from defeating that old lady back in Dark City. My level wasn't high enough back then, so I didn't check. His finger pointed towards the ice crystal stone as he mumbled, this ice crystal stone isn't bad, it can upgrade my elemental resistance stat. The scepter can only be sold. Ice crystal stone, rank B. Description. Precious crystals condensed on the peak of a snow mountain. Effect. Can be socketed into a weapon. Socketing it on a ring can increase ice elemental damage, while socketing it on defensive gear can increase ice elemental defense. System announcement. You have socketed the ice crystal stone onto the wind spirit boots. The wind spirit boots received an additional effect of plus 10% ice elemental defense. Jiang Han opened his palm, a golden light flashed, and he said with a determined gaze, finally, let's see what reward I get for this dark gold kill. The reward for the first kill on a boss is bound to be good. It was an orange-yellow, multifaceted gem. The specific information for the level 5 God-favored jewel stated it was a precious gem that only those who become patrons of the gods have a chance to possess. It contains astonishing power, something that even the strongest experts would flock to and seize for themselves. Its effect. After use, you can choose to merge 2 of your skills into one, making yourself stronger. This does not include talents. Seeing this, he couldn't help but marvel. As expected of the first kill reward for a dark gold boss. This God-favored jewel's effect is the real deal. 2 skills can be combined into one, making you even stronger. Could 2 S-rank skills possibly merge and become SS rank? Just then, a system announcement declared that the Undead Legion, led by the undead swordsman Z. Lear, had attacked the main city, Oceanheart City, in the U.S. server region. This made Jiang Han's jaw drop in surprise. Oh, so there's news about Xie Lier. He probably knows more. I should go meet up with him first. With that, he clenched his fist with a resolute expression. Finally, let's check out these powerful new attributes. Then, the system panel opened with an announcement. Dark Lord Han Shui, level 48 gold grade boss, health, 655,200, attack, 4,041 to 4,383, defense, 2,331 to 2,583, reputation, 69,300, luck, 1. Description. As Han Shui grows stronger, he has begun to fall under the watchful eyes of several powerful forces. The cold weather made Jiang Han unable to stop himself from coughing a few times. Cough, cough. When Xie Lier sees how much stronger I've become, he'll definitely have to change his tune. He walked to the mysterious swamp, and upon seeing the person he had been wanting to meet, he raised his hand and shouted joyfully, "Mentor, I've returned." Hearing Jiang Han's voice, he smiled and praised him. Han Shui, you truly did not disappoint me. I never expected that Lode, the evil cursed demon god, could be summoned to the ice and snow town through that scroll. Jiang Han gave a thumbs up in agreement and replied with a smile, just lucky, while thinking to himself about the demon god's arrival. The game announcement mentioned it, so it's definitely not a secret. But no one knows that the sword god intervened to save me. Lear approached and asked with some curiosity, "The demon god didn't give you any trouble?" He shrugged and shook his head. Nope. He had something to do, so he just blew up the ice town and then disappeared. Hearing him say that, he sighed with a look of guilt. It was my carelessness. I shouldn't have given you such a dangerous item. Jiang Han felt a bit awkward, thinking guiltily about the sword god's help. I should keep my mouth shut. I don't want her to get into trouble for helping me. With that thought, he chose his words carefully. The way things unfolded was beyond my imagination, too. Mentor, you don't need to take it to heart. Jiang Han then changed the subject. Mentor, do you know about the god-favored jewel? Hearing his question, Lear was a bit surprised and asked back. The god-favored jewel? After a moment of thought, he explained, that is an extremely rare item. It seems your trip was quite fruitful. It can combine two skills into a single, more powerful one. And there's a chance of raising the skill's rank. The lower the rank, the greater the chance. If two S ranks are merged, the chance of improving the rank is minuscule. After hearing this, Jiang Han rubbed his chin and mused. So that's how it is. He began to calculate a plan in his mind to merge his skills. Once I get to the demon god's treasury, I'll use the god-favored jewel to merge my skills. Seeing Jiang Han lost in thought, Lear walked over, clapped him on the shoulder, and instructed, Right, you should go rest first. The upcoming siege war will be tough. After you've rested, I'll take you to the demon god's treasury. Hearing this, his face turned ashen, and he nodded mechanically. Okay, thank you, Mentor. Jiang Han thought with some anxiety. He's not saying what needs to be said. Defeating Teolo was already exhausting, and then Horbach showed up. I'm about to collapse from fighting up to this point. The next day, Jiang Han arrived excitedly and saw Lear already waiting. Seeing him, he asked, Are you ready? Jiang Han landed on the ground and nodded. Lear said with satisfaction. Then let's set off. And so, the two of them began their journey. After walking for a while, he suddenly spoke up from behind. Mentor, when can I learn how to ride a mount? Hearing Jiang Han's question, Lear glanced at him with a sly expression. Mount riding. Soon. He widened his eyes in confusion, thinking, Soon? Could it be at the second-class advancement? An hour later, the two stopped in front of a vast city. A system notification appeared. You have entered the dangerous map Mistfall City. Mistfall City, a superclass main city. Although the 10 demon gods are elusive and hard to track, Mistfall City is their gathering place and where the treasures of the demon gods are kept. If someone could capture this castle, they would surely become a legendary figure on the Tianheng continent. At that moment, a group of people could be seen in the distance, rushing over like a whirlwind. Jiang Han noticed the commotion and turned to look behind him. They sped past him like a blur. As they ran, they shouted excitedly, Demon God's treasury, here we come! He turned to Lear in astonishment and asked, Who are these guys? He replied calmly, They are just like us. They successfully attacked a boss in a faction of Light City. Only the leader of the winning city in this attack can enter the demon god's treasury. He paused for a moment, then turned his head back to explain. The treasury has 5 floors, divided into locations for equipment, potions, skills, props, and special tools. There will be no fighting or looting inside, so you can choose with peace of mind. But you must never, ever go to the 6th floor. The prison on the 6th floor holds many terrifyingly powerful experts who can command the wind and rain. With your current strength, if you go there, you will certainly die. Half an hour later, at the treasury's entrance, they were slowly approaching the cave mouth to claim their spoils. Jiang Han stood to one side, glancing at the green giant in front of him, thinking, Can this giant kid even get into the treasury? As if reading his mind, Liar turned to reassure him, Don't worry. As soon as he passes through this door, that kid's large body will be shrunk to a normal proportion. Since the selection time is limited, we'll have to split up to choose our items. Hearing his words, he felt a bit more at ease and nodded. With that said, Jiang Han quickly entered the treasury's door. The moment he poked his head in, his eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. Inside was a city with ancient architecture. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Attention! You have entered the demon god's treasury. You have 10 minutes to select a treasure of your choice, but the quantity is limited to 1. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by the treasury's guardian. Jiang Han stepped inside, observing the scattered beasts around him as he walked and thought, I can only choose 1 item in 10 minutes. Equipment isn't what I need right now, so I shouldn't go to the equipment area. He then proceeded to the second floor, the potion area. He thought to himself, potions are one-time use items, so their value probably isn't that high, right? His gaze fell upon a potion box containing a large vial of immortal-grade elven spring water, a mystical substance from the elven sacred spring. It was an unparalleled medicine that could save lives and heal the wounded in an era where elves had vanished into seclusion. It is extremely precious. Effect: permanently increases life by 100,000. Additional effect: restores 5% of health every second for 15 seconds. Limitation: each time you use it, its permanent life-increasing effect will be diminished. The small vial contained an immortal-grade mighty strength pill, an extremely rare, top-quality medicine among the dwarves. Only core members of the tribe are able to use it. Effect: permanently increases base attack by 1,000. Limitation: only effective once. The amazing effects of these potions made even Jiang Han gasp in his mind. Holy crap, a top-tier potion that can permanently increase attack. Even though the mighty strength pill can only be used once, it has no level restriction. I can use it right now. This will unconditionally increase my attack power, reaching a level far beyond the reach of current players. He covered his mouth to steady his breathing, reminding himself, calm down, before continuing to weigh his options. 2,000 attack power is obviously valuable in the early stages, but it's still just the early stages. Simply put, it's precious, but not one of a kind. With that thought, Han Shui went straight to the third floor, the skill area. As he walked, he wondered if he could find a powerful skill to combine with the God's Favor gem. As soon as he arrived, a long row of skill books lay before him. He stood there, stroking his chin in thought. Blade Storm, A rank. Effect: increases your own attack speed by 300% for 20 seconds. Cooldown: 2 minutes. Requires Knight or Swordsman class. Next was Attack and Defense Swap, A rank. Improves parrying ability and blocks 90% of physical damage. However, attack power is reduced by 50%. Cooldown: it can be maintained until deactivated. Requires Knight or Swordsman class. He looked them over for a moment. Han Shui noted that they were all decent skills, but none were good enough. Suddenly, his eyes caught something, widening in shock. Right in front of Han Shui was the S-rank skill book, Dragon Break Slash. Description: gathers the energy of an ancient dragon to unleash an extremely powerful slash that shatters everything. Effect: deals 150% of your own attack power as damage to the enemy and applies a rend effect. Subsequent damage will deal 25% damage per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Requires Knight or Swordsman class. Looking at this terrifying set of stats, his eyes widened in shock. This damage output is just ridiculously strong. Han Shui then picked up the Dragon Break Slash book to examine it. After a moment, he thought, 4 minutes left. I should probably take another look around. If there's no better option, I'll choose this skill book. He then moved up to the 4th floor, the treasure area. Han Shui continued to observe the surrounding treasures. Proof of class change: Crimson Flame Swordsman, hidden class. Proof of class change: Black and White Summoner, hidden class. Soul Collector, hidden class. After looking around for a bit, he figured it out. It seemed this floor contained hidden classes and mysterious scrolls. However, none of these classes were as good as his own Dark Swordsman. His gaze shifted to a green giant next to him, who was holding 2 scrolls and agonizing over his choice, saying, "All right, which one should I pick?" Looking closely at the item in the other man's hand, Han Shui's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Holy crap, he's holding a scroll. The item in Fei Qi's hand prompted a system notification. S-rank replica painting tube. Description: the painting tube contains a special power that can create a perfect duplicate of an item. Effect: 100% chance to replicate items of S-rank or lower, 50% chance to replicate SS rank items. Seeing this, Han Shui thought with a grin, the replica painting tube. Now that's what I want. With this, can't I get another God's Favor gem? Calm down. I should convince him to choose the hidden class in his left hand. He began to psychologically manipulate Fei Qi. Hey brother, what are you thinking about? Let's be blunt. Guys at our level are like ants to the truly powerful. They could crush us with a single move. You're not thinking of passing up a hidden class to boost your strength just for that painting tube, are you? Hearing Han Shui say this, he hesitated a little. Well. After a moment's thought, Fei Qi nodded and said, "You're right, but if used well, this painting tube is no worse than a hidden class." He replied, "You're not wrong. For the strong, that tube is a great item. But for us, we might die before we even get a chance to use it." Fei Qi fell silent, his eyes glancing at the hidden class in his other hand, blood-soaked warlord. He pondered for a moment, then sighed. "You're right. My current class is just a normal warrior. I don't even have any rare items worth replicating. The hidden class is the best choice for me right now." Then, Fei Qi put the replica painting tube back in its place. Watching his retreating back, Han Shui thought, even though I had my own selfish reasons, he's not wrong. Even for a current gold-rank boss, getting a rare item is difficult. He stepped forward, picked up the replica painting tube, and smiled in satisfaction. With this tube, I can get 2 God's Favor gems. That will increase my chances of getting an SS rank skill. If I'm lucky enough, I might even get 2 SS rank skills. After getting what he wanted, Han Shui quickly left. Time to put this skill book back. Just then, a system notification appeared. "Attention, you have 10 seconds remaining in the demon god's treasury." As he was looking at the crowd in front of him, a hand tapped him on the shoulder from behind. It was Fei Qi. He walked up and said, "Brother, thanks for the advice earlier." He hadn't offered the advice out of kindness, of course. It was only because he wanted the item for himself. Han Shui gave a forced smile. "Don't mention it." Fei Qi extended his hand in a friendly gesture. "Let's be friends. I'm Fei Qi. Not opposed to making a new friend." Han Shui shook his hand. "Yat Han Shui Shui." He thumped his chest and laughed. "If you're ever in trouble, come find me in Tianhai Town. I'll protect you." System notification. Fei Qi the Berserker. Level 55 gold rank boss. HP 4 million. Attack 3,650 to 3,800. Defense 2,200 to 2,350. Skills: Innate Divine Strength, Berserk Combo, Boiling Blood. Description: Became a traitor due to his deep hatred for the Church of Light. Gained entry to the demon god's treasury by successfully raiding and plundering Tianhai Town. Han Shui smiled and replied, "Thanks." He was a bit surprised internally. So, he's a gold rank boss. Not that far off from Phoenix and Lanta. No wonder he could raid a town. With that settled, he walked out of the treasury's entrance. As soon as he was out, Li Er approached and asked, "How was the haul?" Han Shui replied with a smug smile, "Not bad." He raised an eyebrow. "Good. Let's head back. Your strength is still insufficient for now. It's too dangerous to stay here." An hour later, at the mysterious swamp, Li Er stood with his hands behind his back and said seriously, "I have a mission for you. It might be a bit difficult. Are you interested?" Loving a challenge, Han Shui immediately accepted. "No problem." Seeing this, he continued, "All right. Your mention of learning to ride has piqued my interest. As it happens, your master has become the lord of Haishin City, and I do need a suitable rider to lead the way." He asked excitedly, "My lord, what can this disciple do for you?" Han Shui thought to himself, "Now I understand the content of the War of Light and Darkness's expansion in the Dark Factions region. Besides Dark City and Fog City, there are no other strongholds. The assault on the cities and the entire Tianhai continent has directly seized most of the grasslands belonging to the Light Faction's territory." Li Er said nonchalantly, "Don't call me my lord anymore. It feels a bit strange." Hearing this, he changed his address. "Master, what is the mission you mentioned?" He replied, "Near Cloud Beast City, in the Purple Flame Bamboo Forest, there's rumored to be a secret realm. Inside, there's a very rare beast. Find it. Then tell me its exact location." Then a system notification appeared. "Do you wish to accept the A-rank difficulty quest? Find the secret realm." Seeing this, Han Shui didn't hesitate and agreed. "Yes. System notification. Quest Find the Secret Realm accepted." Description: A secret realm is called secret because it cannot be easily found by just anyone. Quest requirement: find the secret realm. Reward: 1 rare skill book. Seeing him agree, Li vanished from before Han Shui in satisfaction. Very well, go. Afterwards, he quickly made his way towards Cloud Beast City. Han Shui held the painting tube and thought, before I get to Cloud Beast City, I'll replicate a God's Favor gem first. As soon as the tube opened, a system notification appeared. You are using the replica painting tube. You have 10 seconds to present the item you wish to replicate, or the process will be cancelled. Han Shui took out the gleaming golden God's Favor gem from his inventory. A light flashed like a blooming firework. System notification: replication successful. You have obtained 1 God's Favor gem. He held the 2 gems in his hand, smiling to himself. 2 God's Favor gems now. Should I take a gamble? System notification: do you wish to use the item God's Favor gem? Han Shui's lips twitched. Heh, what's there to be afraid of? If I'm going to gamble, I'm going all in. With that, he decisively crushed one of the God's Favor gems in his hand. System notification: please, select the skills you wish to merge. Han Shui shouted. War and evil kick, he thought to himself. It says select, but it's not like I have any other S-rank skills to choose from. System reminder: do you wish to merge the S-rank skills War and Evil Kick? Warning: after merging, the probability of obtaining an SS rank skill is extremely low. It is more likely to result in an enhanced, rare S-rank skill. He was a little hesitant. A low probability. If this fails, my 2 S-rank skills will just become 1. But he accepted anyway. And just like that, the Evil Kick and War cards materialized in front of him. He looked at the 2 glowing cards, praying silently. Please, it has to be SS rank. System notification: congratulations. You have successfully merged the 2 S-rank skills, War and Evil Kick. You have obtained the SS rank skill, War Stomp. Luck value +1. Han Shui screamed internally. SS rank! It's actually SS rank. It worked! He burst out laughing. System, I love you. System notification: SS rank War Stomp. Effect: focuses power into your leg and unleashes a stomp on the enemy. For 3 seconds after casting, movement speed is increased by 300%, attack speed is increased by 200%, and jump height is greatly increased. This attack deals 200% damage, guarantees a critical hit, and creates a powerful suppression effect. Additional effect: creates a powerful airwave centered on the impact point, dealing 120% damage to all enemies within a 100 by 100 range, and reducing the attack power of all party members, including yourself. The reduction or increase depends on both parties, lasts for 1 minute, with a 1-minute cooldown. Han Shui was ecstatic. This is an SS rank skill? Holy shit, it's so damn powerful. Compared to the original Evil Kick, the movement and attack speed have increased a ton. Plus, the duration is 1 second longer, the usual weapon disarming effect has been removed, the damage is doubled, and it's a 100% critical hit. Once the excitement wore off, he immediately set out. Hey, that was awesome. Time to hit the road. I'll probably be there after I cross the mountain ahead. Half an hour later, as soon as he stepped into the area, the system announced, you have entered the Cloud Beast City map. Cloud Beast City, a level 2 city. Introduction. Known as one of the best cities for pets and mounts on the Tianheng continent. It's a frequent haunt for summoners and knights, and is extremely popular among residents and adventurers. Han Shui ran straight into the forest. System notification: you have entered the Purple Flame Woods map. He chuckled and said, looks like this map isn't something the main player base can explore yet. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Han Shui. You're in quite a hurry. He glanced back, but saw no one, thinking, is someone else here? Then, from behind a tree, 2 snakes appeared, getting intimate with each other. The male snake pinned the female snake against the tree, saying, with such a beautiful view, we should do something we enjoy. They were Snake Man minions. The system described them as descendants of a divine snake and a human, but due to excessive breeding, their diluted bloodline has made them extremely weak. They generally dislike working and enjoy doing shameful things. Han Shui strode forward and yelled, in broad daylight, have you no shame? Seeing its fun ruined, the Snake Man angrily cursed. "Who the hell are you?" Han Shui got into a stance, ready to charge forward and attack, and said with a grin, "Watch this." He used the skill he had just successfully combined, leaping down from above. War Stomp. Han Shui's stomp reduced its health bar by 91,791. System notification. You have used the skill War Stomp, dealing 91,791 points of damage to the opponent. Suppression for 2.2 seconds and attack power increased by 20%. All enemies within a 100 by 100 range will have their attack power reduced by 18%, dealing 120% damage. Seeing it was dealt with, he smirked. Combining two S-rank skills is seriously powerful. Han Shui didn't even bother with the other one, turning to leave. Time to go scout ahead. After walking for a bit, a horde of giant snakes blocked his path. Han Shui screeched to a halt, letting out an O. The snake raised its head and stared at him. System notification. Level 55. Purple Flame Venomous Serpent. Health, 200,000. Attack, 3,650 to 3,800. Defense, 1,880 to 2,000. Skills. Swift Movement. Deadly Serpent Venom. Introduction. One of the most dangerous creatures in the Purple Flame Woods. They are extremely numerous, and their fangs contain a fatal poison. Normal people wouldn't dare get close. But he wasn't scared. In fact, he was thrilled, thinking to himself, there are so many of them. System notification. Your title has changed from Shadow Wielder to King of Taunts. Effect. Your words will either decrease or increase the opponent's attack power by 10%, while also increasing their aggro towards you. Han Shui immediately turned and ran, luring them as he provoked them. "Come and get me, you stupid snakes!" Enraged, they all gave chase, hissing loudly. Hiss! Hiss! After running for a bit, he saw another two snakes wrapped around each other. Han Shui taunted them. "Doing that in broad daylight? How disgusting. I even turned on the lights for you." The male snake, furious at being interrupted, let out a loud hiss. 10 minutes later, a massive horde of them was chasing him. He activated a burst of speed, glancing back and thinking, there must be a few hundred purple flame venomous serpents back there by now. It's time. System notification. You have used the skill Black Flame Armor. Defense increased by 30%. Endurance increased by 10%. Duration 2 minutes. Han Shui leaped directly into the air, then spun around and unleashed a kick. He used the War Stomp skill, and the snakes, caught by surprise, took the full force of the blow. Feeling it wasn't enough, Han Shui launched several more kicks. System notification. You have used the skill War Stomp, dealing 99,791 points of damage to the Purple Flame Venomous Serpent, suppressing it for 2.2 seconds. Your own attack power increased by 20%. Enemies within a 100 by 100 range have their attack power reduced by 18%, dealing 120% damage. His eyes gleamed as he told himself. Still not enough. Han Shui poured all his strength into this final blow. Quake in all directions. The system continuously announced, you have slain a purple flame venomous serpent, receiving 22,000 experience points. After slaughtering them, he felt a rush of satisfaction and spoke aloud. These two group skills are so damn satisfying. A familiar golden light flashed around his body. System notification. You have reached level 49. System notification. You have reached level 50. He saw the system notification. Congratulations, you have reached level 50. Go to the class master to receive your promotion quest. Seeing this, Han Shui grinned smugly, just as I expected. Once I hit level 50, I get my second class change. A thought crossed his mind. I remember a prediction on the forums, just like the first class change. The top 10 players will get a massive reward. But before that, I need to find the secret realm Li Er mentioned. Han Shui opened his contact list and messaged Long Teng Wan Li, asking, "Bro, what's the highest player level right now?" He replied, "Are you done with the eastern region already?" He shook his head and replied, "All done." Wan Li continued, "Let me ask my brothers to check for you." Han Shui nodded with a smile. "All right, thanks for the trouble." He also laughed heartily and said, "Don't mention it. Don't mention it." You're the real pro. Just give our Dragon Clan guild priority on any gear you get. Price is not an issue. As if remembering something, he opened his item list and said, "Turns out I have some gear in my bag. Let me send you the details." When Wan Li saw Han Shui's equipment, his face darkened, and he cursed under his breath. Damn it, the gear this kid considers junk is several levels better than what I'm wearing. This kind of equipment couldn't even be bought at auction. The bald guy saw his twitching expression in silence and asked, "Big bro, what's wrong?" Wan Li snapped out of it and shook his head. "Nothing. Just talking to the boss." Hearing that, the guy's mouth twitched as he asked, "The boss? You mean Han Shui?" The reply was a simple, "That's right." When Han Shui didn't get a response, he spoke up. "So, you want them or not? If not, I'm putting them on the auction house." The guy quickly replied, "I'll buy them." Right now, the best gear at the auction house goes for 2,000 gold. Your equipment is high level, and the stats are pretty good. I'll price them at 2,500 gold coins each. How about that? He nodded in agreement. Deal. Except for that magic artifact. Wan Li had noticed it too and started to negotiate. For that Frostwind magical item, it's top tier and even has a skill, but there's no market price. I'll offer 15,000 gold coins for it. What do you think? Han Shui immediately seized the opportunity to raise the price to 18,000 gold coins. Hearing this price, he cried out, "That's too expensive, bro. It's not like my family owns a bank." He started to sweeten the deal. "If you can do 18,000 gold coins, I'll throw in a top-tier arrow from a master archer. 20,000. Take it or leave it." After thinking for a moment, Wan Li agreed. "You drive a hard bargain. Deal." He thought to himself that the price of the gear wasn't the most important thing. It was maintaining contact with this guy. That way, he could get first-hand info to help the guild stay on top. He then said, "Same as usual. Just wire the money directly. I've already sent you the location." Afterward, Han Shui opened the info panel to check the current exchange rate for gold coins. The system displayed the information. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 154 in real-world currency. He noted that the price had dropped a bit. That makes sense. After all, players with that much gold always end up losing it. Once everything was settled, a system notification announced, "Your bank account has received 3,080,000. Seeing this, Han Shui was overjoyed. This was the first time he'd ever had this much money. This money could help improve his parents' lives. He thought, "If I had just cashed out at the beginning, I would have gotten that first payout, but I'd have lost all future income. If I keep playing, what I can get won't be limited to just this." Han Shui clenched his fist. "Of course, making money isn't my main goal. Experiencing the game's story and the battles between players and bosses is what makes this game truly meaningful." On the other end of the line, Wan Li shared some information he had just gotten. "A friend of mine overseas told me that the highest level player right now is a level 44 mage on the US-Swiss server." Han Shui nodded and replied, "All right, thanks." He thought to himself, "Level 44 is pretty strong, only 6 levels lower than me. But his grinding efficiency definitely can't be as high as mine." He then turned to look into the forest. "I need to deal with these violet flame venom snakes first, and then I'll go complete Li Er's quest." An hour later, Han Shui used his Quake the Eight Directions skill to slaughter countless of them and level up. A system notification announced, "You have reached level 53, as a golden level-up aura glowed around his body. He said with satisfaction, "The monster density here combined with my skill set makes for some really high leveling efficiency." Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "Your slaughter of the violet flame venom snakes has angered the violet flame venom snake king." Hearing this, Han Shui's eyes widened in shock as he screamed internally, "Oh crap, the boss is coming!" The Snake King, receiving the news, roared in fury. "Who is it that has slaughtered my people?" A system notification appeared. "Violet Flame Venom Snake King, a level 68 Dark Gold boss. Health, 7,500,000. Attack, 11,500 to 12,000. Defense, 5,000 to 5,350. Skills, Violent Venom Strike, Serpent's Demise, Spreading Poison Mist, Power of the Snake God." Description: descendants bearing the relatively pure bloodline of the snake god, come here to reproduce, creating a new generation with a bloodline even closer to the snake god, hoping to receive his divine protection. Han Shui frowned, thinking worriedly. A dark gold boss. The level gap is huge. Plus, I've already used up all my violet lightning gems. My attacks won't even be able to break its defense, and with the level suppression on top of that, there's just no way I can kill it. It angrily charged at him with its spear, sneering. Foolish primate, I will offer you as a sacrifice to the father of all serpents, our great snake god. Han Shui just stood there, waving with a smile. So sorry, I've got places to be. Let's take a rain check on meeting your snake god. Yeah? The Snake King paid him no mind and slammed its spear down, but he had already vanished, with only the word, bye, echoing in its ears. Outside the game, Han Shui took off his helmet, breathing a sigh of relief. Good thing I wasn't in a combat state yet. As long as the enemy doesn't hit me, I can still log out to save my skin. Besides, I've already gotten the first kill achievement for a dark gold boss. I'm in no rush to kill this one. I'll just wait for it to leave and then log back in. He thought, might as well go grab something to eat and get a workout in too. So, Han Shui went out, calling his parents to check in while he jogged. Mom, how have you and Dad been? I just transferred some money to you. Did you get it? His mother replied, We got it, Xiao Han. Where on earth did you get so much money? I'm doing fine, but your father got heat stroke at his unit 2 days ago. Han Shui replied, I'm working now. Remember? The pay is decent, and I just got a project bonus. You two should really think about retiring. You've worked hard enough. His mother laughed. If we both retired, how would we make a living? It's been hot lately, so be careful not to get heat stroke, and come visit when you have time off. Han Shui nodded. Okay, I will, Mom. I have to go now. Talk to you later. After running until he was drenched in sweat and breathless, he said, Time to head home and finish that quest. Later, Han Shui logged back into the game, appearing where he had encountered the Snake King. He scanned the area but saw no sign of it, muttering, Looks like the Snake King left, but where am I supposed to find the hidden realm for this quest? Han Shui's eyes landed on a nearby tree. Oh, he said, this tree looks suspicious. Usually, the entrance to a hidden realm is inside a large tree or some other object you can pass through to get to the destination. Looking at the trunk, he thought, bronze inspection eyes. A system notification appeared. Camphor tree. Description. I do not understand why you wish to study an ordinary camphor tree. Han Shui stared silently at the camphor tree. After a moment, he muttered in frustration. What the heck is going on? He glanced over and spotted a snake nearby. Oh, Han Shui said. The snake recognized him and, terrified, turned to flee, thinking, It's him, the one who was massacring my fellow snakes. I have to go report to the Snake King. Stop, he yelled, drawing his sword threateningly. See this long sword in my hand? Even if you run 40 meters away, I can still kill you. Just answer my questions obediently, and I might let you live. Terrified, the snake prostrated itself on the ground, pleading, My lord, please, just give me your command. He seized the opportunity to ask. There's a hidden realm around here. A lot of powerful warriors use it to find a place with exotic beasts. Do you know anything about it? Afraid for its life, the snake pointed and replied, I do. 500 meters straight ahead from here, there are 3 giant trees. The middle one is the entrance to the hidden realm. Satisfied, he nodded and commanded, Excellent. Now, start counting from 1 to 10,000, and don't you dare turn around while you're counting. Understand? The snake trembled. I understand. It then obediently started to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Seeing that it was listening, Han Shui turned and ran off, muttering to himself. If I'd killed it, I might have alerted the Snake King. This was the only way to keep it from running off to report to him. He reached the spot the snake had described and stopped to find the 3 giant trees. This is it. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have successfully found the entrance to the hidden realm. It was followed by another. Your quest, Find the Hidden Realm, is complete. Go to your mentor to claim your reward. Han Shui walked forward and placed his hand on the giant tree, whispering, "I can't believe it was really inside a tree." A bright light shone from where he touched it. A system notification appeared. Your current power level is insufficient to enter the hidden realm. He thought, oh well, the quest is done, so if I can't get in, so be it. Then he turned to leave. If I hadn't run into that random snake mob and asked it, who knows how long it would have taken me to find this tree. It really proves that you can get a lot of useful info just by talking to NPCs in this game. 2 hours later, in the gloomy swamp, he met up with Li again. "I can't believe you found the entrance to the hidden realm in just a single day," Li said. Han Shui grinned smugly but said humbly, "It was all skill." Li smiled back. "All right, I can see that." A system notification appeared. You have completed the A-rank difficulty quest. Find the hidden realm. You have received 2,500,000 experience points and a rare skill book. Seeing the skill book, he exclaimed in disbelief, "No way. For a simple search quest, Li actually gave me a rare skill book. Shadow Chase. Passive. S rank." Description: skilled riders can maximize the potential of their mounts, causing them to perform exceptionally and surpass their previous limits. The effects of the riding skill are enhanced while mounted. Mount stamina increases by 20%, and movement speed increases by 20%. Level requirement, 50. Class requirement, none. He cheered inwardly. A riding skill. I finally got one. This means as long as I get a decent mount, I can finally ride across the eternal continent. Li raised an eyebrow and asked, "Well, are you satisfied?" Jiang Han exclaimed excitedly. "Satisfied. Very satisfied. Thank you, Master." He shook his head casually and said, "Don't mention it." Li got back to the main topic, explaining his purpose. "Today, I have officially joined the Dark Faction and have also become the Lord of Sea Heart City. As the City Lord, I must bear the responsibility of defending the city, so I cannot stay away for too long." He asked, confused, "What do you mean?" He took out 2 items and said, "Take these 2 books. When the Dark Swordsman potential within you is unleashed again, you can open this book to summon me. You can learn more new skills from me." System notification: Undead Induction, A rank. Description: a special curse sealed within the body. When released, it will create a psychic link with the caster of the curse. Effect: after use, the level 193 immortal grade boss, Undead Swordsman Shi Li will quickly come to your location. Jiang Han took the 2 books and examined them carefully. Li added, "Also, if you encounter a serious threat or an enemy you can't handle, you can call me for help. However, if I have to come from Sea Heart City, and the distance is great, it will likely take some time even if I rush at full speed." Hearing this, he was overjoyed. "Yes, thank you, Master." He clasped his hands behind his back and replied, "These 2 books are compensation for your next power-up not being based on a quest from me. They are not an unconditional gift." Jiang Han nodded. "All right, I understand." A glint appeared in Li eyes. "Then let me ask you." He walked towards him, frowning seriously, and asked the Dark Swordsman, "Han Shui, do you regret joining the Dark Faction?" He answered immediately without hesitation, "No regrets." Jiang Han knew in his heart that this was probably the answer for his second-class advancement. Li clapped Jiang Han on the shoulder and asked, "Do you dare to use this sword to face the Light Faction?" He shouted, "I dare." He was satisfied. "Very good. Then Undead Swordsman Xie Li officially acknowledged that the adventurer Han Shui has the qualifications and strength to advance to the Dark Swordsman class." Jiang Han asked curiously, "Didn't you say I needed to do a class advancement quest?" He shook his head. "Didn't I tell you before? To search for the secret realm." Suddenly, a black light enveloped his entire body, spreading even to his face. Jiang Han's whole body seemed to mutate, with purple lightning coursing through it. He suddenly felt something inside, a terrifying power surging through his body. System notification: congratulations on completing your class advancement. Your star growth has transformed. A purple power radiated from Jiang Han, his eyes flashing. System notification: Dark Swordsman. Description: the most powerful and mysterious beings among the undead. History is filled with countless records of dark swordsmen bringing harm to the world. The most wicked and evil power lies hidden within their bodies. They are indifferent, brutal, tyrannical, and addicted to evil, possessing unparalleled potential. Seeing the star ratings for his health, attack, defense, and speed, Jiang Han thought in disbelief, "What? My star growth has completely doubled." System notification: congratulations on being the first player to complete a class advancement. You have been rewarded with 20 free attribute points, 5,000 reputation points, and the item Enhancement Pearl. Ah. Jiang Han looked at the power radiating from his body and couldn't help but sigh in satisfaction. As expected, the first person to advance gets a huge reward. Li Er, standing beside him, suddenly reminded him, "Now that you've entered a new stage, you can learn new skills." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then nodded and replied, "All right." Jiang Han began to calculate in his mind. It seemed there were only 2 skills he could learn right now. First is Evil Spirit, a B-rank passive. Description: as an undead creature, it is born with a terrifying evil aura. Effect: increases attack power by 20%. Level requirement: 50. Class requirement: Undead class. Price: 40 gold coins. Second is Bone Shattering, Strike, A rank. Description: most creatures have bones. By forcefully shattering their bones, their actions and attacks will be greatly hindered. Effect: deals 150% damage to a single enemy, with a chance to trigger a continuous bone fracture effect for 30 seconds. The penalty from the fracture will vary depending on the location of the broken bone. Cooldown: 1 minute. Level requirement: 50. Price: 60 gold coins. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Han felt it was a bit of a shame. The price is a bit steep, but they're both powerful skills. How could a dark swordsman's exclusive skills be weak? While he was thinking, a system notification appeared. You have learned Evil Spirit. You have learned Bone Shattering Strike. His expression suddenly turned serious. By the way, you were originally the mayor of Ice and Snow Town. Li Er clasped his hands behind his back and walked over to Jiang Han. I heard the demon god Laura went too far and destroyed the entire town. He nodded in response. That's right. His eyes turned cold, his voice firm. I still advise you to find a suitable town to use as a daily resting place. Gathering a force of your own can help you avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Hearing Li Er's advice, he pursed his lips resolutely and quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, master. Your disciple knows what to do." Hearing Jiang Han's determined words, he turned to leave in satisfaction, leaving him with, "It's good that you understand. Since you've learned the skills, I should also be on my way to defend Sea Heart City." Jiang Han waved and called after him, "All right, master. Take care." His face slowly returned to normal, his eyes still following Li Er's departing figure. He muttered, "Looks like I won't need to come to this swamp anymore. Now, let's check out the reward for being the first to advance." Jiang Han said, looking at the golden pearl in his hand. Enhancement Pearl, A rank. Description: a very rare pearl that can make equipment stronger. Effect: allows you to choose the enhancement level of a piece of equipment. Note: enhancement success rates are tiered. Please use with caution. Restriction: effective on equipment of Earth grade and below. He thought in astonishment, the highest grade of equipment it can enhance is Earth grade. Using it now would probably yield the greatest benefit. As he was examining it, the system suddenly notified him, "Do you wish to use the Enhancement Pearl?" Jiang Han clenched the Enhancement Pearl in his hand and said, "Yes." System notification: please select a piece of equipment to enhance. Jiang Han immediately chose the blood-devouring sword. System notification: you have enhanced the weapon Blood-Devouring Sword. Its attributes have greatly increased. He looked at the sword in his hand. The system opened the sword's information. Blood-Devouring Sword, Spirit Grade. Attack: 650 to 750. Increase to 1,100 to 1,300. Effect: attack, plus 40%. Increased to plus 50%. Attack speed plus 50%, increased to plus 60%. Additional effect. Lifesteal plus 15%. Special skill. Blood Drinker. Advanced. Level requirement. 48. Description. The Sword of the Dark Swordsman. Luo Ri has unfortunately been eroded over many years, and its power is now only 1,000th of what it once was. However, it is still a rare weapon. Faced with the power and stats of the blood-devouring sword, he exclaimed in satisfaction, "So cool! The basic attack cap of 1,300 has nearly doubled, and the various percentages have also improved to a certain extent. Additionally, the attached skills have also been enhanced." The system notified again. Blood Drinker. Advanced. Passive. A rank. Drinking blood will make the blood-devouring sword stronger with each kill. Attack will be stacked by 1%, up to a maximum of 30 stacks, lasting until the end of the battle. Jiang Han swung the blood-devouring sword and said, "The stack count for Advanced Blood Drinker has increased by 10 layers, which is equivalent to an extra 10% attack in close combat." He slung the sword over his shoulder, pointed a finger at the system panel, and muttered, "First the second-class advancement, and now my weapon has been enhanced. My stats must be terrifying now." The system displayed the information. Shadow Holder Han Shui, Gold Grade Boss, Level 53, Health, 817, 600. Attack 7,106 to 7,799. Defense 2,940 to 3,192. Reputation 74,300. Luck 2. Introduction. Called the Son of Eternity by explorers. He possesses things beyond the reach of ordinary people with his talent and potential. No one knows how far he can go. Han Shui's jaw dropped, unable to believe it as he exclaimed, "A total of 7,000 extra attack points! That's more than twice as strong as a gold rank boss of the same level." The 2-star growth upgrade brought such a huge improvement. It seems the evolution to a dark gold rank boss is just around the corner. With everything settled, Han Shui moved confidently, thinking, time for a little exercise. Back to the Violet Flame Forest to find the Serpent King. In the depths of the Violet Flame Forest, he planted the blood-devouring sword in the ground and stood before the Serpent King, taunting it. "Hey!" With a look on his face that was just begging for a punch, Han Shui yelled, "You pathetic little worm! This young master went through all the trouble of finding you just to take your head." System notification. The Violet Flame Venomous Serpent King has registered your insult. Attack power decreased by 10%. Hearing the insult, it turned, grabbed its spear, and charged furiously, cursing, "You panicked little monkey who only knows how to run, you dare come here to die?" System reminder. Your title has been changed from King of Taunts to Shadow Controller. The effect increases your health by 40%. Just as its spear was about to hit, Han Shui flashed away. The spearhead plunged straight into the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. He suddenly appeared above its head, slammed a foot into the middle of its forehead, and used the skill War Stomp. System reminder. You used the skill War Stomp, dealing 107,000 points of damage to the Violet Flame Serpent King, suppressing it for 0.75 seconds, and increasing your own attack power by 20%. And all enemy units within a 100 by 100 range are suppressed, their attack reduced by 22%, and they take 120% damage. Han Shui lunged down, slashing the blood-devouring sword twice across its belly, using the skill Frenzied Slash. The Serpent King's eyes widened in disbelief as it roared, "What's happening? Last time, you couldn't even pierce my defense, and now you can hurt me this badly?" Seeing it still dazed, he seized the opportunity to charge forward and use the skill Nether Claw. The blood-devouring sword pierced through the Serpent King, and at the same time, he immediately used Bone-Shattering Strike. Just after the skill was unleashed, the system announced, "You have used the skill Bone-Shattering Strike, causing the Violet Flame Serpent King to take 56,534 points of damage. Due to the effect of Bone-Shattering Strike, the Violet Flame Venomous Serpent King's speed will be reduced by 30%. Han Shui pulled his sword back and retreated. It furiously swung its spear at him, snorting coldly. "Humph, It seems your strength has improved, but to me, it's just a monkey's trick." Following that, the Serpent King released a cloud of green, poisonous smoke, pervasive poison mist. The system announced that the violet flame venomous Serpent King had used the skill within the range of the pervasive poison mist. Health will decrease by 5% every second, lasting for 1 minute. Han Shui, afflicted by the poison, found it difficult to move as his strength slowly drained away. He calculated, "The poison damage is too high. If I don't do anything, I'll be dead in 20 seconds. Looking at its bloodshot eyes, he gritted his teeth and thought, "Since I'm faster than it, its physical attacks are basically no threat to me. I have to rely on the blood-devouring sword to lifesteal." Suddenly, its head, with its eyes full of red veins, appeared behind Han Shui. System reminder: you have been attacked by vicious serpent venom. You have lost 132,470 points of health. Your attack power has been reduced by 15%, and your attack speed has been reduced by 25% for 1 minute. He gritted his teeth and told himself, "I can't lose like this." He desperately looked for a way out. "No, as long as I'm in this poison mist, not only will I lose health, but my vision will also be impaired. I should probably get off the battlefield first." Seeing Han Shui's posture indicating he intended to flee, the Serpent King flicked its tongue and pointed at him. "Trying to run? My children, come out and enjoy your prey." Suddenly, countless snakes crawled out from nowhere, slithering towards Han Shui. He let out a confused sound, but seeing the swarm of snakes crawling towards him, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Isn't this just a free health delivery? Unexpectedly, his strength suddenly surged, and he bared his teeth in a grin, thanking it. "Serpent King, thanks for the gift." World Shaker. The system continuously sent out notifications. "You have cast the skill World Shaker, dealing 200,000 points of damage to the violet flame venomous snakes. Due to the lifesteal effect of the blood-devouring sword, you have recovered 30,000 health points." Han Shui smiled, looking at his full health bar, and thought to himself, "With my current attack power, one powerful strike is enough to kill these venomous snakes instantly." He felt refreshed and taunted. "Come on, let's keep fighting." Hearing Han Shui's taunts, the Serpent King roared in anger. "You despicable human!" It raised its spear, channeling power into it and chanting, "Great Serpent God, please grant your loyal subject strength. I am willing to sacrifice everything to you." System notification: the Violet Flame Venomous Serpent King has activated the skill Serpent God's Power at the cost of being unable to cast skills, in exchange for a 100% increase in attack power, 50% increase in speed, and 50% lifesteal, lasting until the end of the battle. He felt no fear in his heart, laughing to himself. "This is hilarious. If it hadn't used this skill, it could still threaten me with the poison mist. Serpent God's Power sounds intimidating, but I have War Stomp and the advantage in movement speed. As long as I use the slowing skills of Nether Soul Slash and Bone-Shattering Strike, it won't even be able to touch me." The two of them charged at each other like a storm. The Serpent King swung its spear towards him, sending dirt and rocks flying. Han Shui took the opportunity to step on its body, channeling power into his leg and using the skill War Stomp. He thought to himself, "Next up is garbage time." 30 minutes later, he was still using the skill Frenzied Slash. Then, Han Shui poured all his strength into one final slash towards the Serpent King, shouting, "Nether Soul Slash." It was hit by the skill, its power and health completely depleted. It roared in disbelief, "How can you?" Its body gradually faded away. System notification: congratulations on killing the level 68 Dark Gold rank boss, the Violet Flame Venomous Serpent King. Experience reward plus 20 million, reputation plus 28,000. A familiar golden light flashed. Your level has increased to level 56. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sighed in relief, and said, "It's finally over. Let's see what loot the Dark Gold rank boss dropped." System reminder: congratulations. Your reputation has reached 100,000 and the World Martial Arts Tournament event has been activated. Seeing this, Han Shui's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, the World Martial Arts Tournament. Then the system reminded him that he was the first player on the entire server to achieve 100,000 reputation. You will receive an additional reward, the SS rank duel contract. Han Shui opened the system to check, asking in confusion, "Dual contract?" On the system panel, information about the SS rank dual contract appeared. Introduction. Once the contract is formed, it specifically requires the two signatories to fight to the death. The loser gets nothing, the winner takes all. The parties in the contract must engage in a fair one-on-one duel at the agreed time and place. There can be no outside interference. The winner will receive everything, including profession, equipment, items, wealth, and so on. Number of uses, 1 out of 1. Reading this information, he became a little thoughtful. This is basically a life and death battle. The price the loser pays can only be described with one word: pathetic. If prepared properly, this scroll could have a massive effect. But the Dark Swordsman is definitely not the only ultimate secret profession, which makes this scroll a little less valuable. Han Shui decided to put this scroll away for now. He might even be able to sell it for a good price. Next, to deal with the spoils of war. Holding a short dagger in his hand, the system announced, "Venomous Fang, Dark Gold rank, level requirement 65. He looked at the blade in his hand. He thought, "Looks like the equipment dropped by the Serpent King requires level 65 to use. I'll put it in my backpack for now." System reminder. Registration for the Adventurer exclusive event, the World Martial Arts Tournament, has now opened. You can go to any third-tier or higher town in the Light faction to register. We hope all adventurers will actively participate and strive for first place. Seeing this, he smiled and said, "Perfect. I can use the aura concealment technique to safely enter a town of the Light faction. I should head to the nearest third-tier town." Halfway there, Han Shui heard someone counting nearby. 9,995, 9,996. He let out a low, questioning, "Oh?" He recognized the person and wondered, "Why is this kid still here? Unless I stay here and keep counting after I leave." Ba-Er continued to drop and count, not yet noticing the person in front of him. 9,997. 9,998. Jiang Han looked at it, thinking this kid's honesty was actually kind of cute. Ba-Er finally looked up, saw him, and said excitedly, 9,999, 10,000. "I have to hurry back and report to Lord Snake King." Jiang Han coldly delivered the bad news. "Your Snake King has already died by my hand. Since you kept your promise so faithfully, I'll spare you. What are your plans for the future?" Hearing this, Ba-Er's eyes widened, not knowing what to do. "I will follow whatever arrangements my lord has for me." He nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. I can see you're very honest. Are you willing to follow me?" It bowed its head low and replied, "I am willing." Jiang Han said, "Good. Stand up. Do you have a name?" The snake person rubbed its head and introduced itself. "Oh, this humble one's name is Ba-Er." Hearing this name, he screamed internally, "Ba-Er, system, are you serious?" Outwardly, he said, "Ba-Er, is it? Very well. You just wait here for an opportunity. Once I've captured a city, I'll have an important mission for you." Hearing Jiang Han say he didn't have a city, it was shocked. "My lord, you're so powerful, but you don't have a city yet? Seriously?" His face darkened as he thought to himself, "Are you actually this honest, or are you just faking it?" Jiang Han smiled slyly, pointed at Ba-Er, and said, "Good question. It's precisely because I'm so powerful that I accidentally destroyed all the cities while I was conquering them. Don't worry. Once I've secured the throne of a city, I'll definitely make you a general. All the beautiful snake women in the world will be yours to enjoy." Hearing this, Ba-Er covered its face shyly and said, "How annoying. I'm a female snake, you know." The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "I didn't think it was a female snake." He then corrected the title. "Then a female general is fine, too." Jiang Han turned, waved goodbye, and added, "It's getting late. I have to go." After the Snake King's death, more and more adventurers will come here. Be sure to hide yourself well. I'll come back for you once I've captured a city. Ba-Er nodded and replied, "As you command." As he stepped into a new land, the system announced, "You have entered a new map, White Crane Town." Jiang Han thought for a moment and said, "Before entering the town, I should use the Conceal Aura technique to disguise myself a bit." The system prompted, "The Conceal Aura skill has been used. Please set a pseudonym and fill in the various other sizes." A purple aura radiated from his head. He yelled, "Ah, for the love of God, don't use a random name like that last alias." The system announced, "You are using the alias ID again. The intelligent system has given you a more humane name than your last alias." Jiang Han yelled, "Oh, come on! Again? System, are you sure you're intelligent and not just an idiot?" With his new bald appearance, he walked into the city, looking around and wondering, "Where do I register?" Seeing a crowd gathered up ahead around a red gemstone, Jiang Han guessed, "Oh, those adventurers are gathered around that gemstone over there. That's probably the registration spot." He then moved closer to get a better look. A man saw Jiang Han's appearance and let out an "O" with an unclear meaning. The system announced, "Eastern District World Martial Tournament Introduction. The winner of this special competition for adventurers can receive fame and rewards. Rules: the system will randomly pair participants as opponents. The loser will be eliminated, and the winner will advance until the top 10 are determined. Note: unless the number of remaining participants is very small, the same adventurer will not be paired consecutively for 5 games. First place reward: 1 S-rank rare item or skill, 2 spirit-grade pieces of equipment. Second place: 1 S-rank item or skill, 1 spirit-grade piece of equipment. Third place: 1 A-rank item, 1 spirit-grade piece of equipment. Fourth, item grades are divided from white grade to heaven grade." Jiang Han thought to himself, "Heaven grade and earth grade items haven't even appeared yet. At the current level, spirit grade equipment is the best stuff out there." He walked up and placed his hand on the gemstone. "The first place prize is so generous, it looks like I'll have to fight a proper battle." The system prompted, "Do you wish to register for the World Martial Tournament?" Note: once registered, you cannot withdraw. If you fail to go online to compete within the specified time, you will be considered to have forfeited, and your level will be reduced by 2 as a penalty. Jiang Han quickly agreed. "Yes." The system announced, "You have successfully registered for the World Martial Tournament, which will begin at 10 o'clock 3 days from now. Please wait patiently during this time." The man next to him stepped forward and said contemptuously, "Some level 18 scrub wants to join the World Martial Tournament? You really don't know your place." System announced, "Thunderhand, level 37, Qigong Master, special profession." He turned and smiled. "Ha, you better pray you don't get matched with me. Otherwise, I'll show you what it means to wish you were dead." The man angrily held out his pinky finger in a gesture and scoffed, "Humph, a tiny fish like you? I could chop you into 8 pieces with just 1 finger." Jiang Han couldn't care less and turned to leave, ignoring the Qigong Master who was still yelling behind him. "It's a pity combat is forbidden in town, otherwise I'd kill you and send you back to the newbie village," he thought. "Forget it. It's not worth killing him and revealing my identity. I should just get out of here." Suddenly, he heard a commotion, with people constantly calling out, "If you're passing by, don't miss this big sale on all kinds of high-grade potions. Everyone, come see my newly learned B-rank skill book. Treasure map for sale. If you want to dig for treasure, come take a look," he thought. After the gold coin exchange was enabled, some players have started doing business. Jiang Han overheard something nearby. "Mounts! Super rare mounts!" He was surprised. "A super rare mount?" Seeing Jiang Han approach, the seller introduced, "Hey buddy, come take a look. A super rare mount right here." System announced, "Mount Stone. Usable. A mount is sealed inside. Can also be used to summon a mount." Jiang Han picked up the stone, looked at it, and broke into a cold sweat, wondering, "A super rare mount?" System announced, "Donkey, adult stage, bronze tier. Effect: movement speed plus 20%. Introduction: although it doesn't run very fast, it has an obedient and hard-working personality. The adventurer riding it should not be in a hurry. The good days are still ahead." The man squinted and replied, "Isn't it? Right now, NPCs are still unwilling to sell mounts to us players. To catch this donkey, my friends and I spent a lot of time and effort. Don't just look at its stats. Right now, I'm the only one selling mounts. Jiang Han looked at the seller and asked, "All right, how much?" The man held up one finger and replied, 1,000 gold coins. He shook his head, dissatisfied with the price. Too expensive. After conversion, that's 150,000. Your mount is indeed very rare right now, but the riding skill requires level 50 to learn. By the time everyone levels up, there will be many mounts on the market that are better than this one. Then he started negotiating. "I'll make you a sincere offer. 100 coins. Take it or leave it." Hearing this price, the seller's jaw dropped. 100 coins? Big bro, you drive a hard bargain. 300. I can't go any lower. Seeing that he wouldn't agree, Jiang Han turned to leave, feigning regret. What a pity. Your donkey isn't worth that much. The seller quickly called him back. Wait a minute. He reluctantly agreed. Friend, you really know how to bargain. All right then, 100 coins it is. He thought to himself, even though I didn't lose money, I didn't make a profit either. It's just like he said, the longer I wait, the more the price will drop. He picked up the stone and laughed, calling to it. Hee, come on out, my little donkey. The stone glowed, and the donkey appeared, letting out a hee-haw to the astonishment of the surrounding crowd. Jiang Han satisfiedly swung his leg over the donkey's back. He grabbed the reins and grinned smugly. Finally, I get to ride a mount. System announced, you have equipped a mount. The passive skill Shadow Chase is in effect. Movement speed increased by 40%. Jiang Han excitedly kicked its belly and shouted, "Giddy up!" The donkey took off like a shot, rushing through the crowd. It ran so fast that he screamed, "Am I going this fast? Move! Get out of the way!" But after a moment of getting used to it, Jiang Han burst out laughing again. Ha ha ha! Off to Heavenly Sea Town. 2 hours later, Jiang Han arrived on his donkey. System announced, you have entered the territory of the Dark Faction. After traveling a bit further, the system announced, you have entered a new map, Heavenly Sea Town. He looked at the city ahead and wondered, so this is Fei Qi's territory? Jiang Han thought of Fei Qi. My master wanted me to find a town to use as a base, he mused. This is perfect. I can go see Fei Qi, who I just met a few days ago in the demon god's treasury. Inside the city walls, the streets were filled with the cheerful sounds of people. Peppa, don't run off. Fresh fish, caught right outside the city. Come and get it, everyone. Seeing this, he smiled to himself. I can't believe a city that was just attacked and occupied by the Dark Faction could be this orderly. And what's more, the original residents haven't even been driven out. Fei Qi, that guy might look rough around the edges, but he's managed to run this town surprisingly well. Jiang Han dismounted his donkey and walked slowly through the city gate, looking around and taking everything in. It seemed this was the town master's residence. A guard spotted Jiang Han and called out, I'm sorry, sir, but this is the town master's residence. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. He got straight to the point. I've come to seek refuge in Tianhai town. Would you please inform your town master? One of the guards instructed. Wait here for a moment. I'll go inform the town master. Jiang Han nodded. All right. He walked over to the other guard and asked, were you guys soldiers for the Light Faction before this? Why are you so loyal to Fei Qi? The man replied, the former town master was a greedy, vicious bastard. After Fei Qi came, he brought order back to Tianhai town, piece by piece. We surrendered to him willingly. As long as we can live a good life from now on, what difference does it make whether we're with the Dark Faction or the Light Faction? Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. It was Fei Qi, he said cheerfully. Brother, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon, Jiang Han replied. The town I was supposed to attack. Well, I accidentally destroyed it. I had nowhere else to go, so I ran over to your place to seek shelter. You don't mind, do you? Fei Qi laughed and shook his head. Of course not, of course not. No need to be so formal. In fact, you've come at the perfect time. System notification. Town Master of Tianhai Town, the Berserker, Fei Qi. Passionate war general, rare class. His eyes widened in surprise as he thought about what Fei Qi had just said. You've come at the perfect time. Don't tell me this is a quest. Fei Qi continued. If you ask me, You're a much better fit to be the master of Tianhai Town than I am. How about, I give the position to you? System notification. Do you wish to accept the commission from the berserker, Fei Qi, and become the town master of Tianhai Town? Jiang Han was stunned, his mind racing. Is it possible Fei Qi isn't as generous as he seems? Is he afraid I'm going to take over his town, so he's trying this reverse psychology trick on me? But with all my knowledge from the romance of the Three Kingdoms and water margin, no, that's absolutely impossible. With that thought, he shook his head and refused. No, Fei Qi asked, bewildered. You won't accept? Brother, I'm being completely sincere about giving you the town. Besides, I've already put everything in order here. All you'd have to do is maintain things as they are. He remained firm. I can't. With a serious expression, Jiang Han said, Brother Fei Qi, I genuinely support you. I have absolutely no intention of taking over what's yours. Brother, if you keep pushing this position on me, then I'll have no choice but to leave. Fei Qi hesitated after hearing that. Well, about that, Jiang Han cut him off. Brother, is there a specific reason you want me to be the town master? Or is there something you're finding hard to say? Could it be he has a quest for me? Jiang Han thought. But he's already a gold-tier boss. This has to be a main storyline quest, right? He sighed and replied, let's go inside the manor and talk. Once in the room, Fei Qi sat down on a chair. Jiang Han stood opposite him and asked, Brother Fei Qi, what's really going on? Can you tell me now? Thinking of his tribe, he replied, all right. My tribe was originally from a small village on the very edge of the Light Faction's territory. Back then, the Church of Light was always oppressing us, forcing all the able-bodied young men from our tribe to go repair their defensive fortifications. He thought of the state of his tribe and the guards. So, we rose up and fought back. We drove out the officials who were stationed there, but that only resulted in even harsher oppression. The more Fei Qi spoke, the angrier he became, his eyes turning bloodshot. The army of the Church of Light came to crush us, intending to slaughter everyone in my village. My little sister. She was only 8 years old. They took her away. I have no idea where she is. I was just lucky to have survived that massacre. After that, I joined the Dark Faction, but I never gave up searching for my sister. He frowned and continued, It wasn't until recently, when I attacked Tianhai Town, that I finally learned what happened to my sister from the previous town master. Jiang Han understood. So, that's why you want to hand the town over to me. You want to go to their stronghold and rescue your sister yourself. Fei Qi nodded. That's right. And actually, this whole thing involves you, too. Jiang Han asked, confused. What do you mean by that? Fei Qi spread his hands. Brother Han Shui, I've heard the stories about you. You were once a member of the Light Faction, too. But because of your ties to the residents here, you hit a dead end, fell into massive debt, and finally pledged yourself to the necromancer, Daniel. During the battle for the Gloom City, your master, Daniel, was killed. In fact, all 9 necromancers perished. After their deaths, the Church of Light gathered what was left of them and turned them into gems. He was completely shocked, his mouth hanging open as he asked about Master Daniel. I can't believe I'm hearing this stuff about my master from him, he thought. I really thought his quest was just some side plot, Fei Qi explained. They say the necromancers were created from the scattered power of an adventurer who called himself a peerless expert. After he died, his power split into 9 parts. If you gather all the gems they became after their deaths, you have a chance to break the rules of this world, allowing a being from a higher dimension to descend upon the Tianheng continent. He revealed the Church's true goal. The Church of Light's purpose for collecting those gems is to summon one of the gods they worship down to the mortal realm. Jiang Han was stunned. An adventurer. So Daniel was just a fragment of some adventurer's power? According to what Luo Yi said, the battle in the Divine Pagoda Town probably wasn't to deal with Daniel, but to deal with the adventurer's original form. He spoke up. Thinking about it, he asked curiously, what does it mean to break the rules? Fei Qi shook his head. I don't know the specifics. All my information came from the previous town master. That bastard was running this town into the ground, so I killed him. He clenched his fists, his voice filled with anger. It's because the fundamental nature of that adventurer's power is evil. The Church of Light wants to summon their god, so they plan to use 100 virgin girls with extremely high light element affinity as sacrifices to purify the evil essence within those gems. Fei Qi roared in fury. On one hand, they preach about love and justice, patting themselves on the back. But on the other, they're sacrificing those girls to the light. My sister is only 8 years old. How could those animals do that? Seeing Fei Qi's rage, Jiang Han thought, it seems he knows this is a suicide mission. That's why he decided to hand Tianhai Town over to me. He frowned and asked, and you think you can actually save your sister like this? Infiltrating the Church of Light. That's just a suicide mission. Up until now, Fei Qi had only been thinking about saving his sister, not about anything else. I know there's a high chance I'll die. But if I don't even try to save her, what kind of big brother would I be? I have a special method that can teleport me directly to where my sister is. As long as I can defeat the guards around her, I can get her out. System notification. Congratulations, you have activated the hidden rescue mission. Difficulty, SSA rank. Do you accept? An SS rank difficulty quest. Does this mean the quest will change depending on my actions? It seems like this mission is going to be incredibly dangerous. But Jiang Han just smiled. Still, it's not my style to let a loyal guy like this die for nothing. He spoke up. In that case, Brother Fei Qi. He pointed at the other man and said confidently, I'll help you. Fei Qi shot to his feet in astonishment, asking just to be sure. You've agreed to take the position of town master? Jiang Han shook his head. No, I've agreed to go with you to rescue your sister. Fei Qi was so overjoyed his eyes welled up with tears, his voice choked with emotion as he said, back in the demon god's treasury. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. System notification. You have accepted the secret main storyline quest. Rescue. Difficulty. SSA rank. Description. Those who obstruct the advent of a god shall face judgment. We hope you understand the consequences of making an enemy of the Church of Light. Mission objective. Rescue L. The sister of the berserker Fei Qi. No penalty for failure. Seeing this, he thought that although there was no punishment for failing, this quest was basically a suicide mission anyway, so it didn't matter if there was one or not. Han Shui asked, when do we move? He replied, anytime. 5 days at the latest. On the night of the 5th day, they will begin the ritual to sacrifice 100 young women to summon their god. I can't just stand by and watch that happen. Han Shui nodded. All right, let me prepare a bit. Fei Qi, looking happier than before, smiled until his eyes crinkled. Great. Brother Han Shui, just say the word if you need anything. You can use any of the resources in the city, he suggested. Can you give me some kind of cushy job in Tianhai Town? Except for the position of town master, he agreed without a moment's hesitation. A cushy job it is. System notification. You have been appointed as the royal bard of Tianhai Town. Han Shui's mouth twitched. A bard really is a pretty cushy job. Is there anywhere around here to grind levels? Somewhere. With a bit of high difficulty. Fei Qi rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, 2 hours walk north of the city is the Flame Demon mountain range. But the flame demons there are very strong. You should be careful when you're training, brother. Hearing the words flame demon, he immediately thought, flame demon. That must be the place where the flame demon equipment drops. Han Shui walked over to a stall and said, Shopkeeper, I'd like to trade for 100 mount stones. The shopkeeper nodded. Sure thing. The total comes to 3 gold coins. Because the chance of capturing a mount in the eternal world was so low, and the rarer the species, the greater the difficulty. Mount stones were not rare items and could be sold by ordinary merchants. Holding the bag of mount stones in his hand, he thought, with a few more mount stones on me, I might be able to capture a stronger mount during my adventure. And with that, he set off for the Flame Demon mountain range. Han Shui rode his donkey to the location. System notification. You have entered the Flame Demon mountain range map. A monster roared. System notification. Displaying its details. Level 70. Elite Flame Demon Monster. Health. 1,500,000. Attack. 6,600 to 6,800. Defense. 3,800 to 4,000. Skills. Fearless Flame, Hardened Body, Fists of Fire. Description. an extremely powerful monster born from volcanic lava. After being corrupted by demonic energy, its temperament became extremely aggressive. It thrives in high-temperature environments and is always found near mountain ranges. Holding the glowing Mount Stone in his hand, he thought, an elite monster with extra cores behind its name. That probably means its stats are much higher than a normal elite monster's. Han Shui frowned, speculating. It seems raising those poison snakes in the purple flame deep forest was too easy. A pity I've already killed almost all of them. Han Shui was having some trouble, muttering under his breath. These stats are a bit too strong. It's going to be hard to mob these monsters. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a figure behind him. Yeah, I think so too. He turned around, confused. When Gi saw it was Han Shui, she frowned in anger and then shouted, "You little thief! Why is it you?" System notification. Water Kilin Gi. Level 20 Fairy Rank Boss. Health, 5 million. Attack, 6,500 to 6,800. Defense, 3,500 to 3,800. Skills, Water Breath, Chilling Tide, Sacred Auspice, Heaven Freezing, Earth-Shattering Thunder, Raging Waves, Forbidden Ocean Domain. Description: an extremely rare creature that exists in the vast ocean, which ordinary people will never be lucky enough to encounter in their lifetime. As an auspicious being, it is born with perfect control over the water element. In its youth, it is at the overlord level, and after reaching maturity, it has the chance to step into the divine realm, becoming a top-tier powerhouse on the Eternal Continent. Han Shui recognized her too, thinking to himself, "It's her. The fairy rank boss from the talent trial. Back then, I did some indescribable things to her." She doesn't still remember that, does she? He cleared his throat. "Hey, classmate, you must have the wrong person." The memory of him spitting on her face flashed in Gi's mind, and she seethed. "Even if you were turned to ash, how could I mistake you? Han Shui. That name is seared into my very soul. I'd recognize you even if you were nothing but dust." Seeing that she was about to attack, Han Shui stopped her. "Wait." A block of ice had already formed in Gi's hand. She asked impatiently, "What? You got any last words?" Han Shui laid out a challenge. "If you want to fight, fine. But do you dare to have a fair duel with me?" He thought. Last time during the trial, there was a voice guiding her. If that person doesn't interfere, won't I become the first person to ever kill a fairy rank boss? Gi, angered at being looked down upon, quickly accepted. "What's there to be afraid of? Let's fight," Han Shui asked again. "You're not going to call for backup if you lose, are you?" She scowled, her face darkening. "Of course not." Suddenly, a golden beam of light shone down from the sky, and a voice called out, "Jair, don't cause trouble." Han Shui's heart skipped a beat as he cursed inwardly. "I fucking knew it. If I had actually attacked just now, I'd probably be a corpse right now." Gi glanced at him and snorted coldly. Consider yourself lucky. I'm here to fight flame demons. Scram. Go back, wash your neck, and wait for me." He grinned, crossing his arms. "Nope, can't do that. I'm here to fight flame demons too, little sis. How about this? Let's compete to see who kills more. The loser has to agree to the winner's condition." She scoffed and agreed. "Fine, what's the condition?" Han Shui pretended to think, then replied, "All right, how about we bet an S-rank item?" Hearing this, Gi was stunned. "Huh? You have an S-rank item on you?" She immediately turned and pointed at Han Shui, shouting, "Dad, he has an S-rank item on him. Should we just kill him and take it?" His mouth twitched a few times. "Can't you have a little backbone? Your father is a wise and noble gentleman, a divine and martial artist. Besides, he's an auspicious Keelan. How could he do something as vile as killing someone for their loot?" Gi stuck out her tongue. "Like I need you to tell me that," he said. "So, you dare to bet or not? Just say the word." She put her hands on her hips, full of confidence. "Bring it on. What's there to be afraid of?" System notification. You have received the quest, The Wager. Difficulty, A rank. Description. You truly have guts as big as the sky. Daring to make a bet in front of the father-daughter duo, the water Keelans, and you're betting on who can kill more flame demons. Time limit, 2 hours. Quest reward, unknown. He smiled smugly, then let the bet begin. GI smirked. You'd better open your inventory and take a good look at that S-rank item, because in a little while, it's going to be mine. System notification. The 2-hour countdown has begun. GI then turned and flew off. System notification. GI. 0. Han Shui. 0. She approached a flame demon and created an orb of water in her hand. GI threw the orb, which transformed into a serrated disc and shot towards it. The flame demon was hit but seemed largely unharmed. Its health bar only dropped by a small chunk, he exclaimed in amazement. As expected of a fairy rank boss. She can deal that much damage at only level 20. It seems the water attribute attacks she has are a perfect counter to the flame demons. Behind him, another flame demon stood with its fist clenched, about to attack him. Han Shui's lips moved. My turn to make a move. The fist came crashing down, but he leaped up, causing it to miss and slam into the ground. Han Shui landed and slashed at them provocatively. Come and get me, you stupid blockheads. A whole group of them gathered behind Han Shui, chasing after him and roaring. Wow! GI, standing in the distance, raised an eyebrow, wondering. He's mobbing them. His strength probably isn't enough to handle so many flame demons at once. On the other side, he leaped up, attacking from above. Han Shui's foot slammed right into a flame demon's face. System notification. You have used the skill War Stomp, dealing 152.4 damage to the flame demon, suppressing it for 1.5 seconds and increasing your own attack power. Enemies within a 100 by 100 range will have their attack power reduced by 13%, dealing 120% damage. They attacked with their fists, roaring in anger. 4 stone arms swung at him from the same direction. Han Shui nimbly leaped up to dodge the attack, and their fists slammed right into their comrades' faces. System notifications popped up continuously. Flame Demon was attacked by Flame Demon's Fists of Fire, losing 57,911 health points, and is burning for 1,000 damage per second, lasting for 10 seconds. He fought with gusto, thinking to himself, these flame demons are really tanky. It's going to take a while to burn them all down. Standing off to the side, her eyes were wide and her jaw was agape as she exclaimed, My God, are adventurers' skills really this powerful? GI gritted her teeth. Damn it. My current level is restricted, so I can't use my AoE skills. Crap. At this rate, I'm going to lose. Half an hour later, system notifications kept popping up. Congratulations, you have slain the elite monster, Flame Demon, and received 35,000 experience points. Joya, 12. Han Shui, 34. Watching Joya fight with growing intensity, Jiang Han thought to himself, Not bad, kid. She's taken down 12 of them one by one. Guess you can't underestimate a celestial-grade boss, even if she's only level 20. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to her. Wait a sec. Jiang Han was scheming again. A Qilin can be a mount, right? Joya, exhausted from the fight, fell back and let out a deep breath. Phew. Seeing this, Jiang Han kindly tossed her an item. Hey, catch. A stamina recovery potion. She caught it with her hand. Guess the kid has a shred of decency after all. It wasn't a potion, but a taming stone. System notification. Taming failed. Joya glared at him furiously. What are you trying to do? He laughed sheepishly. Oh, Joya, my bad. Grabbed the wrong thing. She thought, this brat actually wants to turn me into a mount? Trying to tame me? That's going too far. Half an hour later, he sliced off the flame demon's head. System notification. Joya, 78. Han Shui, 124. After slaying the flame demon, a piece of equipment dropped. Jiang Han called out, Got a drop. System notification. Flame demon bracers, dark gold grade. Health, 230 to 250. Effect, 1,200. Health plus 40%. Level requirement, 60. Description. Bracers forged from the hard, searing stone of a flame demon, combined with a large quantity of precious ores. They have a domineering appearance and are among the finest dark gold grade equipment. Set effect. Unknown. He thought, definitely. It's a drop from the Flame Demon set. The stats are way better than the frost bracers I'm wearing. 2 hours passed. System notification. The wager quest has ended. Congratulations, you are victorious. Jiang Han let out a smug laugh. Haha, looks like I won. I wonder what kind of treasure little Keelan has up her sleeve. He walked over to Joya with a sleazy grin and held out his hand. Hand it over. The S-grade item. She pouted, turned her head away, and tried to weasel out of it. You want the item? I don't have it. You can have my life instead. Jia Ye's voice rang out once more. Jair, you're becoming more and more unruly. Water Keelan. Jia Ye. Godgrade. He appeared, patting Joya's head. You agreed to the wager yourself, and now that it's come to this, you want to go back on your word? You're ruining the Water Keelan's reputation, she grumbled and snorted in annoyance. Seeing Jia Ye's rank, he thought in shock. God grade? This might be the highest level NPC I've ever encountered. Aside from his name, everything else is just question marks. The man looked at him and said, Little one, this would be the second time we've met, wouldn't it? Jiang Han's mind raced. He's right. This is the second time. Last time, during the talent trial, he was very clear. He even pitied me for joining the wrong faction. Outwardly, he just nodded and replied. That's right, Jia Ye remarked. You've grown quickly, even faster than I imagined. He laughed sheepishly, scratching his head. Thanks for the compliment. The man took an item from his robes. I only speak the truth. We honor our bets. Take this. When Joya saw what Jia Ye took out, she quickly tried to stop him. Father, that's two. Before she could finish, he snapped, Jiair. Joya pouted, pursed her lips, and turned away in silence. Jiang Han took the item and replied cheerfully, Thank you. System notification. Keelan's blessing. S-grade. Description. Keelans are bearers of good fortune. Their blessings bestow countless benefits upon other living beings. Effect. Permanently increases base health by 50,000. Permanently increases base. Attack by 500. Permanently increases base. Defense by 400. Permanently increases. Movement speed by 10%. Luck +1. Additional effects. Unknown. Status. Cannot be used. He stared at the Keelan's blessing, thinking, the effect of this scroll is just insane. The massive boost to all these base stats is enough to make any player go crazy. But why can't I use it? Seeing Jiang Han's silence, Jia Ye asked, Do you know why I've given you this scroll? Genuinely curious, he said. Please, sir, enlighten me. The man explained. First, to forge a good relationship. I have high hopes for your future. Consider it an early investment. Jia Ye continued. Second, we of the Water Keelan clan are beings of good fortune. We are born with the power to attract good omens and ward off bad ones. Little one, you carry an extremely intense aura of malice. You are bound to run into a great deal of misfortune in the near future. It's best to be careful. Jiang Han's eyes widened in disbelief. Is he really an NPC? How can he predict a player's future? What do I have to do to use it? Jia Ye shook his head. Don't worry about how to use it. You'll understand when the time is right. Then, his eyes twinkled as he stroked his chin and looked at him. Speaking of which, it seems you wanted to turn my daughter into a mount. Jiang Han gave an awkward laugh. Oh, that. I was just kidding. Just trying to liven things up a bit. I knew you were there all along. Jia Ye said bluntly. You are not yet worthy of riding a Water Keelan. Summon your mount. He looked at the man, puzzled. He wants me to summon my mount? Is he going to give me some kind of bonus? So Jiang Han summoned his mount, a donkey. When it appeared, Joya couldn't help but burst out laughing. Pfft, your mount is a donkey? Annoyed at being mocked, Jiang Han shot back. You just wait. It's a little donkey now, but maybe someday it'll be you. Jia Ye paid them no mind. Very well, very well. Let me give you a small gift before I depart. He raised his hand, creating a pale blue orb of light. Then, Jia Ye shot it directly into the donkey, causing it to fuse. The donkey bared its teeth and its eyes bulged. clearly in discomfort. System notification. Your donkey mount has acquired the bloodline of the water Kilin. Aptitude has undergone a transformation. System notification. Your mount has mutated. Its aptitude has skyrocketed, successfully evolving into the dark gold-grade boss, the blue-scaled beast. A layer of glossy blue scales appeared on its back. System notification. Blue-scaled beast. Stage. Adult. Rank. Dark gold-grade boss mount. Level. 50. Movement speed. 100. 20%. Attack. 30%. Health. 50%. Effect. Toughness plus 30%. Special skill. Level ground. Description. An ordinary donkey that was fated to fuse with the bloodline of a water Kilin, transforming it into a unique creature. It possesses astonishing speed and the resilient endurance of a donkey. Extremely rare. Jiang Han was ecstatic. Forget the fact that its speed is 6 times that of the old donkey, it even gets an attribute boost. Riding this thing in battle could increase my attack power and health. Joya protested, annoyed. Father, using your blood to enhance that donkey's potential is such a waste, he replied calmly. You adventurers are from another world. I can't just hand out benefits for no reason. Let's do this. Consider it a reward for slaying 1,000 flame demons. How does that sound? He smiled and nodded. All right, thank you very much. System notification. You have received the quest, Slay the Flame Demon. Difficulty. B. Description. If you slay the Flame Demon, you can obtain a precious dark gold-grade mount. With a reward like this, what are you waiting for? Quest requirement, eliminate a swarm of flame demons. Current progress, 0 out of 1,000. Quest reward, permanent ownership of the dark gold-grade mount, the blue-scaled beast. He was stunned to see the system notification. Your blue-scaled beast's loyalty has increased to 100 points, Jiang Han recalled. So mounts have a loyalty stat too. I read a guide online once. The minimum is 60 points. Whether it's a mount or a pet, there's always a chance they'll run away. Over 80 points, you can command them freely, and they'll never betray you. As for 100 points, that's incredibly hard to get. Barring any incidents, they'll be loyal to the death. As Jia Ye was leaving, he bid farewell. The war between light and darkness is inevitable. I'll be waiting to see what you can do. Not one to back down. Joya pointed a threatening finger at him. You just wait. Next time I'll beat you till you cry. He just laughed it off. Work hard and get strong, my mount. Someday, you'll carry me as we ride the wind. Jiang Han glanced at the remaining flame demons. All right, next up is clearing out the rest of these guys. 2 days later, at 9:30, a system notification showed his quest progress. 965 out of 1,000. Your level has reached 60. Looking at his equipment in the system panel, he thought, I've managed to get a few pieces of the flame demon set these past 2 days. Just a little more time and this quest will be done. System information. Flame demon boots, dark gold grade. Defense, 180 to 200. Health, 10,000. Effect, movement speed plus 35%. Level requirement, 59. Description, set effect unknown. He stared at the system prompt in amazement. Model, please be advised. The first knockout round of the World Martial Arts Tournament, East Region, which you are participating in, will begin at exactly 10 o'clock. Would you like to proceed to the venue in advance? Note, when the event officially begins, you may choose to teleport to the competition venue immediately or forfeit the match. Han Shui clicked on the system panel to check. His level was high enough. He decided to equip the Flame Demon set first to see its effects. Once done, the system announced, Flame Demon 2-piece set, health plus 20%. 3-piece set, attack plus 20%, defense plus 20%. Dark Lord, Han Shui, level 60 gold tier boss, health 145,600, attack 900, 47 to 10,000, 368, defense 5,115 to 5,512, reputation 102,300, luck 2. He laughed gleefully. Hoo-hoo, my attack power is over 10,000. Although they say that after collecting the 5-piece set, you get a skill called Flame Demon's Possession that increases all stats by 10% for 1 minute with a 1-hour cooldown. The power isn't bad. Too bad it's not a weapon or armor. It can't compare to the blood-devouring sword and the dark armor. It's not worth swapping them out, so this will have to do. Then, Han Shui quickly charged towards the Flame Demon and attacked, swiftly completing the Flame Demon quest. Let's go. 20 minutes later, the system announced, Flame Demon Slaying Quest complete. You have obtained permanent use of the Blue Scale Beast. With several Flame Demon heads rolling on the ground, Han Shui grinned smugly. All right, time to teleport to the tournament hall. He then vanished in a flash, disappearing in the blink of an eye. As soon as he appeared, the system prompted, You have been randomly assigned to the World Martial Arts Tournament, East Region Event Area, Battlefield number 5135. Each battlefield is expected to have over 1,000 people. The last 10 players remaining will advance to the next round. System announcement. Because you previously registered under a fake name, the system will default to this appearance for your participation. You can cancel the concealment art at any time. Fake name, level 18, health bar 2,000 out of 2,000. He looked like a monk now. All right, I'll keep my identity hidden for now and observe the strength of the players in the East region first. Up ahead, a crowd was buzzing. Is that kid really that strong? And I got matched with him? On the stage, the match had reached its conclusion. The system announced, Qigong Master is victorious. Han Shui looked at the stage and smirked. Looks like this punk needs to be taught a lesson. The person next to him frowned, sizing up the winner. It's a Qigong Master. Looks like this is going to be a tough fight. He turned and asked the guy, Oh, you know him? The guy replied, His reputation has gotten pretty big lately. Next to him was an info panel. Demon Hunt Captain, level 43, warrior class. He rubbed his chin and said, I've seen videos of him on the forums. His class seems to be special. He can get defensive power without needing armor. Plus, he can increase his cultivation by attacking other players. So there are often videos of him attacking people out in the open. As they were talking, someone came over and called out, Big bro, the hunting competition is about to start. Let's go watch the fight. The Demon Hunt Captain nodded and replied, All right. Han Shui recalled that he seemed to have met them somewhere before. Suddenly, the system announced, Your match is about to begin. Please get ready. Then the system announced, You will be teleported to the fighting stage in 3 seconds. He cracked his knuckles and smiled. This should be interesting. I'll probably run into quite a few old enemies in this competition. Han Shui's opponent was a muscular guy. When the guy saw him, he was surprised. Oh, this guy is a lone wolf wild demon, level 34, he exclaimed excitedly. What a lucky draw. I get a total noob in the very first match. He then charged forward, attacking with a hammer while taunting. Sorry, but this match is mine. The hammer slammed right into Han Shui's face, but his health only dropped by 1. The guy stared blankly, confused. What? My attack power is so high, but it only did 1 point of damage to you? How did you do that? But Han Shui took the opportunity to punch him once, and his health dropped by 43,780. System announcement. Fake name is victorious. Han Shui clenched his fist and grinned. 1-hit kill. How about that? The people watching this on TV must be losing their minds, right? Holy crap, that was so cool. Go for it, you're the pride of us warriors. Hearing that, Han Shui glanced over, wondering, There are other masters here? The guy in the black mask said angrily, Damn it, the opponent's defense is too high. I'm afraid Big Bro can't hold on much longer. The Demon Hunt Captain was beaten down until his health bar was only at 30,971. He was panting heavily. His opponent was Mobile Fortress, a level 40 Shield Knight, a special class. Mobile Fortress spoke up, Demon Hunt Captain, for a common warrior class, you're already very strong. But you can't break through my armor. Just give up obediently. The sword in the Demon Hunt Captain's hand changed into a different weapon. System announcement. Demon Hunt Captain has used the skill Weapon Master, a battle-hardened warrior who can freely swap weapons based on the battlefield situation. It was the bone-shattering mace, an attack with a 40% armor penetration effect. He sneered. How about this? A tank class like you is impossible to deal with. Even with more health, you're just a walking punching bag. With that, the Demon Hunt captain charged forward to attack. As he slammed his mace against the shield, his opponent's health continuously dropped, followed by a decisive blow. System announcement: Demon Hunt captain is victorious. Han Shui watched and thought, a warrior's growth is only 3 stars, while a shield knight is probably 4 stars. It seems strength in this game isn't just decided by numbers. Thunderfist crossed his arms and smirked. Looks like this kid is the strongest opponent in this match. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to the side as he let out a soft "oh." System announcement: Rushing Thunderfist. Level 41. Qigong Master. Special class. Then, Thunderfist walked closer. I can't believe you actually got placed in the same group as me. It's a real surprise that a little fish like you could even pass the first round. You didn't pay your opponent to throw the match, did you? He thought to himself, this kid sure talks a lot of crap. System announcement: The second match of the group stage is about to begin. Please prepare. He chuckled to himself. Heh heh, in the second match, you're up against me. I'll show you what absolute power looks like. Then the system teleported him to the next stage. Han Shui's opponent was V50, a level 35 mage. He said, hello. To save time, let's make this quick. Han Shui didn't waste words. Fine by me. He then rushed forward and took him down in one move. System announcement: Fake name is victorious. He looked over to the other side and thought, everyone's attention is drawn over there again, and there are twice as many people this time. Below the stage, cheers erupted. Go, Demon Hunt Captain! Teach that guy who sneak attacks people outside the city a lesson for me. Thunderfist kicked at the Demon Hunt Captain, who blocked the attack with his sword. He clenched his fist, grinning smugly. What's wrong? Can't use that weapon master skill you warriors are so proud of anymore? A punch from Thunderfist reduced his health by 13,901. Staring at the fist in front of his face, the Demon Hunt Captain gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it! I thought I had this in the bag, that I could even compete with Han Shui. I can't believe I'm getting eliminated in the group stage. He punched his opponent straight in the face. System announcement: Rushing Thunderfist is victorious. Han Shui watched, thinking, what a shame. If he had a special class, he would have gotten a better result. System announcement: The third match of the group stage is about to begin. Please get ready. Instantly, he was transported in front of Thunderfist. He sneered contemptuously. Ah, so it's you, the bottom feeder. I don't know how you managed to survive the first 2 rounds, but your luck ends here. The crowd below the stage was murmuring. His opponent is level 18. Even though we can't see his class, Rushing Thunderfist has this in the bag. Someone else sighed. Too bad we won't get to see Rushing Thunderfist get his face slapped. Let's just leave. Thunderfist held up 3 fingers, taunting him. How about this? So, people can't say I'm bullying a noob. I'll give you 3 free hits. How about it? Veins popped on Han Shui's forehead in anger. He didn't get an answer. Instead, a foot appeared above his head. Han Shui's foot slammed Thunderfist's head straight into the ground as he roared, Are you done running your mouth? His health bar was just a sliver. Thunderhand was beaten flat on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he thought through gritted teeth. What? He took out 2/3 of my health in one hit. Is that something a level 18 can even do? Everyone was stunned by Han Shui's punch. What kind of newbie is this? So strong. Those legs are way too strong. The bald guy in armor standing nearby raised his fist in excitement. I thought he was a noob, but he's actually a god-tier player. The black-haired guy clenched his fists. I can't see his class, unless he's the one with the unique hidden class. Seeing this, the crowd of onlookers outside cheered in unison. Go for it, buddy, avenge us! Hearing everyone's cheers, he stared intently at him, wondering, who the hell is this kid? Thunderhand gritted his teeth in anger and let out a cold snort, forming an orb in his hand. Humph. Maybe you do have some skill, but can you take this next move of mine? System notification. Thunderhand has activated the skill Void Rend Wave. In 5 seconds, it will inflict massive damage on the opponent. He poured all his power into the orb and launched it at his opponent. Die. Han Shui stood still, watching the Void Rend Wave orb fly towards him, but the damage it dealt was only in the double digits. Thunderhand's eyes were bloodshot, his mouth agape in disbelief that his strongest attack had only dealt 79 points of damage. Before he had a second chance, Han Shui rushed forward and landed a devastating punch on Thunderhand. Damage: minus 45,901. He muttered, "Too weak." System notification: "You are victorious." Then the system's voice rang out continuously. System notification: "Congratulations on successfully advancing to the second round of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The second round will begin at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Please prepare accordingly. You may leave the arena at any time." As soon as the system's voice faded, the power within Han Shui's body surged. "Time is tight. The mission is important. Now that the match is over, I need to hurry back and prepare for the next mission." Then, with a flash of light, he vanished before everyone's eyes. At Flame Demon Ridge, Han Shui was riding his beast, surveying the surroundings. "There are still a few flame demons here, perfect for trying out my new mutated mount. System notification: you are riding the boss mount, dark gold blue scaled beast, in a mounted state. Movement speed plus 140%, attack plus 30%, health plus 50%, toughness effect plus 50%. Hearing this, he was overjoyed and yanked the reins, taking off at high speed. "Ha ha ha, it really is as fast as lightning," Han Shui thought to himself. "With a good horse like this, my efficiency will be much higher when I'm grinding monsters." He and his mount zipped past the group of flame demons. "With the added toughness, I can pull monsters faster and more safely." 15 minutes later, Han Shui used the skill Quake in all directions, catching them off guard and blowing them to pieces. The system's alerts rang out continuously. "Congratulations on killing the elite monster Flame Demon, gaining 35,000 experience points." He held the reins, watching them slowly die, and smiled in assessment. Killing monsters on a mount is really efficient. A familiar golden light flashed around his body. System notification: you have leveled up to 61. Suddenly, he glanced towards the cloud of dust. "But with all this, I've nearly wiped out all the flame demons here. Since that's the case, I'll head back to the Sword Pavilion first and ask the Sword God for information about the Church of Light's sacrifice ceremony." The scene changes to Han Shui returning to Qingfeng Town to the Sword Pavilion. He watched from a distance as a person in front was swinging a sword. It was the Sword God. She was practicing. Yi Xin suddenly sensed a presence, a pair of eyes staring at her. She immediately swung her sword towards him. "I ordered you to get the hell out of the Sword Pavilion? You dare to come back here?" Caught by surprise, Han Shui couldn't block the attack and took the full force of the sword strike, his health plummeting to just 1 point. He broke out in a cold sweat, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. 1 point. Great. I was almost a goner. Seeing that it was Han Shui, she exclaimed in surprise, "It's you." She leaned on her sword and looked at him. "Are you addicted to coming here or something? Do you have any idea the immense pressure I face when you come looking for me?" Han Shui walked over and replied, "Don't worry, I came in secret. I mainly have something I want to discuss with you." Hearing this, she raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh? What is it?" He began to recount everything. Then he rubbed his chin and said with his eyes closed, "Turning 100 children into sacrifices. I can't agree with such methods, so I want to destroy that ritual." Hearing Han Shui's words, Yi Xin's expression hardened, and she remained silent. After a moment of silence, she crossed her arms and shook her head. "I am also a representative of the Light faction. My hands are tied. I can't help you." Seeing her refusal, he thought to himself, "Is it because of her faction allegiance that she's unwilling to help? It seems I won't be able to borrow the Sword God's power to get through this." Suddenly, Yi Xin shouted out of nowhere, "I can only tell you this much. Dark swordsmen are evil. From beginning to end, they are evil. Your body, your bloodline, your soul, they are all evil." 3 dots appeared over Han Shui's head as he stared and thought, "What kind of twisted logic is that? I, Mr. Jiang, am a good person." Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky and thunder began to rumble. They both looked up, and a look of fear appeared on her face. She urged him, "You need to leave quickly. Go now. If you don't go, I really will have no choice but to kill you." Without a moment's hesitation, Han Shui quickly took off. Thanks. He logged out of the game. I have the tournament tomorrow, so it's best not to stay up late tonight. I need to wake up early to go save people with Fei Qi. Han Shui pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed Wang Kai. Right. There's one more thing. As soon as the call connected, he got straight to the point. Bro, I need you to do me a favor. Wang Kai immediately replied. What's with the formality? With our relationship, if there's anything I can do to help, I definitely will. He said, I need you to find a large number of thieves to sneak into the dark faction, find an NPC for me, and tell him that I might die at the hands of the Church of Light. I've already transferred the operational funds to you. Wang Kai nodded. All right, I was just wondering why there's been no news from Han Shui lately. You're not secretly plotting something evil, are you? Han Shui laughed and said his goodbyes. Hey, you'll find out in 2 days. I've got a lot to do tomorrow. I'm going to sleep first. Bye-bye. At 7 o'clock the next day, in Tianhai Town, a green aura emanated from Han Shui as he logged into the game. Time to start the rescue mission. I should be able to make it to the tournament at 10 o'clock. Up ahead, Fei Qi was testing the axe in his hand, swinging it down. Han Shui rushed over from behind, shouting, Fei Qi. He heard the voice and turned around. Han Shui said urgently, The plan has changed. If we don't save your sister within 2 hours, she's dead for sure. Upon hearing this, Fei Qi was shocked and gritted his teeth, his hand tightening around the axe handle as he exclaimed, What? That damned Church of Light. They're actually performing the sacrifice ahead of schedule. Han Shui felt a bit of self-blame. I'm sorry, Brother Fei Qi. I'm the one who pushed the plan forward. He said, There's no time to explain. Have you figured out a way to save your sister? He nodded. I have. As he spoke, a jade-green object appeared in Fei Qi's hand. I spent a lot of money to buy a positioning teleport scroll. The location has been set to Tianhai Town. As long as we rescue her, we just need to last for 10 seconds and wait for the teleportation array to activate, and we can return safely. As for how to get there, he clenched the bracelet and explained, the binding bracelet has 3 uses left. Like the scroll, it can activate a special, one-time use array to instantly reach an opponent. However, the formation sealing her is special, and we can only teleport to the outside of it. Also, within a 10-meter range, I can swap positions with an opponent, but swapping requires both people's consent. My sister, she won't agree. Han Shui quickly interrupted. We can explain the extra details after we get back. Fei Qi nodded, and a surge of power emanated from his hand, enveloping them both. All right, let's go. Then, with a flash of light, the two vanished on the spot, leaving only a faint blue glow behind. At the secret passage of the Church of Light's formation, countless people stood guard, surrounding a group inside. System notification. You have entered a dangerous map, secret passage of the Church of Light. The two emerged from the spatial rift. Seeing the intruders, the church guards shouted, Who's there? They pointed their spears at the two of them. Kill them quickly, or the Lord Bishop will punish us. The gods are descending on the Tianhang continent tonight. Just as I thought, someone from the dark faction is here to crash the party. Han Shui looked at the people beside him, speechless. This kid just teleported right into the middle of the ritual. Doesn't he have any sense of strategy? System notification. Church Guard. Level 78 Elite Monster. HP. 1 million. Attack. 7,200 to 7,500. Defense. 4,800 to 5,000. Skills. Fearless Triple Strike. Spear of Judgment. The soldiers of the Church of Light are fanatics who do not fear death. He thought to himself, a 2-star elite monster. Its stats are even higher than the Flame Demons. Soon, golden barriers enveloped the people being prepared for the sacrifice, trapping them as they panicked. A scream echoed from within the secret passage. The church guards saw the formation light up and were confused. Why has the formation activated already? Could it be that the gods sensed someone wanted to sabotage it and, in their anger, have arrived early? They glanced at the two of them and laughed gleefully. Ha ha! You two will surely be punished by the gods. You won't be going to heaven. Your only choice is hell. Han Shui turned to him and said, Leave them to me. You just charge for the formation and see if you can break the barrier or destroy it. Fei Kai hesitated slightly, but there are so many of them. How can we break through their encirclement? He looked at him with determined eyes. Han Shui said emphatically, "Trust me." Following Han Shui's words, Fai Kai charged straight ahead. "All right, get lost, you hounds of the church." Seeing him charge, a church guard snorted in contempt and pointed his sharp spear at Fai Kai. "You think you can break our encirclement with just the two of you? Let's show them the power of faith. Form up." But just then, Han Shui, riding his blue-scale beast, yanked the reins and charged straight at them. "Move!" The church guards were stunned, not having seen the horse charging at them. "What?" He steered it to trample one of them, killing him without mercy. System prompt: "You have used the skill War Stomp, dealing 214,710 points of damage to the church guard. It has been suppressed for 2.5 seconds, increasing your own attack power by 20%, increasing the attack power of Berserker Fai Kai by 22%, and reducing the attack of all enemy units within a 100 by 100 range by 15% for 1 minute. The impact kicked up a cloud of dust, making the church guards cough continuously. "Cough, cough, maintain formation, don't break rank." On the other side, Fai Kai was cutting down the church guards in his path as he ran. "Get out of my way!" They were focusing on stopping him. "Brothers, kill this rider first." The horse's strength gradually dwindled as spears stabbed into its body. Han Shui swung his sword down at the church guards below him. It seemed that when riding a mount, the mount's health is deducted first. The people trapped inside, seeing the chaotic fight, began to pound on the magic wall in unison. "Someone's here to save us. The Church of Light is full of liars. Big Brother, beat those cruel bastards. Big Brother, you can do it. We'll help you." And just like that, small but steady healing skills were cast. Receiving these heals, he guessed they were from apprentice priests, who could use their healing powers to change the tide of battle. 10 minutes later, many of the church guards were dead. "Damn it, why is that guy on the blue horse so strong? Why isn't the Lord Bishop here yet?" 2 hours later, only he and Fai Kai were left, still diligently hacking away at the shield. Han Shui walked over and said, "It's no use." He turned to look at him and nodded. "Yeah, step aside. Let me try." With that, Han Shui commanded his horse to use a skill and strike, but unexpectedly, his horse was hit by a counterattack and instantly vanished. System notification: your blue-scale beast has died. It cannot be summoned for 3 hours. Han Shui was stunned, then curiously touched the wall. "What's going on?" Just then, Fai Kai's sister called out with tears in her eyes, "Brother!" He looked at his sister with concern. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes as she spoke to Fai Kai. "Thank you for coming to save me. You have to run. The bishop is coming soon. The bishop of the Church of Light is incredibly powerful." Fai Kai gritted his teeth and said with determination, "I won't." Then he raised his axe and began to strike even more frantically to destroy it. "Break for me!" He put all his strength into one swing of the axe, but it backfired, knocking him backward. Fai Kai screamed in pain, "Egg!" Han Shui quickly shouted a warning. "Fai Kai, don't use brute force. The formation will reflect the damage back at you." He watched the scene anxiously, his mind racing for a plan. Hearing Han Shui, he fell silent, bowing his head in anger. "Damn it! Did we come all this way for nothing?" Fai Kai was covered in wounds. He sighed inwardly. "The leader of the Church of Light must be at least heaven tier in strength. With my strength and not Han Shui twice, trying to resist him is basically an impossible task." With that thought, he handed him a scroll, then said to Han Shui with resolve, "Brother, thank you for coming with me to save my sister. You shouldn't die here. Please go back and take care of everyone in Thien Hai Town. Consider it a favor from me, Fai Kai." As soon as he finished speaking, the system announced, "You have the option to complete the current difficulty rescue mission." Han Shui looked at the scroll in Fai Kai's hand and thought, "We haven't even saved her yet, and this counts as completing the mission?" But he replied with determination, "I'm not a fan of sob stories. Give me the bracelet. I'll swap places with your sister to get her out." Han Shui figured the bracelet was the key to solving this mission. According to Fai Kai, 2 people wearing the bracelets within 10 meters of each other could swap positions. Fai Kai's sister wouldn't let her brother get hurt, and her brother wouldn't leave his sister behind. "So, I'll do it." Thinking this, he held out his hand to Fai Kai. He looked a bit troubled and shook his head. This, brother, not Han Shui Tui. I can't let you walk into your death for the sake of me and my sister. But Han Shui grew impatient and cursed. For fuck's sake, man. Your sister is about to die. What are you still thinking about? We're running out of time. Stop wasting it. I can't die. There has to be a way out. Hearing him say that, Fai Kai sighed and handed the bracelet to Han Shui. All right. Han Shui immediately put the bracelet on his wrist, then turned to the girl and said, "Don't be like your brother. Teleport me now." In an instant, the two of them swapped places. Seeing his sister safe and out of the secret passage, Fai Kai cried out in joy. When he entered the barrier, the system announced, "For an unknown reason, you have entered a restricted state and cannot use teleportation items." Seeing the two siblings embracing tightly, Han Shui urged them on. "Hurry up and go." At that moment, just as they were about to teleport away, Fai Kai turned and said to him, "Brother, thank you for saving my sister. From now on, my life belongs to you." She glanced at Han Shui. "Thank you. Big brother, you have to come back safely." But suddenly, in the distance, a figure was running towards them at high speed to stop them. Trying to run? The person running towards them was Archbishop Quinn. The old man thrust his hand forward and roared, "Don't even dream of escaping from me." But Han Shui held out his hand and used Roar of the Undead, and a pillar of golden light immediately appeared in front of the old man. Han Shui held him back, preventing him from getting closer, as countless rays of light shot towards the Archbishop. Seeing him arrive, the guards shouted, "Lord Bishop!" Quinn, furious, glared at him and gritted his teeth. "You little brat! You dare stand in my way?" Han Shui smirked and retorted, "I'm already standing here. What's the point of asking if I dare? Where's your brain?" Hearing this, the old man became even more enraged, his eyes bloodshot. "You!" Quinn raised his hand and laughed coldly. "Fine, fine. Today, I will tear you limb from limb and feed you to the dogs." Then he began to attack the protective barrier. A streak of energy shot past Han Shui's face, causing him to lose 198.87 health. The others inside the barrier couldn't withstand it. Their bodies were struck until red blood splattered everywhere, and they screamed. "Ah, it's over. We're going to die." Sob, sob. "I don't want to die. I miss my mom." Hearing the terrified screams, Han Shui turned his head and thought, "What? Is this guy really planning to slaughter these innocent little girls just to offer them to the god of light?" Outside, Quinn saw this and laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha! Die along with these brats!" Han Shui stood his ground, thinking, "Even though they're just NPCs to me, they're still people. How can I just stand by and watch them get killed like this? But I'm trapped here today. If I'm not careful, even I will." Suddenly, he remembered the words Not Tom had said to him before. Model. Wrong. There is a way. A dark swordsman is evil. From beginning to end, you are evil. Your body, your bloodline, your very soul. It's all evil. An idea struck Jiang Han. He reached out and touched the barrier, and a stream of black blood began to flow from his hand. "You rotten old man, I suggest you stop right now. Do you have any idea what my blood represents?" Seeing the blood flowing endlessly, Quinn was startled. "What? You're a dark swordsman?" Jiang Han made the black blood slowly spread out. "Now, be a good boy and let us out. If I die here, I'm afraid your little ritual will have a hard time succeeding." Hearing this, the old man gritted his teeth and asked, "Is that so?" Quinn immediately reached out and grabbed Jiang Han by the neck. "You little bastard. You have the nerve to ruin my grand ritual? Even without making you bleed, I have 100 ways to kill you." With his other hand, the old man created a ball of energy, preparing to attack Jiang Han. He was choked until he couldn't breathe, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. He clenched his jaw, cursing inwardly in anger. "Damn it, I didn't expect the bishop to be this powerful." Suddenly, a system notification announced that the second round of the World Martial Arts Tournament had begun. "Do you wish to teleport there?" Hearing the system's announcement, Jiang Han thought to himself, "Everything is going according to my plan. If the enemy is too strong, I can teleport to the tournament hall and escape this place. But these innocent children." Without hesitation, he nodded. A layer of blue light enveloped him, and he vanished from Quinn's grasp, leaving the old man stunned. "What's going on?" the system announced. "You have been teleported to arena number 87. Win 3 consecutive matches to advance to the next round." Jiang Han was teleported to another location in the form of a bald man. The system reminded him, the second round of the World Martial Arts Tournament will be a competition for the top 100, determining the strength of the Eastern region and its top 100 contenders. S-rank bond bracelet. Description: Legend says this bracelet was meticulously crafted by the god of time and space before he achieved godhood, specifically to protect the one he loved. Effect 1. Swap positions with an opponent without any conditions. Effect 2. Communicate with the other party from a distance via telepathy. The duration is 1 minute. Jiang Han looked at the bracelet on his wrist, thinking that if used effectively, it could have a huge impact. Unfortunately, there was only one use left. Before him stood Qing Feng, a level 48 assassin. Jiang Han drew his sword. "If this is a competition for the top 100, I have to get serious and use my weapon." Before Qing Feng could even react, Jiang Han slashed at him with his sword, leaving him stunned. "Aren't you that bald guy who went viral online 2 days ago?" But as soon as he said that, Jiang Han's sword flew forward, killing him in a single strike. System announcement: Alias has won. He thought to himself, "It seems the contestants in the second round are no threat to me. I'll just finish this quickly." Then, the second person charged forward and also fell to a single slash from Jiang Han. Alias has won. The third person was also finished in a single blow. System announcement: Alias has won. System announcement: Congratulations on advancing to the third round of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The third round will begin at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Please prepare well. Hearing the system announcement, he thought to himself, "Teleporting to this competition already took an hour. I hope the bishop is gone by now." After the hour was up, Jiang Han was teleported back to his original location. System announcement: You have arrived at a dangerous map, the secret passage of the Church of Light. Jiang Han looked ahead and saw the old man still kneeling in prayer. What's going on? Could the sacrifice have failed? But it looks like those little girls weren't spared. Suddenly, an intense pressure descended from above. He looked up and saw a god. This god was the god of light, Uriel Bosling, level 80, with 20 million health, and an attack power of 18,000 to 20,000. Defense of 8,000 to 8,500. Skills: Angel's Blade, Flame of Judgment, Light of Punishment, Cleansing of Sins, Soul Strike Prohibition, Domain of Justice Prohibition. Description: The holy angel summoned by the Church of Light. Because the light power within the child's body was still weak, he could not manifest his absolute power upon arrival. Even so, he can still recover his strength in a short amount of time. When Quinn saw who had arrived, he pointed at him and accused, You dare to come back? Lord Divine Messenger, it was he who ruined the ritual that would have brought forth your power." Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Han frowned and thought worriedly, the bishop was already hard enough to deal with, and now there's a spirit-level boss. I might actually die here. But suddenly, the bracelet on his wrist glowed. A notification appeared. The other end of the bond bracelet wishes to send you a teleportation request. Do you accept? Jiang Han was overjoyed. Fei Qi, my good brother, I knew you'd have a way. He hurriedly accepted. At that moment, another person appeared in Jiang Han's place, leaving the old man wide-eyed and dumbfounded. What? This guy is a level 46 Covenant Knight? He looked around in confusion, bewildered at being teleported here. Huh? Where is this? Meanwhile, Jiang Han teleported to where Fei Qi and his sister were waiting. Han Shui, my brother, are you okay? Li was overjoyed to see him alive. Big bro. Jiang Han shook his head. I'm fine. How did you guys manage to teleport me here without swapping positions? He looked at the little girl and patted her head. This was all thanks to Li's idea. Li blushed and replied with a smile. I saw an adventurer leveling up outside the city, so I had the guards invite him in. Then I had him put on this bracelet, helping him return to a city of the Light faction. Jiang Han praised her. Little sis, you've certainly got the style of our dark faction. Fei Qi laughed and took out a necklace. Haha, enough about that. Take this. You're the one who saved me and my sister. If there's anything I can do to help you in the future, I'd do it even. Han Shui accepted it without hesitation and thanked her. He thought to himself, it seems the final piece of equipment is a necklace-type item, and a very powerful one at that. Information from the system flowed out. Faith and Vow, Earth Grade, 200,000 health. Attack effect plus 20%, health plus 20%. Skill, Vow of Faith, level requirement, 1. Seeing him staring at the necklace, the little girl remembered the others who were trapped with her and asked, Big brother, I want to ask, what happened to the other girls who were with me? Hearing Li's question, Han Shui's eyes hardened. He lowered his gaze slightly. I don't think any of them were lucky enough to make it. The little girl was shocked and couldn't believe it. What? He explained, because of our raid, their sacrificial ritual was disrupted, but the Church of Light used the remaining girls to summon a spirit-level boss. They probably won't let this go so easily. It won't be long before they come looking for trouble with us again. The two siblings being reunited is a joyous occasion, but you still need to be prepared. Hearing this, Fei Qi got angry. Let them come. I'll kill as many of those bastards from the Church of Light as they send. Han Shui smiled. That's the spirit. Good. Let's become an even greater threat together. The scene changes to a secret passage of the Church of Light. The Covenant Knight, who had teleported in his place, had been killed by the old man to vent his anger. This old servant is incompetent. I don't know how that dark swordsman could have discovered and infiltrated this secret passage. Uriel frowned in annoyance. Originally, the one to descend upon this world was not I, Uriel, but the most powerful angel, Michael. It's just a pity that there was a problem during the ritual, which ultimately led to Michael being unable to descend. Hearing this, Quinn's face was covered in sweat. He bowed his head, not daring to look up, and said, I still hope for your magnanimity, Lord Uriel, and that you will forgive me for this crime. From the mouth of the adventurer who just crossed over, we've learned that he was transported from Tianhai town. Uriel raised an eyebrow, slightly pleased. Very good. Find him, and I will deliver the pontiff's judgment upon him. Hearing this, the old man looked up in panicked disbelief. Huh? You intend to deal with him yourself? But your power hasn't fully recovered yet. And besides... Quinn trailed off and fell silent. Seeing him stop talking, his eyes narrowed as he stared. And besides what? Seeing Uriel's terrifying gaze, Quinn was frightened and quickly pressed his face to the ground, trembling as he replied, Nothing. I'll get on it right away. He immediately thought to himself, darkness and light naturally restrain each other. Right now, that brat is definitely no match for Lord Uriel's power. But if he's cornered, something might actually go wrong. Then he said one last thing before leaving. Go, arrange a place for me to bathe and change clothes, and summon a few bishop-level priests to help me quickly recover my strength. Bowing hastily and respectfully, Uriel departed. Yes, system announcement. The level 61 Dark Gold boss, the Dark Lord Han Shui, has destroyed the offering for the God's Advent, completely incurring the wrath of the Church of Light. Main quest, War of Light and Dark, has been activated. Hearing the system announcement, the crowd below was in disbelief. What? There's been no news about Han Shui, yet he's still out there causing trouble. In the room, the Fei Qi siblings and Jiang Han all heard the announcement. System announcement. You have received a special storyline. Main quest. War of Light and Dark. SS rank difficulty. Hearing this, he could only sigh to himself. This special quest is definitely targeting me. Specifics. War of Light and Dark. Difficulty. SS. Description. The conflict has escalated, the first direct confrontation between light and dark. The outcome is unknown. Requirement. Defeat the God of Light, Uriel. Quest reward. Unknown. Quest penalty. Death. Jiang Han looked at the notification, thinking to himself, the God of Light, Uriel, the six-winged angel summoned by the Church of Light. What does this mean? The quest is asking me to kill a god? System announcement. Attention, adventurers. The Church of Light will attack the eastern region at 10 o'clock, 3 days from now. The Tier 3 city, Tianhai Town, will be attacked. This city siege is of extremely high difficulty. Only players above level 40 may participate. Adventurers below level 40 can go to the Church of Light to receive a divine blessing and obtain rich rewards, he exclaimed in surprise. 3 days? That soon? System announcement. You have received the main quest, City Defense, SS rank difficulty. System announcement. You will appear as the final boss to defend the Tier 3 city, Tianhai Town. Failure to appear will result in a loss of 20 levels and a permanent reduction of 2,000 to all stats. Jiang Han's jaw dropped. He thought, an SS rank difficulty. This will definitely attract a ton of powerful players. I don't know if I can overcome this challenge. He turned to Fei Qi and said, their target is me. It wasn't easy for you and your sister to reunite, so you should get out of here and avoid this disaster. Fei Qi immediately shot back. Brother, what are you talking about? This happened because of me. How could I just abandon you and leave? Pausing for a moment, Fei Qi said with determination. Besides, when the church slaughtered my people, I already felt guilty for being the one who survived. Now that they've come right to our doorstep, it's the perfect chance to settle both old and new scores. Li, standing beside him, fully supported her brother. He's right. I also have to get revenge for the girls who died so horribly at the hands of the church. Seeing the siblings' determination, Jiang Han softened. You two. He ran a hand over his face, finally compromising. Jiang Han said, if that's the case, let's spend the next 3 days increasing our strength. The siblings nodded in agreement. Seeing them nod, Jiang Han excused himself. All right, I'll head out first. I'll see you in the city in 3 days. As he left, Jiang Han thought, oh, right. That necklace I got as a quest reward. I think it has 2 special skills. Perfect time to try them out. Thinking this, he opened his system panel. Hehe. Now all the gear is assembled. Item information. Faith and Curse. Earth grade. Health, 200,000. Attack effect, plus 20%. Health effect, plus 30%. Special skill. Faith. Special skill. Curse. Requires. Level 1. Description. The god of time, grieving his inability to protect his beloved, left behind this low-grade necklace during his final ascension. It retains a fragment of his power to help future generations survive desperate situations. Passive special skill, S rank, Faith. When you possess absolute faith, that faith will surely answer you. One-time use. Passive special skill, S rank, Curse. Swear upon your soul, and you will become stronger for a short time. The more difficult the curse is to fulfill, the greater the power you will receive. One-time use. Jiang Han stared at the info panel, astonished. These 2 special skills must be linked to the necklace's description, whether it's faith or a curse. They're both part of the special power left behind by the god of time, and the skill description must be the trigger. System reminder. Your power has reached an entirely new level, meeting the standard for a black gold boss. Your title has changed. System reminder. Your title, Dark Lord, has been upgraded to Prelude to Darkness. Prelude to Darkness. Maximum health increased by 300%. He immediately equipped his new title, surprised that he'd been upgraded to a dark gold boss. Let's check my current stats. The information panel opened. Prelude to Darkness. Han Shui, Dark Gold Boss, level 61. Health, 4,580,000. Attack, 10,231 to 11,188. Defense, 5,141 to 5,539. Fame, 102,300. Luck. Description. When the light of judgment shines down, the villainous shadow swordsman will surely be the first to face it. Jiang Han was thrilled. Over 4 million health points. I could probably just stand in a crowd of players and let them wail on me all day without a scratch. And my attack is over 10,000. From behind him, the young girl ran to catch up, calling out, "Big brother!" Hearing that, he turned to see Li sprinting toward him, out of breath. Jiang Han asked, confused, "Li, what is it?" The girl held out 2 treasures. "My brother and I still feel like we owe you so much. I want to give you this bracelet and this skill book. I hope they can help you." He took the bracelet in surprise. "Isn't this the imprisonment bracelet? Why is it still here? And it has 2 uses left." The system displayed the information. Imprisonment bracelet, grade. Uses, 2 out of 5. Lee smiled and replied, "This bracelet is soul-bound, so even if you give it to someone else, it automatically returns to its owner after they die. Now I'm giving it to you, so from now on, you'll be its owner. Besides, the number of uses is tracked for each individual owner. This bracelet still has 2 uses left." Jiang Han clutched the skill book, thinking, for a normal person, this skill book might not be a huge improvement, but for me, it's a massive boost. System announcement. Intermediate riding technique. Enhances stats while mounted. If a higher-level riding technique is already known, the bonus attributes will stack. He happily accepted, bending down to pat her head. "Thanks, Lee. These items are a huge help." Lee giggled in response. "Hee, I'm glad I could help you, big brother." After handing over the items, Lee quickly turned to leave. "Well, I'll get going then. My brother and I need to start powering up too." He nodded in agreement. Jiang Han then summoned his blue-scaled beast. System reminder. You have used the intermediate riding technique skill book. Your mount's attributes have been enhanced. The system displayed a notification. Blue-scaled beast, adult stage. Dark gold boss, level 50 mount. Movement speed, 130%. Attack, plus 50%. Health, plus 80%. Durability effect, plus 40%. Special skill, sure-footed. He mounted the beast, thinking, after upgrading the riding skill, my mount's stats have improved a lot. An image of Uriel from their last encounter flashed through his mind. Still, there's a huge gap between me and Uriel. Given time, his power will definitely increase significantly, and that's not even counting his 2 forbidden skills. The system panel appeared. God of Light Uriel, level 80 Lord Boss. Defense, 8,000 to 8,500. Skills, Angel Sword, Flaming Judgment, Luminous Punishment, Wave of Absolution, Forbidden, Soul Lash, Forbidden, Domain of Justice. Jiang Han pulled the reins and rode off, thinking, back when I was looking for the sword god, her attitude changed so drastically. She must have been under the influence of the power of light. I can't bother her right now. I'll head to the Flame Demon Mountain Range to level up first. An hour later, in the Flame Demon Mountain Range, Jiang Han had wiped out waves of Flame Demon mobs to level up. System announcement. You have leveled up to level 62. He looked around at the freshly respawned mobs with some excitement. I've already cleared out all the Flame Demons here once. The EXP from these Flame Demons isn't enough for me to level up quickly anymore. I'll call it a day. Tomorrow, I'll go explore a new map. Jiang Han opened his system panel, looked up a player named Long Teng Wan Li, and sent a message. Right. First, I should sell the extra gear in my bag. The siege in 3 days will probably be tough. I can't let this gear go to waste. With that, he shouted, I've got a bunch of gear here, all stuff I risked my neck to get. Take a look. Wan Li asked in surprise. You even have a level 60 dark gold set? Han Shui said, So? Name a price. He agreed immediately. All right. Your gear last time was a huge upgrade for my guild. I'll take it all this time. With that, the trade was successful. System notification. 72,400 has been credited to your account. Seeing the change in his account balance, Han Shui was pleased. The Dragon Tribe's guildmaster is as generous as they say, Wan Li suddenly announced. One more thing. The Dragon Tribe will also be participating in the siege in 3 days, he continued. Even though I'm the guildmaster and have some authority, we're all just players. The whole superior-subordinate relationship isn't that strict. If I don't let my level 50 elite players join the event, it'll seriously damage both the guild's reputation and my own. I hope you understand. Han Shui shook his head. It's fine. But since we've had such a good partnership, I'll give you a little warning. Keep your distance from me. Don't let me hurt you. The corner of his mouth twitched. All right, kid. You really don't pull any punches. With that, he took off his game helmet and returned to reality. Han Shui let out a sigh. Match tomorrow at 10. Better get to sleep early. The next day, at 7:30, he rode the blue-scale beast at top speed, looking at the map. Looks like there's an area north of the Flame Demon Mountain Range. I'll go check it out. Half an hour later, a system notification announced you have entered the map. Peace Lake. A person was sitting up ahead. The person sat with their back to him, and the only information displayed was Common Fisherman NPC. Han Shui thought to himself, a common NPC? This is already territory of the dark forces. How can there be a common NPC here? He dismounted and slowly approached to check out the situation. Reo heard the movement and turned around, his eyes lighting up. He spoke, "Young shadow swordsman, are you also interested in fishing?" Reo handed a fishing rod to Han Shui. "Since you're here, why don't you join this old man for a bit of fun?" System notification. Do you wish to accept the quest, fishing contest? He took the fishing rod, thinking, this old guy recognized my shadow swordsman identity with just one look. Who the hell is he? Han Shui held the rod and looked at Reo, who was fishing leisurely. He asked, if it's a competition, shouldn't there be a wager? Without a bet, wouldn't it lose some of its fun? Hearing this, he laughed without turning his head. You're right. Reo pointed to the other side of the lake. If you win, I'll give you the most precious fish I've ever caught from this lake. How about it? He raised an eyebrow and asked, and if I lose? Reo turned his head, stroking his beard, and replied, should I take one of your items? Nah. If you lose, I won't take anything. Just consider it a favor you owe me. Han Shui thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. All right, you're on. Then, a system prompt appeared. You have accepted the quest Fishing Contest. Difficulty B. Introduction. Compete in fishing against the mysterious old man. I profit if I win, and I don't lose anything if I lose. There's no better bet in the world. Quest requirement. Catch more fish than the old man. Quest duration. 1 hour. Quest reward. Unknown. Seeing him sit down properly, Reo asked, ready to start? Han Shui nodded. Anytime. He shot a sharp glance at him, then his eyes suddenly widened in shock. All right then, let's begin. Before he could finish, Reo held up a hand to stop him, shouting, wait! But it was too late. The line was already cast. He quickly pulled a fish out of the water. System information. Armored carp. A common type of fish. The meat is soft and delicious, with high nutritional value. It has a life force replenishing effect. Broth made from this fish can increase the user's maximum health by 5% for 10 minutes. Han Shui observed the armored carp in his hand, thinking, so, fish in this game actually have effects? Seeing him look over, Reo hurriedly said, the bet hasn't started yet. That fish definitely doesn't count. Han Shui was speechless. Is this old guy just a sore loser who likes to play dirty? With that thought, he agreed with a nod. All right, Reo said, satisfied. The bet starts now. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast his line and caught another fish. Another armored carp. Han Shui held it in his hand and grinned. You're going easy on me, old man. 20 minutes later, Reo looked at the pile of fish next to him, cursing internally. I thought this kid was a beginner, but he was just pretending to lure me in. Despicable. Absolutely despicable. Suddenly, Han Shui pulled a turtle from the water, its body crackling with lightning. Seeing this, his eyes widened and he gasped. Zap! A-rank thunder turtle. Introduction. A very rare type of turtle with a high affinity for the lightning element. Effect. After consuming food made from the thunder turtle, all stats are increased by 20% for 10 minutes. Additional effect. On first use, permanently increases base attack by 50. Reo, sweating profusely, stared at him with a dazed look and asked in disbelief. Are you cheating? He thought to himself. He caught a thunder turtle in just half an hour. I can't even imagine what the hell he'll pull up next. Han Shui turned and replied, old man, you can't just accuse me like that. I'm right here in front of you. How could I possibly do that? Hearing this, Reo was left speechless. Then, he suddenly pointed his hand at the water. The surface rippled, and a fish leaped out. Looking at the struggling fish, Reo sighed. Consider this bet your win. System notification. Congratulations on winning the quest. Fishing contest. You have received the reward. S-rank jade waterfish. Then, large ripples began to form in the middle of the lake, as if warning of something. Reo looked at the water's surface and turned to warn him. For the time being, you'd better not fish here anymore. If you manage to pull it up, you'll die a horrible death. Han Shui was shocked and confused, asking, "What exactly is the creature in this lake?" His eyes flashed. "A shadow swordsman, extremely evil, definitely a force that can stir up storms. Moreover, you prevented the appearance of a deity from the Church of Light's faith, making you an extremely important focal point. Normal adventurers can't catch anything in this lake, but you can." After a pause, Reo continued. "The rules will inevitably force you to confront the light, but this lake holds a special taboo. The rules must also restrict that creature from appearing in the world. Fish wherever else you want, but if you value your life, don't fish here." Hearing him, he broke into a bit of a cold sweat and thought, "Is this some kind of riddle? Anyway, I can't fish here for now. I'll come back later." Reo crossed his arms, frowning as he grumbled. "I was wondering how you were catching so many fish. It must be that Dragon's will to be caught is so strong that it's affecting the other creatures. Damn it, this really cost me a lot." System notification. Reo, the Wind of Mutual Destruction, has increased his animosity towards you by 100 points. Han Shui was surprised. Reo, the Wind of Mutual Destruction. That name sounds familiar. He searched his memory of the leaderboards and suddenly remembered. That's right, the Dark Faction's leaderboard. I can't believe one of the top 7 powerhouses of the Dark Faction is this old geezer. Seeing the constant change in Han Shui's expression, Reo guessed. "It seems you know who I am now. This war between light and dark is a microcosm of a larger conflict. You're a shadow warrior. Don't bring shame to the Dark Faction," he asked, confused. "Are you saying you demon gods will lend me a hand?" He shook his head. "Lend a hand? Not quite. Whether you can win or not depends on your own abilities. We're just here to watch the show." Han Shui raised an eyebrow and asked, "If the demon gods can't interfere, then the powerhouses on the Light Faction's side can only stand by and watch too, right?" He felt a little worried. "What I'm most afraid of is the appearance of powerhouses that I can't possibly face at my current stage, where even giving it my all would be useless." Reo replied, "I can't be sure about that. You have to understand, you're up against the entire Church of Light. This isn't just a personal grudge between you and Uriel. In other words, the Church of Light is fully justified in taking action against you." Hearing him, the corner of Han Shui's mouth twitched. If there wasn't a grudge, they definitely wouldn't be able to interfere, right? Re pushed down the brim of his hat and turned to leave. "The Azure Water Fish. Consider it my personal support for you. I hope this generation of shadow swordsmen won't meet disaster so soon." Seeing him about to leave, he quickly called out, "Wait." The man looked at him. "What is it?" "I've already said all I need to say. I really can't help you. This time, you have to rely on yourself to overcome this trial." Han Shui shook his head. "I'm not asking for your help. I just hope you can help me run interference for someone else. As for payment, you and I will share the Thunder Turtle." Hearing this, Ri remained silent. Without a word, he instantly vanished from the spot. A flash of light shot down and struck the ground. Soon, a system notification popped up. "The third round of the World Tournament is about to begin. Do you wish to teleport to the competition venue immediately?" He nodded, yes. The moment Han Shui teleported, the system announced, "Please note, Round 3 is the tournament for the top 100. The system calculated that winning 8 single matches would be enough to advance." He opened his system panel and clicked on it. "Oh, right. Let me check that Azure Water Fish Ri just gave me." An image of a fish appeared on the system panel. Azure Water Fish, S rank. Description: a small fish formed from the pure essence of water. Its flesh and blood possess phenomenal healing properties. Effect: restores 10% of HP per second for 10 seconds. Additional effect: increases base HP by 100,000. This additional effect can only be applied once. His eyes widened in astonishment. A demon god is truly a demon god. He's so damn generous. The Azure Water Fish can restore 10% of my HP every second. That's a full heal in just 10 seconds. In a critical moment, that, combined with the extra base HP, could completely turn the tide of a battle. System notification: the third round of the World Tournament has officially begun. You will be teleported to the arena in 3 seconds. Han Shui instantly appeared in the arena. Without wasting a word, he rushed forward to attack his opponent, the level 49 wandering swordsman, Li Bai Piao. The mage saw the bald figure and thought, I'm screwed. This is the dark horse of the tournament. He panicked and froze himself in a block of ice, but with a single blow, Han Shui ended the match, victorious. Someone behind him shouted, "Hey, that's Han Shui!" He flinched, thinking, "Huh? I've been found out?" The crowd gasped in amazement. So he really is participating. Sigh. Looks like this tournament is going to be Han Shui's. Hearing the chatter, he turned around. What the? At that moment, he saw someone who looked exactly like him fighting another player. That player saw the imposter's silhouette and panicked. Crap. I've run into a real monster. The fake Han Shui, a huge sword resting on his shoulder, taunted, "Now that you see me, your Grand Master, why haven't you surrendered? Or do you need me to one-shot your ass before you'll finally give up?" The system information displayed, Han Shui, level, unknown, special class, shadow swordsman. The crowd below the arena was a bit skeptical. Something feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Just look at his performance. The real one would definitely win this match easily. Han Shui's blood began to boil as he tried to get a better look, gritting his teeth in anger. To think some punk would dare to impersonate me. It seems I've been laying low for too long. It's time to show my face and teach these lowlifes a lesson. Up on the stage, the imposter instantly rushed toward his opponent. The opponent couldn't even see him move, thinking in a panic, so fast. Then, the imposter used a skill just like the real Han Shui's, a kick straight to the face. The crowd below recognized it, gasping in awe. There it is, the war trample. Looks like he's the real deal after all. The opponent began to panic. Wait, I surrender. Oh, great one. If we meet out in the wild later, please show mercy. Seeing the guy surrender, the imposter snarled. Good thing you know what's good for you. Otherwise, if we were outside, I'd have killed you all the way back to the starter village. The system announced Han Shui's victory. He then addressed his live stream. All my bros in the stream. Did you see that? Right now, if you guys donate over 10,000 in gifts, you can join my group. And I, Han Shui, will personally take you power leveling. This is a limited time offer. First come, first served. Standing below, W. Chando, a level 53 Dragon Knight with a hidden class, crossed his arms and snorted coldly. He's just a clown, pretending to be Han Shui for profit. The Shadow Swordsman is just a rare class within the Luminous faction, nothing more. And some people are still falling for such a low-level trick. Han Shui's eyes widened as he thought, a Dragon Knight? Now that's a righteous and rare class. That's a class that would make countless players green with envy. After all, as a Dragon Knight, you get a giant dragon as a mount in the late game. Thinking this, he spoke up. Hey, brother, how can you tell he's not the real Han Shui? The man turned back to explain, I've seen a Shadow Swordsman before. Although there's only a one-word difference between a Shadow Swordsman and a Dark Swordsman, their growth star ratings are vastly different. Its only advantage is that it can hide the user's information, making everyone mistakenly believe their level is much higher than it is. After saying all that, W. Chando decisively turned to leave. It's a shame the real Han Shui isn't here. Otherwise, I would have made sure to meet him. Hearing him say that,
This young man is Ye Ning, the one with the greatest god-level talent on the continent. Just as a monster was rampaging through Huaxia, on the capital's final battlefield, he tore it to pieces with a single strike, saving 3 Tier 3 individuals who were about to meet their end. Normally, this would be no time to let one's guard down, as a mutated creature appeared right above them, and it was a type Ye Ning had never seen before. But the Tier 3 Divine Archer and the Tier 3 Heavy Mace Warrior recklessly charged forward to their deaths. Before the two could even touch a single hair on it, they were obliterated by the monster in one breath. The Tier 3 Psychic Support, unable to bear watching her comrades die so senselessly, also rushed forward to risk her life, unleashing a continuous stream of fire from her outstretched hands. But it had no effect. Just as she was about to be wiped out, Ye Ning blocked the attack for her. This monster could take down 2 peak Tier 3 members with a single move, so it was definitely not an ordinary Tier 3 mutated creature. He told the woman to leave first, thinking she would only be a burden if she stayed, and that he would face it alone. After blocking just one attack, Ye Ning's sword broke in half. This was something the military had speculated about countless times. something thought to exist only in legends, a Tier 4 mutated creature. To fight this thing, he would have to use all his strength. Ye Ning leaped up, determined to unleash his strongest attack ever, but he failed. Stabbed through the heart, the young man collapsed completely. So this is Tier 4? It seems humanity knows nothing about the power of Tier 4. I couldn't protect the world. I truly can't accept this. However, at that moment, the familiar sound of a system notification rang in Ye Ning's ears. He woke up with a splitting headache, dazedly thinking, "Didn't I already die?" Seeing this, 2 guards approached him. Someone wants to prevent him from taking the test. They claimed he was infected with a virus, and that's why he was unconscious. But the testing is happening outside. If he makes a scene in a bit, we're screwed. They started looking for a way to finish Ye Ning off. Let's make our move. After all, he's just an ordinary person, not a descendant of an awakened one, just an insignificant nobody. If he dies, we can just blame it on him turning into a zombie. It was then that Ye Ning shockingly realized he had been reborn 3 years in the past. On the very day of the talent test, the young man understood the situation. So the reason he couldn't take the talent test before was because someone was plotting against him. How could he let them succeed like before this time? Ye Ning immediately snatched the gun from the guy in front of him and took them out one by one. In his previous life, he missed the test and had to struggle to survive by scavenging corpses. He wandered for 3 years before the military discovered his god-level talent. But by then, the Huaxia war zone had already fallen, and there was basically no time or resources for him to grow. Ye Ning only took 7 months to reach Tier 3, still far from reaching his full potential, yet he had to go to the battlefield to fight a Tier 4 mutated creature. He deeply regretted not being able to save his mother and his younger sister, Xiao An. But now things are different. There's still time. As long as he passes the test and becomes the strongest, he can save the important people in his life and end this apocalyptic era. Just then, the system announced, "Apocalyptic Sword God has been bound. Bound user, Ye Ning. Mission content. In 30 minutes, the bound user must touch the testing crystal to unlock and activate the system's functions. If the testing crystal is not touched, the system will disappear at the 31st minute. Mission notification, complete the system activation mission, and any sword skill will receive a 100-fold enhancement, upgrading you to a forbidden swordsman." This was completely different from the apocalypse system that every awakened person had in his previous life. Ye Ning wondered if this change was due to his golden finger or because of his rebirth. After thinking for a moment, he decided that as long as he could get stronger, it didn't matter what kind of damn system it was. He had to hurry and start the test, and then find the person behind all this. The 31-minute countdown began. Just then, a group of people ran out and blocked Ye Ning's path, warning of an infected person. "Fugitive, you are ordered to stand still with your hands on your head." Ye Ning stood still and assessed the situation. The leader was a low-level awakened one, while the others were all ordinary people. The best method right now was to use the leader as a hostage to get him to lead the way out. In an instant, Ye Ning snatched the captain's gun and immediately took him hostage. "Don't move. Take me to the testing square. You have 3 seconds to think. After 3 seconds, I'll shoot." Everyone looked at Ye Ning like he was some kind of lunatic. The captain shouted in panic, "What are you doing there? A normal person wants to take the test?" The captain tried to de-escalate, saying there might be a misunderstanding and they should talk it out. But Ye Ning defiantly pressed the gun to his head, insisting the captain lead him. The captain broke out in a cold sweat again. "Kid, you'd better hope you can awaken, but even if you do become an awakened, you'll still have a hard time escaping death." Meanwhile, at the testing plaza, everyone's faces were tense with concentration. A century ago, in the year 2042, the apocalypse descended, and the entire globe entered an era of disaster, with the population of tens of billions reduced to less than 1/10. It was then that the first awakened appeared, and the Allied military saved Huaxia. Today was the important day for testing whether people had aptitude. Success meant becoming a combat type, awakened, a protector of a region, while failure meant leaving to live a normal life. The man speaking into the microphone was the military committee representative of the Tianfeng safe zone, named Liao Tian. "We will now begin with the descendants of the awakened." As everyone was lining up for their turn, a soldier rushed in to make an announcement. An infected person was threatening a hostage and forcing their way into the testing area. Everyone was bewildered until Ye Ning walked in with his hostage. Liao Tian ordered him to drop his weapon and give up resisting, threatening to execute him on the spot if he didn't surrender. The soldiers immediately drew their weapons. But Ye Ning's face screamed, "I've already made it in here. Who the hell should I be afraid of?" He bluntly declared, "I'm not infected, and I'm not here to disrupt the awakening ceremony. I'm here to take the test." Liao Tian, however, was still losing his composure, and he furiously ordered the soldiers to subdue him immediately. Ye Ning then dropped his gun and recited loudly and clearly, according to Article 137 of the Safe Zone's regulations, "The awakened are entitled to preferential treatment. Disobeying a military order is a capital offense, but it can be absolved with sufficient contribution." The captain, no longer a hostage, furiously rushed over and punched Ye Ning square in the face, sending him tumbling. He didn't stop there, getting on top of Ye Ning to threaten him. Is this any time to be quoting regulations? Liao Tian roared, demanding that Ye Ning be executed at all costs. The moment the sword was about to plunge down, a helicopter, which they called a supersonic psionic fighter, flew in. From above, the highest commander of the Tianfeng military region, a level 3 awakened, Great Commander Xiao Hai, jumped down. The powerful energy radiating from this man suppressed everything. The oppressive feeling was overwhelming. The test hadn't even begun, so why was the Great Commander here? Xiao Hai, with a stern expression, spoke up. The military region already has many high-level awakened, so if this boy is willing to bet his life, we might as well give him a chance. If he fails to awaken, execute him on the spot. Yi Ning was visibly delighted, grinning like an idiot. Well then, go ahead and arrange the test for me right now. The people in line started to part, actually making way for Ye Ning to take the test first. The others looked at him with contempt. A normal person fantasizing about becoming an awakened, what a this opportunity. One wrong step led to a lifetime of regret. This life, he was determined to do it all over again. Yi Ning held out his hand, ready to seize his own destiny. In that instant, an incredibly powerful energy radiated from his body. The onlookers stared with tense faces and wide eyes. Once again, Ye Ning experienced this sensation, the feeling of psionic energy entering his body. He wanted to see how this would go. The system announced, testing aptitude, current aptitude is D rank. Testing aptitude, current aptitude is C rank. Testing aptitude, current aptitude is B rank. The system continued its announcements. Liao Tian was stunned, shocked that the rank kept rising. This kid couldn't possibly have a high-grade aptitude, could he? His aptitude had now reached A rank, and the psionic energy flooding his internal organs felt incredible. He declared, "Testing crystal, give me even more psionic energy." The energy eruption grew increasingly powerful with no signs of stopping. Liao Tian's jaw was on the floor. A normal person like him actually possessed an A-rank aptitude, a probability of less than 1 in 10,000. Xiao Hai watched intently, somewhat surprised, as the final result had yet to be determined. Could his talent be even higher? It really is. His rank is still rising. Ye Ning knelt amidst the gasps of amazement. The talent test has now reached S rank. Xiao Hai's jaw dropped. No, that's not right. The crystal hasn't declared the test over, which means it's still ongoing. So, this Ye Ning has S-rank talent, a seed for a level 3 awakened. This crucial moment absolutely cannot be missed. Xiao Hai began issuing emergency orders. Underground armored troops deploy to the city's defense to prevent mutant attacks, deploy psionic fighter jets, and conduct aerial military patrols in the vicinity to prevent any unforeseen incidents. All non-military access roads to this area are to be blocked. Lock down the airspace above. Yi Ning was still in the process of transforming, letting out a savage roar. Planes roared overhead on their mission, and finally, the test concluded. Xiao Hai was so shocked he dropped the tablet he was holding. He's actually a pure-blood SS rank. If an S rank is considered a reserve for a level 3 awakened, then an SS rank is, without a doubt, guaranteed to become a level 3. It seems this entire Tianfeng is about to change. Xiao Hai was so excited he couldn't stop laughing with joy, looking absolutely thrilled. Excellent, excellent. My Tianfeng safe zone has finally produced a true talent. The people below waiting to awaken couldn't help but be in awe. My God, to be praised like that by the great commander is surely a once-in-a-millennium dream, truly worthy of admiration. This sudden change of heart made the young man standing next to him speak up. What a quick turnaround. Didn't you just call him disgusting and a loser? Stop being so jealous. Who knows? He might become our superior in the future. While everyone was flabbergasted, Ye Ning was a little disappointed. His talent was clearly the highest theoretical SSS rank for humans, but unexpectedly, the ultimate inheritance of this test crystal could only measure up to SS rank. Oh well, the influence of an SS rank is powerful enough. The most important thing right now is the Sword God System's mission. Sword God System has finished loading, bound to user Ye Ning. Current effect, increases skill power by 10,000%. After learning any sword-type skill, it will be unconditionally enhanced to SSS rank. Every 48 hours, you can use a skill once. Incident where Ye Ning almost lost his qualification for the test. A report was required within 24 hours. Regardless of who was involved, they were to be arrested first and questioned later. After the order was given, Ye Ning was protected like precious cargo, escorted every second of the day. He felt they were being a bit excessive, so he told them to just station themselves here, and he could go home on his own. As soon as he appeared, everyone started whispering, "Look, look, isn't that Ye Ning? Has he become a big shot? He even came back in a military vehicle? Keep your voice down. He has so many awakeners protecting him, he's definitely not someone ordinary. Just as he got home, he runs. You can eat your fill today." Her innocent maturity was heartbreaking. Yi Ning smiled and announced, "Silly girl, we can eat well today." Xiaoan was overjoyed. "Really? Is there meat today? Of course you can eat as much as you want." Just like that, he showed off his skills and cooked a lavish meal for his mother and sister. The family had never actually eaten this well before. His mother asked caringly, How did that test for the Awakener training go, son? Many of the neighbors had been asking about it. Yi Ning excitedly announced to his mother, I passed the test. I've become an Awakener. His mother was so moved she started to cry. So did little Xiaoan. As expected of my brother, you're truly my pride and joy. Oh, right. Now that you're an Awakener, can our family eat meals like this every day? Yi Ning's heart ached, but he still managed to nod. After his mother and sister were asleep, he quietly went into the kitchen and opened the system. System. Learn skill book. A notification appeared. Mission completed. Received 4 free attribute points. Acquired C-rank skill. Assault. A rare type skill. You have successfully upgraded the skill. The Assault Sword skill has been enhanced into the SSS rank skill, Sword Flow Storm. An orb radiating powerful energy appeared in Ye Ning's hand. The Sword Flow Storm skill, after consuming 4,500 spiritual energy points, can summon a torrent of sword chi and unleash a devastating attack on the target area in an extremely short amount of time. The skill comes with traits such as super speed, armor penetration, destruction, cutting, and splitting. One thing to note is that the destructive power of this skill has increased 10,000 times. Compared to your current level, it must be used with caution. Ye Ning still couldn't believe his eyes. He had really enhanced a C-rank skill to SSS rank. No matter what grand situations he had encountered in his past life, he had never come across something this unbelievable. Yi Ning read it carefully one more time. A single use required 4,500 spiritual energy points. Without the support of equipment, to use Sword Flow Storm once, theoretically, one would need to be at the intermediate 3rd rank. Fortunately, Ye Ning's innate talent allowed him to use any skill once every 48 hours. Otherwise, even if all his spiritual energy was drained, he wouldn't be able to use it even once right now. But the trouble was, the Sword God system did not allow any information related to it to be revealed. He also couldn't explain the origin of his powers and skills to others. This also meant that before ascending to level 2, he had to avoid using the Storm Sword Flow in front of anyone. The young man sighed, knowing this was a critical time. The Great Commander had reported the Seed Project to the higher-ups, so it was best not to cause him any more trouble. But in his past life, he never had such an advanced sword skill. He was itching to try it out right away. Just as he held it, he suddenly remembered, that's right, doesn't the military district have one of those? When the apocalypse descended, spiritual energy appeared, causing all sorts of random dungeons to pop up everywhere. Later, through extensive exploration and training, humanity gradually came to understand the information related to these dungeons. The military, in particular, had expended vast amounts of manpower and resources to research and develop training dungeons used for the practical combat training of their troops. Unlike the naturally formed dungeons, you could exit a training dungeon at any time if your life was in danger, making them extremely safe. That's why Ye Ning decided to head to a training dungeon to test his new skill. This was the training dungeon of the Tianfeng safe zone. Ye Ning arrived and requested they open a solo-level dungeon for him. Any type would be fine. The dungeon support staff stared wide-eyed at Ye Ning, thinking to himself, this is that spiritual type Ye Ning who just tested as an SS rank talent. The Great Commander had already given instructions to open a dungeon for him. The staff member looked worried and asked Ye Ning again, are you planning to go in alone? Someone should really be going with you. With your current strength, it's too dangerous to enter a dungeon alone. I'm just going in to test a few things. I'll be out soon, so don't worry. And just like that, he entered the training dungeon. He appeared in a city with a low-level danger difficulty. This was a simulation of the world, not long after the apocalypse began. The weapon provided to Ye Ning by the dungeon was a dagger. He reached into a virtual space to pull it out. This is perfect. The weaker the weapon, the better for testing his skills. Just then, he detected a strange movement. The first monster appeared, leaping right at him. Ye Ning made his first move, leaping up to dodge its attack. Are you here to offer me free points, you little punk? He plunged the dagger straight into its bulging eye. In an instant, the monster collapsed. Only one down. I'm not even warmed up yet. The young man decided to hurry and start the hunt. He spotted a door marked as an emergency exit and saw a few crimson lights gleaming on the other side. The moment he opened the door, a multi-eyed monster that was lying in wait immediately lunged at him. It opened its massive maw, ready to swallow him whole. He stared it down, surprised to find another one. He moved in close, its saliva splattering on his face as he slit its throat with a single slash. Even though his current physical attributes weren't that strong, relying on his combat experience from his past life made dealing with these types of zombies quite easy. Looks like to properly test my skill, I need to find the mutant leader in the boss area. First, he decided to exit the building using the stairwell, then cross the street. The boss area was to the right, in front of the plaza. The moment he opened the door, he was surprised to see that the zombies here were already mid-tier level 1. The dungeon was starting to ramp up the difficulty. Yi Ning didn't want to waste any time on them. The moment they sensed a human presence, they began to roar, opening their maws and chasing after him chaotically. Yi Ning swung his knife in a wide arc and then took off running. I need to find the boss as fast as possible, so I have to get out of here quickly. The number of zombies noticing him was now increasing exponentially. Unfortunately, killing more zombies wouldn't grant him any ability experience points. So, Ye Ning decided to head straight for the boss area. But first, I'll just shake these guys off. He utilized his jumping skills, leaping onto the roof of a car, and successfully entered the boss area. The young man was on high alert when the system announced that a peak level 1 mutant, the Corpse Ripper, was approaching. It moved with such incredible speed that Ye Ning couldn't react in time. The Corpse Ripper boss of this test dungeon was a peak level 1 mutant. He immediately leaped back, dodging its strike. Generally speaking, to deal with a peak level 1 mutant, it would take at least 3 awakened individuals of the same rank. If he weren't here to test his skills, Ye Ning would only be at level 0. No matter how powerful his talent was, he couldn't possibly face a peak level 1 mutant head-on. Moreover, countless regular zombies were swarming in alongside the Corpse Ripper. Even an elite level 1 combat squad would have a hard time escaping this. Ye Ning still decided to charge forward. If the skill wasn't as strong as he imagined, the worst-case scenario was just escaping the dungeon. He activated the skill, preparing to launch it, and began his attack, unleashing the power of Sword Storm. A massive explosion erupted, sending earth and rock flying. Through the hazy smoke, the young man strained to see clearly. It was a move that truly wiped the slate clean. If he hadn't come to test it himself, he could never have imagined the sheer destructive power of Sword Storm. This power could instantly annihilate even a slightly weaker peak tier 2 mutant, and he was currently only at tier 0. Upon defeating the peak tier 1 mutant, Ye Ning immediately received 5 spirit energy experience points. The artificial dungeon had deducted a 50% penalty. All the experience in the artificial dungeon comes from the spirit energy stones provided by the war zone, and the item drop rate is also lower than in a normal dungeon. In his past life, he had never heard of anyone getting equipment from a test dungeon, yet here he was with a drop. The item Ye Ning received was a white-grade piece of equipment called the Gloves of Agility. It added 1 point to agility and increased attack and firing speed by 15%. In this apocalypse, even a tier 2 awakened person might not have a full set of white-grade equipment. Getting some kind of test. Don't tell me he went in and single-handedly defeated the dungeon boss as a test. On his way back, Ye Ning saw people struggling everywhere. Guns for sale? Get your guns here. 15 kilograms of flour for 1 gun comes with 2 free bullets. Mantis meat, 1 credit point for half a kilo, for sale. Ye Ning thought that even though he could now easily handle a peak tier 1 mutant, the overall situation was far from optimistic. This didn't even account for the cataclysm that would happen in 1 year. The Tianfeng safe zone would be attacked by a massive number of tier 3 mutants, leaving corpses scattered everywhere. And in just 10 days, a zombie outbreak in the Tianfeng city area would form a massive horde that would attack the Tianfeng safe zone. Ye Ning couldn't help but worry, as the danger to Xiaoan and his mother was far from over. He had to get stronger, and fast. Meanwhile, at the capital safe zone base, the Central Group Army Command was in a meeting. Urgent intelligence from the Tianfeng safe zone. They've discovered an individual with an SS rank talent. Have you all seen the report? An SS rank talent, and a pure blood on top of that. This is an excellent prospect. We've lost a lot of tier 3 personnel recently. Having such a talent join our ranks would be a great boon. Yes, we must accelerate his training. The corresponding resources must be provided immediately. How about we bring him directly to the capital military region and have the marshal train him personally? Are you suggesting he could break through the impossible barrier from tier 3 to tier 4? As of now, none of our high-ranking awakened, not the 4 great commanders, nor the dozen or so peak tier 3 experts in the military, not even our own marshal, has been able to reach tier 4. It's because none of us had access to the best training resources from the start. After some thought, everyone unanimously agreed. Focusing on resources from the beginning is a solid proposal. It's well worth a try. Yi Ning, the SS rank talent, will be selected for the plan as our top prospect. Transfer him to the capital military region immediately. Just as everyone was in agreement, one person voiced an objection. This dissent caused a stir among the others. What's the meaning of this, objecting to a talent like him? You, from the 4th military region, are you getting ready to perform your traditional song and dance of dissent again? The man in glasses retorted sharply. It seems none of you read the urgent intelligence report to the very end. He is an awakened with the will attribute, which belongs to the spirit system. Historically, in the last 70 years, there has never been a tier 3 psychic type. The physical constitution of a psychic type awakened is very weak, so they usually need support. If there's no other awakened to protect them, fighting alone makes them a burden. As for individual advancement missions, advancing from tier 1 to tier 2 is already a gamble. For a peak tier 2 to advance to tier 3, as you all know, the success rate is 0. After hearing this, the chairman did a complete 180 and downgraded Ye Ning's importance level. Important resources cannot be wasted. The next day, Xiao Hai received the returned notification. Ye Ning's Fire Seed project was cancelled, and his importance level was even downgraded. A psychic type can't become a Tier 3, his potential is only rated as A class, or even lower, so there's little point in training him. The close aide asked, "So, will we treat him as we previously discussed?" It seems the backstabbing has begun. The higher-ups have determined that Ye Ning has no potential. If that's the case, then revoke Ye Ning's original benefits and help the people who were sent to protect him. What about the investigation into the incident that prevented Ye Ning's test? The suspect committed suicide, so the lead went cold. Should I continue the investigation? Xiao Hai sighed wearily. We agreed to investigate before because we saw his potential. Now that he has no potential, what's there to investigate? Shortly after, they drove over to inform him. Ye Ning, the results from the capital's experts are in. Your potential is only Tier 2. The safe zone has revoked your benefits. You no longer need to participate in the seed project either. I've told you everything I needed to. Goodbye. Ye Ning was stunned. How could his potential only be Tier 2? He knew full well his talent had reached SSS rank. Even if the test showed SS rank, that would have been enough to prove his potential. After thinking for a moment, he understood. During this time, the Tianan safe zone was being attacked by a large number of mutants, and psychic-type awakened are still considered trash. The theory that awakened can't break through to Tier 4 because their will attribute is insufficient, requiring a psychic-type supplement, is still unknown to anyone. Everything was truly unexpected. I can't believe that even in this life, unforeseen events would prevent them from realizing my importance. Do I have to go to the capital and reveal that I have SSS rank talent? That psychic awakening is the key to breaking through to Tier 4? After some thought, the young man decided against it. After all, who would believe words without proof? The most important thing now is to figure out how to quickly restore my strength to Tier 3. By then, everything will be revealed. With the Sword God system and the Storm Sword flow, just those two things alone have given me a much better start than in my previous life. I can't hesitate any longer. I'll set out immediately to hunt mutants. This is a wild forest, and as soon as I arrived, 2 young men tried to recruit me. Hey, kid with the gun, you want to join our team? We're a party hunting low-level Tier 1 mutants. If we succeed, we'll give you 1 credit point. Stick with us, and we guarantee your safety. Ye Ning flatly refused. A party? The experience from a Tier 1 mutant isn't even high. With so many people, how much experience could we possibly split? I'll go on my own. I don't need you. Well now, you're a surprising one, kid. We saw you were alone and wanted to help, but you're so ungrateful. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you've become an awakened. We were kind enough to invite you. Is that attitude of yours a death wish? Their constant nagging gave Ye Ning a headache. Shut up and get the hell out of my way. The moment their eyes met Ye Ning's, the loudmouth staggered back. They were spooked. That cold gaze felt like being targeted by a wild beast. Could it be that only someone who has been through many life or death situations would have such eyes? This kid is definitely something else. Ye Ning immediately ignored them and walked straight in. He stopped at the Rotten Corpse Forest, one of the most dangerous areas outside the Tianfeng safe zone. If I remember correctly, in the deepest part of this forest, there are 2 Tier 1 mutants, one of which is a peak Tier 1. An awakened needs to kill 3 Tier 1 mutants to advance from Tier 0 to Tier 1. I already took down a peak Tier 1 mutant in the test instance. Although the experience was halved, it's still equivalent to a normal Tier 1. If I take care of 2 more in this Rotten Corpse Forest, I can level up. Just then, he encountered a monster. He decisively chose not to use the Storm Sword flow and instead opened fire with his gun. You don't just need spirit energy experience, you also need to strengthen your physical functions. Monsters came rushing out of nowhere. Ye Ning knew that the physical constitution of psychic-type awakeners was the weakest. He had to change the higher-ups' impression. It wasn't just him. All capable 3rd-tier awakeners had to find a way to awaken their psychic abilities. Otherwise, it would be too late by the time the 4th tier descends. He had to find a way to make the higher-ups realize the importance of the psychic system. The moment Ye Ning fired his gun, birds scattered everywhere, and the group from before also panicked. Did you hear that? It's a gunshot. Could it be from that kid from earlier? That sound came from the direction of the tree demon. It sounds like it's not far from here. Everyone, let's go. We can't let that brat get us killed before we even find the spirit energy fruit. Meanwhile, Ye Ning was dodging every attack and sweep. A peak 1st-tier mutant, the tree demon, was relentlessly attacking him. It wasn't just one, but 2 of them attacking together, its mouth wide open, ready for battle. But Ye Ning was confused. Looking left and right, he couldn't see the other one anywhere. Right now, he could only see and sense the one in front of him, but looking closely, something seemed a little off. Dozens of its tentacles plunged straight into the ground at incredible speed. Ye Ning ran as fast as he could, dodging whatever he could, but when he looked around, it was gone, having actually jumped right above his head. It swung its tendrils with great force. It was unbelievable that such a large, heavy body could jump like that. Moreover, the second one still hadn't appeared. Ye Ning suspected it was waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The monster grew more enraged by the second, and at this point, there was no time to dodge. Nor was there time to think of a solution. He could only brace for impact. He slammed his gun into its body with all his might, and suddenly noticed a strange eye-shaped object right in its center. Yi Ning's wrist was torn open by the attack, so he was sure he wasn't seeing things earlier. The subjugation squad for mid-tier second-stage mutants was highly skilled, yet they were severely injured and even lost 2 members while facing 2 first-tier ones. If the second one hadn't been hiding so well, they wouldn't have been this badly hurt. In his past life, the Tree Demon and the Disturber here were eliminated by an elite military squad. Their words at the time had led him to a misunderstanding. In reality, one was always hiding deep inside, and the answer was right in front of him. The Disturber was on the Tree Demon's body. Its body began to swell. Ye Ning finally understood. The Disturber's scream was a buff that strengthened the Tree Demon, but it seemed the buff's duration wasn't very long. Furthermore, when using the buff, the Tree Demon intentionally took a step back. Right now, there was no change. It was still using the same attack pattern as before. If his guess was correct, it would jump next to Ye Ning again, just as expected. Ye Ning immediately jumped onto its tentacle. Your biggest weakness is that Disturber, you B times Cha. This was his moment to shine. He leaped high and plunged his sword straight into the center of the Disturber. The Tree Demon let out a massive roar as green slime oozed out. In Ye Ning's hand was the Disturber. When it wasn't on the Tree Demon's body, the Disturber was incredibly weak. He could definitely crush it with one hand. Seeing this, the Tree Demon became even more frantic, thrashing about defiantly. Now it was its turn. Yi Ning drew his sword, and with just a few slashes, he shredded the tentacle into 100 pieces. Unexpectedly, without the Disturber's buff, the Tree Demon completely lacked the strength of a peak first-tier mutant. The young man decisively charged forward again. The more it screamed, the more he enjoyed turning it into a crippled monster. Now the Tree Demon was left bare. All of its majestic, thrashing tentacles were F times kecking chopped off. Yi Ning said gently, "Come on now. Stop struggling. Goodbye, darling." Immediately after, a sword plunged straight into the center of its face. Green fluid gushed out, and its entire body exploded. The system announced you have successfully eliminated the mid-tier first-stage mutant, the Disturber, and received Spirit Energy experience. You have eliminated the peak first-tier mutant, the Tree Demon, and received Spirit Energy experience. You have obtained white-grade Tree Demon bark material and white-grade withered wood armor equipment. In addition, you have obtained white-grade giant claw material and 1 corpse spirit fruit. Yi Ning was quite pleased. Although it has side effects, it's a pretty top-tier item for normal combat. However, the rarest item was still the spirit fruit. After using this spirit fruit, it permanently increases constitution by 1 point and boosts life recovery speed by 20%. Yi Ning decided to use it right away. For an awakened one, advancing a major tier only grants 4 attribute points. He had already defeated 2 bosses, so gaining 1 point was a pretty good haul. The 3 members of the other team looked on, dumbfounded. The boss's energy pressure had vanished. Could that gunshot have been from that second-tier awakened one? But besides that useless teenager from before and us, there's no one else here. I had a feeling that kid was shady. It couldn't have been him, could it? This is too hard to believe. Half an hour later, inside the Tianfeng safe zone, at a mutant material purchasing point, Ye Ning brought a few things he had collected. The moment the owner saw the large bag, he eagerly greeted him. "Do you want to sell all of these materials? What's the estimated price for the whole lot?" Although Ye Ning could sell directly through the system's trading channel, at this stage, he couldn't afford to waste any resources. Every penny had to be spent wisely, so an offline transaction was the most suitable option. After an inspection, the shop manager enthusiastically announced, "Hello! These 4 materials from a peak first-tier mutant can be used to craft a set of armor and an offensive weapon. Their value is around 697 credits. It looks like this is your first time here, so we'll use our new customer promotion and round it up to 700 credits. How does that sound?" Yi Ning was stunned. He thought to himself that in the apocalypse, 700 credits could be exchanged for over 200 kilograms of meat or used to hire 7 to 8 mercenaries to fight for him. This was considered a very high price. Yi Ning had no reason to refuse. He immediately agreed and told the owner to process the payment. "Yes, the credits have been transferred. Please check to see if you've received them. We also sell equipment, supplies, and firearms, and can even take special custom orders. Sir, is there anything else you need? Do you have any skill books? The sword skill type?" The owner hesitated. "We do have sword skill books, but their rank is a bit low. Actually, it's not just our guild. The entire Tianfeng safe zone is the same. We only have D-rank sword skill books." An employee immediately brought out 3 books and asked if Ye Ning was interested. He took them for a look. One was the D-rank skill, Rage Slash. The skill effect consumes a portion of stamina and spirit power, then unleashes a charged forward attack that deals 1.2 times your strength attribute in damage. The second book was the D-rank skill, Quick Draw Slash, which consumes a significant amount of stamina to increase your attack speed and deal 1.2 times your agility attribute in damage on the first strike. The third book was the D-rank skill, Continuous Slash, which consumes a high amount of stamina and spirit. When attacking, it executes 3 rapid slashes, each dealing 0.6 times your strength attribute in damage, with a chance to apply a bleeding effect. These were all the lowest tier books, basically trash. Although he didn't have to worry about the power of the skills after they were modified by the Sword God system, the effects of the modified skill were still heavily tied to the original, so he couldn't just choose one at random. Take Crimson Sword Aura, for example. Its power was terrifying, but it had a short casting delay and wasn't very flexible due to its massive area of effect. If he were to face a high-level agility-type mutant in the future, once it dodged the Crimson Sword Aura, it could strike while Ye Ning's skill was on cooldown. The owner was still wearing a sycophantic grin, trying to make a sale. Esteemed customer, aren't you going to pick one? Actually, if you're not in a hurry, I can order a skill book from another safe zone. You just have to pay the processing fee, and we can find you a C-rank skill. If you don't specify the type, we might even get a B-rank one. Ye Ning didn't hesitate and made his decision instantly. No need, I'll take this quick draw / book. He was actually very curious to see how much a skill that increases attack speed could be enhanced. The owner thought to himself, this guy has the power to sell materials from a peak first-tier mutant, yet he's picking such a garbage skill. Is he just rich and reckless? Oh well, a sale's a sale, so who cares? He put on his saccharine, enthusiastic face again. Quick draw / for 600 credits. Let's get this skill book packaged for our esteemed guest. Selling this book was like striking gold for them. Ye Ning strolled home, thinking to himself, I still have 100 credits left. I should buy some delicious food for Xiao An. As soon as he got home, his sister was stunned, wondering why her brother had brought home so much food. The young man explained confidently, I'm an awakened one. Didn't I tell you last time? From now on, we'll only eat good food. Ye Ning even bought some extra snacks. In the apocalypse, just ensuring survival is already incredibly difficult. Snacks are an absolute luxury. As soon as she saw them, Xiao An screamed with delight. Wow, I heard only officials' families have snacks. No one on our streets has ever seen snacks before. He patted his sister's head encouragingly. Go on and eat. Xiao An will have plenty of things like this in the future. I promise and guarantee it. 2 hours after eating, the little girl went to bed. Mom was working overtime today, so she came home late. Now that no one would bother him, he could finally learn the skill book, so he started to open it. In an instant, he successfully learned the D-rank skill book, Divine Sword Draw. Current skill slots 2 out of 4. The skill transformed into the SSS rank, Celestial Flowing Light. Ye Ning closed his eyes tightly, feeling the skill's effect consume 4,000 mana points, unleashing a single slash. While that attack's power and agility would be increased by 600% for 1 second. The attack, carrying a destructive sword aura, could inflict irregular limb-severing effects on the first target hit, with a certain probability of triggering a special fatal blow effect. I can't believe it can increase agility by 600%. Even if it's just for 1 second, it can compensate for the skill's slow attack speed. I really made the right choice. Next, I should find a place to test this sword skill. He suddenly remembered something and opened the cabinet to find an item, taking out a poison-proof mask. I remember now. If I want to test speed, only that place is suitable. 2 hours later, on the outskirts of Nguyen Thien Phong's city, thick fog swirled mysteriously, with monsters crawling everywhere. This is the place. The Kim Nguyen residential area. It seems that in both my past life and this one, the Kim Nguyen residential area has remained an unexplored zone. Ye Ning recalled an old memory. In his past life, by chance, he discovered that this residential area housed a Tier 2 mutant that had nearly maxed out speed and agility, and it also carried an extremely valuable piece of blue-grade equipment. A careless glance down and he was already covered in its sticky slime. It stalked Ye Ning from behind, and as soon as he turned around, he saw it lunging at him. Its suction cup mouth opened wide, trying to swallow his head whole. Ye Ning quickly drew his sword and with a few basic slashes, made it collapse. Luckily, it was just a zombie. If it had been the climber, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fighting it in this swamp would be beyond hell mode, so he immediately moved to another location. In a flash, he was inside a deserted warehouse. The moment he entered, monsters were lurking everywhere. In my past life, when I fought it, I was already Tier 2, fully equipped with blue-grade gear, and I still got seriously injured fighting it. Now, with my current physical stats being a bit slow, I'm afraid the climber would tear me to shreds. If I remember correctly, the climber should be somewhere around here. Turning his head, the young man spotted a ventilation fan. I don't know if this was here in my past life, he thought, making use of the iron rungs. Maybe I just didn't notice it back then. It feels like I can use this to set a trap. Ye Ning bent them, pointing them outwards like sharp spikes. It seems he planned to lure the monster over and use this to skewer it. From a puddle below, a hidden elite monster struggled to emerge. It saw Ye Ning and charged at him with incredible speed. He quickly dodged the attack, letting it smash its head straight into the wall. I have to finish it off quickly. If the climber shows up too, I'm screwed. The elite monster roared in pain. It fell for it that quickly. This trap is actually useful. Something was leaping rapidly behind the building. The one thing he didn't want to happen happened. The system announced that a mid-tier, second-stage mutant, the Climber, had appeared. At this point, he was screwed. The young man never expected a 1 versus 2 situation like this would still happen. Standing between two massive monsters, Ye Ning was completely bewildered. He even felt that the Climber's speed was faster than in his previous life. Because it was so close, his proximity to the Climber made its next attack easier to dodge. However, predicting where the other elite monster would focus its attacks was not so easy. There was no time to think too much. He absolutely had to dodge the Climber's attacks. But dodging one meant the other would rush in, forcing him to block depending on the situation. His excitement didn't last long before Ye Ning was disappointed. Setting that trap was completely useless, and now he was even more seriously injured. Damn it, it completely backfired. Although I came here to test a skill, the situation is too dangerous now. Using Sword Wind Storm would be much safer. But now, using the Sword Storm to wipe them out seems impossible. The Climber's speed is too fast, the Sword Storm can't hit it, and I also have to dodge the attacks of the two mutants at the same time. A rankless person's physical stats can't handle that. So, I can only use the Sky-Piercing Light Ray skill, but it's a quick draw slash, a single target attack. Ye Ning had no choice but to sheath his sword again. The two monsters got feisty and charged at him simultaneously. The young man suddenly remembered, wait, I recall the skill description saying that the Sky-Piercing Light Ray's attack carries its own sword aura. Although I don't know how long the sword aura is, to be safe, I'll just calculate based on the shortest length I know. If my guess is correct, the length of my arm plus the length of the sword, combined with the length of the sword aura, means that even if Sky-Piercing Light Ray is a single target skill, it should be enough to hit both monsters at once. Ye Ning decisively activated the Quick Draw Slash, Sky-Piercing Light Ray, attacking them both at the same time, the powerful impact causing energy to radiate everywhere. The fact that several parts of the monster's bodies fell off says it all. Ye Ning, standing right between them, managed to cut down both monsters with a single attack. Not only did the skill description mention it could cause irregular dismemberment on the first target hit, but the sword aura even had a splash effect. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have risked attacking both at once. But on second thought, the young man had his doubts. That's not quite right either. The attack's effect isn't guaranteed to activate. This skill still needs more research. The system immediately sent notifications. You have killed a higher-level climber, a mid-tier rank 2 mutant, and received a huge amount of spiritual energy experience points. You have killed a river guide, a high-tier rank 1 mutant, and received spiritual energy experience points along with a white-grade mutant material, the climber's leg. You have received a blue-grade mutant material, the Jin Shi core. You have received the blue-grade equipment, numbing wind claws. Although it was risky just now, the rewards were well worth it. At the Tianfeng Military District Guard Post, they detected a massive energy wave fluctuating throughout the entire area. What is this? An unprecedented abnormal energy fluctuation? We must sound the alarm immediately. As soon as the alarm rang, all personnel were in an uproar. What's happening? Why did the alarm suddenly go off? We've detected an abnormal energy fluctuation in the suburbs. Could it be that some rank 3 awakened person took action in the suburbs? None of our Tianfeng military districts rank 3 awakened are recorded as being out today. Could it be a high-ranking official from another military district visiting, or some special operation from another country? Quick, send someone to the scene to investigate. 20 minutes later, they had tracked down the area where the traces originated. I've never seen battle traces like this before. I don't seem to recall any rank 3 awakened in the military district using this move recently. Wait, take a look at this. Based on the residual energy, the spiritual energy used in this person's skill was at least over 4,000. To unleash 4,000 spiritual energy without being paralyzed on the spot and still be able to act, only a mid-tier rank 3 master could do that. Looking more closely, the inspector was startled. This is an emergency. It's beyond our authority. We must report to the Grand Marshal immediately. After cleaning everything up, Ye Ning casually strolled back through the Tianfeng safe zone. He was very excited. It can both teleport and deal explosive damage, truly worthy of being a top-tier piece of equipment that could sell for 60,000 credit points in his past life's memory. I hope it can sell for a good price in this life too. It's too late now, so the offline shops are all closed. Ye Ning decided to try listing it for sale online. The moment he hit the submit button, someone asked for the price a second later. Isn't that a bit too fast? Hello, I want these numbing wind claws. Can you sell them to me at a discounted price? Ye Ning replied bluntly. 60,000 credit points. No bargaining. Hey buddy, can I use other resources like skill equipment and food to substitute for part of the credit points? Seeing that Ye Ning wasn't replying, the person was worried they wouldn't be able to buy the item. Boss, are you still there? Can you sell it to me for 30,000? Please. Ye Ning was actually finding this amusing. So many people want to buy it, looks like I don't have to worry about whether it will sell. He started to negotiate. Brother, add me as a friend. Let's discuss the details. The specific price will definitely satisfy you. If you really want it, the credit points can't be less than 30,000. Other items, including white-grade equipment, are also acceptable, but I only need sword-type skills, and spirit fruits would be best. The guy on the other side of the screen sounded extremely eager, absolutely determined. This top-tier piece of equipment, even if I have to sell everything I own, I must buy it. He immediately ordered his subordinates. All right, take inventory of all the equipment in the tribe, especially anything related to the swordsman class. Understood, Chief. We guarantee it'll be done. After half an hour of scouring, they returned with the results. Chief, all the equipment we could find is here. After thinking for a moment, the chief still felt it wasn't enough. I feel like this still isn't enough. I need to make a down payment to reserve the item. Now, go gather the money, quickly. After a short wait, Ye Ning's deposit of credit points was transferred. The young man looked very satisfied. Heh, does this guy really love equipment that much? In my past life, until the day I died, my mother and Xiaoan always lived in fear, without a single good day. Now that I'm reborn and have resources, making them suffer again would make this rebirth meaningless. I must let my mother and Xiaoan live the best life possible, the chief messaged back. Boss, the rest is being gathered. It will definitely be sent over tomorrow. The next morning, at the Tianfeng Real Estate Company, the place was crowded with people. As soon as he walked in, a staff member greeted him very enthusiastically. Hello. May I ask what type of house you two are looking to buy? Have you looked here before? Ye Ning led his little sister, who was bewildered by all this splendor. I want to buy the best house available, as soon as possible because I'm in a hurry. Is there anything ready for immediate move-in? The female employee looked at him with disdain, thinking to herself, a level 0 awakened one dares to come look at houses. You can't even afford a single brick here, she replied. The best type of house costs 40,000 credit points. It's very expensive. Why don't you go over there and look at the 2,000 point options? I have other customers to attend to. Ye Ning boldly declared. No need, 40,000 credit points is fine. Let's transfer the money right now. The female employee challenged him. If you have the money, then transfer it. You can move in today. How about that? She said it out loud, but in her heart, she was filled with contempt. This guy reeks of poverty, coming here to spout nonsense. If you don't have the money, then get lost and stop wasting my time. Ye Ning opened his device and told her to wait a little longer. The phone displayed his current balance as 13,000 credit points. Insufficient credit points, transaction failed. The employee became even more annoyed. Hey buddy, did you come here to mess with me because you're broke? Your few minutes must be really valuable. Just wait a bit and tens of thousands of credit points will appear. Huh. Xiaoan looked completely confused and pitiful, and just as she finished speaking, a new message arrived. The other party was negotiating with Ye Ning. Boss, time was a bit tight. I only managed to gather 39,375 credit points, plus some equipment and spirit fruits. Do you think we can make a deal? The equipment sent included a white-grade tactical armor made from mutated beast hide, 2 white-grade shoulder pads, a white-grade arm guard, a pair of tactical leather pants, a white-grade ring, and 6 white-grade spirit fruits. Ye Ning immediately accepted the trade. The ding of the notification message was the moment the female employee's face showed utter shock. 39,375 credit points have been transferred to your account. She began her face-changing act, turning to him with her phone out, unusually cheerful. Big brother, you're truly a young talent. So wealthy at such a young age, I'm truly stunned by you. Ye Ning, with a confused look, asked back, can the transfer be made? If not, I'll find someone else. The female employee eagerly replied, Big brother, I can do it. I really can. Whatever you ask, I can do it all. My esteemed big brother, I am honored to serve you. I will ensure you are absolutely satisfied. After the successful transfer, Ye Ning and his sister were led to a magnificent and splendid house. Xiaoan still couldn't believe her eyes. Brother, are we really going to live here from now on? From now on, Xiaoan won't have to go scavenge in the junkyard anymore. Take the keys, and bring Mom over here later, okay? He told her to handle it herself, as he had some business to attend to outside. Night had fallen, and the young man climbed to the rooftop of a building. The resources gained from killing the climbers were almost gone. I need to restock quickly. The high-level mutated beings around Tianfeng have all been cleared out by the army. The remaining grinding spots will automatically refresh, but they can only be used to train low-level awakeners. Right now, the only option is Corp C Academy. That's a dungeon outside the Tianfeng safe zone, the only place where spirit energy fruits can drop, and it also has Tier 2 mutants. Furthermore, there's a special reward based on the clearance rating. No one has achieved the highest rating for the dungeon yet, which means the special reward is still available. And since I have an SSS rank skill, I can definitely conquer Corp C Academy. The young man did a few flips and jumped down. Do you wish to enter the C rank dungeon, Corp C Academy? The current level restriction for the dungeon is Tier 2. Ye Ning immediately confirmed, and the system announced that he was successfully matched. The current number of people in the dungeon is 14. The Corp C Academy dungeon will start in 1 minute. The current setting is a normal background with no supernatural or special events. The enemies in the dungeon are zombie mutants and a few humans. The dungeon's timeline is set 7 days after the apocalypse broke out. The people who turned into zombies have already taken over the academy. Completing the basic mission allows you to leave the dungeon. Ye Ning found himself in a classroom with several other people. He was still staring intently at the system notification panel. The current basic mission is to survive in the academy for 12 hours. During this time, you cannot leave the academy. The mission reward is a random white grade item and 4 spirit energy experience points. You can choose any of the following missions. Eliminate the headless female zombie, D rank difficulty. Eliminate the butcher mutant, C rank difficulty. Eliminate all zombies in the academy, C rank difficulty. A blonde young man named Gao Yun was standing behind Freak. Has anyone here run this Corp C dungeon before? I've done it once. If no one else has, I can nominate myself as the team leader for everyone. A bald-headed guy chimed in with support. I heard the academy's difficulty is very high. If you have experience, then please lead the team. Gao Yun put on a serious expression. The difficulty of this dungeon is considered high among all Tier 2 dungeons. If we don't coordinate well, it's very easy to get wiped out. After talking for a while, he noticed Ye Ning still had his back turned, seemingly uninterested. Gao Yun had no choice but to call out to him. Hey you, level 0, a level 0 kid coming to this dungeon. Aren't you just looking for a quick way to die? You're in the wrong dungeon, kid. Didn't anyone tell you this is a Tier 2 dungeon? Ye Ning didn't say a word. Just a slight glance back was enough to make the guy flinch. Holy crap, this level 0 kid looks a bit sinister. What's a level 0 doing here? We don't have time to babysit you, so if you can't handle it, stay far away. Don't drag us down. After a moment, Gao Yun waved his hand dismissively. Ah, forget it. Just follow behind us and leech some experience points. After all, a level 0 needs a chance to improve. But everyone, the basic reward for this dungeon is just 1 white grade item. I'm sure you all came here for the high difficulty missions, so you all must remember my warning very carefully. Absolutely do not accept any missions on your own. Understand? Last time I ran this dungeon, I didn't understand these things and ended up pulling 2 bosses at the same time. As a result, most of my teammates fell. We had to rely on 2 peak Tier 2 teammates, risking their lives just to barely clear it. I was scared to death back then and got nothing out of it. I don't even dare to think about it now. Ye Ning was still focused on the system screen. If that's the case, my stats are still a bit lacking. Looks like I can't be stingy with the spirit energy fruits. As far as I know, many Tier 2 Awakeners don't even have a total of 18 stat points, but my strength stat has already reached 17. My stat panel isn't much different from a Tier 2 ability user's. These stats, plus my 2 SSS rank skills, are definitely enough to sweep through Corp C Academy. Now, Ye Ning's entire body was brimming with power and momentum. Gao Yun arrogantly instructed everyone. The protective barrier is about to disappear. Everyone, except the headless female zombie mission first. This boss is a mid-tier 2. With 14 of us taking it on together, we shouldn't suffer too many losses. Captain, we'll all listen to your commands anyway. The only curvy girl in the group started using her feminine wiles to play mind games. Captain, if there's any danger later, you have to help little old me, okay? The group set out immediately after. The protective barrier around the academy vanished, and before anyone could do anything, they saw Ye Ning dashing forward. Their faces were filled with question marks. What the heck? Isn't that the level 0 guy up ahead? He charged in all by himself. Damn it, what is he trying to do? Does he have a death wish? What should we do now? Will his actions affect us? Cao Van raised his hand and shouted, he's just a level 0 player. Ignore him. Everyone just follow me, and don't break formation. Focus up, let's move out together. The area grew increasingly desolate and cold. Ye Ning was running up the stairs when he suddenly heard cries for help. Big brother, please save us. We're trapped in here. Can you lead us out? They looked human, but Ye Ning had already seen through to their true forms. He casually ran right past them, even giving each of them a kick. My teammates from my past life thought you were side quest NPCs for the dungeon, so they stopped to save you, only to be ambushed by you, losing their lives after being brutally torn apart. I can't forget that scene, even when I close my eyes. The Butcher Dungeon is the easiest place to get the best gear. I'll go to the rooftop to find it first, then lure out the hidden boss and use the Storm Sword to finish them all off. Meanwhile, the other team was still sneaking around. This junkyard is the spawn point for the headless female corpse. Before we engage, try to avoid fighting other smaller mobs. The whole group moved slowly, following Cao Van and his commands completely. The more dungeon mobs you kill at the beginning, the more frenzied the mobs will become later on. Fighting the boss directly is actually the lowest difficulty. After dealing with the first boss, the dungeon mobs will go into a collective frenzy. When that happens, we'll hide. We'll wait for the frenzy buff effect to wear off, then proceed deeper. The black-haired girl following him tried her best to flatter him. With you here, Captain, clearing this dungeon will definitely be easy. The young man behind her told her to shut up, be quiet, look over there. Is that the boss? The system announced the attack of the headless female corpse, a mid-tier stage 2 mutant. There it was, on the roof of a wrecked car, with the face of a demon, holding a skull in its hand. The headless female corpse glanced over at Cao Van, who was peeking out with the lamest shield ever. He stepped forward, stammering, I'm a defense type. I can hold the monster's aggro. Everyone attack now. This team couldn't be more of a mess. The player with the archer class charged forward to open the attack. The bald guy shouted worriedly, "Captain, move a little to the right to avoid getting hit by the magic attack's friendly fire." After the shield temporarily contained the female corpse's magic, Salvan thought he saw a good opportunity. He jumped up, intending to counterattack, but in an instant, the female corpse was gone. After disappearing for about 3 seconds, it reappeared out of nowhere above the archer's head. "Captain, what's happening? Why did the boss come over to us?" Salvan stammered awkwardly. "Sorry, I couldn't hold it just now." Salvan tried to activate his shield again. "It's fine now, everyone. Continue attacking with the same rhythm as before." At the same time, Ye Ning was standing alone, observing and thinking deeply. The butcher mutant should be here. Why can't I see it? Let me check the quest. What's this? Wait a minute. The optional quest to kill the butcher is gone. I didn't accept the quest, so who did? As for the other group, everyone looked dumbfounded, not understanding why a second boss had appeared. It turns out that this Salvan guy had been sneaky. He had accepted the quest on his own without asking anyone. He thought to himself, as someone who awakened as a natural defense type, there's no way to deal high damage when fighting monsters. At the moment of quest settlement, it's very difficult to get priority for good gear. But if the boss has just a sliver of health left, and all my teammates are wiped out, the sole survivor who completes it will receive good gear even if the clear rating isn't high. Right after that, Calvan put on a great act, pretending to know nothing, and even shifted the blame. Who accepted the quest? Could it be that level 0 guy who ran off earlier? Damn it, is he trying to screw us over or what? I, Calvan, will definitely not let that guy's treacherous plan succeed. He feigned bravery and rushed towards the monster, holding out his shield convincingly. "Let me hold the monster's aggro. You all don't need to worry about anything. Just attack with all your might as fast as possible." Seeing Salvan risk his life to charge forward, the group was once again manipulated. "Captain, is there anyone in this world better than you?" Yi Ning, watching from above, had heard everything. He felt a surge of anger. "Wow, so you want to blame me and take all the gear for yourself? Not a bad plan. Unfortunately, you picked the wrong guy. There are 2 hidden bosses in this instance dungeon." He decided to accept the Class C mission to eliminate the Withered Bone Mutant, and also accepted the Class B mission to eliminate the Corpse Lord. The 2 monsters were summoned in an instant. Yi Ning fearlessly drew his weapon. "Don't just stand there gawking. Come play with me." As they charged at him in unison, Ye Ning did a flip and jumped down, just as he planned. It seems they all followed, and they're all in a berserk state. Excellent. Salvan looked up in confusion. "Isn't that the level 0 guy?" Ye Ning landed right next to him. Salvan's face immediately turned pale. Why? Why is he here? Just then, the 2 monsters also landed. Salvan froze on the spot, seeing him stunned. Ye Ning even patted his shoulder comfortingly. "Didn't you say you like to play? Go have a blast with these 4 bosses." Calvan was utterly horrified when he realized Ye Ning had accepted all the missions. Ye Ning slipped past and whispered in his ear, "I have to apologize for putting you in such an unfair situation." Calvan was so furious he could spit blood. He originally planned to fight these Awakeners, spend the last 3 hours dealing with the boss, but his entire plan was ruined by this level 0 guy. He had no choice but to run for his worthless life. "Everyone, run to the rooftop!" The others saw their leader running and followed suit. Yi Ning was a bit smug. "This is fine. Gathering them all at the lecture hall will make cleaning up easier." As soon as they ran inside, a young man on the team went crazy and took out all his frustration on Ye Ning. "You piece of trash who drags everyone down. I won't let you get away with this." As this person attacked, Yi Ning easily dodged the attack. "What's going on? I'm a level 2 slasher, and he's just a level 0. He shouldn't have been able to dodge that, right?" Yi Ning then spoke up. "Your teammate died at the hands of Tu Chi, right? I wasn't the one who accepted that mission." Everyone's faces went blank. What? They turned to criticize Calvan. "You intentionally released that disabled female student to harm Zhang Dao, didn't you? You wanted to use us as cannon fodder, and then take all the experience points for yourself?" Calvan stammered, not knowing how to explain. "Now is not the time for infighting. That kid has already accepted all the subsequent missions. The mutants will be here soon. We have to defend this place if we want to survive. Defend my A****. 4 enhanced, level 2 mutants. We can't possibly defend against them. Not to mention the Corpse Monarch. That thing is at the peak of level 2. One person in the group, seeing them being too noisy, impatiently shouted, "Stop arguing! This building can't be destroyed unless it's by a level 3. That disabled girl and the other 3 have large bodies, so they can only climb up from the outside. We'll split into 2 teams and block all ranged attacks from the 3-headed mutant. The others will block the disabled girl at the main entrance and the horde of zombies. If we can make it out of here alive, I'll definitely chop off the heads of Calvan and that level 0 kid." Monsters swarmed up the building. "This guy seems to talk a big game," Yi Ning thought to himself. "Let's see if he can even last that long." The entire team coordinated their attacks, unleashing radioactive flames and ice tentacles. The power of the fire caused a huge explosion. In just a moment, the 4 bosses had already climbed up. They couldn't believe how fast it was. They started to panic. Our full power attacks can't stop them at all. At this rate, we're done for. We're running out of energy. Cao Van was also facing several monsters at once. I'm screwed. I have to fight. It's all over. After a good number of them had arrived, Yi Ning pulled another trick, calling out, "If you want to live, jump down after me." Everyone was confused as they saw the young man crouch down. What's going on? Is he giving up first? What a lunatic. A total waste. Yi Ning did a few flips, and a massive explosion shook everything. They looked up at an overwhelmingly powerful energy pressure. Did that level 0 guy cause that explosion? How is that possible? At this point, they had to go all in. They charged forward to take the gamble, jumping after Ye Ning in unison. Now, only Cao Van was left standing there dumbfounded, afraid that jumping down would lead to an even more miserable death. I'm a defense type. If I stay here, I might just be able to hold on. Yi Ning looked smug. Cao Van, you were right not to jump. He began to activate Sword Flow Storm to blow up the entire rooftop. Cao Van tried to block with his shield, but it seemed to be too much for him. The others, mid-jump, still couldn't believe this was the work of the level 0 guy. White smoke billowed everywhere. With such a massive explosion, the boss was annihilated in an instant. Cao Van was also vaporized. The group finally understood why Ye Ning dared to come and face the challenge. This level of power had to be at least 3rd rank. After taking care of business, Ye Ning appeared looking incredibly badass, completely unharmed without a single scratch. Is everyone all right? One person stepped forward to represent the group and bowed in apology. Master, we were blind to your greatness and were disrespectful to you earlier. The archer stammered in explanation. When I mentioned a level 0 dog earlier, I wasn't actually talking about you. It's fine. That doesn't matter. Next, find all the remaining zombie stragglers here and take care of them. That shouldn't be a problem, right? They all bowed in unison and immediately followed Ye Ning's orders. The moment he left, they couldn't stop praising him, calling him handsome, young, and incredibly strong. It looked like that young man had completely fallen for Ye Ning. Meanwhile, Ye Ning was still completely focused. He remembered hearing in his past life that the headless female zombie carried a hidden blue-grade piece of equipment. He stopped and spotted half a skull lying around. The battle had been so destructive that searching for anything was difficult. Suddenly, he saw a faint glint of light. He went over to check and finally found it. You have obtained a blue-grade item, the Resentful Skull. The item's effects have 2 branches, Psychokinesis and Mental Probe. You must place it on your forehead to use it. This skull was indeed very useful for a psychic type. Up until now, psychic types had always been looked down upon, mainly because they couldn't materialize a concrete ultimate skill like other awakened types. Furthermore, they couldn't inflict tangible damage. Now, with this buff, the rise of the psychic types was finally within reach. The moment Ye Ning placed it on his head, the item released a powerful energy that sent agonizing pain through his entire body. He was now surging with psychokinetic power. He immediately tested it on a massive falling boulder. After concentrating for just a second, he was able to make it shatter. He tried to regain his composure and shouted an attack command. Pockmarked holes were created, smoldering with smoke. Yi Ning thought to himself, not bad power. It'll definitely be stronger once I level up. Now, let's test the mental probe. He placed both hands on his forehead to check on the other group. The entire situation, including the movements of every single person, appeared in Ye Ning's mind. This included their exact positions and their distance from him. It seemed the maximum detection range was 29 meters, but that was more than enough for now. Just as he thought that, the system announced that all zombies in the Shihai Academy had been completely eliminated. All missions were now complete. The option to exit the dungeon has been initiated. Upon exiting, rewards would be calculated based on his performance in the dungeon. For Ye Ning, his completion rate was 100%, earning him an SSS rank. The random rewards were 1 blue-grade equipment, 6 white-grade equipment, and 3 random attribute points, and 1 B-rank skill book. For defeating the headless female zombie, the bloody butcher, the withered bone, and the corpse monarch while under-leveled, he received an additional 2 attribute points. The rewards sounded very generous. He could sell the white-grade equipment online when he returned. Yi Ning's current level had also reached the peak of level 1. He needed to accept a rank-up quest soon to advance. He eagerly checked to see what blue-grade item he got. Upon opening it, he found the blue-grade item was the Thundering Boots. Equipment attributes: Agility +2, running speed increased by 20%, and jumping power increased by 20%. For its equipment effect, it carries a paralysis effect. This effect has no cost. As for its equipment skill, activating Thunderstep increases agility by 10 points for 2 seconds and grants 1 charge attack. An attack with 10 bonus agility points. Wouldn't that basically make him an agility type? He decided not to sell it, put on the Thundering Boots, and went to accept the rank-up quest. Shortly after, he went to the Tianfeng Night Mission Center and, while yawning, asked the staff member to give him a rank-up quest. The girl asked, a level 0 ranking up to level 1? After reading the quests, he decided to accept all 4 of the second-rank quests. The female staffer was stunned, thinking she must have misheard. What did you say? Accept all 4 quests? Are you insane or am I dreaming? After double-checking Ye Ning's information, the girl laughed incredulously. He's really level 0? Haha, so you're the one who's dreaming. But even setting that aside, accepting 4 quests at once, is there something wrong with your head? Besides System Awakeners, everyone else takes 1 quest at a time. Don't you know the penalty for failing a quest is very severe? Ye Ning replied calmly. Failing a single quest will deduct 50% of my main attribute, and if I fail all of them, I'll become a cripple or even die. I can indeed bear this consequence. Ye Ning was determined. The test results show that you are at the peak of the first tier. Now, can you process the quests for me? The female staff member had no reason to refuse. Just then, a man walked over. Iro, isn't this Ye Ning, the one with the SS rank talent? This person was the captain of the Tianfeng Safety Zone's reconnaissance team, named Huang Xiao. It's so late. A tier 0 like you is still here to accept quests. Why do you need to be so reckless? After all, no matter how hard you struggle, what can a mental type system possibly achieve? The female staff member stammered an explanation. Sir, actually. Before she could finish, a group of people had assembled behind him. Reporting, Captain, everyone has assembled. We suspect we found traces of a 3rd-tier combat awakened at Shihai Academy. The higher-ups have ordered us to investigate immediately. Everyone, move out. Let's go. Ye Ning stood there and just smiled faintly, not expecting that news of his destructive power had reached them so quickly. The former zoo was now Tianlei Park. Commander, aren't we going to inform the Tianfeng Safety Zone? I've seen Tianfeng dispatching troops everywhere these past few days. It seems like they're looking for something. It couldn't be us, could it? The man in iron armor, wielding a massive broadsword, was the commander of the Jiang Town area, a 3rd-tier awakened named Hong Gang. Hong Gang boasted confidently, my son, Hong Xing, was just selected for the Project Fireseed A-list. I want to find some blue-grade equipment for him. It's no big deal. Besides, a while ago, the Tianfeng Zone was extremely dejected because the higher-ups rejected the SS rank Ye Ning. Telling them about this now would just be rubbing salt in their wound, wouldn't it? Yes. You're absolutely right, Commander. Hong Gang turned back with a scowl. But is your intel accurate? Is there really only one peak 2nd-tier beast here about to advance to the 3rd tier? I don't want to have come all the way from Jiangtown to this remote Tianfeng area for nothing, the subordinate confidently replied. Rest assured, Commander, the intel is definitely accurate. That Corpse Tiger is guaranteed to drop blue-grade equipment. With that, the group got straight to work. Meanwhile, Ye Ning was standing on high ground, surveying the entire scene. A system quest appeared before him. Strength System Advancement Quest. Eliminate a peak 1st-tier mutant, the Corpse Hound. Agility System Advancement Quest. Obtain a wing feather from a 2nd-tier mutant, the Wind Vulture. Constitution System Advancement Quest. Form a team to eliminate a 2nd-tier mutant, the Blood Bear. Willpower System Advancement Quest. Survive a low-level supernatural event for 24 hours. Among those advancement quests, 2 of them were in Tianlei Park. Ye Ning figured he could find a way to complete them both at the same time. He activated his mental probe to scan the surroundings, and suddenly discovered another squad of ability users who wanted to steal his mobs. Among them, he spotted Hong Gang, the 3rd-tier awakened. For some reason, the man glanced up, giving the young man a huge scare, so he quickly retracted his mental probe. That was a close call. He was almost discovered. Ye Ning was filled with anxiety. This was a tricky situation now. If they really steal my quest objectives, I'll definitely be judged as having failed. No, I have to act fast. Immediately after, he jumped down. At the same time, the Corpse Hound and the Blood Bear appeared, surrounding the squad of ability users. They scrambled to fight the monsters. Everyone, split up and attack immediately. Lure them away from the commander first, and focus on fighting flexibly to buy time. A young man and a girl named Aru volunteered to handle the Corpse Hound, while the rest would take on the Blood Bear. Aru confidently taunted it. Come here, little doggy. Big sis has a bone for you. Hong Gang was suddenly alarmed when he felt an overwhelmingly powerful pressure. It seemed the Corpse Tiger had appeared. As soon as he turned his head, it was looming right behind him. Hong Gang was extremely calm, and even looked excited, right on time. With his sword in hand, he was ready to fight the Corpse Tiger solo. Ye Ning was hiding in the bushes. It seems this 3rd-tier guy is most likely here for the blue-grade equipment on the Corpse Tiger. I have to complete my quests. As for the blue-grade equipment, although I really want it too, sneak attacking to steal a kill is just immoral. There's no need to confront a tier 3 over this. Now, if he couldn't even beat the Corpse Tiger, that would be a different story. Right now, these monsters aren't lined up, and the distance between them is over 100 meters. And I only have one use of Heavenly Rift Flash, so if the distance is too great, something might go wrong. I have to wait for a guaranteed opportunity to use it. The Corpse Tiger is currently in a berserk state, growling as it charges forward. Hong Kwang continuously activates Wind Slash. Assessing the situation, Ye Ning decided he had to steal this monster. He focused on them and activated Provoking Light Stream. An overwhelming amount of power descended immediately after, leaving the group confused and unsure of what was happening. Is this a mid-tier or high-tier tier 3? Hong Kwang was also panicking, and when he looked back, The corpse tiger was already gone. The squad of ability users was furious. Who dares to steal my kill? Hong Kwang, however, calmed down, knowing his place. He realized this person's strength was far superior to his, and he couldn't confront them head-on. It would be better to find the Tianfeng commander, Xiao Hai, to sort this out. Meanwhile, after stealing the kill, Ye Ning happily skipped away, his face beaming with joy. The system announced that he had defeated the Blood Bear Corpse Dog and the Corpse Tiger, which were above his level, earning him 3 attribute points. He also received mutated materials: dog fangs, bear paws, and tiger eyes. He got the item White Assimilation Blood and the equipment White Giant Bear Helmet and the Blue Resentful Tiger Gauntlets. As soon as he landed, Ye Ning opened the info panel for the blue-grade Resentful Tiger Gauntlets. Resentful Tiger Gauntlets, an auxiliary weapon. Its attributes increase strength by 3 points, increases agility by 2 points, and boosts attack speed by 30%. Using the gauntlets inflicts one-time mental damage on the target, causing a short stun and having a chance to inflict fear. The cooldown is 24 hours. The equipment evaluation reads, a pair of gauntlets filled with resentment, and those who face it must endure the fear of a ferocious tiger. After reading the description, Ye Ning understood. No wonder that Tier 3 commander wanted it. Ye Ning immediately equipped the gauntlets. Meanwhile, at the Tianfeng Investigation Department, Huang Xiao, captain of the Tianfeng Safe Zone Investigation Unit, was yawning, frustrated that he couldn't find any leads. He had been investigating the Corpse C incident all night, but just like with the rotting corpse forest before, there were absolutely no clues about the mysterious Tier 3 individual. He didn't even know if it was the same person. Just then, an officer rushed in. Captain, the reconnaissance team just detected 2 Tier 3 energy fluctuations in Tianluo Garden. What? Again? And 2 of them this time? Did our Tianfeng just poke a Tier 3 nest? Huang Xiao couldn't hesitate. Hurry, tell everyone to stop resting and assemble now. If we don't get to the bottom of this, the commander will have our hides when he gets back. Just then, Hong Kwang stormed in, looking for Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai, get out here. What's going on? Isn't this Commander Hong from the Zhenjiang district? Our Commander Xiao has already left for the front lines. What has made you so furious? Hong Kwang looked at Huang Xiao's clueless face. Who are you? Is it even worth talking to you? I am Huang Xiao, captain of the Tianfeng Investigation Unit and Commander Xiao's right-hand man. Commander Xiao isn't here, but if you don't mind, you can tell me what happened, and I'll see if I can help. Hong Kwang angrily began to explain. This morning I was hunting a corpse tiger in Tianluo Garden to get some equipment for my son, but just as I was about to succeed, a Tier 3 from your district stole the kill. Huang Xiao was startled. It seemed Hong Kwang was one of the 2 Tier 3s detected earlier. Hong Kwang continued fuming. I'm telling you, a Tier 3 from your Tianfeng district has no martial honor, daring to steal a kill. Do you get it? Haha, Commander Hong, you must be joking. Everyone knows our Tianfeng only has 1 Tier 3, Commander Zhao. Hong Kwang immediately grew even more furious. I knew talking to you would be useless. I'm going to the front lines to find Xiao Hai and demand justice. Let's go. Huang Xiao grew worried, not expecting the matter to escalate this quickly. It looked like he had to report this to Commander Xiao immediately. After receiving the report, Xiao Hai was also stunned. What did you say? A mysterious Tier 3 appeared in Tianfeng again, and they managed to steal a kill right from under Hong Kwang's nose? 1, or possibly even multiple Tier 3s, are hiding in Tianfeng. This is a huge hidden threat. This time, investigate it thoroughly for me. Now is not the time to worry and cause a panic. Yes, Commander. I will dispatch people to investigate throughout the city and gather clues related to the equipment received. Ye Ning was still sitting relaxed, eating a pastry at the Youth Learning Center. Only 2 more tasks left. A Wind Vulture's Feather and the Spirit Dungeon are what I need to advance to the 2nd stage. The Wind Vulture's Feather isn't hard to get. I can buy it online. Although the Wind Vulture is rare, its feather is essentially a low-level material. Lucky people might just pick one up, and it doesn't have any major uses, so it's better to just sell it. Yi Ning's trade request for a Wind Vulture feather was received by the system. Just as he posted the request, someone contacted him. Hello, are you looking to buy? Make an offer. This thing wasn't easy for me to get. Yi Ning, with his mouth full of pastry, was still sharp enough to notice that this person wasn't being very honest, but time was of the essence, so there was no need to waste words. Yi Ning immediately made an offer. Oh, is that so? I'll pay 800 credit points. How about that? On the other side of the screen, the man selling it was ecstatic. 800 credit points. That was an amount that a C-rank, first-stage person like him couldn't even earn in a whole year. To be blunt, the person on the other end was a big spender, and it would be a shame not to fleece him. Immediately, the man countered, 900. No, I'll sell it for 1,000 points. I really risked my life to get this feather. Yi Ning was fed up with this bluff, and after swallowing his pastry, he immediately shot back. What's this? What's this? If I'm not mistaken, you're only at the first stage, right? What could you possibly risk your life against a Wind Vulture with? You definitely just picked this up somewhere, didn't you? You saw my straightforward offer and got greedy, trying to rip me off. It's not like you don't know the market price for a wind vulture feather, do you? I was in a hurry, but now I'm not. If you don't want to sell, you can just keep it for yourself. After getting a full lecture, the other guy had to back down. All right, say no more. Ahem. Just pay the 800 like you said. Even though he was making the deal, Ye Ning was still annoyed. People's greed truly knows no bounds. He decided to teach the guy a lesson. I've changed my mind now. I'm only paying 400. If you don't sell, someone else will. The other guy, full of regret and whining, still accepted. Yes, you can have it. With the transaction complete, now only the spirit dungeon at the Youth Learning Center remained. It said that this dungeon is unlike other combat dungeons, and in its entire history, no one has ever received an SSS rank evaluation. That's because this place doesn't test combat ability, but rather mental fortitude. Right now, Ye Ning was about to enter the Youth Learning Center and take this opportunity to test just how strong his own willpower was. As soon as he entered, the sky changed, and the young man was stunned to find that besides him, other people were also challenging this dungeon at the same time. However, their conditions weren't looking good. A girl named Huang, he was suffering from a severe headache. A man named Fang Yuan had collapsed without a sound. A young man named Liang Tengfei was exhausted and scowling. This spirit dungeon was truly bizarre. Even the teleportation was different from other dungeons. A mature, white-haired man with glasses spoke up. Everyone, I am a peak first stage willpower type. My name is Li Jiping. Everyone here is a willpower type awakened, right? Liang Tengfei jumped. Big bro, do you even need to ask? Besides willpower types, who would choose this bizarre advancement mission? The girl, Huang He, also nodded. That's right, our willpower type's combat power is weak. We usually can't fight the mutants outside, and other awakened teams look down on us. Alright kids, even though we can't fight, I believe that in this dungeon that tests our will, we can definitely pass it smoothly. Besides, I have experience clearing other spirit dungeons twice. How about I lead the team this time? The others were excited. Uncle Li has experience, that's great. Li Jiping noticed Ye Ning wasn't saying anything and asked, Young man in the back, you haven't said a word. Do you have any good ideas? Ye Ning just smiled faintly. I have no opinion. I'm just in a bit of a hurry. Can we start the mission soon? The mission activated. Find the ghost hidden in Fanghua High School and seal it. Mission reminder. Through clues, you can deduce who is definitely the ghost. Warning, do not believe the ghost's words. Once the sealing talisman is activated, the mission will be considered a failure if it doesn't hit the ghost. As soon as they heard the word ghost, the faces of the group members turned pale. Li Jiping tried to reassure everyone, telling them not to worry. He said that although they're called ghosts, they're actually just humans who were transformed by a spiritual energy infection before losing consciousness. In essence, they are mutated entities of the will attribute, but ghosts are still quite formidable. They can not only block physical damage but also control human will. According to the first mission prompt, we'll head to the academic building first to search for clues. If you encounter a ghost, don't attack recklessly. Just run and call for help. I have a special technique to deal with them. Now, we'll split into 3 groups to search the classrooms, the records room, and the teacher's office. The girls are weaker, so they'll be in my group. Teng Fei and Fang Yuan will be one group, and Ye Ning will go alone. If anyone finds anything, share it in the group chat immediately. Don't hide any information. And so, Ye Ning went to the records room alone, shining his flashlight on a piece of paper on the floor. The room was basically empty, with only this newspaper clipping remaining. It stated that the homeroom teacher, Tao Guosheng, was suspected of assaulting Wang Feng, leading her to take her own life. Just then, a ghost swooped down from above, trying to bite Ye Ning's head off, but failed. He immediately froze it. A female ghost? Could it be Wang Fang? He activated his full willpower. Will materialization. The energy immediately affected the female ghost. She turned and fled. She's gone. Could it have just been a spiritual force sent to scout me out? Just then, the group chat started buzzing with information. A message from Huang He. Uncle Li and I found a report stating that 1 year ago, a fire broke out in the teacher's dormitory, leading to a terrible tragedy for several teachers. A message from Liang Tengfei. I found a contract demanding the school pay compensation for emotional damages. The only signatory was Wang Fang's family. A message from Fang Yuan. I discovered that after the fire, the school found records of Taoist priests who drew sealing talismans. A message from Ye Ning. A female student was harassed at the school 1 year ago. The victim, Wang Fang, is suspected of taking her own life. The alleged perpetrator is the homeroom teacher, Tao Guosheng. Li Ziping nodded. The clues seem very clear now. Wang Fang was assaulted by Tao Guosheng. Her family's request for compensation failed, and after she died, she became a vengeful spirit, creating the fire to take revenge on the teachers. Later, a Taoist priest sealed her away. Now that the talisman's power has weakened, our mission is to find it and seal her again. Huang He, share my analysis with everyone and tell them to gather at dormitory 2011, where the fire was. I'm guessing the sealing talisman is there. But Ye Ning thought differently. He felt this judgment was too simple and straightforward, but how could they have guessed dormitory 201? Liang Tengfei immediately followed the order to gather, certain that the ghost was indeed Wang Fang. Just then, something started following them, lurking behind with long, flowing hair. Brother Fei, I think something is following us, Tengfei screamed. It's Wang Fang! Run! They ran, screaming for their lives. Meanwhile, Yi Ning, Uncle Li, and Huang, he had arrived at the teacher's dormitory building. Those two still aren't here. I'll wait outside while you two go in and find the talisman. This iron door is stuck. I'll try to open it with my will. Ye Ning watched them struggle, and not wanting to waste time, he walked right up and kicked the door open with a loud bang. Uncle Li and Huang, he were stunned for a few seconds. With that kind of strength, is he really a will type? Ye Ning wasn't trying to show off, he just did it to save time. After searching for a moment, Huang he shouted, Uncle Li, we found the talisman. Ye Ning kept his flashlight aimed at a human-shaped scorch mark on the wall. Huang, did the clues you found earlier mention any teachers being burned alive in that room? No. Why are you asking? Just then, Teng Fei's group came running for their lives. Help, my friend. The female ghost was right behind them. Just moments ago, Fang Yuan had been possessed by the ghost. He lunged forward and bit Teng Fei right on the neck. Li Jiping said urgently, the ghost is possessing Fang Yuan now. I'll go hold him off. You two, quickly activate the talisman and prepare the seal. Before Huang, he could do anything, Ye Ning brought the talisman to his mouth and activated it. Li Ziping activated his will chains, trying to hold the ghost back. It struggled so violently that it seemed he couldn't hold on for much longer. Hurry up, I can't hold on for long. Seal it now while you have the chance. Yi Ning rushed forward decisively with a dangerous look on his face. Shockingly, he slapped the talisman directly onto Li Ziping's back and declared, Here I am, Teacher Dao Quaxin. Li Ziping was stunned and broke into a cold sweat, not expecting to be exposed so easily. Finally, with everything settled, Ye Ning had completed the instance. The system announced the completion progress was 100%, awarding an SSS rank evaluation and a specialized item, the Wrath Pearl, which increases spiritual energy recovery speed by 20% and boosts resistance to mental attacks by 25%. When hit by an attack from a supernatural entity, it can block one fatal blow. After blocking the damage, the item will disappear. The Wrath Pearl, condensed with resentment, could very well become Ye Ning's second life. The young man seemed very pleased with this reward. This is some good stuff. It could save his life if another supernatural event occurs. This was the mission center of the Tianfeng safe zone. It was now midnight, and Ye Ning returned to turn in his missions, much to the staff's astonishment. Didn't you just accept 4 Tier 2 advancement missions last night? Could he have finished them already, that fast? After checking the system, the female employee was even more stunned to see that all 4 were completed. Ye Ning's face was tense. Can you please hurry up? The girl sped up, typing continuously. Click 1, Strength System Advancement, mission complete. Received +1 strength point, credit points increased. Click 2, Agility System Advancement mission complete. Received +1 agility point, credit points increased. Click 3, Constitution System Advancement mission complete. Received +1 Constitution point, credit points increased. Click 4, Willpower System Advancement mission complete. Received +1 willpower point, credit points increased. The total credit points received from the 4 missions was 7,300. Yi Ning breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't even take a week to reach Tier 2. Having the Sword God system really made advancing much faster than in his previous life. After Ye Ning left, the staff member immediately called to report to her superiors. Regarding his personal information, Ye Ning's current stats were Strength 19, Agility 18, Constitution 15, and Willpower 35. Not counting the attribute points from equipment, his base stats were considered not bad for a Tier 2 individual. But to learn the B-rank swordsmanship skill book he bought last time, his attributes were still short by 25 points. Before an attribute reaches 20 points, 1 spiritual energy fruit can increase it by 1 point. After reaching 20, it would require more. In total, he would need at least 35 fruits. 1 fruit already cost 6,000 points, so he needed to prepare at least 210,000 credit points. Right now, he was still far short on credit points. The relatively good instances in the Tianfeng area had all been cleared. Now, only the Death Factory adjacent to Zhenjiang remained. If he remembered correctly, there was a top-tier blue-grade piece of equipment inside, which should sell for a good amount of money. Without hesitation, the young man hopped on his big bike and sped off. Just then, a red vortex swirled in the sky, covering the entire area. It seemed to be an omen of a violent zombie tide. Although in his past life, the great zombie outbreak didn't start until a year later, the Tianfeng safe zone had actually suffered an attack from a zombie tide before that, resulting in heavy casualties. If he recalled correctly, it would happen next week. Ye Ning had good intentions. He had to quickly inform Xiao Hai so he could prepare in advance. At that moment, Xiao Hai's helicopter flew by. He had also received Ye Ning's message. In the coming week, the Tianfeng safe zone will face 3 violent zombie tides. Please set up defenses quickly to ensure there are no losses. Xiao Hai was only startled for 3 seconds. Immediately after, he thought Ye Ning was just trying to get attention because he didn't receive SS rank treatment. He became dismissive and completely ignored the warning. His strength is still too low. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't seem right. After the last great war between humanity and the zombie tides 40 years ago, the apocalypse has been peaceful for a long time. The zombies are all contained in the cities where they first appeared. How could a tide break out so easily? Instead of wasting resources to prevent such things, the most important task at hand is to find the hidden Tier 3 individual of Tianfeng. In the Tianfeng Safe Zone's conference hall, Xiao Hai rushed back after receiving a report. Huang Xiao, did you say you found an important clue about the mysterious Tier 3 individual? Is that true? Yes, Commander. We've investigated and found that the most suspicious person is Ye Ning. Xiao Hai was a bit surprised to hear this. How could that be? Huang Xiao continued to explain. We were also skeptical and thought it was impossible, but after investigating, to be precise, the materials Ye Ning has been selling coincide with the time the third-tier individual took action. Furthermore, our investigation revealed that he recently purchased a spirit energy house, which is not something an ordinary person can afford. Xiao Hai now found this a bit more credible. Could that third-tier individual really be Ye Ning? How is that possible? Liao Tian, a representative from the military safe zone, also pointed out that it has only been 1 week since Ye Ning awakened. Even with an SS rank talent, it's impossible to level up that quickly. Zhang Lin, General Zhang's son, is also an SS rank awakened with a dual system of strength and agility, and with abundant resources, he has only managed to reach the first tier. Liao Tian stated firmly, as I see it, it's highly likely that a third-tier individual is secretly helping Ye Ning. Xiao Hai pondered for a moment and felt it made sense. That could be the case. Although the military doesn't think highly of Ye Ning, that third-tier person certainly doesn't think the same. Truly, an SS rank is extremely rare, so it's not impossible that someone is trying to secretly nurture him. If that's the case, we don't need to worry too much. We just need to find this third-tier individual and figure out a way to get them to help us. Just then, Huang Xiao received a notification from the mission center. Commander Xiao, news just came in that Ye Ning has completed 4 missions to advance to the second tier. Everyone was stunned and horrified. What? Ye Ning again? 4 missions to reach the second tier, that's impossible. Xiao Hai's thoughts began to twist in another direction. Wait a minute, old Liao. Based on your judgment, a third-tier individual must have taken Ye Ning to complete the missions. After they did the work, they let Ye Ning take the credit, allowing him to advance to the second tier. Doesn't that prove Ye Ning isn't the third-tier one? Huang Xiao, send 2 people to stake out Ye Ning's house and see who is backing him. Also, send more men with me to inspect the nearby cities with outbreaks to prevent a zombie tide uprising. Suddenly, Xiao Hai started to believe in the zombie tide. If a third-tier individual was backing Ye Ning, then the news of a zombie tide uprising might have come from them. It's better to be safe than sorry. Huang Xiao immediately accepted the mission. Xiao Hai also remembered to buy some blue-grade equipment for that bastard to stop him from causing trouble. This place is the Death Factory, an area between the Tiangang and Zhenjiang safe zones. After a short wait, Sword Flow Storm was finally off cooldown, and it was time to enter the dungeon. In an instant, Ye Ning entered the Death Factory. The minimum level requirement was met, and there were 15 second-tier individuals present. The Death Factory is a competitive dungeon with no specific mission objectives. The dungeon has a total of 7 rounds, and surviving each round grants corresponding rewards. After each round ends, there will be a 3-minute period to vote on whether to continue or stop the dungeon. If more than 70% agree to stop, everyone will withdraw. The dungeon is automatically cleared after passing all 7 rounds. The first round will begin in 5 minutes. All players are now getting ready. Ye Ning scanned the group and determined that the people who entered this time were no simpletons. Not only were there teams of equal strength, but a third-tier awakened named Lin Lan was also present. This third-tier individual gave off an unsettling feeling, a bad premonition. Another young man stepped forward and announced, "Everyone, I am Zhang Lin, a high-level second tier. As we all know, a battle dungeon requires unity to survive multiple rounds. I originally intended to nominate myself as the leader, but there is a third-tier master among us." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Lan for some reason became enraged and lunged forward, punching Zhang Lin in the face and making him spit blood. The speed of this female third tier was so fast that even Ye Ning became a little wary. She didn't stop there. Lin Lan walked over and bluntly stomped on Zhang Lin's head, warning, "Move again, and I'll finish you." No one understood what Zhang Lin had done to anger the female third tier so much. Zhang Lin ordered his subordinates, "Control this crowd for me. Anyone who causes trouble, take them out. Those who want to stay out of trouble, gather in one place and don't make a scene." The people here were all big shots, but they were also afraid of Lin Lan. The young man with the shield was the peak second tier, Song Gang, and the white-haired guy was the peak second tier, Lin Teng. "I'm afraid we've run into the legendary farming team. What do we do now? We're only at the peak of the second tier. There's no way we can stand against a third tier." Ye Ning remained silent, standing still and thinking. The breeder team is said to specialize in trapping awakeneds, using them as cannon fodder up front, and then finishing off and hunting the big monsters themselves. If awakeneds and mutants are food for each other, then the breeder team are simply cannibals. Song Gang decided to speak up. Zhang Lin is definitely not dead. The best thing to do now is to vote as a group and escape this dungeon immediately, because we have the advantage in numbers. Before he could finish, Lin Lan silenced him with a light stomp on the ground, shutting Song Gang up. Let me introduce us. We are the Blood Wolf team, and I am the captain, Lin Lan. I'm in charge of this operation, so your lives are in my hands now. But I can guarantee that as long as you survive the 6th round and hand over all your rewards and credit points, I will let you live. Ye Ning saw right through her intentions and her character. Like hell, I'd trust you. It would be strange if your group actually let anyone live. Unfortunately, Heavenly Fissure Flowing Light is still on cooldown. Otherwise, it would only take 2 strikes to insta-kill this whole group. Now, all I have left is the Flowing Wind Sword Storm skill, which has strong attack power but isn't a precise strategic move. I don't have any life-saving blue-grade equipment on me either. If it's not a one-hit kill, I'm afraid I'll lose my life this time. The best thing to do now is to just lay low. I'll take it one step at a time. Yi Ning decided to stay quiet and secretly follow his own plan. Lin Lan crossed her arms, acting all high and mighty. Round 1 is about to begin. Hurry up and report your strengths so I can divide you into groups. One by one, they followed her order and introduced themselves. I'm Song Gang, Peak Stage 2, Constitution type, specializing in close combat. Lin Teng, Peak Stage 2, Agility type, specializing in ranged attacks. Jiang Tao, High Stage 2, Strength type, specializing in close combat. When it was Ye Ning's turn, he calmly introduced himself. I'm Ye Ning, Early Stage 2, Willpower type, specializing in ranged attacks. Upon hearing this, Lin Lan walked over and caressed his face. A willpower type in this dungeon? That's really rare, and you're quite cute too. But it's a pity. A pity that you're just a piece of trash. Ye Ning smirked and replied, fine, for the first few rounds, you'd better treat me like I'm trash. Just then, the system announced the start of the first round, with 100 enemy zombies and 2 Stage 1 mutants. She ordered, the Peak Stage 2 Awakeneds will form a group and prepare for battle. Everyone must fight with their full strength. If I find anyone intentionally holding back their mana, I, Lin Lan, will personally smash their head in. Song Gang seethed with anger. Damn it, they're deliberately not joining the fight and just want to wear us down. With zombies in front and the breeders behind, do we really have a way out? Lin Teng jumped onto a barge above to assess the situation. There's no other way right now. We can only survive a few rounds and then see. His teammates below held their weapons defensively, but they could also see the extreme danger of the situation. The sharp-toothed lizard monsters were ready to lunge and attack. He drew his bow, focusing his power to clear out the monsters. Song Gang, the 2 of us, one above and one below, will target the lickers. The rest of you take care of the zombies. Song Gang raised his hammer, ready to give the monsters a good beating. Come on, you lickers, have a taste of this old man's hammer. The people behind focused their power to support them, and Xiao Ba unleashed his ice-type ultimate move. Streaks of ice shot towards the monsters, but it seemed to only injure them slightly. He hastily turned to Ye Ning. He really is a useless willpower type. One attack can only kill a single zombie. Lin Lan stood on a platform observing the battle, her expression full of contempt. This Ye Ning guy is hilarious. How did he even dare to come here? She waved her hand as if watching some kind of joke. If it weren't for the other Awakeneds forming a team, I'm afraid he would have died in the very first round. This is only the first round. Let's see what he can do next. The system announced that the round 1 mission was complete. The lickers lay scattered on the ground after being eliminated. Half an hour later, the system announced that the 3rd round mission was over. The 4th round would begin in 3 minutes. Yi Ning's group was assessing the aftermath. Song Gang cursed angrily. Damn it. The difficulty keeps increasing. I'm afraid a Peak Stage 2 mutant will appear in the next round. Are Lin Lan and her group still not going to make a move? Lin Teng also felt aggrieved. She won't make a move. We'll hardly get a chance to deal with her. Just as he was mentioned, Lin Lan appeared before them, acting arrogant. This is only the 3rd round. Are you already this exhausted? She crossed her arms condescendingly, knowing no one dared to oppose her. I don't know if you level 2 folks are just pretending or are actually this useless. Let me tell you, I won't make a move until the 6th round. If you want to live, stop hiding your strength. Lin Lan turned to praise Ye Ning. You're not dead yet? Not only are you not dead, you're not even injured. He gave an awkward laugh. Just lucky. Hearing this, Xiao Ba immediately shot back. Lucky my A****. Wasn't it all thanks to our efforts? Besides hiding and launching useless long-range attacks that do no damage, what else can you do? But Song Gang, assessing the situation, felt it wasn't that simple. No, this kid definitely has an ultimate skill up his sleeve, or he wouldn't have reached level 2. His ultimate can probably only be used once or twice. That's good too. Maybe there's a chance to turn the tables. The system issued the next mission. The 4th round was about to begin. 400 peak level 2 zombies, 1 level 2 mutant type, 2 level 1 mutant types, 6 A horde of zombies was released. Song Gang rushed forward to fight and gave orders. Lin Teng, let's focus on the peak level 2 zombie king first. Have the high level 2s hold back the 2 level 2s. Those 2 witches, and everyone else, deal with the other level 1 zombies. The zombie king's tentacle nearly struck Song Gang. Lin Teng, providing cover from behind, shouted and shot an arrow at the boss. Brother Song, be careful! A zombie lunged at the archer. It licked across the man's face, catching him off guard and defeating him. Jiang Tao charged in with his spear, delivering a fatal blow to the cloth-wrapped zombie, but the poison that sprayed from its body caused Jiang Tao excruciating pain. A worried Xiao Ba rushed forward. Jiang Tao, he spewed ice at the zombie attacking his teammate. Xiao Ba tried his best to approach the target, but its speed was too fast. He couldn't even touch it. Huang Yan was killed. Jiang Tao was severely injured, and the other group wasn't helping at all. This time they were surely dead. Ye Ning immediately judged the situation to be critical. If the casualties keep piling up like this, the group will probably be wiped out before the 6th round. If that happens, I won't be able to use my ultimate skill. He unleashed his ultimate skill right in front of the monster, his feet beginning to crackle with electricity. Ye Ning thought for 2 seconds, I have no choice but to act. He then dashed to Xiao Ba, grabbing and pulling him away. Get back! Xiao Ba was stunned. Is that you? Then, a sword-shaped light appeared in Ye Ning's hand. Psychokinesis. He decisively launched the attack at the zombies. Ye Ning's attack even changed direction to pursue the fleeing zombies, piercing the ugly zombie's heart with a single strike. Xiao Ba trembled. He insta-killed a level 2 mutant in just one move. Is this the same useless guy from before? He then stammered out a thank you. Ye Ning's face was grim. No need. Just watch your mouth from now on. Ye Ning controlled purple threads of power that danced among the ferocious zombies. Don't get distracted. There are still plenty of zombies and mutants left. Xiao Ba immediately understood. No problem. I'll go clean up the level 1 grunts behind us. Lin Lan found the recent display very interesting. Not bad. This kid really does have an ace up his sleeve. His speed? Are those shoes on his feet blue-grade equipment? No wonder he dared to come here. Her subordinate became wary. Boss, should we take him out now? Lin Lan gave a wicked smile. Don't be hasty. We're short on manpower right now, so let him harvest the next wave. Psychokinesis is probably his limit. It's just a weak will-based power. We could kill him in a few seconds. But those 2 peak level 2s, keep a closer eye on them for me. They're definitely hiding their true intentions. The subordinate obeyed. Yes, boss. Half an hour later, the system notification appeared again. The 4th round mission was complete. The 5th round would begin in 3 minutes. At Song Gang and Lin Teng's feet lay the massive corpse of the zombie king. Song Gang tallied the casualties so far. This round, we lost 1 melee fighter and 1 ranged attacker, and another melee fighter is severely injured. I have 2 uses of my ultimate skill left. I hope we can survive until the 6th round. Lin Teng gritted his teeth in anger. It's the same for me. No matter what, I have to last until the 6th round. As long as Lin Lan makes a move, we'll take advantage of her being unprepared and team up to kill her. Song Gang now has a very different view of Ye Ning. When that kid made his move just now, did you see it? Compared to a normal will-based system, there should be a cooldown period after using a skill. But he was firing almost continuously. Lin Teng agreed with his opinion. That's right, he's very special, but hopefully he still has another ace up his sleeve. In the next round, to not affect the plan, it's best to ensure he makes it to the 6th round too. The system flashed red. The 5th round mission begins. 500 peak level 2 zombies, 2 mutated variants, 3 level 2 variants, and 8 level 1 mutated variants. A horde of ugly mutated zombies appeared. There was a giant 2-headed monster, a man-eating demon bat, a giant demon spider, a 26-foot-long centipede, and many new species. The giant spider dropped down and attacked first. Xiao Ba was snatched up by the centipede. Yeah, Lin, be careful. He couldn't react in time. Damn that many-legged freak. Ye Ning unleashed his skills while dodging the centipede's attacks, trying to come up with a plan to save his teammate. As expected, without using an ultimate move, dealing with such a giant mutated creature is still too difficult. Half an hour had passed, and they still hadn't found their weaknesses. Desperate screams echoed everywhere. Help me! Someone help me concentrate fire! With so many mutated monsters like this, there's no way to focus our firepower. Damn it. Those breeders, those bastards, they have no intention of letting us survive until the 6th round. Over here, Song Gang was also dealing with the 2-headed demon and the blood-sucking bat. He discussed with Lin Teng, we have to use our ultimate moves, otherwise we can't fight back at all. Then he shot his ice arrow towards the bat. Ice arrow! Song Gang charged forward, aiming for the head of the 2-headed monster. Die! Battle Water Spirit Energy. Lin Lan revealed a wicked smile. With just that little bit of strength, you still want to conserve your spirit energy? Truly a bunch of fools dreaming. The spider suddenly attacked Ye Ning from behind. It took a huge bite out of the ground, causing the surface to crack wide open. Song Gang's face turned pale. Oh no, we're too late! Lin Teng's face was just as grim. Is that kid dead? Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Ye Ning flew out, tearing the giant monsters apart. The other two were endlessly surprised. This is... Even that witch Lin Lan stared in astonishment. This kid still has an ace up his sleeve? Lin Teng's arrow hit the giant spider monster right between the eyes. Corpse Grudge, take one of my arrows! He and Song Gang, who was holding a hammer and shield, charged forward together. Quick, let's kill the Corpse Grudge together. Yi Lin might make it. Yi Ning was still dealing with the giant centipede. He unleashed a purple attack while moving along its body to find a weak spot. He threw a purple sword towards the area near the middle of the centipede's head. Found the weak spot. Yi Ning launched a whirlwind punch, determined to destroy it. The purple ultimate move created a vortex that engulfed the centipede, flinging it off the ground and shattering it. Lin Teng's jaw dropped, a counter-kill against a higher-level opponent. It's the sorrowful Banshee. Before, others had to focus fire, but this time it's different. Song Gang's expression was just as priceless. Lin Lan looked at him like he was her prey, a mere beginner level 2, yet he has 2 sets of blue gear on him, looks like a fat sheep. She gave a vicious order. The next combat round, begin the harvest. Don't kill the brat called Ye Lin just yet. Crush his limbs. Keep him alive for me to torture slowly. Her subordinates shouted in unison. Yes, boss. Song Gang's face darkened when he saw the other side starting to move. In the next round, only we and Ye Lin will be left. Lin Lan and her group will definitely join the fight. At that time, we'll take the opportunity to kill her. Lin Teng shared the same opinion. Even if we can't kill her, we must injure her severely, and Ye Lin can land the finishing blow. The mission notification board appeared. The 6th attack round begins. Peak level 2, 3-star level 2. This time the number of mutated monsters has tripled, and they are even more ferocious. On Lin Lan's side, the zombies had also attacked, so she charged forward to lead. This is the final round. Give it your all for me. With one hand, she could slice through zombies like paper. As long as you guys can carry your weight, I promise I'll only take the money and not your lives. Lin Lan continuously punched and kicked the giant zombie as if it were a punching bag in a gym. I'll take care of the peak level 2 mad zombie first. The rest of you focus fire on the resistant monsters. The sword-wielding zombie with blood-red eyes swung its sword. It slammed it down right next to her, forcing her to dodge quickly. Lin Lan angrily swung her leg up, preparing to take down the monster. A single chop downward split the creature in two. Behind her, another ghastly zombie appeared, but it seemed Lin Lan had already anticipated this. Just as that monster was about to bite down, she deployed a red protective layer around herself, the illusory shield defense. Meanwhile, Ye Ning, who was dealing with the giant scorpion, couldn't help but be impressed. Dual system strength and agility, an acceleration skill, a burst skill, and a super strong defense. She was much more formidable now than before. He considered it carefully. Besides all this, she definitely had another trump card hidden. I can't act rashly this round. Lin Teng discussed the battle plan while shooting arrows. Let's hold off the Blood Butcher monster first. After Lin Lan is done, the Mad Corpse Guild will surely come to steal our kill. Song Gang was doing his best to attack the wild boar monster. He replied clearly, that's our chance to counterattack her with our ultimate moves. Lin Lan defeated another monster, but her fighting style was almost playful. As soon as she was done, she immediately dashed towards Lin Teng and Song Gang. He glanced over. It was time to execute the plan. She's here. Get ready to charge your power. But unexpectedly, what Lin Lan targeted was that giant wild boar. You hold off the monster. I'll go kill it. Song Gang frowned deeply. Right. Immediately, Lin Teng launched a blue flaming arrow toward Lin Lan. Now's the time, Spirit Flame Arrow. Song Gang also swung his shield in coordination. Shield Bash. Both attacks were aimed right at her. Yi Ning saw the situation was not good. This is bad. They're making their move now. There's no way Lin Lan is unprepared. A loud explosion tore through the space. Lin Teng's eyes widened in worry. Brother Song. On the other side, the boar had been taken down, but at the same time, Song Gang was also defeated. His shield shattered into pieces. Lin Lan propped herself up and sneered. Fools, did you really think I had no defense? But Ye Ning, who was cutting the scorpion's tail, saw through her trick. Just now, Lin Lan and Song Gang had swapped positions. That was the substitute damage ability. Taking advantage of the momentum, she kicked Song Gang repeatedly. You made me waste my life-saving substitute damage skill. Suddenly, Lin Lan dashed in front of Lin Teng, her eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Teng, you've got some nerve. She delivered a fatal punch right to his stomach. Lin Lan viciously stomped on his right hand, making him scream in agony. I'll cripple your right hand first. Let's see what you can fight me with then. She casually ordered her subordinates. Leave the challenger to me. You guys clean up the battlefield. Start the harvest. They immediately acknowledged the order. Yes, boss. One of them quickly grabbed Lin Teng, pointing a needle at his eye. Hand over your equipment and credit points. I'll let you live. Otherwise, I have ways to make you wish you were dead. Without another word, he grabbed his left hand to threaten him. Still not talking? Then I'll cripple your left hand too. Song Gang roared in anger. If you're going to kill us, then do it. I won't let you off even as a ghost. Yi Ning suddenly raised his hands in surrender. I'll give it to you. I'll give it all to you. Just don't kill me, and don't torture me. The subordinate beside him smirked. You're a smart kid, but unfortunately, the boss has ordered us to crush your limbs. Ye Ning stalled for time. Wait, even if you want to cripple me, you have to wait until I'm done transferring the credits. But he had already figured out a way to deal with them. The chance to counterkill is in the 7th round. I have to find a way to drag this out until the final round. The system announced the next round. The 6th round has ended. Everyone, please vote on whether to proceed to the 7th round, the final battle. Ye Ning grimly made his move. Now is the time. His eyes glinted with murderous intent. Proceed to the 7th round, highest difficulty. Very few people knew that if you register for the highest difficulty, the instance will continue without a vote. The system displayed the voting results. Someone has confirmed entry into the next round. The 7th round battle, highest difficulty, is about to begin. The first subordinate's jaw dropped. Entering the next round? Didn't the boss say we disperse after the harvest? The second one was just as confused. What's going on? Don't you need a 70% vote to decide? The third one started sweating bullets. I heard the 7th round can have level 3 mutations. Even the boss can't handle that. Song Gang laughed heartily in front of the subordinate right next to him. Fate is messing with you all. Let's all go down together. Lin Lan's face was distorted with anger. Song Gang, was this your doing? She dashed towards him at top speed. I'll kill you. But from beneath the ground, a giant worm-like monster with a mouth full of sharp teeth suddenly emerged. It burst from the ground, blocking her path, its size overwhelmingly superior. A single purple strike had taken down Lin Lan's subordinate with Lin Teng, and another had pierced through the one with Song Gang. Yi Ning stood high above and shouted, Song Gang, Lin Teng, are you all right? If you can still move, get out of here as fast and as far as you can. Lin Teng supported Song Gang as they fled from the giant worm monster. It seems Ye Lin has made his move. He held the divine sword, pointing it forward. Lin Lan, I bet you still don't know, do you? Yi Ning stood tall, holding his superior sword and looking down on them like insects. A level 3 mutant possesses intelligence and will prioritize killing high-level ability users first. As long as she gets tied up and can't escape, I'm confident I can take them all down in a single blow. The beast opened its massive maw. Lin Lan gritted her teeth, looked back, and changed her position. She dashed forward at full speed. Yi Ning was still observing everything. Just as I thought, her injury-swapping ability has a range limitation, so she can't transfer damage over here at all. The monster's mouth closed in on Lin Lan, and she hastily jumped up to dodge the attack. But the monster was faster and swatted her down. Yi Ning immediately raised his sword. This is the moment! He unleashed countless slashes, sword flow, storm. Lin Lan was horrified when she saw it. What is this? This is 10,000 times more terrifying than that level 3 mutant. Could it be that besides me, there's another level 3 being here? The monster was sliced into countless pieces. She looked at the monster and shuddered. The range of this attack was too vast. There was simply no way for her to escape. At that moment, the system made an announcement. Death construction site cleared. You will be teleported out of the instance in 5 minutes. Ye Ning looked down from above. Song Gang couldn't believe his eyes. Did he just one-shot both a level 3 awakener and a level 3 mutant with a single attack? Lin Teng's jaw also dropped in astonishment. Could he be a mid-tier 3? No. A high-tier 3? Ye Ning looked down with cold eyes. It seemed there was still a human presence below. Could it be that she's not dead yet? Ye Ning immediately launched his dagger. Mental scan, telekinesis. Lin Lan was now heavily injured. She saw the dagger approaching. Her eyes were fixed on it. This dagger. Could it be from Ye Lin? How is this possible? He looked at Lin Lan with a sharp, cold gaze. As expected, she's not dead. She must have some life-saving equipment, right? Well then, take this blade first and we'll talk. The dagger was about to touch the center of Lin Lan's forehead, but she seemed to be protected. It didn't pierce through? In that case, I'll drill. Lin Lan broke out in a cold sweat seeing the dagger spinning relentlessly. Luckily, I spent a fortune last time to buy this Class A single-use passive defense item. Yi Ning charged forward with his longsword. It seems telekinesis alone isn't enough to pierce through, but she looks very weak right now and has no strength left to counterattack. In that case, I'll finish this myself. She couldn't believe it. That ultimate move just now. Was it really you who launched it? You're a hidden tier 3, aren't you? Even though he tried with all his might, he still failed. What is this barrier? I can't seem to break through it at all. Lin Lan was feeling extremely indignant. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why do you have to humiliate me like this? Yi Ning was also quite confused. Oh, so she thinks I'm humiliating her. Not that I'm unable to kill her? He suddenly broke into a sly grin. If that's the case, in other words, it seems she's more afraid of being humiliated than of dying. That makes things easy for me, although this is quite shameless. I'll have to play along to get the loot. He gently lifted Lin Lan's chin. Oh, you want a quick and clean death? Then when you were torturing those other awakeners, did you ever think you'd end up like this today? She said furiously. Bastard, what are you trying to do? Yi Ning was still grinning mischievously. Can't take just this? Just wait. You'll soon find out what true humiliation is. She gritted her teeth. What will it take for you to just give me a quick death? He immediately stated his demand. Simple. Just like you asked of us, hand over all your equipment, items, and credit points, and I'll grant you a swift death. But Lin Lan was suspicious. How can I trust you? He lightly touched her thigh. You have no choice but to trust me. Lin Lan was terrified. Don't! I'll hand them over. If you dare to trick me, you'll die a horrible death. Just then, the system made another announcement. IDA 178391 wants to trade with you. Blue-grade Blood Soul Armor. IDA 178391 wants to trade with you. Blue-grade Frostflame Gauntlets. IDA 178391 wants to trade with you. Blue-grade Windbreaker Armor. IDA 178391 wants to trade with you. Transferring 13,000 credit points to you. Yi Ning seemed satisfied with this trade. This haul of equipment isn't small at all. As expected, robbing people is the fastest way to get rich. Lin Lan had already accepted her fate. I've given you everything, so hurry up and kill me. But he just said coldly, is that everything? You only have a little over 10,000 credit points. How can I believe that? If you don't hand it all over, what do you think I'll do next? Ye Ning gripped Lin Lan's hand tightly. You bastard, that's everything I have, believe it or not. He quickly pinned her down. Still talking tough? Then I won't be polite anymore. Lin Lan didn't even bother to resist. Come on, you bastard, if you have the guts, then come at me. But then he got up, disappointed. Looks like there's really nothing left. She was still screaming at him. Why are you getting up? Don't you dare anymore. Lin Lan then realized something. Wait, you're not killing me, and you're not violating me. So what the hell do you want from me? The truth is, that ultimate move can only be used once. You're only level 2, so you can't break through my defense at all, can you? The system displayed a message, preparing a 10-second countdown to exit the dungeon. 10, 9, 8, 7. Lin Lan stood up and mocked him for being so stupid, and here I actually thought you were a level 3. Ye Ning thought to himself, she figured it out. Right now, I really have no way to kill her. Lin Lan was furious now. You're Ye Lin, right? I'll remember you. I'll find you, even if I have to search to the ends of the earth. She screamed relentlessly. Just wait, I'll chop you into a million pieces and turn you into a pig. But Ye Ning just silently turned back to look at her. Do I remember my name being Ye Lin? By the time you find out who I, Ye Ning, really am, it's not certain who will be killing whom. The system appeared once again. Exiting dungeon. Calculating rewards. Dungeon completed by Ye Ning. Completion rate. Basic completion rate 70.3%. Main quest completion rate 20%. Defeated the hardest boss, the Sand Worm. Accumulated total completion rate 90.3%. Rank S-Class. Gained spiritual energy experience points, calculating a 10% bonus for defeating a higher level enemy. Equipment obtained. White grade Weeping Mask, white grade Sin of the Centipede, blue grade Boss's Desire. Items obtained. White grade Corrosive Acid, white grade Exoskeleton Segment, white grade Compound Eye Insect Skin. Materials obtained. With all this plus Lin Lan's stuff, selling it all will be enough for me to buy a spiritual energy fruit, and all my attributes have increased by 25 points. Ye Ning rode a very impressive motorcycle. Tonight, I have to get to Zhenjiang and find a hotel to practice the B-rank sword skill scroll, scene practice. Then tomorrow, I'll head to the legendary Ruins battlefield to get some equipment, and while I'm at it, I can familiarize myself with the battlefield. Just then, a man blocked his bike. Help me! The man kept begging Ye Ning for help. Help! Our car flipped over. He got off and observed. Oh, are you sure this car just flipped over? Just then, a group of armed men appeared. This is a robbery. Ye Ning remained very calm. Oh my, a roadside robbery? The masked man was getting impatient. Cut the crap. Hand over your credit points, and I'll let you live. He immediately drew his knife and took them all down. There's really no need to waste words. Ye Ning looked at the one who was running away. There's still one left? Where do you think you're going, you worm? He threw his knife straight at the man. Let's see where you can run to now. Swish! The knife grazed the man's leg. He immediately tumbled to the ground. Ye Ning looked at the man's leg in surprise. The wound isn't bleeding? The man slowly got back up. This isn't a human, nor is it a zombie or a mutant. He cried endlessly and begged, Sir, please spare me. I know where they hide their loot. I'll tell you everything. Ye Ning angrily grabbed him by the shirt. I was really forced into this. Please don't kill me. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Hurry up and tell me what the hell you are. Faced with Ye Ning's interrogation, the man was terrified and quickly opened his attribute panel. Don't kill me. I'll open my personal attribute panel so you can see for yourself. The system immediately displayed his personal information. Identity, Li Fugui, Dungeon NPC, Level 0, Talent, Golden Flower Sense of Smell. A skilled merchant, his Golden Flower Sense of Smell skill allows the user to detect anything in a target's inventory. Skilled merchant. When trading, the price is automatically increased by 10%, and the other party won't notice it until the transaction is complete. Membership fee. During a transaction, 5% of the money is automatically deducted and kept for yourself. This effect is immune to any trading rules. Ye Ning was still skeptical, reading the information panel while asking non-stop, You're an NPC? How did you manage to escape the dungeon? Don't tell me you gained sentience the moment you were created? Fugui replied tremblingly, To be honest, I don't know how I got here either. I've been out here ever since I gained consciousness. My lord, Can you please spare me? Despite his pitiful appearance, Ye Ning had no intention of letting him go, already plotting something in his mind. His 3 skills were all system bugs, the kind that awakeners could never learn. If he could make him handle his trades and business, he could save a fortune. With that thought, Ye Ning took out a blank scroll. He held it in front of Fugui and ordered in a stern voice, "Sign this contract, and I will spare your life." Fugui was horrified by the condition, a slave contract, but in the end, he had no choice but to sign. A system notification then appeared. Li Fugi has signed the deed, opening the party interface. Master: Ye Ning, low tier rank 2. Servant: Li Fugi, no level. Loyalty: 60 out of 100. Ye Ning smiled with satisfaction and told him, "From now on, you'll follow me. We're teammates." In contrast to him, Fugui couldn't hold back his tears and lamented, "Teammates? This is forced labor. Why am I so unlucky? First I run into Two House, and now an evil tyrant." Seeing his distress, Ye Ning made an offer. "All the items those Two House stole from you are yours to keep." Hearing this, his eyes lit up, joyfully hugging Ye Ning's leg and saying, "Really? Thank you, master. You're the most generous master in the world." Fugui's loyalty increased accordingly. Servant: Li Fugui's loyalty +1/+1. Ye Ning could only smile wryly and say, "His loyalty is surprisingly easy to raise." Fugui: "Help me sell all the equipment except for the armor, the blood soul, and the shattered armor, and use the money to buy true fruits. Also, get a larger storage space and find a room for yourself. You'll be staying here to help me manage my assets." Not even the massive city could drown out Fugui's cry of joy. "Master is so kind! Just leave the management to me!" In a flash, they were back home. Ye Ning sat casually on the sofa, gobbling down food. Seeing this, Fugui began to complain. "Master, you're the most wasteful person I've ever met. Most people can't even afford one true fruit in their entire lives, and yet you're eating them like they're common snacks." Before he could say more, Ye Ning pushed Fugui back into his own world. "Go back and balance your books." Ye Ning was finally full, and the system displayed a series of stats. True fruit consumed, strength 25, agility 25, constitution 25. He let out a satisfied hum, finally got another 25 points. He stood up and opened the system panel to check his progress. Cultivate B-rank sword skill, Shadow Strike. The system responded instantly. New sword skill learned, Shadow Strike. Skill upgrade successful. The Shadow Strike skill has been upgraded to the SSS rank skill, Dimensional Slash. Dimensional Slash. The skill's effect creates a rift in space, grants invincibility for 1 second, and bypasses all defenses. After reading the description, Ye Ning grinned gleefully, thinking to himself, "Dimensional Slash? It breaks space and bypasses all defenses. That's just insane. I'll go to the ruined battlefield dungeon tomorrow to test it out." In the blink of an eye, the next day came, and the system presented Ye Ning with a choice. "Do you wish to enter the ruined battlefield? Difficulty: B rank." After he selected yes, he was transported to another dimension. As soon as he arrived, a man introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Chen Yong, and this is my younger sister, Chen Jiao. We're both low-tier rank 2. But Chen Jiao didn't seem very friendly. She spoke in a sarcastic tone. "The system notified us about a high-tier rank 2 teammate. I'm guessing that's you? But you look awfully young. Could his strength have been misjudged?" Hearing this, Chen Yong immediately turned to scold her. "Sis, don't talk nonsense." Ye Ning had been secretly sizing them up all this time, silently reminding himself to judge them by their attire. They were probably 2nd generation, or perhaps even 3rd generation, military kids. I'd better be more cautious. After lecturing his sister, Chen Yong turned to explain, "Please don't mind her. My sister has been spoiled rotten by our family since she was young." Ye Ning replied, "You two can just call me Ye Lin." Suddenly, the system unexpectedly announced, "Ruin Battlefield. A special event will commence, starting in 3 minutes. All participants, please prepare." He wondered aloud. A special event? I've only ever heard that special events, supernatural events, and viral events are considered the 3 great mysteries of the apocalypse. This is my first time encountering a special instance event. Chen Yong comforted him, saying, "Brother Ye, don't worry. Although special events are products of supernatural forces, from what I know, the ruined battlefield is a relatively safe special event. It has no mission restrictions. You can leave at any time, as long as you disengage from combat. This special event is a historical reenactment of the wars that occurred when the apocalypse first broke out. But when it comes to the enemies," his expression suddenly soured. "Our enemies are regular corpse soldiers and mutated zombies." The countdown ended, and a horde of mutated zombies began to swarm in. All 3 of them quickly got into a fighting stance. Chen Yong turned to Ye Ning and his sister, saying, "Brother Ye, let's go down and deal with the mutated zombies. Chen Jiao, you stay up here.